Chapter 1. The Mysterious Voice. Lin, he shook his heavy head, feeling as though it were filled with lead. He pressed a hand to his forehead, realizing it was burning hot, a clear sign of fever. Your temperature is quite high, reaching 40 degrees Celsius. You will require intravenous therapy for 3 days, came a melodious voice, cutting through Lin Yi's foggy thoughts. He looked up to see a nurse before him, her delicate features and fair skin resembling those of a perfect angel. However, a sense of discontent gnawed at him, for this bout of fever and the resulting treatment had cost him over 300 yuan, leaving him in a rather foul mood. "Ah, that hurts!" Lin Yi suddenly cried out in pain, nearly springing from his seat, which caught the attention of those around him. It was then he realized that this beautiful angel in white had mistakenly pierced his flesh, failing to locate the vein. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry." The nurse's expression turned anxious as she repeatedly apologized, her face reddening with embarrassment. She had inadvertently caused Lin Yi's hand to bleed, sending a shiver of discomfort through him. Rolling his eyes in frustration, he snapped, "Excuse me, miss, are you even a nurse? How can you miss the vein while administering an injection?" "I am just a trainee. It's my first day," the nurse stuttered, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples as she uttered this astonishing revelation. Lin Yi was taken aback, staring incredulously at the nurse, feeling utterly powerless and even a touch angry. What kind of hospital was this? Not only were the fees exorbitant, but they had assigned him a nurse who was utterly inexperienced. Despite her beauty, such negligence was unacceptable. He glanced at her uniform, where a name tag read Li Shuiying. Clutching his wrist in irritation, he grumbled, "If you can't administer an injection, you should have said so right away. Please, fetch someone else. I fear you might accidentally kill me. Point two, didn't mean to," she replied, a hint of irritation creeping in her voice. Yet upon seeing the blood still trickling from Lin Yi's wrist, she hastily applied cotton and antiseptic to the wound. Observers around them shook their heads in amusement, stifling laughter. The nurse, feeling flustered, apologized once more. "I genuinely am sorry. It's my first day, and I was a bit nervous. But I'll get it right this time." "Wait, don't act recklessly," Lin Yi exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect of her attempting another injection. Just as he was about to refuse, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind, sending a chill coursing through him. "Ding! Training Ground 1 has been activated. Please prepare yourself. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yi froze, the enigmatic voice seeming to emanate from a distant realm while also resonating within his consciousness, leaving him feeling bewildered and questioning his own sanity. He shook his head and glanced around, noticing that everyone nearby appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by the sudden sound, sensing something was amiss. "Did you hear any sound?" Lin Yi asked uncertainly, addressing the beautiful nurse, named Li Shuiying, before him. The latter, her exquisite visage reflecting surprise, clearly had heard the sound as well. Gradually, realization dawned upon her, and she looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, initially suspecting it was merely her imagination, was it not? "You heard it too?" Li Shuiying inquired, her expression tinged with astonishment. Subsequently, those surrounding them turned their heads curiously, each realizing they too had perceived that mysterious sound, causing a collective unease to settle in their hearts. "Did any of you hear a sound?" At that moment, a middle-aged man, also receiving an intravenous drip, posed the question. His face bore a look of skepticism, as if doubting whether he might be hallucinating due to a fever. "I heard it too," a young man exclaimed in terror. "I heard a voice announcing that Training Ground number 1 has commenced and that a countdown has begun. Could it be that we are encountering a ghost?" Upon his utterance, a chill ran through many, for they were in a hospital, and the topic was unsettling. A wave of discomfort washed over them. Even Lin Yi felt an unsettling pressure upon his chest. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire hospital. Lin Yi's expression changed as he sensed a profound unease enveloping him. Before he could rise, the tremors intensified exponentially. "Ah!" Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his wrist. It turned out Li Shuiying had lost her balance and stumbled toward him, inadvertently driving the needle into his wrist, blood oozing forth. At that moment, he was too consumed by fear to tend to his injury. Could this be an earthquake? His first instinct was to conclude that an earthquake had struck, and disregarding the pain in his wrist, he scrambled to his feet in a panic. "Earthquake! Everyone run!" It was unclear who shouted first, but the hospital erupted into chaos as countless individuals hastily rose and fled towards the exit, for an earthquake could be deadly. Though Lin was not slow to react, he had barely stood when a far more violent quake struck, causing him to lose his footing and crash to the ground, rolling towards the corner of the wall. Damn it! His face turned pale as he was flung into the corner, the tremors continuing unabated. Yet before he could rise, a barrage of chairs flew toward him, prompting a frantic scramble to evade them. After a harrowing effort to dodge the chairs, Lin finally managed to get back on his feet, drenched in cold sweat. Moreover, the fever-induced haze that had clouded his mind was abruptly dispelled by fear, leaving him acutely aware of the drop in his body temperature that he struggled to stand. And, after sensing the tremors had diminished, he swiftly dashed out the door. Unfortunately, a large crowd remained, each person frantically jostling forward, resulting in his tragic inability to escape. An earthquake has struck. Everyone, run for your lives. A woman, her face etched with fear, charged through the throng, her ample figure colliding with numerous individuals, sending many sprawling. Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the sight. At that moment, a gasp echoed from behind him. Instinctively turning, Lin saw Li Shuiying had fallen to the ground, while the surrounding crowd paid her no heed, even stepping dangerously close to her. Anger surged within Lin. Get away! He shouted, propelling himself forward with urgency. His foot aimed to clear a path, causing the panicked individuals behind to scatter and thus sparing the young nurse from being trampled. Get up! The earthquake is here. We must hurry outside. He helped her to her feet, his expression grim as he urged her to follow him swiftly into the chaos, racing towards the hospital's exit. The entire hospital was in disarray. Although the tremors were not excessively violent, they had caused significant cracks to mar the building's structure. Lin observed the fissures spreading across the walls, his complexion paling. He understood that if they did not act quickly, the hospital might soon collapse. Without a second thought, he grasped the terrified Li Shuiying's hand and sprinted onward. Don't step on me. A piercing scream erupted ahead, and Lin did not need to look to know someone had fallen. The outcome was all too clear. The chaotic scene had the hospital trembling, as countless individuals scrambled to escape. Yet, in the next moment, all were left in shock. As Lin reached the hospital entrance, he was taken aback. Nothing was visible before him. Instead, he was met with a swirling mist, rolling and churning like a tide, obscuring everything, even the sun itself. We must retreat. There is something sinister within the fog. Lin Yi's face turned pale, sensing a malevolent presence lurking within the mist. He began to draw back, Li Shuiying instinctively following him, still shaken from the panic. At that moment, the crowd ahead, startled by the collapsing structure, could no longer hesitate. They surged into the mist, believing they would find safety outside the hospital. After all, remaining inside could mean being crushed by the falling debris of fate they were desperate to avoid. However, as soon as they emerged into the mist, an unsettling sensation enveloped them, as if something lurked within. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the depths of the fog, causing those who dared to follow to halt, their faces stricken with terror as they retreated. Oh no, there's a monster! A monster! Panic-stricken screams erupted from within the mist, and then figures burst forth, desperately attempting to escape back into the hospital, their expressions filled with dread. Regrettably, before he could dash inside, the onlookers were horrified to witness a dark figure springing forth from the mist, swiftly overpowering the individual and dragging him into the fog, followed by a series of anguished screams. Panic ensued as some retreated in terror, disregarding even the tremors of the earth. The only lingering question was the nature of the entity lurking within the mist. How was it that those who had ventured into the fog had met such a gruesome fate? And what precisely was that shadow? Suddenly, a chilling, piercing shriek echoed, sending waves of dread through the gathered crowd. Lin Yi's face paled as he widened his eyes, witnessing terrifying silhouettes erupting from the mist, rapidly advancing towards the individuals within the hospital. These shadows materialized as enormous insects, their numbers utterly staggering. Lin Yi's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror as he discerned the true form of these creatures, massive insects exceeding 2 meters in length, equipped with razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs, ruthlessly lunging towards a throng. Monsters! Run! At that moment, chaos erupted among the crowd, particularly among those closest to the hospital entrance who were now gripped by fear. Behind them loomed a horde of dreadful creatures, as ferocious and terrifying as they were repulsive, eager to bite anyone in their path. Lin Yi's expression turned grave, his body trembling slightly as he grasped the terrifiedly swaying and turned to flee without hesitation. Behind them, those who failed to escape were swiftly overwhelmed by the monstrous insects, their cries of despair echoing as they were gruesomely dismembered. Chapter 2. The Fury Unleashed. Ah, save me! A scream pierced the air from nearby, and Lin Yi glanced over, his face blanching in horror. He beheld a middle-aged man ensnared by a colossal insect, its jaws clamping down on his legs, while several sharp claws flailed, resulting in a gruesome dismemberment. Pale-faced and trembling, he had no time to linger, hastily rushing into the sanctuary of the hospital at that moment. Panic engulfed everyone. Not all could withstand the sight of such horror, with some collapsing to the ground in shock. As for those who fell, their fate was grim, and easily imagined they were surely doomed. Lin Yi, amid the frenzied crowd, sprinted toward the hospital, ultimately joining a small group as they barreled into one of the rooms. "Hurry, shut the door." Quickly, Lin Yi ushered Li Shuang into the room, while outside, the majority had entered, seeking refuge. Yet, some remained, having been overcome before they could escape, and many doors were already being hastily closed. "Don't shut the door yet. There are still people outside," someone shouted nearby. In response, others vehemently disagreed, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? With so many monsters outside, do you wish to let them in? No one should open the door." Many were resolute against opening it, as a horde of monsters had already arrived. To do so would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Yi's expression darkened, but he remained silent, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Originally suffering from a high fever, Lin Yi found himself in an unexpectedly terrifying situation, grateful that he had not fainted. Yet, he was utterly astounded by the emergence of such dreadful creatures, which seemed intent on attacking anyone in sight. Those creatures are horrifying. A woman cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, her face a mask of sheer terror. Many shared her plight, with men equally stricken with fear and women and children in a state of utter panic. Among them were numerous children, crying out in fear. Outside the grand door, chilling screams echoed, sending shivers down the spines of those within, extinguishing any warmth from their bodies. Bang! Suddenly, the door shuddered as something outside began to batter against it, causing the faces of the crowd to turn pale. Many retreated, too frightened to approach the door, instinctively backing away in horror. "Come quickly, brace the door," a burly man bellowed, the first to press against the door, followed by several others who joined forces to hold it steady against the violent tremors. "Quick, call the police!" Panic-stricken, someone fumbled with their phone, hands shaking, desperate to make a call. However, it soon became apparent that no signal was available. A young woman, gripped by fear, clasped her head and screamed, "Help! Someone save us! I don't want to die here. We can't get through on our phones. What should we do? We're going to die here." Many were driven to madness, shouting in panic, their emotions running high. They had witnessed the gruesome deaths inflicted by the creatures, a horrifying sight that left them on the brink of collapse. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he focused on the quaking door, but a glance to the side made his heart sink. He spotted several enormous bugs scaling the window. "Watch out, there are bugs at the window," he shouted, but it was too late. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the window shattered, glass scattering across the floor. Those closest to the window were utterly terrified. Some were caught off guard by the creatures, their menacing fangs poised to strike that a woman could not evade in time, her upper body seized by a monstrous insect, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. Nearby, a young woman clutched a little girl, desperately trying to escape, but it was already too late. "Mommy!" The little girl was snatched by a mantis-like creature, causing a collective gasp of horror among the onlookers, especially the young woman, whose face turned ashen in an instant. Yet, as if driven by a primal instinct to protect, the young woman's fear transformed into fierce determination. She charged forward, wrapping her arms around the creature's massive jaws, preventing it from biting down. "Please, save my daughter," the young woman cried out, imploring the others to help rescue her child. but shockingly, no one moved. The crowd was paralyzed by fear. Even the men stood frozen, unwilling to act. The woman was drenched in blood, desperately clinging to the monstrous insect that would not release. Its grip, her daughter was caught as well, and she was determined to prevent the creature from harming her child. Damn it! He felt a surge of anger as he observed the bystanders in action. It was infuriating. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, seizing a metal stool from the ground and striking fiercely at the grotesque creature. Bang! Bang! The insect was enormous, with half of its body lodged in the window, yet it was trapped. Lin, fueled by a primal instinct, relentlessly pounded the stool against it, as if he had forgotten the very notion of fear. Seeing the little girl ensnared and the young woman enduring the creature's bite to protect her child ignited a fury within Lin that could no longer be contained. Die! With a wild expression, he swung the stool, delivering blow after blow until the insect's body ruptured, releasing a foul, viscous fluid that splattered everywhere. At last, the creature emitted a mournful cry and succumbed to death. The young woman finally relaxed, collapsing from the insect's jaws, yet her daughter remained unharmed, bringing her a sense of relief. "Come here quickly," Lin shouted, and a nurse rushed over none other than Li Shui. Despite her fear, she approached, compelled by her role as a nurse and her trust in Lin, who had saved her life. Witnessing Lin slay the monstrous insect, many in the crowd felt a wave of relief, and several rushed to help carry the injured woman away. Li Shui hurriedly tended to the woman's wounds, but the injuries were grievous. "What is this?" Just as Lin intended to join them, he halted, perplexed. For the corpse of the slain insect, a faint gas began to emanate, swiftly infiltrating his body, startling him to the brink of a heart-stopping shock. However, what transpired next left Lin Yi's heart racing with exhilaration. As the gas coursed through him, he felt invigorated, and his fever vanished in an instant. He sensed an extraordinary vitality surging within him, and to his astonishment, the wound on his wrist, once pierced by a needle, had completely healed. "My injury is gone?" Lin felt a peculiar sensation, as if something had shifted within him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the wound on his wrist had indeed mended, and he felt a surge of power coursing through his veins. As he swung his arms, he perceived that his strength had seemingly doubled, an alarming revelation. Lin speculated whether this transformation was linked to the insect he had slain, perhaps due to that ethereal gas. Could it be that vanquishing these creatures enhances one's power? Lin pondered. Yet, this notion felt surreal. Was it akin to a game where one gains experience by defeating monsters? Lin remained skeptical, but before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a horrifying scream erupted nearby. It was the woman, now torn in half by another insect. "Damn it! Why are you all too afraid to even kill a bug?" Lin roared in fury, seizing a chair and charging forward, unleashing a barrage of strikes without hesitation. Initially, he was unaware of his own strength. With a single, forceful swing, he shattered the chair into splinters. Bang! With a vicious blow, green liquid splattered everywhere, and the iron chair was completely obliterated. Lin was taken aback. He had exerted all his might, and to his astonishment, the bug was nearly crushed to death. His face lit up with excitement, and without a second thought, he picked up a piece of the broken chair leg and struck fiercely. With several resounding thuds, the bug let out a final cry before twitching into lifelessness. As he dispatched the creature, Lin noticed a faint gas escaping and entering his body, enveloping him like a warm current. In that moment, he distinctly felt his strength intensify. Although not as dramatically as the first time, he sensed an increase of at least 70%. Could it be that defeating monsters truly enhances one's power? Lin pondered enigmatically. Glancing around to find that others seemed unchanged, he surmised that this ethereal gas was only visible to him, a result of his own actions, imperceptible to those around him. Is this a game, or what? This peculiar situation felt unsettling. Was he truly in a game? However, upon examining the lifeless bug again, he found no tangible rewards, his brow furrowing in confusion. In Lin Yi's perspective, if this were indeed a game, defeating monsters should yield loot. Yet, all he received was this experience-like gas for self-enhancement, with nothing visible to collect. Was he simply not killing enough, or was it merely bad luck? She's in critical condition. At that moment, a panicked voice startled Lin Yi. He turned to see the young woman who had been bitten, her accompanying little girl weeping inconsolably. What's wrong with her? Lin Yi approached, his brow deeply furrowed as he beheld the pallid face of the woman. She was once charming and lively, but now she was drenched in blood, her vitality waning, clearly the result of excessive blood loss. Li Shuiying, visibly anxious, explained she was bit on the chest by the bug. The wound is severe. Though the bleeding has stopped, she has lost too much blood, and without a transfusion here, she may not last much longer. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he contemplated the young woman before him, then glanced at the distraught little girl, his heart heavy with sorrow. Please, I beg you, help me take care of my daughter. At that moment, the young woman opened her eyes and uttered a shocking plea. Gazing at the handsome Lin Yi, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It was this young man who had rescued her and her daughter. Chapter 3. The Path of Evolution. Perhaps I have a way to help you recover, he suddenly proclaimed. Upon hearing these words, the young woman was momentarily taken aback. Yet a shadow of sorrow crossed her countenance. She was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries. Her strength was insufficient even for speech, let alone the prospect of recovery. Realizing she had lost a considerable amount of blood, her consciousness was beginning to wane, leading her to believe that Lin Yi was merely offering her empty solace. However, he spoke the truth. There truly existed a possibility of restoration. For he recalled the pale red gas obtained after exterminating the pests. Lin Yi contemplated that these gases could not only mend his own injuries but also enhance his physical prowess. He surmised that they might indeed aid in healing the wounds of this woman, provided that she was willing to slay an insect herself. Perhaps then she could be restored. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from the main door, as a throng of individuals, struggling against its force, were unexpectedly hurled backward. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in terror. Retreating in palpable fear, Lin Yi glanced over and was instantly taken aback, witnessing several men being hurled away, a truly astonishing sight. The door had already collapsed, and outside, a horde of insects roared, eager to surge inside. Damn it! Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby stool and charged forward. With a powerful swing, he struck. And with a resounding thud, the first insect that dared to enter was sent flying. The onlookers, a few men sprawled on the ground, stared in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yi began to wield the stool with fervor, sending the approaching insects crashing back, even shattering their heads. Quick! Hold the door! Lin Yi swiftly raised the fallen door, barricading the entrance. The men who had been on the ground quickly scrambled to their feet and joined forces, finally managing to hold the door in place. Truly, they have become remarkably formidable. Lin Yi's face radiated with excitement as he finally confirmed that slaying insects could empower him. This revelation brought him immense relief. As long as he remained cautious and continued to hunt more insect-like monsters, he could undoubtedly grow stronger. This was the essence of survival, and thus he chose to exercise restraint, refraining from voicing his thoughts prematurely. He believed it wise to keep this secret for a while longer, as revealing it too soon might not serve his interests. Could it be that this was truly a game? Lin Yi found himself questioning once more. He then recalled that games possess their own set of information, which led him to think of the mysterious voice he had heard earlier. Boldly, he attempted to summon something within himself, hoping to unveil whether he possessed any data. Ding! In the next moment, Lin Yi was startled by what unfolded, finding it almost unbelievable. Name, Lin Yi. Race, human. Lifespan, 90 years. Cultivation method, none. Life potential, 130. Capable of exerting 130 pounds of force. Gazing at this array of data, Lin Yi's emotions surged, a tempest within him that refused to settle. He was now certain that a mysterious transformation had taken place in this world, for he had access to such information. His thoughts churned wildly, questioning whether he had truly entered a game. Otherwise, how could he explain these revelations? While Lin Yi pondered these matters, the young woman nearby appeared increasingly desperate, her consciousness beginning to fade. Lin Yi, come quickly. She can't hold on any longer. Li Shuiying called out anxiously. Indeed, Lin Yi snapped back to reality and hurried over, only to discover that the young woman was on the brink of losing her consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi resolved to attempt a restoration, pondering whether he could bring her back. With this thought in mind, he uttered not a word and turned directly towards the window, a place where none dared to approach. Bang! Have you lost your mind? This will attract the insects. A young man shouted in a frenzy. These individuals believed that Lin Yi's actions would invite the creatures, yet they failed to recall who had previously vanquished those very insects. Meanwhile, the men bracing the door wore grim expressions, yet none dared to relinquish their hold on it. Such an act would undoubtedly allow the insects to surge in, leading to the demise of many among them. Seeing Lin Yi strike the window, they wondered if he intended to summon the insects. Was this not a death wish? Hiss. Indeed, a sharp hiss echoed, and finally, several insects were drawn to the window. These creatures were utterly terrifying, measuring over 2 meters in length, with razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs, all of which displayed their dreadful nature. Lin Yi's expression was frigid as he fixed his gaze upon the grotesque insects. He watched, unflinching, as the first creature frantically burrowed through the window. Without uttering a word, he seized a nearby stool and brought it down with a resounding crash. The insect's head exploded upon impact, green ichor splattering everywhere as it convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. Subsequently, several other insects surged through a different window, already halfway inside. This unsettling scene sent everyone into a frenzy of screams, but what followed was a chilling silence. Die. Lin Yi's face contorted with rage as he charged forward, swiftly shattering the stool into countless pieces. The first insect to enter met its demise, its head crushed beyond recognition, leaving only 2 remaining, halfway through the threshold. At that moment, Lin Yi found himself weaponless, hastily seizing a shard of glass to viciously stab at one of the insects. With a sickening squelch, a viscous liquid erupted, splattering across his face. Yet, he paid it no heed, relentlessly plunging the glass deeper until he pierced the creature's head, extinguishing its life. As for the final insect, Lin Yi performed an act that left onlookers in stunned silence and terror. He discarded the shard of glass and, with both hands, seized the insect-esque razor-sharp limb. A crisp crack echoed as everyone stared in disbelief, witnessing Lin Yi wrench the fearsome insect's claw from its body, along with several of its legs, leaving it utterly mutilated. The insect, deprived of its appendages, emitted a tortured shriek that turned many faces pale with fear. Undeterred, Lin Yi dragged the still-living creature towards the injured young woman. Though initially dazed, she suddenly snapped to attention upon witnessing his actions, her face a mask of horror and confusion. Lin Yi, why have you brought an insect here? She asked, her voice trembling with trepidation. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, offering no explanation. Instead, he picked up a sharp surgical scalpel lying nearby. Pressing the insect to the ground, he remarked, if you kill this insect, perhaps you might recover, though whether that will indeed happen remains uncertain. The young woman stared in astonishment, incredulously asking, you mean, if I kill this insect, it could heal my injuries? She found his suggestion peculiar, struggling to comprehend why Lin Yi would say such a thing. Beside her, Li Shuiying was equally taken aback, perceiving Lin Yi's words as unsettling and difficult to believe. Not only they, but even those nearby found the situation somewhat amusing, particularly the younger crowd. To them, it felt as if Lin Yi were speaking of a video game. Could slaying an insect truly yield experience points as in a game? One young man chuckled mockingly. Have you lost your mind? Do you think this is a game where defeating monsters grants you experience to level up? The young woman, however, gazed intently at Lin Yi and then at her daughter, who had cried herself to sleep. Ultimately, she bit her lip, took the scalpel, and plunged it frantically into the insect's head. In her mind, killing the insect before her demise would serve as a form of vengeance, allowing her to depart without regrets. With a swift motion, the insect was dispatched, but the young woman suddenly slumped, her expression becoming dazed. Lin Yi's face tightened with anxiety as he fixed his gaze on the lifeless insect, regrettably seeing nothing that indicated success, leading him to believe his attempt had failed. Yet, in the next moment, the young woman, once pallid and bloodless, began to recover rapidly, her previously ashen complexion flushed with color in mere moments. As if her blood had surged back, leaving onlookers in awe. Had she truly regained her health? Lin Yi's face radiated with joy as he finally realized that defeating monsters could restore his own vitality. Beside him, Li Shuiying was utterly astonished, struggling to believe the spectacle before her, as if caught in a dream. Not only she, but even the young woman herself found it hard to fathom. Slowly sitting up, she stared blankly at her hands, then glanced at the wound on her chest, feeling no trace of pain. Is this real? The woman was somewhat taken aback, discovering that she truly felt better, her body brimming with energy, which was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, the crowd had fallen into a state of disbelief, particularly the young men, whose expressions were a bizarre mix of astonishment. How could this be possible? One young man murmured incredulously, "Could it be that slaying monsters grants experience?" They all turned their gazes toward Lin Yi, who had indeed vanquished numerous insects, eager to learn if he had gained experience. Lin Yi did not conceal the truth. He nodded in affirmation, igniting a wave of shock and exhilaration among them. He declared, "Indeed, it is possible. Let us not forget the mysterious voice we heard earlier. It is evident that a significant and enigmatic change has occurred here. Killing those monsters can grant experience akin to that in a game, empowering ourselves." "Fantastic!" a young man exclaimed, his excitement eclipsing his fear, as he roared, "I want to slay monsters. I want to level up. I want to grow stronger." Not only was this young man consumed with fervor, but the entire crowd became similarly frenzied. The prospect of strengthening oneself and surviving was a desire shared by all. Consequently, many transformed their inner trepidation into motivation, eager to hunt for insects to slay. Bang! Oh no, the door has collapsed again. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door fell once more, yet this time, fear gave way to excitement and eagerness. Chapter 4. There are indeed equipments. As the door shattered, more than a dozen insects surged in from the outside, but the crowd felt little fear, only exhilaration. The thought of gaining experience from slaying these creatures ignited a fervent desire, particularly among the men. "Let us kill." A particularly enthusiastic young man seized a chair and charged at the first insect, striking it with all his might. With a resounding thud, he hit the creature. Yet his strength proved insufficient, causing him to stagger back. The insect, undeterred, rushed at him, poised to bite. At that moment, a group of men surged forward, wielding various items from the room as makeshift weapons, all aimed at the creature. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of violent impacts, the unfortunate insect was brutally smashed to death by the frenzied men. Yet, more insects poured in through the broken door, finally making their entrance. At this juncture, one man, in a moment of misfortune, struck an insect on the head, only to be pierced by its razor-sharp claws, blood gushing forth as he was swiftly killed, a terrifying and gruesome sight. This grim reality made it abundantly clear to everyone this was not a game, but the harshness of reality. Although one could gain experience to empower oneself, it was imperative to have the means to defeat the monsters. Otherwise, one would face a tragic fate. A scream pierced the air as someone collapsed to the ground. Although a group of onlookers felt a twinge of fear, their yearning for strength compelled them to bravely rush forward, united in their resolve to crush these vile creatures. Lenny surveyed the individuals around him, his gaze sweeping across the room in search of usable weapons. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a fire safety toolbox affixed to the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached it. With a clang, Lin Yi extracted a sharp fire axe from the toolbox. His expression filled with exhilaration as he swung it a couple of times, the wind whistling past him, providing an exhilarating thrill. Without pausing, he dashed forward with remarkable speed, arriving at the door, where he brought the axe down upon a frenzied insect. With a splatter, viscous fluid erupted as the colossal creature's head was cleaved open, causing it to collapse and convulse before succumbing to death. Lin Yi's face beamed with excitement. Wielding this fire axe proved to be an exceptional weapon for monster hunting, inciting considerable envy among the nearby youths. Die. Lin Yi swung his fire axe, leading the charge as he burst through the doorway. With a series of splattering sounds, viscous slime erupted in all directions, as one after another, the grotesque insects met their brutal demise. Splendid. It is indeed possible to enhance oneself. At that moment, the crowd was ablaze with excitement. A young man raised his hands, feeling an immense surge of strength coursing through him. Just moments ago, some had slain insects and received the mysterious gas that promised enhancement, and now they were savoring the sweet taste of empowerment. Lin Yi, however, reaped the most rewards, having dispatched 6 of the creatures, while the remainder fell to the others. Those who failed to secure a kill wore expressions of frustration, contemplating whether to press forward in their assault, yet opinions among the group diverged. "Shall we continue our assault?" suggested an eager youth. "Absolutely not," a middle-aged man countered vehemently. "We must first rest and regroup. Charging blindly into the fray would be tantamount to seeking death." "What is there to fear?" the young man retorted, emboldened by his newfound strength. "We are evolving through our battles with these insects. This is an opportunity. If others become aware, they will surely outpace us, perhaps even eliminate all the monsters before we can act." His thoughts drifted to the notion of seizing experience from defeated foes, a common practice in games. He believed they should seize the moment to vanquish more creatures to fortify themselves. Otherwise, they would regret their hesitance when others claimed the glory. The group erupted into a cacophony of disputes, yet eventually, all eyes turned to one individual, Lin Yi. He rolled his eyes and remarked, "Why do you all look to me? Those who wish to fight may do so. Those who prefer to remain can rest until they feel ready. This is only natural." Moreover, he was the first among them to dare confront the insects, undoubtedly rendering him more formidable than the rest. Thus, they regarded Lin Yi as the strongest among them. Naturally seeking his counsel, Lin Yi approached Li Shuiying, and at that moment, the young woman who had regained her composure walked over, brimming with gratitude. Cradling her sleeping daughter, she expressed, "My name is Jiang Qinqin. Thank you for saving us." Observing the restored Jiang Qinqin before him, Lin Yi gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "It is nothing. In the face of such calamity, it is only right that we assist one another. Unity is essential." "Indeed." Jiang Qinqin nodded softly, then cautiously scanned her surroundings. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she swiftly produced a peculiar object and handed it to him. "I found this next to the creature's body. I am unsure of its nature, but I hope it proves useful to you," she whispered. Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he swiftly grasped the object and began to examine it. Meanwhile, Li Shuiying, filled with curiosity, refrained from inquiring about its nature. For Jiang Qinqin had tugged at her, signaling her to remain silent. At this moment, Lin Yi scrutinized the item in his hand, a luminous orb the size of an egg. As he gently touched it with his finger, a crisp crack sounded, and the orb shattered, transforming into a hazy radiance. "What is this?" Lin Yi stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished as he gazed at the object in his hand. Beside him, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend what lay before them. It was a pitch-black spear, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a lance, its sharp tip gleaming ominously. Lin Yi's expression was one of profound shock, his mind racing with thoughts, pondering whether this could be the fabled equipment. The black bone spear, forged from the bones of formidable beasts. As hard as steel and exceptionally sharp, classified as a common item of the second tier. This was indeed a second-tier bone spear. Its sharpness so remarkable that Lin Yi felt it could pierce through steel, leaving him utterly astounded. He glanced at Jiang Qinqin, who had regained her composure, wondering why she would give him such a precious item instead of keeping it for herself. In truth, Jiang Qinqin recognized the value of this weapon, but she was acutely aware of who had saved her life. Had it not been for Lin Yi capturing a bug for her to slay, she might very well have perished. Was this truly equipment? At that moment, others nearby noticed the unusual scene, their eyes immediately drawn to the formidable bone spear. A young man approached, his face a mixture of shock and delight as he examined it closely, filled with envy. The others felt similarly envious, each contemplating how they would slay more bugs in hopes of acquiring such powerful equipment. Lin Yi was now increasingly convinced that they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Defeating these insects not only strengthened themselves but also held the potential to yield formidable weapons. Li Shuiying, take this axe and stay close to me as we hunt the bugs. Lin Yi suddenly made a decision, handing the fire axe to Li Shuiying, leaving her momentarily stunned. In truth, she had never contemplated exterminating the pests, but Lin Yi's determination caught her off guard. "Do not fear, Shuiying. Slaying these creatures will empower you. It is your sole opportunity for survival," Jiang Qinqin softly reassured her. As Li Shuiying gazed upon Lin Yi's impassive countenance, she clenched her teeth and ultimately accepted the fire axe. This action incited envy among the nearby youths, who felt a twinge of jealousy, believing Lin Yi had acted selfishly. "This axe should be ours. It would enable us to eliminate more pests and safeguard everyone," someone openly protested, consumed by envy. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is the weapon I have discovered. If you desire it, you must seek it out yourself, or perhaps slaying monsters might yield some weapons as well." The young man was infuriated. However, the middle-aged man beside him promptly intervened, rebuking, "Enough? Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? To rebel within our own ranks now is tantamount to courting death." At this, the others fell silent, harboring a sense of disdain towards Lin Yi, perceiving him as one who only considered his own interests. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt quite displeased. The fire axe was his find, and he would bestow it upon whomever he chose, including Li Shuiying, a decision he had duly contemplated. Lin Yi believed that it was not sufficient for men to be strong. If women were not afforded the opportunity to empower themselves, the situation could indeed become dire. Thus, he contemplated guiding Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin, among other women. "Brother Lin, why not hand them the axe?" Li Shuiying said, casting a nervous glance at Lin Yi before lowering her head. "No need to say more. Lin Yi's mood was somewhat dismal as he resolutely declared, "Wait a moment. You shall follow closely behind me. If you wish to survive, you must cultivate your own strength. I cannot ascertain how long I will endure. Thus it is essential that you rely on yourselves." Jiang Qinqin, her expression filled with gratitude, comprehended this truth instinctively. Moreover, with a daughter to safeguard, she was naturally inclined to seek greater power. She nodded at Li Shuiying, signaling her willingness to accompany Lin Yi, for she held a profound trust in him. Lin Yi cast a glance around the room and discerned that there were a total of 18 individuals present, aside from Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying. 2 other women were cowering in a corner, visibly terrified. The remaining 14 were men, comprising 5 middle-aged individuals, while the others were youths. This sight caused Lin Yi to furrow his brow. He sensed an ominous atmosphere. If the entire hospital were to be populated solely by men, it would likely result in a dire and lamentable existence. "Everyone," he announced, "we must vacate this room and seek a more secure and spacious location." After careful contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately arrived at this decision, which surprisingly met with no dissent. After all, the surroundings here are rather limited, and most importantly, there is a scarcity of food, necessitating the pursuit of a more favorable location. "I concur. Remaining here would inevitably lead to starvation." A middle-aged man readily expressed his agreement. "Let us open the door and depart." Lin Yi was the first to step outside. As he emerged through the door, he was confronted by a colossal insect charging towards him, its sharp claws glistening with droplets of blood. With a swift motion, a dark flash pierced the air, and in an instant, the creature was impaled through the head by a bone spear, its ichor cascading down as it convulsed and succumbed to death. "Monster slain. Level up." Several young men shouted in exhilaration, prompting the crowd to surge from the room, eager to retaliate against the onslaught of insects. Chapter 5. Driven to a dead end. Outside the hospital corridor, the ground was soaked in blood, with mangled corpses strewn about, the stench of carnage overwhelming and nauseating. A few women, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, turned pale, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit, grateful to remain conscious. "Ugh." Jiang Qinqin retched, her face ashen, feeling profoundly unwell. She had never encountered such a harrowing sight and found it almost unbearable. Fortunately, her daughter was asleep. Similarly, Li Shuiying was overwhelmed. Having never faced anything of this nature before, what lay before her felt like a descent into hell. Freshly graduated from university and on her first day of internship, she was engulfed by sheer terror. "Be careful, the insects are coming." Lin Yi's expression was grim, yet he forced himself to remain composed. A horde of insects was rushing towards them from both sides of the corridor, drawn by the commotion. "What are we afraid of? Let us eradicate these insects," a young man shouted, seemingly rallying himself. With renewed vigor, the crowd seized their weapons and launched an attack against the advancing giants. This time, having previously battled insects and gained enhancements, their strength was markedly different, making it considerably easier to confront these menacing creatures. Bang! Lin Yi leaped forward with 2 strides, raising his bone spear high, and with a fierce smash, there was a resounding thud as a creature was sent tumbling to the ground, its hardened cranium shattered, oozing a viscous green fluid. This single strike obliterated the insect, leaving one to marvel at the sheer magnitude of his strength. Even those who had undergone enhancements were taken aback, while many harbored feelings of envy, attributing his prowess to the weapon he wielded. Naturally, Lin Yi was acutely aware of the formidable nature of his bone spear. Though it appeared deceptively light, it likely weighed over 20 pounds, and combined with his current strength, it proved to be a formidable force. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from one side, drawing the attention of the crowd. They soon discovered a young man, clutching an unusual knife, a bone blade of a stark white hue. The youth wore a smug expression, exclaiming joyously, "I have finally acquired a weapon. This is truly wonderful." His luck in obtaining the bone knife elicited envy among the onlookers, who, while feigning admiration, were consumed by jealousy. Observing the young man's triumphant demeanor only fueled their fervor for slaying creatures. Indeed, Lin Yi noticed that following the acquisition of the bone knife, the young man effortlessly dispatched numerous insects with a single stroke. With a swift motion, the blade descended, and viscous liquid sprayed forth as the insects were decapitated in an instant, showcasing his remarkable skill. Lin Yi cast a fleeting glance before shifting his attention elsewhere. With a sweeping motion, he sent the 2 mantis-like insects flying, and with a final shot, he pierced through one, silencing it with a resounding thud. Just then, another insect advanced with a rustling sound, yet Lin Yi shattered its sharp claws with decisive force before turning to Li Shuiying, his intent unmistakable. Eliminate it. The meaning behind Lin Yi's words was quite straightforward. He urged Li Shuiying to eliminate the monstrous creature, for it represented her singular opportunity to exhibit strength. Should she falter in this endeavor, survival would likely become an arduous challenge. Li Shuiying's complexion turned ashen, fear gripping her heart, even a sense of dread overwhelming her. Yet, as she beheld the growing disappointment in Lin Yi's expression, a surge of courage welled up within her. She raised the fire axe high, letting out a piercing scream as she brought it down with fervor. With her eyes tightly shut, Li Shuiying seemed to descend into a frenzy, repeatedly striking downwards. Nearby, Lin Yi observed her wild actions, his expression twitching in disbelief, rendered speechless by the scene before him. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinqin had regained her composure, having slain a creature herself. The experience bore little weight on her. Upon glimpsing her daughter, peacefully slumbering in her arms, she vowed to become formidable, resolutely protecting her child. What a brutal display! A young man nearby trembled in response to Li Shuiying's madness, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. It was impossible not to feel sympathy for the wretched creature, utterly battered and beyond the point of death. Indeed, a middle-aged man approached, expressing his agreement. "Greetings, I am Wu Kunshin. I hope we can unite to confront these perilous beings." However, others remained aloof, casting cold glances in their direction. Notably, the youth who had acquired a weapon regarded Lin Yi with a hint of displeasure, a trace of derision in his demeanor. Such behavior was not unexpected. Lin Yi had once wielded considerable strength, but now, the tide had turned, presenting everyone with an opportunity to assert their own power. Moreover, the youth, emboldened by his newfound weaponry, had dispatched numerous creatures, feeling invigorated and no less potent than Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness and remarked, "Let us proceed and seek out others. After all, there is strength in numbers." With that, he took the lead, making his way down the corridor, where a large swarm of insects had gathered, drawn by the noise. The others swiftly followed suit, and Li Shuiying, having regained her composure, stayed closely by Lin Yi's side. Sensing his reliability, "Be cautious," Lin Yi reminded everyone, and soon they beheld a horde of enormous insects charging towards them with alarming ferocity. These creatures were grotesque in appearance, their menacing claws and fangs nearly eliciting screams from the two women nearby. Suddenly, a dark, bony spear pierced through the air with a swift whoosh, impaling one of the gigantic insects with a sickening thud. Lin Yi struck first, effortlessly dispatching a large bug in an instant. Following his lead, a young man armed with a weapon, feeling indignant, declared, "Watch me." He leaped forward with agility and delivered a fierce downward strike, resulting in a resounding crack as the insect split in two, its viscous innards splattering the ground. After this display, the young man cast a self-satisfied glance around, his intent unmistakable. However, Lin Yi paid him no heed. Instead, he brought down two more insects and instructed Li Shuiying to advance and finish them off. His reasoning behind this was clear. Many among them had forgotten the gravity of their situation, particularly the young man, who, having acquired power, had grown arrogant, believing himself invincible. Lin Yi pondered the dire consequences that might ensue if women were devoid of strength. He could easily envision the horrifying scenario, one he wished to avert. Thus, he felt compelled to assist Li Shuiying and the nearby Jiang Qinqin, believing that even the act of exterminating pests could empower them. Observing Li Shuiying nearly conquer her inner fears and decisively eliminate the two insects, he felt a sense of relief. "I shall carry her while you and Li Shuiying take turns vanquishing these pests." Lin Yi spoke to Jiang Qinqin beside him, and then took the sleeping young girl into his arms, which deeply moved her. She was acutely aware that if Lin Yi were to slay more, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, yet he chose to fight for their opportunities. "Haha. I have also acquired equipment." At this moment, the group arrived at one side of the corridor, where a room awaited them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man exuberantly shouted, capturing everyone's attention. They soon realized he was brandishing a massive axe, crafted from pale bone. He swung the axe with fervor, his expression one of triumphant delight. The others looked on with envy, their determination and enthusiasm for monster hunting intensifying, convinced that more kills would yield additional equipment. "TCH, a young man scoffed disdainfully, feeling somewhat irked, yet he recognized that it was indeed the man's spoils. Lin Yi, however, felt little regard for the situation. He merely pondered the origin of such an item, finding it perplexing. Yet, dwelling on it was futile, so he continued to vanquish the insects. Lin Yi glanced toward the end of the corridor, where a fork awaited them. To the left, a swarm of insects approached, while to the right, a staircase beckoned. "There seems to be a dining hall above," Li Shuiying whispered. Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he nodded and urged, "Everyone, be cautious. Let us ascend to the second floor. The number of insects ahead is steadily increasing. Be wary not to fall victim." Following his admonition, the group swiftly converged. The youth, armed with a weapon, alongside a middle-aged man wielding a bone axe, led the charge, while Lin Yi held the young girl close, positioning himself slightly behind. Flanked by Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying. Attack! The middle-aged man exhibited remarkable bravery, swinging his axe with fervor, each stroke cleaving an insect in twain. Meanwhile, Lin Yi demonstrated even greater ferocity. With a sudden strike of his bone spear, an insect exploded into fragments. Beside him, Jiang Qinqin had become remarkably adept. The fire axe seemed weightless in her grasp, defying belief that a woman could possess such formidable strength. Truly terrifying. She had never envisioned such a day, yet now, slaying these insects could empower her. It was a reality that would be met with disbelief if shared. "Hurry, we must slay them." A massive horde of insects approaches. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrified cries erupted from behind. Startled, the group turned to witness the corridor behind them teeming with insects, a writhing mass that sent chills down their spines. "Attack!" Lin Yi bellowed with fury, his right hand wielding a bone spear with formidable ferocity. With a powerful strike, he shattered the head of a creature, causing its viscous fluids to splatter across the ground, ultimately rendering it lifeless before him. Among the crowd, some individuals braced themselves against benches, fervently swinging and crushing numerous insects. Though these creatures were initially terrifying, the enhancements gained by the crowd rendered the act of extermination remarkably effortless. The more Lin Yi killed, the more he felt his own power intensifying, to the point of being somewhat alarmed. This rapid surge of strength rendered him unable to wield it with finesse, often resulting in excessive force that left the insects crushed into mere pulp. Others shared a similar struggle with controlling their power, nearly causing harm to their comrades. Nevertheless, the insects ahead had been eradicated, and the group soon found themselves at the staircase on the right. "Hurry, ascend the stairs to the second floor," a young man shouted urgently, swiftly leaping up the steps. The others hurriedly followed, many unwilling to lag behind, especially with a throng of insects in pursuit, leaving them too frightened to even contemplate fighting back. "Oh no, the staircase to the third floor has collapsed and is blocked. Damn it, this is a dead end. What do we do now?" Chapter 6, Abandonment. The second floor proved to be a cul-de-sac, plunging the group's spirits into despair, their faces reflecting their distress. At that moment, a series of piercing screams echoed from the first floor. The insects had caught up. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he realized they were trapped and without a solution. They might perish here. Although they seemed to be dispatching the insects with ease, the sheer number was overwhelming, exhausting anyone involved. Moreover, only about 10 individuals possessed any real capability, alongside 3 children and 4 women. What to do? Think of a solution quickly. Panic set in for some, nearly bringing them to tears. After all, who had suggested retreating to the second floor? The group cast angry glances at Lin Yi and the nurse, Li Shuiying, blaming them for insisting that the second floor housed a cafeteria. Lin Yi remained unfazed, while Li Shuiying lowered her head in shame, feeling as though she had committed a grave error. It was indeed her suggestion for Lin Yi to ascend, but in retrospect, it appeared to be a path leading to doom, which weighed heavily on her conscience. Jiang Qinqin refrained from further comments, while Li Shuiying tightened her grip on the fire axe, keeping close to Lin Yi's side. The youth wielding the bone knife cast an irritable glance their way. Yet this was not the time for disputes, so he could only muster the courage to follow along. Hiss! From below the staircase, a vast swarm of insects surged forth, their cacophony echoing ominously, causing the faces of everyone present to turn a ghastly shade of green. The sight was overwhelming, with insects piled upon one another, rendering it impossible to discern an end to the writhing mass. Would they be able to fight their way through? Although Lin Yi was alarmed, he felt compelled to fight on. Otherwise, remaining here was futile. The only option would be to leap into the chasm, yet he possessed confidence that others lacked. His countenance darkened as he exclaimed, "With so many insects, we cannot escape. You must fend for yourselves. I shall jump down from here and will not wait in this place to meet my demise." Upon finishing his words, he turned and swiftly made his way to the collapsed area on the second floor, executing a deft somersault as he leaped down. In the wake of his departure, several individuals among the remaining group were stirred, for they were unencumbered. Wait for me. I shall follow. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression turned to one of fury, for he had never anticipated such behavior from these individuals. One by one, they rushed to the edge of the collapse and quickly jumped down. Given their current strength, this posed no significant challenge, but there were still a few children nearby, and some individuals had not undergone any enhancements. These people clung to their children, having never slain insects and thus lacking fortitude. Damn it, are you abandoning us? A middle-aged man cried out in anger. Do not leave us behind. A woman screamed in terror, sprinting towards a departing middle-aged man and grasping his arm. In response, he shoved her aside in frustration and jumped down, leaving the remaining group with grim expressions. Several middle-aged men, holding their sons and daughters, realized it was too late to voice their concerns. The young man led the way, followed by 5 or 6 others. Soon, all capable individuals among the remaining were departing, leaving Lin Yi alone in this dire situation. Cursed fate. Lin Yi was consumed by rage. If they had not fled, there might have been a chance to carve out an escape. Yet now, they had all run away. Could they not unite in this dire moment? His anger was futile. Even the thought of fighting on was impossible, for it was only he and Li Shuiying who could confront the insects. The remaining few were all preoccupied with their children, lacking the strength to assist. You all, tear your clothes and fashion them into ropes to descend together, Lin Yi declared resolutely. Then he positioned himself defiantly before the others, and the 3 middle-aged men realized the gravity of the situation. They hastily removed their garments, tearing them into strips and binding them together to create a makeshift rope, barely sufficient for their descent. Just then, an onslaught of insects surged up from below, closing in on them. Lin Yi's countenance darkened with fury as he swung his bone spear with ferocity, sending 3 insects flying with a resounding crash. Lin Yi wielded a bone spear, mercilessly crushing or sending flying the approaching insects, determined to thwart their advance. Beside him, Li Shuiying swung a fire axe with fervor, dispatching the oncoming creatures. The 2 were the last remaining fighters, naturally taking it upon themselves to hold the line and buy precious time. While Lin Yi could have escaped alone, he could not bear the thought of these innocent children being devoured by the insects. Such a fate was simply intolerable for him. Hurry! Lin Yi let out a fierce roar, brandishing his bone spear in a sweeping motion, striking down with tremendous force, causing liquid to gush forth and insects to scatter in all directions. However, with his current strength, he could only sustain this effort for a brief period, struggling to maintain control, and the exertion was considerable. After merely 2 minutes, he distinctly felt an overwhelming pressure, as though the bone spear had grown heavier in his grasp. Despite the mysterious gas obtained from slaying the insects aiding in his recovery, it remained a challenge to maintain his balance. Lin Yi felt that he had reached the limits of his strength, unable to enhance himself further through the extermination of insects. He sensed that the energy acquired from slaying these creatures was finite, rendering him incapable of further fortification. Name: Lin Yi. Race: human. Lifespan: 90 years. Cultivation method: none. Life potential: 210. Capable of exerting 210 gene of force. This information stirred some speculation within Lin Yi, indicating that his power had evolved to its peak. It seemed as though exterminating insects could no longer contribute to his growth, perhaps deemed trivial, hindering his ability to amplify his prowess any further. Such conjecture cast a shadow over his thoughts. If this continued, he would be unable to advance his capabilities. However, at that moment, the 3 middle-aged men had successfully fashioned a rope and secured it to an exposed steel rebar, allowing for their descent. Bang! Lin Yi suddenly pivoted and swept his weapon, sending a bug flying away from Li Shuiying's side, instantly vanquishing it. However, the sheer multitude of these creatures forced the 2 to fight while retreating, lest they be overwhelmed. Yet, Lin Yi realized that if they continued to fall back, they would likely be engulfed before they could escape. With a surge of anger, he thrust his spear forward, producing a resounding crash as a cluster of bugs was sent flying. Rather than retreating, he boldly charged ahead to engage the enemy. Though taken aback, Li Shuiying gritted her teeth and followed suit, wielding her fire axe with fierce determination. The shadows of her strikes cutting through the air as the sound of wind howled and green liquid splattered around them. Bang! Bang! As Lin Yi advanced while slaying foes, the bone spear became increasingly adept in his grasp, as if he had wielded it for many years. This phenomenon was rather peculiar. Although he had never formally studied any form of weaponry, an innate understanding of its optimal usage seemed to awaken within him. The 2 of them stood resolutely against the onslaught of these creatures, while Jiang Qiqin, cradling her daughter, refused to retreat, steadfastly following closely behind Lin Yi, as though she could not bear to be separated. "Are you ready yet?" Lin Yi, filled with rage, turned around only to find his expression darkening in horror. To his dismay, there was no one behind him. The 3 middle-aged individuals had descended with their children, and the remaining 2 women had followed suit. Why had no one bothered to inform him? How infuriating. This revelation ignited a profound indignation within Lin Yi. What was happening? He had risked his life to protect these people, yet they had fled without a word, seemingly oblivious to the necessity of unity for survival. "You go ahead." His mood soured as he realized that only Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying remained with him. However, the number of insects was increasing, and if they did not leave soon, they might be trapped there forever. Jiang Qinqin was also incensed. She had not anticipated such treachery from those individuals. Without hesitation, aware of the imminent danger, she swiftly fashioned a rope from her clothing and began her descent. Fortunately, the others had not severed the rope. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been driven to madness. At that moment, Li Shuiying suddenly appeared elated, bending down as if to retrieve something. "Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and leave. Go." He uttered no more, quickly turning to flee with her. They reached the area of collapse, where he found Jiang Qinqin anxiously waiting below, having not abandoned them. Lin Yi spoke little, swiftly leaping alongside Li Shuiying. A 10-meter drop would typically leave an average person either dead or severely injured. However, having undergone physical enhancement, their bodies possessed extraordinary resilience and strength, rendering the peril trivial. Thud. Upon landing, Lin Yi barely had time to utter a word before he swiftly propelled the 2 of them forward. Behind them, a horde of insects surged forth, hissing and roaring, creating a cacophony that sent chills down one's spine. "Why are there so many insects?" Lin Yi exclaimed, cursing vehemently as he glanced ahead, discovering a massive swarm advancing toward them. Meanwhile, a dense throng of insects pursued them relentlessly from behind, escalating the urgency of their situation. "Over there, I know of a utility room that has a small door leading to the back entrance of the hospital," Li Shuiying prompted urgently. Without hesitation, Lin Yi followed her as they swiftly veered to the side, racing towards the indicated location, while a vast swarm of insects continued to close in, instilling a palpable fear. "This is it." Soon, the trio arrived at a door, hurriedly entering and slamming it shut behind them. At that moment, Lin Yi finally had a chance to catch his breath, feeling utterly drained. Li Shuiying, too, collapsed onto the ground, her body seemingly devoid of strength. The adrenaline rush of battling the insects had masked her fatigue, but now the aches coursed through her limbs. Outside, a clattering noise echoed ominously, raising the trio's anxiety levels. Lin Yi quickly dragged some heavy shelves to barricade the door, finally allowing himself to relax. "That was close. We almost met our end," Lin Yi muttered angrily under his breath, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He had fought valiantly for those people, and yet they had abandoned him, fleeing on their own. Did they truly believe they could survive alone? "Brother Lin, look at this." At that moment, Li Shuiying suddenly exclaimed with a playful tone, holding 2 shimmering orbs of light in her hands, leaving Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin utterly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 7. 2 Pieces of Equipment. Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at the 2 luminous spheres in Li Shuiying's hand, each the size of an egg and shrouded in mystery. It was from such spheres that his bone spear had originated, and now encountering 2 more filled him with a mix of surprise and excitement. Could these enigmatic orbs also contain equipment? Jiang Qinqin exclaimed with delight. Subsequently, Lin Yi took the 2 luminous spheres into his possession, and upon the mere touch of his fingers, they transformed into radiant beams of light that enveloped him. He then sensed the presence of additional items in his grasp. A truly wondrous occurrence. "What is this?" Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed upon the objects before him, the first being a pair of pitch-black spikes. These formidable spikes glimmered with a chilling radiance, exuding an aura of lethal intent, reminiscent of instruments of slaughter. Bone demon spikes, crafted from razor-sharp beast fangs. They could slice through iron as if it were mere clay, possessing unparalleled sharpness, level, common grade 3. As Lin Yi contemplated the information before him, his emotions surged, evoking a sensation akin to that of a game. He handed the sharp bone spikes to Li Shuiying and proceeded to examine the remaining items. A bow and arrows? At this moment, not only Lin Yi but also Jiang Qinqin and the others were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated acquiring such remarkable items. A snow-white bow accompanied by a finely crafted quiver, filled with numerous menacing bone arrows. White bone bow, composed of resilient material, meticulously fashioned from powerful beast bones, level, common grade 3. White bone arrows, as hard as iron and exceptionally sharp, capable of piercing gold and shattering stone. Level, common grade 2. Lin Yi gazed at the items before him, astonished. He had not anticipated that they were of the third and second tier of common quality, far superior to his bone spear. This set of bone arrows comprised 20 shafts, each of a commendable second-tier quality, a notion almost beyond belief. He even questioned whether these artifacts were indeed game equipment, as they appeared exceedingly peculiar. The three of them stood in silence, absorbed in contemplation, with no one daring to speak. Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin refrained from voicing their thoughts, as these items had emerged from Lin Yi's conquest of pests, though it was conceivable that they could have been acquired through Li Shuiying's efforts as well. Please, each of you select an item. I have no further need for the bone spear, Lin Yi declared decisively. Upon hearing this, both women displayed expressions of delight, astonished by Lin Yi's generosity. In truth, had he chosen not to offer, they would have thought little of it. Such behavior would have been entirely expected. Yet, his willingness to share signified that he could be trusted. Lin Yi was not foolish, recognizing that retaining these items served little purpose. His primary focus was to arm himself. Now, only Jiang Qinqin and her daughter, along with Li Shuiying, remained in their group. Previously, those individuals had fled, leaving Lin Yi feeling quite irate. And he still harbored some discomfort. After all, who would feel good knowing they had saved others only to be abandoned? It was fortunate that he had not succumbed to madness. Thank you, Jiang Qinqin whispered gratefully, then continued, Shuiying, I have practiced archery before. Might I use the bow and arrows? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shuiying replied with a smile, Of course, Qinqin. You are far more adept with them than I. And I believe these bone spikes suit me perfectly. She playfully twirled the sharp bone spikes in her palms, reveling in their dexterity. Lin Yi watched her with a hint of astonishment, wondering if she had prior experience with such daggers, for she appeared exceedingly familiar with them. Li Shuiying chuckled, Brother Lin. I often played with these long pins in the past, so they feel quite familiar to me, and I truly believe these bone spikes are a perfect fit. That's wonderful. Lin Yi refrained from elaborating. Any means to enhance his strength was sufficient, as his paramount objective was to become more formidable. Regrettably, he recognized the predicament of being unable to further augment himself through exterminating the insects, a matter of considerable gravity. Subsequently, the trio engaged in a hushed discussion within the storeroom, contemplating their next course of action. Lin Yi believed that securing a safe haven was of utmost importance, along with procuring sustenance. Otherwise, it was likely that, within a few days, they would succumb to starvation rather than fall victim to the insects. Food was indeed crucial. However, Jiang Qinqin shook her head and remarked, I frequently visit this hospital, and in order to reach the dining hall, I must traverse the hospital's main hall, where numerous monstrous insects abound. Alas, Lin Yi sighed and remarked, if they had not departed alone, we might have had a chance to fight our way through. Alas, indeed. Had those individuals remained, united in purpose, we could have surely reached the cafeteria together. Now, however, the disparity in strength among the three of us is quite significant, bordering on mere folly. Although the three possess formidable power, Lin Yi alone boasts over 200 pounds of strength, while Jiang Qinqin holds over 130 pounds. And Li Shuiying possesses 150 pounds, exertion inevitably takes its toll. With such a multitude of insects descending upon us, we would undoubtedly be exhausted. Should we find ourselves surrounded, escape would likely be impossible, leading to our demise. Those individuals are truly despicable for their actions. Li Shuiying, somewhat irked, brandished her bone spikes. Naturally, anyone would feel angered. Lin Yi paid little heed to it. What does it matter now that they have left? Our foremost concern is to strategize for survival and seek sustenance. Do you think these insects are exclusive to this hospital, or are they ubiquitous? Jiang Qinqin suddenly posed this question. Lin Yi's expression suddenly shifted, as he contemplated a thought too dreadful to entertain. If what he feared was indeed true, it would be utterly alarming. Surely not. Li Shuiying mused, uncertainty lacing her voice. However, Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile and remarked, Considering the events that have transpired within this hospital, I suspect the reality may far exceed our imagination. Otherwise, the police and military would have arrived by now. Doesn't that resonate with you? A heavy silence fell upon the trio, each lost in their own melancholic thoughts. For Lin Yi, the impact was less profound. An orphan raised by an elderly man, he had never known his parents and now had no family to speak of. In contrast, Jiang Qinqin had her daughter, husband, and relatives to consider. Regrettably, if Lin Yi's suspicions held any weight, the situation was indeed dire. Li Shuiying, fresh out of university, found herself burdened by worries for her own family, uncertain of their fate. She felt a wave of despondency wash over her, much like Jiang Qinqin, as women often bear a more delicate side. Though Lin Yi also harbored vulnerabilities, he understood that to survive, he must exhibit strength. Otherwise, the harsh realities of life would consume him. "Mommy, Wen is hungry." A sudden, bright voice pierced the gloom, startling the three of them. Lin Yi turned in astonishment to see a little girl, nestled in Jiang Qinqin's arms, beginning to awaken, her chubby face and large, sparkling eyes radiating innocence. It struck him as remarkable that she had slept so soundly, undisturbed by the cacophony of screams outside. "Wen, be patient. Mommy will find you something to eat soon," Jiang Qinqin said, her heart aching yet compelled to soothe her child. She chuckled softly. "This is my daughter, Yiwen, just 2 years old." "Wen, say thank you to this big brother," Jiang Qinqin prompted. The little girl, with her curious gaze, blinked her big eyes and chirped, "Thank you, big brother." Although she did not understand why her mother wanted her to express gratitude, she complied obediently, eliciting a wry smile from Lin Yi. He chose not to elaborate further and instead turned his thoughts inward, pondering how to ensure their survival. "Shuiying, didn't you mention a small door here?" Lin Yi suddenly recalled. Li Shuiying's eyes lit up with recognition. "Yes, I remember coming here once. There's a small door at the back of this supply room that leads to the hospital's rear entrance." Indeed, the three of them ventured into the room, discovering an array of medical equipment scattered about. Behind the apparatus, they found the small door, potentially a means of escape. "Do you remember what lies behind the hospital?" Lin Yi inquired cautiously. However, both Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin shook their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity with the area beyond the hospital. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Yi ultimately resolved to investigate. It was certainly a better option than remaining in their current predicament. "Prepare yourself. We are about to leave this place in search of a secure refuge." Lin Yi made his decision, and neither of them opposed it. The only one who seemed puzzled was the young girl Yiwen, who curiously glanced around, unsure of how her mother ended up in this place with this older brother and sister. Click. Lin Yi cautiously opened the door and peered through the crack, revealing a silent corridor beyond. Vaguely, he discerned fragments scattered throughout the passage, stained with blood, and even glimpsed several severed fingers. No insects were visible outside. Yet he instinctively covered her eyes. As Lin Yi issued his instructions, Jiang Qinqin quickly realized the reason behind it. She softly spoke to her daughter, who obediently nodded before covering Xiao Yuan's eyes with a piece of black cloth. At that moment, observing Jiang Qinqin cradling Yuan while attempting to wield a bow and arrow seemed rather cumbersome. Ultimately, Lin Yi proposed to carry Xiao Yuan on his back, thus granting Jiang Qinqin the opportunity to utilize her bow. "Let us proceed." Lin Yi conducted a thorough examination and, upon confirming that Yiwen behind him would not fall, gave the order to proceed. At that moment, as the trio stepped through the small door, they were immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood that assailed their senses. The three of them furrowed their brows in discomfort, especially upon observing the scattered remnants, which were nothing short of grotesque fragments of human bones and flesh. Ahead lay 3 pathways. To the left was the hospital's main hall. To the right led to another building, and straight ahead was the passageway leading to the rear gate of the hospital. Li Shuiying quietly suggested they first investigate the back of the hospital to ascertain whether an escape was possible. Lin Yi resolved to venture behind the hospital. The three of them moved cautiously, eager to discover whether an escape from this place was possible and to ascertain the circumstances that lay beyond its walls, which remained shrouded in uncertainty. It was imperative to witness it firsthand to truly comprehend the situation. Chapter 8. The Sun and Moon in the Sky. The silent corridor was strewn with remnants of torn flesh, and numerous fingers and shattered bones were visible. These were the remains left behind by the ravenous insects. Lin Yi's expression was tinged with caution. He did not focus on the surroundings, but rather kept his gaze fixed ahead, walking carefully. Beside him, Jiang Qinqin had her bow drawn, her demeanor equally vigilant as she observed every subtle movement in front of them. To the right, Li Shuiying gripped a pair of bone spikes, diligently following suit, and the trio remained silent. They even tempered their breathing, striving not to disturb any lurking insects, lest they invite trouble. Before long, the three arrived at a junction in the corridor. They cautiously surveyed the passageways to the left and right, and upon confirming the absence of any insects, they felt a sense of relief and pressed onward. Their destination was the rear entrance of the hospital. Thus, they paid little heed to the side corridors. As long as no insects emerged, their primary concern was to ascertain whether an exit from the hospital existed. In a short while, the trio reached the end of the corridor, where they encountered a locked isolation door. This predicament caused Lin Yi to feel somewhat troubled. Forcefully breaking it open would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. "Let me handle this." Li Shuiying stepped forward, skillfully employing her sharp-boned spikes, and within 2 deft movements, she managed to sever the iron lock. Lin Yi observed the dark-bone spikes in her hands, marveling at their formidable sharpness, capable of slicing through iron with ease. Indeed, as if it were mere clay. Snap! Lin Yi cautiously opened the door, and through a narrow crack, he finally glimpsed the scene outside. However, in the next moment, he stood frozen, for what he beheld was utterly astonishing. Beside him, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying exchanged curious glances, wondering why he was staring for so long. Seemingly in a daze. Was something unexpected unfolding? "Lin Yi, what is it?" Jiang Qinqin inquired softly. Suddenly, Lin Yi snapped back to reality, his expression grave. He observed the curiosity in their eyes, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he fully opened the door and stepped outside. The trio emerged into a vast expanse of lush grass, yet what greeted their eyes was nothing short of shocking. They stood there, speechless, as if words had abandoned them. Before them lay a vibrant tapestry of greenery, with countless towering trees forming a dense forest, all of which struck them with an unsettling chill. Indeed, the 3 of them had come out of the hospital only to be confronted with such a scene. This was the back entrance of the hospital. Yet there were no streets or buildings in sight. It was entirely an endless stretch of woodland. Moreover, the trees were colossal, their trunks thick enough for 3 people to embrace, with the largest soaring high into the clouds, leaving them to gaze up in awe. Was this still Earth? Lin Yi was rendered speechless, gazing upward in a daze, for all that he beheld was utterly revolutionary. In the void above, 2 colossal entities hung aloft, one radiating with fierce brilliance, the other soft and ethereal. It was undeniably the sun and the moon he had once observed. However, he had never witnessed both celestial bodies coexisting in the firmament. What could this signify? Furthermore, the trees before him towered into the clouds, entirely unlike anything that could be found on Earth. Even in the most lush tropical rainforests, such trees were non-existent. The smallest among them required the embrace of 3 individuals to encircle its trunk. What, then, was their current location? Li Shuiying asked, bewildered. In truth, it was not only she who felt astonished. Jiang Qinqin shared her incredulity. She found it hard to believe her own eyes, yet the reality was undeniable. This could not be fabricated. Were they still on Earth? Lin Yi's heart quivered with unease, as he sensed that something was amiss. Had the entire hospital transported them to an unfamiliar realm, or perhaps an alien planet? The trees around him appeared to have thrived for many years, their towering heights a testament to their age. This was Lin Yi's initial intuition, and then he recalled the enigmatic voice that he and his companions had once heard, announcing the activation of Training Ground Number 1. Could this be the so-called training ground? Lin Yi felt somewhat dazed, a throbbing headache gnawing at him. Realizing that they were in deep trouble, if things went awry, their very survival could be at stake. Everything had changed, and they were unsure if they still resided on Earth. The sun and moon hung side by side in the void, leaving them to ponder their whereabouts. Jiang Qinqin's complexion was pale, her thoughts consumed by her husband and loved ones, uncertain of their location and whether they could ever reunite. Such thoughts plagued even Li Shuiying. Though Lin Yi remained relatively unaffected, trouble loomed. It seemed not only their hospital was undergoing this transformation, but perhaps the entire planet was experiencing some arcane shift. That mysterious voice must surely be the source of it all. Lin Yi murmured this to himself. His conjecture might hold truth. Yet the pressing concern was how to confront the looming unknown dangers. Before them lay a vast forest, trees towering and lush, an ominous aura emanating from the depths, intensifying the sense of peril within the woods. We cannot venture into the forest. The threat would only escalate. Lin Yi was certain that both he and Jiang Qinqin shared an instinctive perception of danger lurking within the woods. This heightened awareness stemmed from their formidable physical prowess, endowing them with an innate sense of threat, truly remarkable. Look, only these 3 buildings remain of the hospital, remarked Li Shuiying, turning in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Yi turned to gaze, his heart racing with intensity, for behind the trio stood 3 buildings. These edifices were the sole survivors, and the fate of the others remained a mystery. Each structure leaned precariously, and upon closer inspection, It was evident that they might have suddenly materialized within the forest, elucidating the onslaught of monstrous insects. The woods were teeming with insects, yet Lin Yi pondered the enormity of these creatures. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he contemplated the terrifying nature of the insects. What of other beings, such as ferocious beasts? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to voice his concerns. Have you considered that if these insects are so colossal, what might other animals, like fierce predators, look like? A sharp intake of breath escaped Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying as they felt a chill envelop them, their minds racing with dreadful possibilities. Naturally, they could envision the dire implications if some animals were to match, or even surpass, the size and ferocity of the insects. How could they possibly survive? Look. On the third floor of that building, there seems to be a figure, Jiang Qinqin suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the building on the left. Lin erased his gaze and, on the third floor, faint silhouettes were indeed discernible. These individuals seemed to have noticed the three of them, peering curiously out of the windows, evidently aware of everything occurring below. Everyone, come quickly. 3 more individuals have emerged. In front of the windows on the third floor, a cautious group was observing, seemingly astonished by Lin Yi and his companions. In truth, they had long been aware of the forest presence, but they were acutely conscious of the greater dangers it harbored. They are doomed. What a pity for the 2 beautiful women, lamented one person, his expression filled with regret. Humph. A young man, meticulously polishing a chilling bone blade, interjected. This weapon, a menacing dagger, indicated that he had undergone enhancement and possessed a formidable weapon, likely acquired from vanquishing a pest. Moreover, within this vast chamber, more than 30 individuals were present, the majority armed. Over 20 of them were men, while a mere dozen were women, most of whom cowered in fear. The young man scoffed, casting a glance at the figures below, and proclaimed, "Those 3 are as good as dead." Daring to venture outside the forest is a blatant act of folly. Indeed, a middle-aged man replied, his face still pale with terror. Earlier, a large group rushed out, and within mere minutes of entering the forest, they were systematically slaughtered by ferocious beasts. Lin Yi did not voice any objections and readily agreed, while the 3 swiftly turned to enter the hospital. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly surged forth from the forest, lunging towards them. In an instant, Lin Yi sensed a looming danger, a chilling aura enveloping him, causing cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively knew they were ambushed. But what creature lay in wait within the thicket? In the face of this peril, Lin Yi unleashed all his strength, letting out a powerful roar as he pivoted and executed a rapid horizontal sweep, the air around him shattering with a deafening whoosh. In that fleeting moment of turning, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld a colossal beast charging at him, its maw brimming with vicious fangs, dripping with viscous crimson saliva. With a thunderous crash, Lin Yi felt a jolt of pain reverberate through his body, the terrifying force of the impact propelling him through the air, nearly crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to adjust mid-air, swiftly twisting his body to land on his knees. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan behind him could have met with grave danger. What in the world is this? Lin Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment and rage as he beheld the colossal creature before him. It was a ferocious beast, resembling a cat yet possessing the formidable stature of a tiger, measuring over 3 meters in length, with razor-sharp fangs that glistened ominously. Be careful. At that moment, instead of lunging at Lin Yi, the beast leapt to the side, targeting Jiang Qinqin, aiming to sink its teeth into her with lethal intent, and the situation was dire. Lin Yi, filled with rage, propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, akin to a piercing arrow. Unfortunately, there was one who was swifter. Li Shuiying swiftly pivoted, her hands brandishing sharp-boned spikes as she lunged at the ferocious beast with a precise thrust. With a splatter, blood erupted. The beast, nimble as it was, managed to evade the full force of the strike, sustaining only a minor graze to its fur. With a thunderous roar, the wounded creature unleashed its fury, intent on pouncing once more. Yet, by that moment, Lin Yi had already arrived, delivering a fierce slash that summoned a powerful gust of wind. Chapter 9. The Prehistoric Behemoth. With a resounding crash, dust billowed into the air, and a figure was sent hurtling away. Lin Yi's expression turned to one of shock and disbelief. He had been knocked back. Just how immense was the strength of this colossal beast? While airborne, he sensed the presence of Xiao Yuan behind him and had to forcibly contort his body to land safely. In that instant, he realized that although the creature was formidable, his strike had indeed left it dazed. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a flash of white light. A bow and arrow shot through the beast's back with a sickening thud. However, this tiger-like monster had sensed impending danger and had twisted its body to evade a fatal blow. This strike had come from Jiang Qinchin, yet it failed to pierce the creature's throat. Had it succeeded, that arrow would have dealt a devastating blow. But it still incited the beast's wrath. With a deafening roar that reverberated through the mountains, the injured creature became increasingly agitated, its fierce gaze fixed upon Jiang Qinchin, baring its menacing fangs as it emitted a low growl. At that moment, Li Shuiying had positioned herself beside Jiang Qinchin, cautiously observing the formidable beast. She stood ready to protect her comrade, for Jiang Qinchin, wielding a bow, required a guardian at her side. With a savage roar, the beast surged forward, its limbs coiling with power, seemingly poised to pounce. Yet, just then, a figure surged forth. Lin Yi, his expression cautious, positioned himself in front of the beast. Lin Yi remained vigilant. This was a primordial creature, reminiscent of a saber-toothed cat from a million years past, far more ferocious than a modern tiger. Jiang Qinchin, with a serious expression, gave a surprised warning. Lin Yi's expression turned pale, his heart racing in shock. Was this truly a prehistoric creature from a million years ago? He stared at the beast before him, over 3 meters in length, resembling a cat yet reminiscent of a tiger, with razor-sharp fangs that made it appear utterly ferocious. It was no wonder that such immense strength could easily send him, weighing over 200 pounds, flying. It was unfathomable. At that moment, on the 3rd floor of the hospital, a group of onlookers watched in astonishment. One young man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Goodness, it is indeed a prehistoric creature. I have read about this before. It is a type of terror cat from Earth a million years ago, truly fearsome." Some shook their heads in dismay, believing that Lin Yi and his companions were doomed. Confronted by such a terrifying prehistoric beast, it was evident that this was no ordinary foe. The terror cat, with its fur billowing, stood 1 meter tall and stretched 3 meters in length, exuding a majestic and fearsome presence. Its fangs grotesque and its eyes glinting with a murderous intent. It was clear that this creature was a master of slaughter, a fierce predator from the prehistoric era. Lin Yi could palpably sense its terrifying power, realizing that had he not undergone enhancement, he would have surely perished. The fate of the 3 was grim. A large group had previously fallen victim, and this was merely one of many more dreadful beings lurking in the forest. To venture out now would be akin to seeking death. With heads hung low, many lamented that Lin Yi and his companions were courting disaster, and no one believed they could survive. Unless their strength evolved to an extraordinary level, they stood no chance against this prehistoric terror cat. Roar. Indeed. The terror cat let out a low growl, propelling itself towards Lin Yi with a force that carried a nauseating stench of blood. Clang. Sparks flew as the terror cat was unexpectedly halted. Lin Yi's bone spear twisted like a serpent, piercing through the air and striking the creature's paw with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. In that instant, he felt a surge of power hit him, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps before he finally managed to halt, his face pale. The strength of this terror cat was beyond comprehension. Could he truly contend with it had he not undergone evolution? Kill. Lin Yi did not dwell on his thoughts. There was no time for contemplation, only the urgency to bellow fiercely and charge forward. Among the trio, he was the strongest, and if he did not engage, both Jiang Qinchin and Li Shuiying would surely fall victim. The fearsome cat, enraged by Lin Yi's audacious approach, roared in fury, perceiving his actions as a grave provocation. With a thunderous roar, it lunged at him, intent on sinking its fangs into its prey before feasting on the remaining 2. Yet, it underestimated Lin Yi's cunning. Just as he reached the creature, he halted abruptly, raising his bone spear to aim at the cat's throat. Just as he anticipated the beast's collision, to his astonishment, the prehistoric predator swiped a claw, deflecting his spear with a resounding thud. Undeterred, it charged forward, jaws agape, ready to deliver a vicious bite. Caught off guard, Lin Yi momentarily froze, incredulous that such a brute could exhibit such cunning. Having recently experienced a similar encounter, his limited combat experience left him vulnerable. As the cat lunged, a sharp glint sliced through the air. With a splatter, blood sprayed across Lin Yi's face, its heat jolting him back to awareness. Instinctively, he dodged the lethal strike, narrowly evading the creature's ferocity. In a swift motion, he pivoted and thrust his spear forward, piercing the cat's body with the force of a dragon emerging from the sea. The sharp whistle of the weapon echoing as it struck true. The massive beast, having been wounded by Lin Yi's spear, now suffered grievously. blood gushing forth as it staggered to the ground. At that moment, Li Shuiying, who had been poised to strike, launched herself forward, her sharp bone spikes plunging into the creature's eyes with two resounding thuds. The colossal cat, overwhelmed by successive, lethal blows, howled in agony, thrashing wildly as it flung Li Shuiying aside, who fortunately landed unharmed. Die! Lin Yi shouted as he leapt into the air, raising his elongated bone spear for a powerful strike. With a tremendous crash, the ground shook as the formidable cat was driven into the earth, blood spraying 3 meters high. To Lin Yi's astonishment, despite such a brutal assault, the creature had not yet succumbed. Without hesitation, he raised his spear once more and delivered a ferocious blow, shattering the cat's skull. Unbelievable. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, a crowd of spectators stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. They could scarcely believe their eyes, astonished that these 3 individuals had vanquished such a fearsome creature. Yet, the reality before them was undeniable. Lin Yi and his companions had indeed slain the terrifying prehistoric beast. A profound silence enveloped them, their hearts racing with disbelief. Recalling the earlier scene where numerous individuals had been mercilessly hunted down by these ferocious felines, someone swallowed hard and remarked, "Who is this fellow? So fierce that he can even slay a prehistoric saber-toothed tiger? It's astonishing." Indeed, the crowd was utterly astonished, gazing at Lin Yi and his companions below, as he was finally rising to his feet, panting. At that moment, having conquered that fearsome creature, he silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. There was no denying it. He suddenly realized that he possessed no combat skills whatsoever. Currently, he had merely enhanced his physical strength, lacking any real techniques for fighting, relying solely on brute force. "We must leave this place at once." Lin Yi, with no time to rest, swiftly commanded and approached the colossal prehistoric cat. At that moment, a massive surge of crimson energy erupted, splitting into 3 streams that swiftly entered the bodies of the trio. Although this occurrence astonished them, they understood that pondering over it was not an option. Their priority was to escape from the scene. Without hesitation, Lin Yi seized one of the cat's legs and dragged it along. He, along with Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying, towed the lifeless beast to the door and quickly entered, leaving behind a throng on the 3rd floor of the hospital who looked on with envy. These onlookers were genuinely envious, as the demise of such a prehistoric creature would undoubtedly yield significant rewards, regardless of whether they obtained any equipment. The mere act of slaying the cat was enough to incite admiration among the crowd. The fortune of the trio was indeed remarkable. Whispers of jealousy circulated among them. Meanwhile, a young man wielding a bone knife wore an exceedingly grim expression. He had initially anticipated that Lin Yi and his companions would perish at the claws of the cat. But the tables had turned, and it was the beast that lay dead before them. Moreover, he had distinctly observed Li Shuiying, clad in her nurse's attire, pick up a resplendent orb of light, unmistakably a piece of equipment. Damn it! The young man seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless. After all, he was unable to descend. Even if he wished to seize the opportunity, it was implausible, as they would have to confront the swarms of insects surrounding the building to reach the adjacent one. This trio was indeed fortunate, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, living in sheer bliss. Jealous murmurs arose from those who could only watch. In such dire circumstances, individuals like Lin Yi were few and far between. Moreover, as they grew stronger, their emotions naturally became complex, breeding jealousy, an inevitable consequence. Damn it! A horde of insects is approaching. Lin Yi's expression darkened. At that moment, a vast swarm of insects in the corridor turned towards the trio, finally noticing their presence. This realization immediately stirred the entire swarm, which surged towards them with ferocity. Charge! Lin Yi was exceedingly decisive. Having encountered the situation, he resolved to charge forth. He swiftly advanced, his left hand gripping the massive corpse of the saber-toothed cat, while his right hand brandished a bone spear high aloft. The trio moved with remarkable speed, reaching the swarm of insects in the blink of an eye. Chapter 10, The Storage Bracelet. That was a close call. Phew. Lin Yi exhaled softly before cautiously removing the blindfold from the little girl, Xiao Yuan, who had been remarkably silent throughout, leading him to believe she may have fallen asleep. In truth, the child was perceptive. Despite being unable to see her surroundings, she was acutely aware that her mother and the older brother were in peril, which is why she had remained quiet. Mom. Upon being freed, Xiao Yuan quickly tore off the black cloth that had covered her eyes and joyfully leapt into Jiang Qinqin's embrace. Deep down, she was quite frightened. And now that she had regained her composure, She naturally sought comfort from her mother. Jiang Qinqin gently reassured her, whispering soothing words, while Lin Yi took the opportunity to assess his own status. After vanquishing the fearsome cat, a surge of potent energy had flowed into him, enhancing his strength significantly. Name: Lin Yi. Race: human. Lifespan: 100 years. Cultivation method: none. Life potential: 300. Capable of exerting 300 pounds of force. Indeed, as Lin Yi scrutinized his information, he was astonished to find that his strength had increased by 90 pounds. Moreover, his lifespan had been extended by 10 years, now totaling a century. This was merely a fraction of the energy he had absorbed. Had he received it all, he would undoubtedly have become even more formidable. However, he wore a look of astonishment, pondering whether the joint effort of the three in defeating the fearsome cat was the reason for the division of the energy. He had no reason to doubt this theory. It seemed akin to a cooperative battle against a monster. It appeared we were in a precarious situation. Little did he expect to find himself amidst a vast forest, confronting such a prehistoric creature. The fearsome cat, resembling a tiger, measured over 3 meters in length. Truly a terrifying sight. Brother Lin, I found this beside the corpse of the fearsome cat. Could you take a look at it? Li Shuiying, having rested sufficiently, approached Lin Yi and offered him a glowing orb. In truth, Lin Yi had noticed this object earlier, but since Li Shuiying had picked it up, he did not pay it much mind. After all, the circumstances had demanded urgency, and Li Shuiying was not the type to be greedy. At this moment, Lin Yi smiled as he accepted the orb, noticing that it was far more brilliant than the 3 he had previously acquired. After observing it closely, he prodded it gently with his finger, and at last, it transformed into a dazzling radiance. As the light dissipated, an object materialized in his palm, leaving Lin Yi and the others momentarily dumbfounded. In his hand lay a peculiar bracelet, exquisitely crafted, imbued with an ancient and grand aura, reminiscent of an antique ornament. Could this be a bracelet? Jiang Qinqin inquired with a hint of curiosity. Lin Yi then examined it closely and finally discerned a piece of information that left him in a state of profound astonishment, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. It was simply too incredible, too astonishing. Storage bracelet contains a space capable of storing items, with a volume of 10,000 cubic meters, grade, Earth tier, 3rd stage. Lin Yi's countenance radiated with uncontainable joy as he beheld such an introduction, perceiving it as an extraordinary treasure. This item, undoubtedly remarkable, was evidently precious even at the earthly level. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that it was a storage bracelet, boasting a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the expanse of a grand football field. Just imagine the multitude of items that could be stored. Haha. Lin Yi beamed with excitement, captivating the curiosity of Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying, who were eager to uncover the source of his joy. After all, if it were not something remarkable, he would not be grinning so widely, his teeth nearly gleaming in the light. It was a storage wristband, capable of holding items within a space equivalent to that of a football field, an artifact of considerable value. Lin Yi did not conceal this from them and proceeded to explain. A storage wristband of such caliber? Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying were astounded. Although they were not entirely familiar with the specific hierarchy of Earthgrade, the concept of storage was clear to them. Their understanding only heightened their astonishment. This was indeed a treasure, one that could wield immense power if utilized wisely. The ability to store items within a space so vast was undoubtedly a significant boon. Both women felt an exhilarating joy at the prospect of this remarkable acquisition. Yet they held no desire to possess it themselves. Although they too yearned for such a treasure, it was evident that only Lin Yi was destined to claim it first. After all, they had benefited from his assistance, and both owed him their lives. Moreover, he was instrumental in aiding their growth. I shall take this for now. And in the future, I will see if there are others to procure for you, Lin Yi said earnestly, directly addressing the two. That is perfectly fine. It is indeed yours to claim. Jiang Qinqin replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Li Shuiying also voiced no objections, recognizing that he was a person they could trust. Furthermore, while the fearsome creature had been vanquished through their combined efforts, it was best for Lin Yi to retain the treasure. Lin Yi nodded in approval, recognizing the two women as commendable companions. At the very least, they were not as insatiably greedy as others, harboring no ill intentions. Whether their motives were entirely pure remained uncertain, for the human heart is indeed difficult to fathom. Without further contemplation, he adorned himself with the bracelet, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. A sudden shift in his awareness revealed an extraordinary and enigmatic aura emanating from the bracelet, leading him to perceive the existence of an immense spatial realm. Clearly, this space was that of the storage bracelet, vast and devoid of any contents. However, Lenny pondered the notion of possibly stashing away some provisions. Let us devise a plan to search for food within this hospital. For the forest outside conceals significant dangers of which we are unaware. We cannot venture out indiscriminately, he proposed. The trio engaged in discussion, all agreeing on the necessity of this endeavor, ultimately deciding to rest briefly before embarking on their quest for sustenance. At that moment, Xiao Yuan appeared somewhat unwell, and a rumbling sound echoed, causing all three to pause in surprise. Quack! Lin Yi's countenance appeared peculiar, as a series of peculiar sounds emanated from his stomach. Similarly, Jiang Qinqin lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson, both feeling a touch of embarrassment. Mom, I'm hungry, Xiao Yuan chirped, her voice bright, yet lacking vitality. For her hunger was indeed quite pressing. At this moment, Jiang Qinqin felt a sense of helplessness, as there was nothing to eat in their vicinity. Lin Yi's expression shifted as he gazed upon the corpse of the prehistoric cat beside him. Finally, he spoke, let us consume this prehistoric cat. We shall roast a small piece and offer it to Wenwen. How can that be? Jiang Qinqin's countenance changed, and she firmly rejected, Lin Yi. We cannot ignite a fire here. If we do, we will inevitably attract a horde of insects, putting us in an even more perilous situation. Do not worry. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, contemplating, a small fire poses no issue. I shall roast a piece of meat, just large enough for Wenwen. She absolutely cannot consume raw meat. Having spoken, he set to work, gathering combustible materials. Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of warmth and reassurance. Lin Yi instilled in them a profound sense of security. After a flurry of activity, Lin Yi finally managed to slice a piece of meat from the leg of the fearsome cat, placing it over the modest flames to roast. His actions were undeniably perilous, yet he dismissed the danger. While it might attract insects, allowing a child to eat raw meat was simply out of the question. Bang! Hiss! Outside the door, a cacophony erupted, followed by a piercing shriek, the sound of insects in distress. At that moment, Lin Yi and the two women adopted wary expressions, their gazes fixed on the doors, poised for battle. After a considerable interval, the commotion outside subsided, ultimately fading into silence. The three of them exhaled in relief, and Lin Yi noticed that the fire before him had extinguished, yet he held in hand a piece of perfectly roasted meat. Wenwen, here, eat. Lin Yi smiled as he handed over the food. The little girl hesitated for a moment, glancing at her mother before finally accepting it. Her big, sparkling eyes shone brightly as she chirped, Thank you, big brother. This little girl was quite polite, which made Lin Yi smile even more. He found her to be exceptionally perceptive. He watched as she offered the roasted meat to her mother, though it was clear that the latter would not partake, as it was meant for her enjoyment. Raw meat, Lin Yi murmured to himself, and then, gritting his teeth, resolved to use the bone spur of Li Shuiying to slice into the flesh of the fearsome cat. He found himself compelled to consume raw meat. There was no alternative, as igniting a fire had already posed significant danger, and now he had no choice but to eat. The gnawing hunger had rendered him utterly weak, a consequence of the severe lack of energy within his body. Lin Yi understood that he must replenish his energy through sustenance. Otherwise, he would perish not by violence, but by starvation. Crunch! As he took a bite, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Ordinarily, raw meat would reek of a foul odor, yet, remarkably, there was no trace of such stench in the flesh of this fearsome cat. Lin Yi sensed that the meat possessed a peculiar fragrance, which left him quite astonished. He remarked, Do not linger idly. Without sustenance, one cannot muster the strength to vanquish monsters. How shall we survive? Li Shuiying hesitated, her pallid complexion indicating her nausea. In contrast, Jiang Qinqin was resolute. Observing her daughter, she understood that should she falter, her child's fate would be dire. I shall eat. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qinqin gritted her teeth and seized a vibrant piece of prehistoric saber-toothed cat meat, promptly closing her eyes as she consumed it. She scarcely registered the flavor, swallowing it greedily in mere bites. Witnessing this, Li Shuiying ultimately picked up a piece as well, also shutting her eyes and quickly swallowing it down. The three of them, within that storeroom, were indeed consuming raw prehistoric saber-toothed cat meat. Had anyone witnessed this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Chapter 11. The Dining Hall. Have you not found this peculiar? At that moment, Lin Yi, having finished the saber-toothed cat meat, inquired curiously, waving his arms and feeling significantly stronger. However, upon checking his stats, he found no increase in strength, even though he distinctly felt much more powerful. Jiang Qinshin echoed his sentiments, stating, "I too feel considerably stronger. Yet my stats remain at 190 pounds, with no increase. I as well. My strength is still at 193 pounds, unchanged," Li Shuiying affirmed. After consuming the prehistoric saber-toothed cat meat, the trio unmistakably sensed a substantial enhancement in their physical strength, yet the data remained unchanged, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Linny fell into a deep contemplation and then remarked, "Let us set this aside for the moment. It may well be an incremental enhancement that escapes our notice." "Brother Lin, what shall we do now?" Li Shuiying inquired directly. Jiang Qinshin also considered the situation. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Lin Yi, I believe we should head to the dining hall or seek out other survivors, for strength lies in unity." "Indeed." Lin Yi nodded in agreement and remarked, "You are absolutely right. Our next destination is the dining hall, followed by the task of eradicating the pests in the corridors and even within the hospital itself. Let us take a brief respite before we set off." At that moment, Lin Yi felt quite fatigued and chose to close his eyes and rest in a corner. The three individuals took their respective breaks, and once they felt rejuvenated and fully restored, they prepared to embark on their journey. "How revolting!" Li Shuiying exclaimed with a wry smile as she wiped her body, revealing a significant amount of viscous liquid. This substance, emanating from the pests, was overwhelmingly foul-smelling and quite repulsive. She removed her nurse's coat, revealing a snug pair of jeans and a t-shirt underneath, which accentuated her exquisite figure. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinshin felt somewhat helpless, as her attire was already thoroughly soiled, and she had no spare clothes to change into. Lin Yi felt quite uncomfortable. His face sticky and grimy, yet there was no water available to cleanse himself. The storage room lacked a faucet, and even if one existed, it was likely devoid of water. He could only wipe himself down haphazardly and disregard the mess. After slaughtering so many insects along the way, he had lost count of how much insect blood clung to him, and he truly had no desire to dwell on it. At this moment, his primary focus was on strengthening himself and striving to survive. That was the utmost priority. "Let us go," Lin Yi declared, readying himself and instructing the others to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinshin had already secured her daughter on her back, with arrows slung at her waist. Given that Lin Yi was to lead the charge, he could not carry Xiao Yuan as well. Once the trio was prepared, they opened the door, finally revealing the state of the corridor outside. Lin Yi observed the corridor in disarray, teeming with numerous insects lurking about. Suddenly, one of the nearest insects turned, letting out a piercing screech as it caught sight of the trio. In an instant, the other insects in the corridor surged forward with ferocity, intent on devouring the three of them. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He swiftly dashed out the door and delivered a powerful blow, resulting in a resounding crack as the head of a creature was shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, behind him, Li Shuiying moved with remarkable agility. Her hands, armed with bone spikes, deftly pierced the skull of another insect, carving a terrifying fissure, causing it to convulse and ultimately perish. With a whoosh, a bone arrow soared through the air, piercing the body of yet another insect in the corridor, which collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Jiang Qinshin's archery skills were commendable, albeit somewhat rusty. However, the trio was still quite inexperienced in the art of combat. Lin Yi's combat techniques were characterized by ferocious strikes and sweeping motions or rapid thrusts, devoid of any semblance of finesse. It was understandable. This was his inaugural encounter with such monstrous creatures and his first experience wielding weapons like guns and spears, leaving him quite unacquainted. At present, he relied solely on his brute strength to vanquish these insects, recognizing that honing his combat skills would necessitate extensive practical experience. Without it, progress would be unattainable. With a resounding thud, a spear swept through the air, sending two insects soaring, leaving behind a viscous trail as they met their demise against the wall. Lin Yi was in the process of learning how to conserve his strength, which itself constituted a form of skill. He felt an increasing fluidity in his control over his own power, as if he could wield his formidable strength with ease. This mastery would ultimately enhance his endurance in battle. Otherwise, excessive exertion would lead to swift fatigue. "Lin Yi, there are too many insects. We must accelerate our pace if we are to traverse the hall," Jiang Qinshin suggested while drawing her bow, sensing the dire consequences of their current trajectory. The corridor was becoming increasingly congested with insects, and without a hastened effort, they would surely be encircled. However, Lin Yi shook his head slightly, asserting, "Charging through is not viable. Our priority now is to clear as many of these insects as possible. Consider it a means to refine our skills." His words were astonishing, proposing the daunting task of eliminating these terrifying creatures as a means of honing his combat prowess. Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily doubting their hearing, only to realize that he was indeed serious. "But what shall we do if we become surrounded by the insects?" Li Shuiying inquired, her voice tinged with concern. At this, a glimmer of realization struck. Within the storeroom were two doors, one leading back and the other toward a different exit, which also connected to the hospital lobby. Resolutely, the trio decided against advancing further and instead commenced a frenzied hunt for the insects near the entrance. Moreover, Lin Yi was eager to see if he could acquire additional equipment, perhaps some defensive gear. A cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted as countless insects rushed forward, a relentless tide that was utterly terrifying. These creatures had been drawn in by the commotion, their numbers swelling until they completely obstructed the corridor. Lin Yi and his companions firmly established themselves in this location, dispatching one creature after another, and soon the corpses accumulated, effectively barricading the corridor. "We can no longer continue this slaughter. If we do, we shall surely seal off our escape route," Jiang Qinqin lamented, wielding a sharp-boned sword as she struck down the approaching insects. This formidable weapon had recently fallen from a slain creature, and naturally, it was entrusted to her. "Let us proceed." The trio moved with remarkable speed, quickly entering the storeroom to catch their breath before slipping through a narrow door. This led them into another silent corridor, where a few insects meandered aimlessly. Upon encountering Lin Yi and his companions, the creatures erupted into a frenzy. However, the trio remained unfazed, swiftly clearing the area. They then dashed through the left fork of the corridor and finally arrived in the hospital's atrium, where countless insects were screeching in unison. Hiss. Upon the arrival of Lin Yi and his companions, a cacophony of countless insects erupted, their shrill and piercing cries striking terror into the heart. Even Lin Yi himself was taken aback, for the sheer multitude of insects was overwhelming, a dense mass clustered together. Slay. Despite the overwhelming number of creatures, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He boldly charged ahead, leading the assault. Mastering the use of his bone spear with increasing finesse, he swept through the swarm with broad strokes, delivered powerful strikes, and pierced through the throng, sending the insects scattering in all directions. Lin Yi was covered in a viscous substance, his face obscured, resembling an entity entirely enveloped in goo. He did not waver. Rather, his assault intensified, seemingly intent on exterminating every last insect. However, nearby, Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin fared little better, appearing as though they had emerged from a refuse pit, their bodies slick with a foul-smelling slime. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Lin Yi's foot slipped, causing him to fall to the ground, startling Li Shuiying, whose complexion paled in alarm. As he tumbled, a swarm of insects surged forth, eager to engulf him. Fortunately, with Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying at his side, and his swift recovery from the fall, he narrowly avoided disaster. In a fit of rage, he swept through the mass, crushing a multitude of insects beneath him, only then to feel a pang of dread. He then realized, with a wry smile, that the entire ground was coated in this sticky liquid, and it was perilously slippery, the cause of his earlier misstep. "Let us proceed in that direction, but tread carefully on this insect residue. We must not slip." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he wiped the sticky substance from his face and swiftly dashed to one side. The entire hospital hall was littered with countless insect carcasses, all of which had been dispatched by them. It seemed that the swarm had diminished. "Hurry up. The insects are about to surge." At this moment, Li Shuiying was inexplicably gathering something. These were glimmering orbs. Within these orbs, there undoubtedly lay items akin to equipment, but collecting them posed a considerable risk. Nevertheless, she quickly gathered a few of the luminous spheres, narrowly evading the onslaught of several insects, and deftly eliminated them with remarkable efficiency. As Lin Yi and his companions continued to vanquish the insects they encountered, they retreated in a singular direction, the location of the dining hall. Their objective was the dining hall, or more precisely, the sustenance contained within, which was the true motivation behind their journey. The dining hall lay just ahead. They hastened their pace. After a considerable duration, Lin Yi and his companions felt invigorated, having fought their way to the very end of the hospital lobby, at last beholding the pathway leading to the dining hall. Beyond this point lay the hospital's dining hall. If they could fight their way through, they would reach the hall, where nourishment awaited. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi, in a fit of frenzy, brandished his bone spear with unrestrained vigor, annihilating all the insects obstructing their path. Without a moment's pause, the trio pressed forward through the corridor, advancing while dispatching foes. Ultimately arriving at the dining hall. Hurry, come and see, there are people outside. Meanwhile, within the dining hall, a considerable crowd had gathered. As the commotion drew attention, they finally caught sight of three figures approaching, having slaughtered countless insects along the way, creating a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Indeed, there are three individuals. Remarkably strong and quite capable, murmured a burly middle-aged man who came to investigate, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Chapter 12. Assessing the gains. Open the door, quickly. Open the door. As Lin Yi sprinted forward, he shouted a few times, wielding his bone spear with fierce intent, occasionally smashing several insects that dared to pursue him. Ahead lay the dining hall, where figures could already be seen watching the trio approach. Inside, a number of individuals were filled with dread, insisting that the doors must remain shut, lest a swarm of insects follow the three inside, potentially overwhelming the hall. Unfortunately, a robust middle-aged man disregarded their fears and opened the door without hesitation. Upon seeing the entrance swing wide, Lin Yi urged Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying to enter first. After dispatching a few of the pursuing insects, he slipped through the threshold himself. The door slammed shut with a resounding clang, leaving behind a cacophony of frenzied insect cries, rendered powerless against the imposing iron barrier. At last, the trio found refuge within the dining hall, nearly collapsing from the adrenaline of their escape. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi exclaimed, "We made it out at last, narrowly avoiding disaster out there. Brothers, you were truly remarkable. Judging by the situation, you must have dispatched many insects." At that moment, the sturdy middle-aged man approached, chuckling as he remarked, "My friend, you jest. In times like these, every additional pair of hands makes a difference. When one sees another in need, it is only natural to lend assistance." After a hearty laugh, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin, where have you come from? Are there others with you?" Lin Yi tidied up a bit before speaking. "We originally had over 10 people, but in the end, they all fled. I'm not quite sure where they are now." Naturally, he referred to those who had abandoned the three of them earlier, and he felt a twinge of displeasure at the thought. At that moment, Li Shuiying gently nudged him and gestured to the side, prompting Lin Yi's curiosity to glance over. Indeed, in the cafeteria, a group of over 10 individuals were stealthily avoiding eye contact with Lin Yi and the others. At first glance, it was clear that these were the very people who had previously run away, and seeing them now stirred a sense of discontent within him. However, Lin Yi noticed that aside from a few who appeared somewhat guilty, most showed no change in demeanor. Particularly, one young man shot them a disgruntled look, seemingly astonished that Lin Yi and the others had survived. "Lin Yi, when one has a fever." At that moment, Jiang Qinqin's expression turned anxious as she realized her daughter was unwell. Lin Yi's countenance shifted in alarm. He reached out and discovered that the little girl's forehead was indeed quite hot, and she lacked energy. No wonder there had been no sound from her throughout their journey. It turned out she had a high fever. Lin Yi now felt the gravity of the situation. A 2- or 3-year-old girl with a fever. Where could he possibly find fever-reducing medicine in this predicament? What should we do? Jiang Qinqin was understandably anxious, feeling helpless with her daughter by her side, determined that nothing could go wrong. Meanwhile, Li Shuiying, a nurse, was examining Xiaoya Wen's condition, her expression growing grave. She stated, "Qinjie, Wenwen's fever is at least over 40 degrees Celsius. We must administer an injection immediately." But where could they possibly find such an injection? Lin Yi furrowed his brow in deep concern. However, the middle-aged man beside him took notice. He approached and said, "My friend, we have several doctors and nurses here, and likely an ample supply of medications. Let us venture inside to see if there are any antipyretics or fever-reducing injections available." "All right." Lin Yi's expression shifted as he followed the middle-aged man into the expansive dining hall. The space was vast, with tables stacked haphazardly against the windows, obstructing the light. Inside the hall, several rooms revealed a gathering of over 40 individuals. Among them, there were more than 20 men and a dozen or so women, totaling over 40 people. "Do you have any fever-reducing medication?" the middle-aged man inquired, noticing a child in distress from a fever. "Is there any fever reducer or antipyretic?" "None." The man responded with a disgruntled demeanor, glaring at the sudden entrance, his frustration palpable. If not for the middle-aged man's formidable presence, he might have unleashed his wrath, questioning the audacity of requesting fever medication. "Director, lives are at stake. Are you truly out of fever medication? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. However, the young man, the director of the medical team, retorted angrily, "What kind of place is this? This is not a pharmacy. Where would we have fever medication?" Indeed, it was merely a dining hall, devoid of such supplies. Visibly irritated, he added, "If you seek fever medication, you must go to the pharmacy in the main hall. They have everything you need." Lin Yi's expression slightly hardened as he pulled the disappointed Jiang Qinqin along, turning to exit. The others swiftly followed suit, while the director shot a few angry glances before slamming the door shut. Once outside, Lin Yi turned and inquired, "May I ask how to address you, my good sir?" "Ha ha ha, I am Mo Long," the middle-aged man replied with a hearty laugh, almost forgetting to introduce himself. However, his countenance bore a hint of displeasure as he continued, "My apologies, brother. What the director mentioned may indeed hold some truth. After all, this is the dining hall, and everyone is here merely to escape." Lin Yi was acutely aware of the situation. Without further contemplation, he inquired, "Are there any rooms available? Please secure one for us. It is quite uncomfortable to remain in disarray with our belongings." "Very well, there is indeed a room available. I shall summon them," replied Mo Long decisively, leading the trio to a small chamber. Upon arrival, they discovered that a few men were already present within. Among them, Lin Yi recognized one as the young man who had fled alone, along with several others who had escaped at that time. "Please step aside and relinquish this room for the two ladies," a middle-aged man stated bluntly. "What?" The others immediately bristled with indignation. The young leader rose, glaring at Lin Yi and his companions. Coldly, he retorted, "We arrived here first. There is no way you can take it. Leave." Lin Yi was exceedingly furious, emanating an intense aura of lethal intent, truly driven by a murderous impulse. These individuals, having abandoned the group at a critical moment, now stood before him with an air of arrogance, which was utterly infuriating. He pointed his bone spear menacingly, clearly indicating that if they did not leave, he would not hesitate to engage them in combat, which indeed frightened a few of them. Deep down, they felt a twinge of guilt and fear, as Lin Yi had valiantly stood against the creatures while they had fled alone, an action that was inexcusable, as anticipated, aside from the young man. The others obediently lowered their heads and exited. The remaining youth wore a sullen expression, gripping his bone knife tightly, harboring thoughts of confrontation. However, upon witnessing the increasingly frigid demeanor of the middle-aged man, he ultimately let out a cold snort and followed the others out. The middle-aged man then remarked with a smile, "This room shall be reserved for the two ladies and the child to rest. The men will remain outside." With that, he turned away with a grin, leaving Lin Yi and the two others to close the door behind them. Lin Yi first assessed Yi Wen's condition, discovering that she was indeed in dire straits. If her fever did not subside soon, complications could arise. "What should we do, Lin Yi?" Jiang Qinqin asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. However, Lin Yi reassured her, "Do not worry, let us place her down first and examine what we have gathered. I will procure some antipyretics." After saying this, he approached a neatly laid mat, arranged Xiao Yuan comfortably, and then began to inspect their recent spoils, having fought their way through the supply room. The trio was uncertain of how many creatures they had vanquished, but they had amassed a significant number of luminous orbs. Altogether, there are 4 luminous orbs. Let us see what they contain. Lin Yi discovered that the trio had collectively acquired 4 luminous orbs. He picked up one of them and shattered it with a swift motion, causing a radiant light to envelop the surroundings. As the brilliance dissipated, an object gradually came into view. The 3 individuals gazed in astonishment at the revealed item, which was unmistakably a piece of attire. More precisely, it was a leather armor, glimmering with a faint crimson sheen, a striking red leather armor. Spider silk leather armor, crafted from beast hide and spider silk, it boasts unparalleled resilience and remarkable defensive capabilities. Grade, Common Tier 3. Lin Yi gazed at the information with an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "This is a piece of leather armor, a defensive equipment, quite remarkable indeed." After speaking, he set the leather armor aside and continued to examine the remaining orbs of light. The 3 orbs glimmered uniformly, suggesting they were of similar grade. Once again, another piece of defensive equipment emerged. This time, it was a snug-fitting black leather armor. After a brief inspection, Lin Yi dismissed it without further thought and resumed his search. He picked up one orb and shattered it, revealing a pair of boots. Lin Yi's countenance shifted to one of surprise as he stared at the exquisite pair of boots. Taken aback by the unexpected find, both Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuang were equally astonished, realizing they were looking at a finely crafted pair of women's boots. "Here you go. You may decide who shall wear them," Lenny remarked with a roll of his eyes as he handed them over. Finally, he shattered the remaining orb, and a burst of radiance unveiled another item, instantly uplifting Lin Yi's spirits, for it was a suit of armor, entirely clad in a deep shade of blue. Bronze battle armor, forged from bronze, it possesses remarkable hardness and formidable defense, classified as a 5th-tier ordinary item. Upon reading this description, Lin Yi could not help but smile, stating, "At last, we have a decent piece of armor. Quickly, choose your leather armor and put it on." With that, he turned and entered the restroom, shedding his sticky and dirty garments, and swiftly donned the bronze battle armor. Strangely enough, as soon as it was draped over him, the armor seamlessly melded into place, fitting him perfectly without a hint of discomfort, providing an extraordinary sense of ease. "You all help one when cooled down physically. I shall step out to ponder a solution." After Lin Yi stepped out, he gave a brief command before leaving Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying in silence. In truth, they were both preoccupied, for Xiao Yuan's fever had escalated alarmingly, necessitating urgent measures to bring it down. Chapter 13. A break into the pharmacy. As Lin Yi emerged, he closed the door behind him, his mind burdened with worries. Xiao Yuan's high fever could not be delayed. If things went awry, it would indeed be too late. Wow! Look! He has armor! At that moment, within the dining hall, a crowd of onlookers stood momentarily stunned, some even gasping in astonishment. There was no denying that Lin Yi's battle armor was exceptionally striking, eliciting envy from all who beheld it. The most incensed among them was a young man who had just been expelled. Upon seeing Lin Yi's appearance, he could not conceal his displeasure. Moreover, witnessing that Lin Yi had already acquired armor filled him with an intense jealousy, nearly rendering him bitter. "What luck?" the youth muttered disdainfully, though inwardly he envied and resented Lin Yi more than anyone else. However, Lin Yi paid no heed to the crowd. Instead, he approached the entrance of the dining hall, where he could clearly see a swarm of insects outside. "Do you wish to go out?" a voice called from behind, belonging to a burly middle-aged man, Mo Long. His expression bore a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi possessed armor, and he felt a twinge of envy himself. Observing Lin Yi's presence, he speculated whether he intended to venture out to the apothecary. His conjecture was indeed accurate, for Lin Yi harbored such an intention, as he could not neglect Yuan's condition. Exactly. Lin Yi cast a glance at him and noticed that he was shouldering a formidable sword, not a bone blade or an iron sword, but rather a broadsword forged from bronze, likely a weapon acquired from slaying insects. Observing the creatures outside the grand entrance, he remarked, "I must proceed to the pharmacy to procure a fever-reducing injection or medication, otherwise, that young girl may encounter difficulties." "You alone?" "I believe it would be wise to reconsider." Mo Long expressed his dissent. Alone, Lin Yi recognized the limitations of his own strength, yet he remained undeterred by the dangers that awaited him outside. With a decisive motion, he opened the door and swiftly vanished into the night. The remaining members of the group, including Mo Long, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they realized he had ventured out alone. A horde of terrifying insects awaited him outside, a veritable sea of creatures that seemed to beckon death. How could he possibly step into such peril? The realization struck some of them. The crowd rushed to the entrance, their shock palpable as they beheld Lin Yi charging forth. Reactions varied. Some expressed regret, while others reveled in his apparent folly. Among them, a young man wore a mocking smile, convinced that Lin Yi was courting his own demise. "This fool is doomed. He must be out of his mind," someone declared with certainty. Mo Long hesitated, torn between the urge to assist and the knowledge that not everyone here would heed his call. With a sigh of resignation, he ultimately decided against following Lin Yi, shutting the door behind him. Outside, the moment Lin Yi emerged, a frenzy of insects erupted, their shrill cries echoing as they surged toward him. Many spectators expected him to be overwhelmed by the swarm, yet the next moment left them in stunned silence. Lin Yi brandished his bone spear with ferocity, delivering a powerful strike that shattered a multitude of insects in an explosive display. Then, like a swift leopard, he moved with unparalleled agility, sweeping through the horde, leaving no creature unscathed by his formidable might. Lin Yi's strength had surged to an astonishing 300 pounds. A formidable figure that could easily spell death with a single strike, sweeping all before him with relentless force. Clad in bronze battle armor, he advanced like an iron tower, unyielding and unstoppable, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Gasp! Witnesses were taken aback, inhaling sharply as they murmured, This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Surely it must be due to his weaponry and armor. Their astonishment was palpable, yet it bore no significance to Lin Yi, who had already surged to the corridor, his body glistening with a viscous substance, leaving behind a trail of slain insects. Bang! At the intersection ahead, 3 insects were sent sprawling, crashing against the wall, shattering upon impact. Lin Yi's figure remained in constant motion as he swiftly penetrated the corridor, heading towards the hospital hall. Gasp! The insects were growing increasingly frantic. The previous incursion by 3 individuals had drawn a multitude of them, and now, this new disturbance summoned even more. Lin Yi's expression grew slightly somber as he sensed the overwhelming pressure. The sheer number of insects was simply staggering, despite his formidable strength, which allowed him to effortlessly eliminate several bugs with a single sweep. A multitude of others continued to swarm towards him. At that moment, a sharp shriek echoed from behind, and with a resounding crash, Lin Yi felt an assault from his rear. His countenance shifted noticeably, yet he discerned that his bronze battle armor appeared unscathed. Devoid of any sensation of pain, Lin Yi swiftly turned, launching a spear that pierced through a beetle, the very creature that had previously attacked him. To his astonishment, it had failed to inflict any harm, which left him in awe of the formidable power of the bronze battle armor. With this realization, the tension in Lin Yi's heart finally eased. He swiftly turned and, with a resounding crash, sent several enormous insects flying backward. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced relentlessly, striking with fierce intensity until he finally fought his way into the hospital's main hall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a corner of the hall where several windows bore the inscription pharmacy. That was the place he sought. Lin Yi's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he observed the shattered glass of the pharmacy, realizing he could gain entry. Without hesitation, he advanced a couple of steps and, with a resounding thud, crushed a creeping insect beneath his foot. Swiftly, Lin Yi arrived at the window of the pharmacy, forcefully dispatching a swarm of encroaching insects before turning to enter. With a decisive sweep of his bone spear, he shattered the intact glass, executing a nimble flip to enter the pharmacy, where an array of pharmaceuticals lay scattered across the floor. He wasted no time, fervently searching, but the disorder was overwhelming. The medications were strewn haphazardly, making it nearly impossible to locate the antipyretic he sought. Who is there? Suddenly, Lin Yi bellowed, spinning around to discover several figures hiding in the corner. Clad in white coats, they appeared to be doctors or nurses, 4 individuals in total. Is there someone? A man, visibly startled, gazed at Lin Yi, his attire instilling fear. However, Lin Yi assessed the 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, and deduced they were the pharmacy staff. Can any of you tell me where the antipyretic injections and medications are? Lin Yi inquired directly. Among them, a young man, seemingly the most composed, pointed towards a corner and said, "The antipyretic injections are in the far left corner, and the medications are located there as well. You may wish to check." "Thank you." Lin Yi swiftly turned and made his way to the left corner, where he finally discovered some antipyretic medications, including injections to reduce fever. Naturally, he quickly stowed them away in his storage wristband, gathering quite a substantial amount. "Wait. Thank you so much. Please, come over quickly." The young man expressed his gratitude with fervent excitement. In truth, Lin Yi had merely spoken casually and was uncertain whether those in the cafeteria would be willing to join him in eradicating the pests in the hospital. However, it seemed unlikely they would refuse, as everyone understood that exterminating pests would lead to enhancements, while inaction would yield nothing. "Please, wait for me." Lin Yi uttered a brief remark, then leaped through the window, descending swiftly. Meanwhile, within the hall, an incessant swarm of insects surged forth, drawn by the earlier commotion. Upon his appearance, they erupted into chaos. Bang! The onlookers gazed on with envy, many contemplating how to slay more insects to strengthen themselves, yearning to become as formidable and fearsome as Lin Yi. "Open the door," Emma Long bellowed, and the massive iron gate swung open. In an instant, a figure dashed through the entrance, swiftly making its way into the dining hall, the gate clanging shut behind. Hiss. However, one audacious insect managed to burrow half its body inside, inciting Emma Long's ire. With a swift kick, he dispatched the creature, reducing it to a pulpy mass. "Damn it. These wretched insects, I shall exterminate them all," Emma Long cursed as he turned away. At this moment, Lin Yi exhaled in relief, refraining from further conversation as he hurried to the room where Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying were situated. The two were still unaware of his quest for medicine, and upon witnessing his return, drenched in a foul, viscous liquid, their hearts jolted with surprise. Lin Yi, what happened? Jiang Qinqin inquired, her expression a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. Indeed, Lin Yi approached with a smile, presenting a box. This contains fever-reducing injections and medicine. Shuiying, as a nurse, should know how to handle it. Leave it to me, Li Shuiying exclaimed, her face lighting up as she eagerly accepted the box. Thank you. Jiang Qinqin's expression was one of profound gratitude. She wished to articulate more but ultimately settled for a simple thank you. Deeply touched, she realized that Lin Yi had ventured out alone to procure these fever-reducing medications, leaving her at a loss for words. I shall step out for a moment. Lin Yi nodded slightly, leaving a remark before turning to exit. The remaining Jiang Qinqin stayed behind to care for Yuan, while he stepped outside to find Mo Long, who was resting nearby. I encountered 4 individuals in the pharmacy. I wish to rescue the other survivors. What are your thoughts? Lin Yi stated directly upon arrival. Mo Long, taken aback for a moment, pondered before responding. You must understand that to save others, we must first eliminate the countless vile creatures. Chapter 14. Exterminating the creatures. Mo Long had contemplated Lin Yi's suggestion, yet it presented significant challenges. After all, there were only over 40 individuals here, and apart from 3 elders, there were 10 women and 5 children, none of whom possessed the means to fight. You are well aware that only about 20 individuals here are capable of combat. The rest lack the ability. Mo Long articulated this concern. Lin Yi also observed that within the dining hall, there were 10 women, 5 children, and 3 elderly individuals, totaling 18 people who were incapable of combat and still gripped by fear. However, there were also over 20 men capable of fighting, with 13 warriors standing beside Mo Long. Additionally, the youth who had previously abandoned Lin Yi and the others was accompanied by 10 combat-ready men. These individuals constituted the entirety of the fighting force present. Yet a significant portion possessed relatively feeble abilities, having lacked the fortune or courage to confront the insects from the outset. I believe it is essential for us to assemble a larger group, for strength lies in numbers, enabling us to confront the dangers that lie ahead, Lin Yi proposed. Mo Long, fully aware of this principle, nodded in agreement and remarked, I wholeheartedly concur. However, our primary concern must be to ascertain whether this predicament is confined to our location or if it extends to other areas. There's no need for further contemplation. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly, stating, I have ventured beyond the confines of the hospital, and I can assure you, outside lies not streets and buildings, but towering ancient forests. Upon hearing these words, Mo Long's heart raced with alarm. If that were indeed the case, the situation would be dire. Moreover, there was an even graver revelation. As Lin Yi elaborated, it became apparent that prehistoric beasts roamed within the woods. What did you say? At that moment, as the two conversed, a few onlookers gathered nearby, their expressions turning to one of terror. A young man, visibly shocked, exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying the hospital is situated within a forest and that prehistoric creatures exist? Have you lost your mind? To this, Lin Yi retorted, I believe you are the one who is foolish. Have you not noticed the swarms of enormous insects outside? Have you ever encountered such colossal creatures? What is so strange about the existence of prehistoric life? I contend that these insects could very well be prehistoric beings. Indeed, I concur. Many voices echoed this sentiment, as it became increasingly evident that these insects were unlike any found in modern society. The only plausible explanation aligned with Lin Yi's assertions, leading to a profound sense of dread among the crowd. Panic ensued as hope for rescue dwindled. It's over. There will be no rescue. Are we destined to perish here? An elderly man exclaimed in terror. Such a reaction was understandable. Yet those who had undergone enhancements remained notably composed. They believed that if they could eradicate the insects, survival was within their grasp, and perhaps even the opportunity for greater strength awaited them. What is there to fear? Let us first eliminate those insects. Otherwise, we shall inevitably meet our demise here. One individual boldly suggested. Yes, let us vanquish those insects. Lin Yi observed the excitement among the crowd, seemingly intent on eradicating the pests. This course of action was indeed imperative. Otherwise, even if they were not consumed by the insects, they would perish from starvation in this desolate place. Mo Long sighed and remarked, Brother Lin Yi, you may not be aware, but the provisions in the dining hall are dwindling, barely sufficient to sustain us for 3 days. After that, we will have nothing left. We must devise a plan to search for sustenance. Lin Yi decisively made a choice, and the others did not object, for their very survival hinged upon their collective decision. He then proceeded to inform everyone about the current situation. From his observations outside, there remained only 3 buildings, with the one they occupied situated in the middle. The 2 adjacent buildings each housed one structure. He had noticed shadows on the 3rd floor of the building to the right, indicating the presence of several individuals. It was imperative to gather them together, as a larger group would facilitate their efforts. The group began to strategize. Although many harbored dissatisfaction towards Lin Yi's authoritative demeanor, the extraordinary circumstances necessitated a temporary alliance. Upon hearing this information, Mo Long remarked, "Our primary objective is to eliminate the pests in this building and ascertain whether any survivors remain upstairs. If there are, that would be splendid. If not, we shall proceed to eradicate the remaining pests." They decided to split into 2 teams. Subsequently, Lin Yi and Mo Long engaged in discussions regarding the arrangements, which caused a certain young man to feel disgruntled. He believed that, with 10 followers at his side, he naturally wielded greater authority than Lin Yi. Thus, he openly opposed, declaring, "No, I refuse to follow him. I will lead my own team." As these words echoed, the crowd turned to observe Lin Yi's reaction. Unfortunately for them, disappointment ensued. For Lin Yi felt no goodwill towards the young man and his 10 companions, having once been abandoned by him. Now, his opposition was rather fortuitous. Lin Yi remarked, "I believe we should divide into 3 teams. It is imperative to leave one group here to guard. Otherwise, the weaker individuals remaining will undoubtedly encounter problems. I refuse to stay behind. If anyone should remain, it should be you. Indeed, we must venture forth to exterminate the insects. Those who wish to stay may do so." Some individuals outright opposed this notion, as none desired to be left behind. How could they slay the insects, grow stronger, or acquire equipment if they were to remain? This reluctance to stay was universally felt. No one was foolish enough to guard the gate, while watching others reap rewards and grow in strength. All right, Zhou Ning. During these extraordinary times, we must unite. Let us refrain from discussing other matters. Mo Long's expression reflected a hint of anger. However, each person possessed their own enhanced abilities. Moreover, everyone could strengthen themselves by battling the insects, and no one was significantly superior to another, leaving him with little choice. "Then I shall remain." Lin Yi spoke directly, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. However, some were quite eager and readily approved. Subsequently, the group began to divide into teams, with Mo Long at the helm of one, consisting of individuals who had already formed a bond. Among them was a young man named Zhou Ning, who had been the first to abandon Lin Yi and the others, leading the rest to follow suit. Such a person was of no concern to Lin Yi, who had no desire to associate with them again. Being forsaken once was sufficient. "Now, this task is entrusted to you. We shall depart at once." With the plan concluded, Mo Long issued the command to set forth. While the remaining individuals possessed little capability, only Lin Yi, Jiang Qinqin, and Li Shuiying exhibited any significant skills, while the others were merely ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to slaying insects. Furthermore, the 5 children should definitely be spared from such an endeavor. The women, too, were gripped by fear, hiding away in a room and refusing to emerge, which was truly bewildering. In fact, had it not been for Lin Yi's assistance at the outset, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying might have found themselves in a similar predicament. Now, the crowd had split into 2 small teams, rushing towards the entrance to exterminate the insects. "You should join them. I and Shuiying are sufficient here." At that moment, a graceful figure approached from behind. It was none other than Jiang Qinqin. She stood beside Lin Yi, observing the 2 teams outside engaging in the extermination of insects, and uttered these words. Lin Yi fell into a moment of contemplation, yet expressed his concerns. "There is no one to guard this place. 3 elderly individuals and 10 women are frightened, hiding in their rooms, along with 5 children. Can the 2 of you manage to look after them?" "Rest assured," Jiang Qinqin replied with a reassuring smile, turning to face him. "Now that we must exterminate the pests, this is the safest location. After all, the multitude outside will undoubtedly attract their attention. You should go and eliminate the bugs. Strive to become stronger. This is an opportunity. Do not let them hinder your progress." After she spoke, Jiang Qinqin gazed at Lin Yi with a warm smile. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. He said nothing further and promptly turned to the main door, swiftly dashing outside as Jiang Qinqin closed the door behind him. "Maintain formation. Do not scatter." As Lin Yi emerged, he beheld 2 groups engaged in a fierce battle against the surging horde of insects ahead. These individuals, having undergone enhancement, possessed formidable strength. making their extermination of the creatures an effortless endeavor. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that most of them wielded weapons. Powerful artifacts obtained from the luminous orbs dropped by the insects, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary iron implements. Initially, when the insects first appeared, countless individuals were engulfed in panic and dread. However, they gradually adapted, turning the tide to hunt the insects and subsequently acquire strength, even securing weaponry and equipment. This transformation evoked a sense of nostalgia in Lin Yi, as if he found himself within the realms of a game. Lost in thought for a moment, he was suddenly assailed by an insect attempting to bite him. With a swift thrust, he pierced the creature's head with his spear, dispatching it instantaneously. Without pausing and disregarding the two groups ahead, he veered towards another direction. To his surprise, he found himself at the entrance of the hospital, which had once served as its main gate. Previously, many had surged toward this entrance due to the tremors, only to encounter a thick fog and subsequently a multitude of insects. Now, Lin Yi sought to ascertain whether the fog still lingered and to discover if the area in front of the hospital remained wooded. These were crucial details to uncover. As for any insects encountered along the way, they would simply be eliminated. Bang! Lin Yi, solitary and resolute, moved through the chaos like an indomitable machine, capturing the attention of the other two teams, who turned to gaze at him in astonishment. How did he emerge? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding their home? Zhou Ning, filled with ire, watched Lin Yi's advancing figure, his heart swelling with resentment. Alas, confronting him was not an option, for the surroundings were teeming with countless insects, surging forth like a relentless tide. Mo Long, though puzzled, dismissed the thought. This was not the time for such distractions. He led his team in a fervent hunt against the insects, striving to enhance their strength while occasionally acquiring weapons and equipment. It appeared that the number of insects had significantly diminished, almost as if they were on the brink of eradication. As Lin Yi journeyed onward, he observed a peculiar phenomenon. The insects seemed remarkably fewer than before, igniting a flicker of speculation within him. Chapter 15. A Bountiful Harvest. After a lengthy struggle, the teams finally cleared the hospital lobby of insects, leaving only a few stragglers that were swiftly dispatched by the group. The ground was littered with insect corpses, coated in a viscous fluid that was quite repulsive to tread upon. Following an arduous battle, both teams managed to eradicate the pests in this locale, though the fate of the others remained uncertain. At this moment, Lin Yi found himself before the hospital's entrance, which had once been a broad street, now transformed into a towering forest. Earlier, the group had believed they fled from an earthquake, only to confront a shroud of mist obscuring their view of what lay ahead. Now, they realized they had entered an ancient woodland. Before him stood colossal ancient trees, their branches lush and trunks thick enough for 4 or 5 individuals to encircle. An awe-inspiring sight. Moreover, a dense fog enveloped the forest, emanating an eerie atmosphere that deterred any approach. Was the hospital merely displaced within the forest, or had the entire earth undergone a transformation? Lin Yi pondered deeply. Surrounding him were the remnants of insect carcasses, vast and grotesque, now completely exterminated. Throughout this path, he was coated in the sticky substance, rendering even his bronze battle armor somewhat slippery. Lin Yi gazed at the immense ancient forest before him, his emotions entangled in a complex web. He sensed a profound sense of peril lurking within the woods and hesitated to venture inside. Is this truly a forest? At that moment, a startled exclamation reached his ears, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Turning around, Lin Yi discovered that Mo Long and others had arrived. The newcomers were equally astonished, their eyes wide as they took in the scene before them. The street and buildings that once stood in front of the hospital had vanished, replaced by an expanse of towering ancient trees. What on earth is happening? Moreover, the group soon noticed the surreal sight of both a sun and a moon hanging in the void above, an utterly chilling spectacle. The simultaneous presence of the sun and moon was unprecedented. What kind of world had they stumbled upon? It's over. Have we somehow arrived on another planet? A young man uttered, his complexion pale with fear. Brother Lin Yi, do you think this is still Earth? Mo Long asked, a hint of worry in his voice. In truth, everyone harbored this question, but pondering it now was futile. Thus, Lin Yi shook his head and asserted, speculating on this is pointless. Our paramount concern is to devise a strategy for survival. The forest is rife with countless prehistoric beasts, and they are exceedingly dangerous. Have the bugs been eradicated? He inquired further. Mo Long nodded slightly, replying, the entire hall and the 2 corridors have been cleared of insects, essentially exterminated. However, we have yet to inspect the buildings on either side. Nearby, Zhou Ning interjected, I propose we finish off these insects swiftly and rescue the people upstairs. After all, there is strength in numbers. He spoke wisely, yet Linny surveyed the group and noticed the exhilaration etched on their faces. A closer inspection revealed that each individual bore 1 or 2 weapons, all acquired from their recent skirmishes with the insects. Linny contemplated this moment. Realizing it was indeed a significant gain, he observed that each individual possessed at least 1 or 2 items, with some fortunate enough to acquire several pieces of leather armor. Nearby, Zhou Ning had donned a striking blue battle suit, undoubtedly of considerable quality. Moreover, he had replaced his original bone knife with a pale blue blade, its sharpness exuding a menacing aura. Zhou Ning, your equipment is impressive, Mo Long remarked with admiration. However, although Zhou Ning felt a sense of pride, he couldn't help but express envy, saying, You look quite splendid yourself, adorned in battle armor, with a pair of boots and a bronze sword, likely of a higher grade than mine. After glancing at Lin Yi, a flicker of derision crossed his eyes, seemingly believing that Lin Yi's prowess had diminished. After all, Lin Yi possessed merely a bone spear and a piece of bronze armor, with nothing else to his name. As for his own strength, Zhou Ning was confident that after vanquishing so many creatures, his evolved capabilities had undoubtedly surpassed those of Lin Yi, the former strongest among them. Mo Long surveyed the excited crowd and declared, This time, we have all made substantial gains. Let us now proceed to eliminate the remaining creatures upstairs and liberate the people within this hospital. Let us go. I can hardly contain my eagerness, a young man exclaimed, brandishing his bone knife with fervor. In truth, no one among them was devoid of excitement. After all, the more they killed, the greater the likelihood of acquiring additional equipment. Initially, many were reluctant, yet witnessing the bountiful rewards had transformed their sentiments towards exterminating these creatures. Lin Yi walked behind, not as eager as the others, but rather taking his time to examine his storage bracelet, which housed several shimmering spheres of light. These luminous orbs were the spoils of his journey, the nature of which remained uncertain, yet their existence was undoubtedly assured. Although Mo Long and Zhou Ning noticed him, they chose to disregard him. For what one chose to do was ultimately their own prerogative. Moreover, Zhou Ning felt a sense of satisfaction, as having one less competitor was preferable, alleviating the contention for resources. He now perceived that the only rival worthy of his attention was Mo Long and his small team, dismissing Lin Yi, who had been left behind, entirely from his consideration. Lin Yi stood alone, and even with the addition of 2 women, the situation was not particularly significant. However, he found himself surrounded by a cadre of 10 followers, forming a small faction of his own, with only Mo Long being a figure he regarded with caution. He contemplated that once he had rescued more individuals, he could rally some to his side, potentially overshadowing Mo Long and ultimately positioning himself as the sole leader of all. In the past, such aspirations would have been inconceivable, but the present was different. With newfound strength, this was his opportunity for ascendance. Many shared similar ambitions. Yet the question remained whether they possessed the requisite capability. Even Lin Yi entertained such thoughts, though he managed to exercise restraint. Moreover, he considered the other building of the hospital, where he was certain a significant number of survivors resided. He believed it improbable that they alone had acquired such formidable power. Anyone who had battled the creatures would understand that many capable individuals could have survived. As for the scenario that would unfold when the remaining individuals from the hospital gathered, Lin Yi sensed that divisions would inevitably arise, prompting him to contemplate the necessary preparations ahead. Should he seek to amass a following? Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether he should rally a group of individuals to gain a semblance of authority. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against such a course of action, opting instead to observe the situation further, for human nature is notoriously elusive. Much like before, he had exerted himself to protect those individuals, only to find them abandoning him one by one, leaving him to confront countless adversities alone. Trusting these people had become exceedingly difficult. I've already retreated quite a bit. Thank you, Jiang Qinqin remarked with a hint of joy. Nevertheless, Lin Yi paid little heed to her gratitude, and instead made his way into a small room. At that moment, Li Shuiying was gently replacing a damp towel for the young girl, Yuan. Upon noticing his entrance, she smiled and nodded, yet chose to remain silent. Lin Yi approached and assessed Wenwen's condition, relieved to find that she was not as feverish as before. He then briefly recounted the results of the day's carnage. revealing a harvest of 5 luminous orbs. Let us explore what these 5 orbs contain, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of anticipation. Subsequently, he methodically retrieved each of the 5 orbs, starting with the first, which unveiled its hidden contents. Despite the enigmatic nature of these items, Lin Yi felt a mix of wariness and astonishment, aware that comprehending the secrets of the orbs was beyond him at that moment. A pair of boots? The first item turned out to be yet another boot, specifically a delicate pair in a soft shade of crimson. Its exquisite craftsmanship left Lin Yi speechless. He glanced up to see Jiang Qinchin's eyes sparkling with delight, clearly enamored with the boots. Moreover, she had already donned a striking red leather armor, enhancing her gallant appearance. All that remained was this pair of boots to complete her ensemble. Lin Yi handed it to her directly. The implication was unmistakable, as the boots appeared to be intended for women. Subsequently, he resumed his examination of the luminous orbs, hopeful for the emergence of something remarkable. A battle axe, perhaps? Lin Yi gazed upon the second item, a colossal and razor-sharp battle axe, its entire form enveloped in an ominous black hue, emanating a menacing aura. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment, he nevertheless stowed it away in his storage bracelet, recognizing that he had no use for such a formidable weapon. Subsequently, he produced a luminous sphere, which appeared markedly different from the previous one. The trio of Lin Yi observed that this orb radiated a significantly brighter glow, adorned with peculiar streaks of vibrant light. What could this be? He extended his hand to shatter its surface, and as the brilliance subsided, it ultimately revealed an object. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, realizing it was a scroll fashioned from what resembled animal hide, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Chapter 16, Fundamental Martial Techniques. The scroll, slightly yellowed and weathered, suggested an ancient origin, exuding an air of intrigue. Lin Yi and his companions found themselves in a state of astonishment. Unprepared for such a discovery, yet each was consumed by curiosity about its contents. What secrets lay within this scroll? Jiang Qinchin was particularly intrigued. Beside her, Li Shuiying leaned closer to inspect, equally eager to discern the nature of the animal hide. Her curiosity piqued. Initially, they had assumed it to be equipment, but upon realizing it was merely a scroll of animal hide, their interest only intensified. Lin Yi, filled with astonishment, meticulously examined the information that unfolded before his eyes, finally grasping the nature of the item. Fundamental Archery. This document elucidates the application of basic archery, divided into 9 tiers. Each tier corresponds to a single arrow, and upon reaching the 9th level, one can simultaneously unleash 9 shooting stars. Level, Mortal Grade, 5th tier. Such an introduction left Lin Yi utterly astounded. This was a treatise on archery, and its revelations were nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Qinchin and Li Shuiying were equally taken aback, surprised to discover such an extraordinary artifact. To think it was archery. Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at the animal skin scroll in his hand. This is a fundamental archery technique that can be cultivated up to the 9th level. Upon reaching its pinnacle, one can unleash 9 arrows simultaneously. Truly remarkable. Jiang Qinchin immediately took a liking to it, and she extended her hand, for this foundational archery skill was perfectly suited to her bow and arrow usage. Thank you, she exclaimed with a hint of excitement, fully aware of the arduous nature of mastering archery. With this basic technique in her possession, she was confident that her archery skills would see rapid improvement, potentially allowing her to achieve the extraordinary feat of 9 arrows striking in unison. Moreover, this was merely a foundational technique. One could only imagine the possibilities of more advanced archery skills. This revelation ignited a fervor within the hearts of the 3 present. Their gazes fixated on the luminous orb, eager to discover what else lay ahead. It seemed that the sphere held something truly exceptional. Lin Yi took out another luminous orb, noticing that its radiance was considerably brighter, with a peculiar glimmer that set it apart. Much like the previous orb, which contained foundational archery skills, he was intrigued by this one. He boldly punctured the orb in his hand, and as the light dissipated, an object ultimately revealed itself. Remarkably, akin to the earlier discovery, it was a scroll crafted from animal hide. Truly? Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he discovered yet another scroll made of beast hide. He speculated whether it might be akin to a basic archery technique. Indeed, upon further examination, he found that it was indeed similar, a record of martial skills. The shadowless 9 steps. Each step casts a shadow. 9 steps yield 9 shadows. The technique is divided into 9 tiers, and upon reaching the 9th tier, One speed becomes so extraordinary that it eludes perception. Rank, ordinary grade, 6th level. What a remarkable treasure. Upon reading this description, Lin Yi was instantly convinced of its value. It was undoubtedly a formidable asset. The description indicated that mastering the shadowless steps to the 9th tier would grant such unparalleled speed that it would be nearly impossible for others to catch sight of the practitioner. However, despite his excitement, Lin Yi did not display it outwardly. Instead, he presented the scroll to Li Shuiying, who was equally captivated but chose to remain silent. After all, these items were obtained by Lin Yi through his battles with monsters, and bestowing them upon her was certainly a significant boon. Both of them felt a deep sense of gratitude. Such treasures were undoubtedly precious, perhaps even more so than equipment itself. Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment. A sense of comfort welled up within him, yet he shook his head and replied, "No need. In truth, this technique suits you best. If it is meant for you, take it. Why should it be returned to me?" As he spoke, he produced the final luminous orb, which appeared to be similar to the previous two. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement within, speculating whether it too contained a martial skill. Anticipation brewed within him. As the radiance dissipated, an ancient scroll materialized in his hand, causing a collective thrill among the trio. They sensed a rush of exhilaration, for it was indeed another piece of parchment, likely inscribed with a martial technique. Basic spear technique. The spear comprises 9 tiers, with each tier containing 9 strikes, culminating in a total of 81 strikes across all 9 tiers. Rank, mortal grade, 6th level. Lin Yi's demeanor was exuberant. He was finally satisfied. Acquiring this foundational gun technique could be said to provide him with a means to enhance his combat skills. The three of them appeared somewhat elated. For obtaining these 3 scrolls was indeed a significant gain. Subsequently, Lin Yi and his companions meticulously examined the scrolls in their possession, eager to discern how to learn from them. However, in the next moment, they were struck with disbelief, for the inscriptions on each scroll were utterly incomprehensible. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized his scroll, discovering that the script was exceedingly ancient and beyond recognition. His expression turned somewhat disheartened as he remarked, "I have never seen these characters before. I barely graduated from middle school and can only recognize modern Chinese characters. What is this writing? And how am I to understand it?" This revelation left him feeling troubled and disappointed. Without knowledge of these archaic symbols, how could he possibly cultivate his skills? Li Shuiying also appeared taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the script was indeed very old. These characters seem reminiscent of bronze inscriptions or perhaps oracle bone script. Yet I cannot decipher them either, she confessed, her face tinged with embarrassment. Similarly, Jiang Qinqin found herself in a comparable predicament, despite her intelligence. She had never specifically studied these ancient texts and could not grasp their meanings. What should they do? The trio exchanged silent glances, staring blankly at the scrolls, utterly unsure of their next steps. Then, Lin Yi recalled something. Had there not always been a mysterious voice present? How am I to learn from this? Lin Yi felt a surge of nervous anticipation as he attempted to pose a question in his mind. To his astonishment, a prompt indeed materialized, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. "Ding, would you like to learn?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi embraced the opportunity to learn. For only a fool would turn it down. He promptly instructed Jiang Qinqin and the others to proceed according to their own methods. Indeed, they soon established a connection with the enigmatic voice, each selecting their path of study. Suddenly, the scrolls in their hands transformed into a radiant light, revealing ancient characters that flickered and intertwined, ultimately surging into the 3 individuals' foreheads. Was this truly the conclusion? At this moment, Lin Yi stood in astonishment, gazing blankly at his palm, where the ancient beast's skin had vanished. This signified that the beast's skin had transformed into light, entering his mind, as if an expanse of knowledge had been bestowed upon him. This knowledge was vast beyond measure, encompassing insights into ancient scripts that were both archaic and mysterious. Captivating the trio entirely, Lin Yi felt as though he had suddenly comprehended these ancient characters, a notion that seemed almost inconceivable. He even questioned the nature of the mysterious voice that bestowed upon him such formidable abilities. Could it be a divine presence? This thought flickered briefly through his mind. Yet he refrained from delving deeper, recognizing that such matters were beyond his current understanding. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yi examined the knowledge residing in his mind and ultimately confirmed that he had acquired a legacy of ancient script. This wisdom was sufficient for him to independently interpret these archaic texts in the future, no longer reliant on others as he was now. He felt a surge of exhilaration. As he continued to absorb this knowledge, he came to realize that it pertained to foundational marksmanship. The first level of this marksmanship technique involved a sequence of 9 consecutive thrusts, akin to merging 9 strikes into a singular, formidable blow. What velocity would be required to achieve such mastery? Lin Yi gazed upon this set of marksmanship techniques, genuinely questioning whether this was merely a foundation. What, then, could be more advanced? He had initially presumed that fundamental marksmanship lacked potency, yet it now appeared otherwise. Lin Yi finished speaking and promptly stood up, swiftly exiting the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying remained, deeply engrossed in their own contemplations. They understood the preciousness of their discoveries and aimed to seize every moment for cultivation, preparing themselves for potential future crises. To thrive and endure, it was imperative to wield formidable power, whether to confront the lurking monsters or to shield themselves from oppression by others. A robust strength was essential. Lin Yi stepped outside and was astonished to see a throng of people gathered at the entrance, an impressive crowd of over 100 individuals. Leading the group were Mo Long and Zhou Ning, with the rest undoubtedly being those rescued. It appeared that many had survived in this hospital. Perhaps similar circumstances prevailed elsewhere. A loud shout erupted from the crowd, and without hesitation, Lin Yi swung open the doors to admit them. However, the dining hall was rather small, and accommodating such a multitude felt quite cramped. Where's the food? I need to find something to eat. Hurry, I'm starving. The cacophony of voices filled the hall as the crowd surged inside. Lin Yi noticed several burly men searching frantically for something, likely food. This excitement was palpable among the crowd, each person eager to find something to satiate their hunger. After all, it was a dining hall. There must be provisions available, yet before they could begin their search, a voice boomed out. Silence! The furious roar sent a chill through the crowd, and everyone turned to see Mo Long striding towards them with a stern expression. His gaze swept over the newly rescued individuals, visibly displeased with their immediate focus on food. Where would they find sufficient supplies? Mo Long's voice rang out again. What are you all doing? The food in this hall is barely enough for a single meal for us 100. To be frank, we have no provisions left. What? You claimed there would be food. The crowd erupted in confusion, some voices rising in anger. Are we expected to feast on the insects outside? Instantly, chaos ensued, with men and women alike displaying a mix of panic and fury, their anxiety palpable in the absence of food. Chapter 17, A Show of Authority. The atmosphere in the dining hall grew increasingly tumultuous, filled with agitation, confusion, and anger. Some women appeared frightened, while most of the men were visibly enraged. An unrest began to brew. Earlier, Mo Long had assured them that food was available when he rescued them, but the scant supplies were insufficient for even a single meal, fueling their distress. I refuse to believe there is no food, one burly man shouted, glaring at a few children in the corner who were munching on instant noodles. His face flushed with rage as he stormed over, brandishing a massive iron rod, intent on seizing their food. Hand it over. He lunged forward, snatching an instant noodle cup from a little girl's hands, causing her to wail in fright. The elderly person holding her rose in indignation, but the man, impatient, shoved him aside, sending the elder crashing against the wall. This commotion drew the attention of others, and soon, a wave of people rushed in, eager to snatch the children's meager rations. Lin Yi's expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. Stop! With a thunderous shout, he attempted to intervene. But those individuals paid him no heed, continuing their ruthless plunder of the child's food. This scene ignited a profound anger within Lin Yi, who, without uttering another word, strode forward and delivered swift, decisive kicks. Bang! A figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the crowd, prompting a chorus of terrified screams from a group of women. Lin Yi moved with remarkable speed, executing a swift turn and unleashing a punch that sent another assailant flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. His expression was one of fury as he gazed upon these brutes, utterly unrepentant in their theft of a child's sustenance. While he refrained from employing excessive force, his prowess was clearly beyond that of these thugs. One by one, they were dispatched before they could even react. Cursed be their folly. The final thug, incensed, swung a metal rod at him, the air whistling with the force of the blow. A display of raw power weighing in at nearly 100 pounds. Lin Yi discerned immediately that this man had likely dispatched several adversaries before, having undergone some form of enhancement, for such strength was not common. An average person would certainly find it impossible to evade such an attack. A single strike could render them unconscious, and a blow to the head might shatter their skull. Alas, he was facing Lin Yi, who was far superior in strength. As the hulking brute brought the iron rod down, he suddenly let out a pained cry, his wrist ensnared and twisted by Lin Yi, nearly crushing the bones within. In that instant, the formidable man found himself kneeling, agony etched across his face, beads of cold sweat cascading down. Lin Yi's expression was frosty as he declared, "As men, how can you stoop so low as to snatch food from a child? If you possess any courage, venture out and procure your own sustenance. Continue this behavior, and I shall not hesitate to retaliate." With that, he swiftly delivered a decisive kick, sending the burly man hurtling through the air and crashing into the crowd. It was only at this moment that the onlookers began to comprehend the unfolding scene. The entire episode transpired in a matter of mere breaths. From the thuggish assault on the child's meal to Lin Yi's swift intervention. "Are you all right, elder?" Lin Yi inquired as he helped an elderly woman, who had been cornered against the wall, to her feet, concerned for her well-being. After all, the brute possessed considerable strength, and the elderly lady might have sustained some injuries. She was a frail figure, her face lined with deep wrinkles, and her hair a cascade of white. It was incomprehensible that anyone could find it in their heart to harm such a venerable soul. With a trembling right hand, she wiped away her murky tears and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young man, I am quite well." Lin Yi slightly nodded. After assisting her to sit down, he turned and picked up the half-packet of instant noodles that had fallen to the ground. He handed it to the frightened little girl, who cautiously accepted it but chose not to eat it herself, instead offering it to her grandmother. "Grandma, you eat." The little girl was remarkably considerate. Yet her selflessness only deepened the old woman's sorrow as tears continued to flow, and she wiped them away, only to have more cascade down her cheeks. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt a pang of discomfort. He brushed his wrist, aware that a sizable corpse of a fearsome cat lay within. But it was imperative that he did not reveal it, for doing so would expose his treasure and invite prying eyes. "Everyone, please be quiet." At that moment, Mo Long swiftly emerged, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Lin Yi, feeling somewhat helpless. He had intended to step in earlier, but Lin Yi had acted a moment before him. Approaching Lin Yi, he observed the fallen burly men, each wearing a look of trepidation. The others, too, averted their gazes and lowered their heads, none daring to speak in the face of such force. Mo Long, with a sigh of resignation, addressed the crowd. "Everyone, we are facing a significant dilemma. We are all in this together, and we must not engage in such despicable acts." Indeed, they were all victims of circumstance. The audacity of some to seize food from children and the elderly was intolerable. If this continued, they would not perish at the hands of the insects, but would instead descend into chaos among themselves. Well said. Zhou Ning quickly approached, echoing his sentiments. "We are all survivors. None of us have it easy, and there is truly little food available to sustain us." Mo Long nodded, looking around at the gathering before stating, "The food is insufficient for even one meal, and what little remains is meant for the elderly and children. I myself have not eaten. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd fell silent, not a word uttered, not even from the few burly men who had managed to rise. At that moment, several figures emerged from a nearby room, a man and two women. It was the director, surprisingly making his appearance now. "I don't care. I am the director of this hospital, and since I discovered the food first, I should have my share." His declaration left everyone astonished. Lin Yi, taken aback by the director's boldness, pondered whether his words were sincere or merely for show. In any case, it mattered little to him. He simply hoped that no one would commit any actions that would incite anger. "You all," the director, in a fit of rage, pointed at the crowd. But upon noticing the weapons they wielded, he found himself at a loss for words. He, too, wished to venture out and confront the insects, but his fear remained insurmountable, rendering him just an ordinary man. "Brother Lin, aren't he their ferocious beast in the forest? Why don't we band together to hunt them for food?" At that moment, Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin emerged from a room, their words capturing the attention of all. Their attire was particularly striking. Both donned leather armor, their figures impeccably shaped. A sight that was quite pleasing to behold. Hunt ferocious beasts? The individual beside, named Mo Rong, expressed surprise but remarked, "My dear lady, you may indeed be correct. However, I have heard Lin Yi mention that the forest is seemingly inhabited by prehistoric beasts, far more formidable than these mere insects." Indeed, Lin Yi nodded slightly and remarked, "Those prehistoric beasts are indeed formidable. I have encountered a saber-toothed cat, which was as massive as a tiger, possessing strength that surpassed even that of a tiger. However, they are not impossible to hunt. Truly, that would provide us with sustenance. Instantly, the crowd was invigorated, perceiving this as a potential avenue. Hunting those beasts would undoubtedly yield meat, unlike the repugnant insects that offered nothing but exoskeletons and nauseating fluids, which were revolting to behold, let alone consume. Now, with Li Shuiying mentioning the possibility of hunting ferocious beasts, the crowd became eager to take action. They were all individuals enhanced by fortification, having grown powerful through exterminating insects. Now, the prospect of hunting prehistoric beasts seemed entirely feasible. There was no reason to remain idle and await demise, especially since the abhorrent insects were unpalatable to them. Zhou Ning wholeheartedly supported this proposition. Mo Long pondered for a moment before finally stating, "Esteemed individuals, we are in a unique and perilous time. We must unite. For without solidarity, we cannot effectively confront the imminent dangers. Our primary focus now should be to organize more personnel to venture into the adjacent buildings and rescue those in need. Once we gather together, we can deliberate on strategies to hunt those prehistoric beasts." His decision garnered the agreement of the majority, while the few dissenters, comprising children and the elderly, remained silent. As they were not in a position to partake in the battle, Lin Yi stood by, feeling a sense of helplessness, accompanied by a weighty burden. Among the over 100 individuals present, there were dozens of women, some cradling infants, and numerous elderly people, while the remaining able-bodied men and women were still capable of fighting. However, only a small fraction of these individuals had undergone any form of enhancement. After all, the insects encountered upstairs were scarce, and very few had made their way to the upper floors, thus granting those on the ground floor the opportunity to exterminate a significant number of them. "Brother Lin, would you like to join us?" At that moment, Mo Long approached with the inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately decided against participating. He believed that there must still be many individuals in the other two buildings, and the insect presence was likely minimal. At this juncture, Lin Yi felt that slaying more insects would no longer contribute to any enhancement, and thus he was disinclined to join the effort. Moreover, with so many people vying for the insects, the number available would surely be limited, and the quality of equipment was even more uncertain. "I shall refrain from joining. Your presence suffices." Lin Yi firmly shook his head, indicating his decision not to partake. Mo Long took no offense, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned away to commence the final organization of personnel for the cleanup. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning had already begun to rally individuals, showcasing his astuteness. However, Lin Yi held a degree of skepticism towards him. After all, someone who could so easily abandon their companions from the outset was inherently untrustworthy. "Are you not going to recruit a few people?" The previously silent Jiang Qinqin spoke up, her brows slightly furrowed, sensing something peculiar. She observed Lin Yi's apparent lack of intent to gather allies, which struck her as odd. Did he not desire his own influence? In truth, Lin Yi was acutely aware of the dynamics at play, yet as he gazed upon the faces around him, he pondered how many would willingly submit to subservience. He himself was reluctant to do so, and surely others harbored similar sentiments. Rather than dwell on this matter for now, it seemed prudent to observe the situation further before making any decisions. Lin Yi slightly shook his head as he observed the others preparing, choosing not to participate. His thoughts were consumed by the events occurring in the forest outside, contemplating the impending crisis that lay ahead, and the necessity of mental preparation for what was to come. Chapter 18. A Gathering of Allies. After the discussion, the group split into two teams, each comprising over 30 individuals, advancing towards the respective buildings on either side to eradicate the remaining insects. However, Lin Yi surmised that the insects on the opposite side had likely been nearly eliminated. They had all gained strength from vanquishing the pests, and it stood to reason that others would have done the same. Thus, it was probable that they were merely converging with the remaining survivors. He followed Mo Long's squad, moving swiftly through the hospital's corridor until they reached the front of the building, where a multitude of insect carcasses lay strewn across the ground. "Look, the insects have all been slain." As the group approached, they were astonished to discover the ground littered with the remains of the pests, clearly the result of human intervention. It was evident to them that this area had been cleared, and the only plausible culprits were those residing within the building. Indeed, Lin Yi's expression shifted as he gazed into the structure, where several figures cautiously emerged, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the large gathering. "Are you also survivors?" A middle-aged man hastened forward, his face alight with surprise upon seeing Lin Yi and the 30-odd individuals accompanying him, his expression tinged with a hint of joy. After all, the more people there were, the better. In the face of unknown dangers, humanity instinctively seeks the aid of its kin. Mo Long approached with a smile, inquiring, "Indeed. My friend, how many of you still remain here?" At that moment, individuals began to emerge from the building in succession, all clad in leather armor and wielding weapons. Lin Yi sensed that these individuals had undergone enhancements, their strength likely formidable, at least on par with those on their side. As more personnel emerged, the number swelled to several dozen. Even Mo Long appeared taken aback, surprised by the unexpected number of survivors and their considerable strength. "We have over 40 here, and about 100 more upstairs, but they are mostly elderly, children, and some women, lacking any significant capabilities," the middle-aged man said, his expression growing somber. The calamity had struck with such suddenness that it left no room for imagination. The hospital, which once housed thousands, now seemed to have dwindled to fewer than 1,000 survivors, a truly unfathomable reality. "By the way, do you have any food?" the middle-aged man inquired with hopeful anticipation. Regrettably, Mo Long shook his head with a wry smile, responding, "We have a little, but it has all been reserved for the elderly and children. We have nothing for ourselves. That is unfortunate." As the group united, a sense of concern enveloped them. Food was of the utmost importance. With so many individuals present and no provisions at hand, significant challenges loomed ahead. "I am Huang Jiyuan," the middle-aged man introduced himself. The middle-aged man glanced back at the crowd behind him and extended his hand towards Mo Long, offering a wry smile. "Brother, what do you propose we do now? Although the pests here have been exterminated, it remains uncertain whether they will reappear." Mo Long nodded slightly, shook his hand, and replied, "I am Mo Long. We have completed our cleanup on our end, so it is unlikely that any pests will emerge from that direction. However, we are devoid of provisions." He continued, "Please summon the individuals from upstairs to join us in the hall. After all, there may still be many others on the other side. Let us convene and decide our next course of action." To Mo Long's suggestion, Huang Jiyuan voiced no objections and promptly instructed the few individuals behind him to ascend the stairs and bring the others down, as they aimed to gather everyone together. Lin Yi did not heed their words. Instead, he stepped aside, surveying the towering trees around him, his expression somewhat grave. The hospital was reduced to merely 3 buildings, and it was estimated that only about 300 individuals had survived. However, they now found themselves amidst an expanse of towering woods, uncertain of their whereabouts, questioning whether they still resided on Earth and pondering the dangers that lay ahead. "Lin Yi, have you made any discoveries?" At that moment, Mo Long approached, standing beside him as they both gazed at the forest before them. The colossal ancient trees, with trunks that required 4 people to encircle, were unlike anything he had ever encountered before, rendering the scene surreal. Lin Yi meticulously observed the towering trees and remarked, "Behold these trees. Their presence on Earth is likely exceedingly rare, and yet they flourish to such lofty heights. Do you believe there are places on Earth where one might find such trees?" Mo Long's expression turned grave as he gazed upon the clouds-kissing trees and recognized the anomaly. In modern-day Earth, where could such trees still exist? Perhaps even the largest tropical rainforests in Africa do not harbor them. His assertion was indeed accurate. However, a perplexing question arose. Could it be that this place is no longer Earth? After all, where else could both the sun and moon appear concurrently? This situation is undeniably bizarre. "Do you think we are still on Earth?" Huang Jiyuan approached, inquiring about the matter, yet none possessed an answer. Nevertheless, Lin Yi recalled the mysterious voice and connected it to the bountiful rewards they had garnered from exterminating insects, enhancing themselves, acquiring weaponry, and even skills. "I surmise that this may indeed be Earth, albeit transformed by some enigmatic changes. Do you remember the emergence of that mysterious voice?" Lin Yi articulated his conjecture. "Is this a game?" The trio exchanged wry smiles, shaking their heads, unable to unravel the enigma. It was indeed vexing. However, they all understood that pondering such matters was futile. Their sole focus must be on survival. At that moment, a throng of individuals descended from above, comprising young and old alike, numbering at least 100. These were the fortunate ones who had managed to evade danger or had been blessed with survival. Now, they gathered here, visibly shaken and alarmed. The sight of countless insect carcasses strewn across the floor remained grotesque, even in death. Many children were terrified to the point of tears, while numerous women turned pale. Retching incessantly, clearly traumatized by the scene. "We should depart." Mo Long and Huang Jiyuan exchanged nods, and once everyone had gathered, they proceeded towards the hospital lobby. Lin Yi followed the crowd, observing those still gripped by fear, and felt a pang of sympathy. In the face of calamity, if humanity cannot conquer its fears, it will inevitably face extinction. He harbored a vague sense that the mysterious voice seemed intent on prompting human evolution. This could explain the strength gained from exterminating insects, as well as the existence of equipment and skills reminiscent of a game. Ultimately, was it all aimed at evolution, or was it merely a powerful entity toying with humanity? These thoughts weighed heavily on Lin Yi's mind, devoid of any clear answers. His singular purpose was to survive amidst these upheavals, with the imperative of strengthening himself continually. The crowd soon arrived at the hospital lobby, where a substantial gathering of over 200 individuals awaited. Additionally, more than 100 who had been in the cafeteria had emerged, now congregated here, each anxiously anticipating what would come next. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yi approached the group of 4, and it became evident that the 5 of them were the most formidable individuals present. While the others might be relatively equal in strength, it was these few who held the authority to speak. Mo Long scanned the crowd and remarked, "As you all know, we are the survivors of this recent cataclysm. There should be over 300 of us gathered here, yet I still wish to say a few words." "Spit it out. Hurry up, I need to find something to eat," someone shouted, clearly irritated. However, upon noticing the gazes of those around, the individual fell silent. The throng of over 300 people filled the hall, creating a dense, dark mass. Mo Long paid no heed to the interruption and continued, "At present, we are confronted with a grave crisis. We are out of food. We must devise a means to procure sustenance." "What?" The moment this statement was uttered, the crowd erupted into chaos, emotions running high as anxiety and restlessness swept through the assembly. The mere mention of a food shortage conjured thoughts of starvation. Did they expect to resort to eating insects? "Silence!" Huang Jiyuan bellowed, asserting authority. "Ladies and gentlemen, our foremost priority is to secure a source of food." Indeed, the realization struck everyone. With no provisions in the hospital, where could they possibly find something to eat? Observing the expressions of anger, despair, and even fear among the multitude left the group feeling somewhat helpless. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. There were still over 300 people remaining here, but the issue of sustenance loomed large. The sheer number of mouths to feed was no trivial matter. If the problem remained unresolved, it was likely that these individuals would perish from hunger. Moreover, such a dire situation could precipitate undesirable outcomes, which was the last thing Lin Yi wished to witness. He nodded towards Mo Long and the others beside him and said, "I shall ascend to the rooftop to see if there are any new developments." Upon finishing his statement, he turned and melded into the crowd, choosing not to linger. Mo Long and the others were taken aback, yet they did not dwell on it, allowing him his freedom of movement. "Everyone, please listen to me." At this moment, Mo Long appeared somewhat troubled, recognizing that an increase in numbers was not necessarily advantageous. He continued, "The only viable escape route now lies through the forest outside the hospital, where food is surely available." At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent, though many remained unaware of the dangers lurking within the forest. However, the youth standing beside Wang Ning was acutely aware, having previously observed Lin Yi and his companions slay a fearsome creature. Thus, he had been paying close attention to Lin Yi. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yi had already immersed himself in the throng. He was not departing, but rather seeking to ascend the rooftop to ascertain any developments concerning the forest beyond. Chapter 19. An Assault on the Rooftop. Upon arriving at the rooftop of the hospital, Lin Yi was taken aback. From this vantage point, he could see that the surrounding trees towered so high that one would need to tilt their head back to glimpse the crowns. An initial estimate suggested that these trees were at least 100 meters tall, with the tallest possibly exceeding that height, which was truly astonishing. He gazed upward, first noticing the blazing sun, and on the opposite side, a hazy moon. Such a scene would lead anyone to believe they were not on Earth. Yet, Lin Yi felt that perhaps this was indeed his home planet. The hospital consisted of 3 interconnected buildings, and he quickly spotted a tree branch as thick as a water barrel hanging down, adorned with lush foliage and verdant shade. Numerous vines, as thick as arms, coiled upwards like serpents. From his position, he could see only towering ancient trees, their canopies obscuring any distant view. Despite being on the 8th floor, he found it hard to believe that he could not glimpse even a hint of the scenery beyond. Should he ascend to the treetops for a better look? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, gazing at the immense tree branch, ultimately resolving to ascend to the treetop for a better view. Grasping his bone spear, he treaded cautiously forward, approaching a colossal branch that hung down. He observed that the leaves of these trees were exceptionally broad and densely packed, allowing scarcely any sunlight to penetrate through. Regarding these trees, Linny was unfamiliar with their names or species. Yet he understood that such growth must have taken an extensive period of time. Without further contemplation, he prepared to part the thick foliage to climb to the top of the tree. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over him, followed by a rush of noxious wind. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the right to evade the impending threat. Despite his swift reaction, he felt a searing pain in his left shoulder, leaving him astounded. The bronze battle armor had indeed been breached, and he realized he had sustained an injury. Linny scarcely took a moment to assess his own injuries. Instead, a grave expression settled upon his face. With a bone spear held firmly across his chest, he cautiously fixed his gaze upon the imposing figure that had suddenly materialized before him. It was a fearsome saber-toothed cat, its body exceeding 3 meters in length. Robust and powerful, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Its razor-sharp fangs dripped with viscous saliva, while its terrifying claws had left indelible marks upon the steel-reinforced concrete of the rooftop. A saber-toothed cat? Lin Yi's complexion shifted dramatically as he finally discerned the source of his peril. A prehistoric saber-toothed cat had ambushed him. He had never anticipated that such a creature would be lurking among the branches above. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, the weight of pressure bore heavily upon him. This formidable beast, a relic of the past, possessed an awe-inspiring strength which he had previously encountered. Although he had ultimately vanquished it, he now faced it alone. In this tense standoff atop the building, neither party dared to strike first. The saber-toothed cat's cold, unyielding gaze radiated a brutal and sanguinary intent as it moved with deliberate slowness, compelling Lin Yi to cautiously mirror its movements. In this confrontation, he could keenly sense the overwhelming aura of lethal danger emanating from the beast before him. It was evident that this prehistoric predator was a fearsome entity, a true killer of the jungle, for it would not have concealed itself among the treetops otherwise. Lin Yi was utterly absorbed, fixated on the menacing creature before him, while he cautiously maneuvered his way forward. Upon reaching a colossal branch, an unsettling sensation surged within him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, startling Lin Yi and filling him with foreboding. Indeed, a foul wind swept towards him, laden with murderous intent, leaving no doubt that he was under attack from a lurking predator concealed among the trees behind him. His countenance darkened, incredulous that another beast lay hidden in the foliage. Could it be that the creature before him had deliberately lured him into this perilous position, orchestrating the ambush he now faced? Lin Yi vanquished the fearsome cat, yet instead of feeling elation, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure that made his breaths labored. He need not ponder the reason. It was undoubtedly the other fearsome cat behind him that was poised to launch an attack. Indeed, as Lin Yi turned, that beast propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, its limbs driving it towards him with ferocity. Its fangs were bared to their fullest, gleaming with a sharpness that instilled dread in any onlooker. In the face of imminent danger, Lin Yi remained composed, unleashing a mighty shout as he summoned every ounce of his strength. He swiftly pivoted and swung the bone spear, hurling the lifeless body of the slain fearsome cat towards the oncoming threat. Regrettably, the strike failed to connect, and the carcass soared beyond the rooftop, plummeting downwards. In an instant, the fearsome cat lunged toward him, and Lin Yi barely had time to brace himself with the bone spear. A resounding clash echoed as he was met with an overwhelming force, which sent him crashing onto the rooftop. Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically as he stared at the terrifying saber-toothed cat, its sharp fangs clashing against his bone spear, producing a chilling cacophony. Meanwhile, below on the rooftop, Mo Long and his companions were engaged in discussions regarding their forthcoming plans. They intended to organize a hunting expedition into the forest to procure some ferocious beasts for sustenance. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a shadow plummeted from the sky, striking the ground with a resounding noise. The unexpected event sent shockwaves through the group, causing them to recoil in fear before they dared to look up. To their astonishment, they discovered a colossal beast had fallen, leaving a crater in the earth, blood splattering in vivid crimson around them. "What is this?" Someone gasped in terror, while several women nearly shrieked, their hearts racing with fright. They stared at the fallen creature, horrified to find its head shattered, brains strewn across the ground. Mo Long's face paled as he rushed forward, his demeanor tense and alert. After surveying the scene, he gazed at the lifeless saber-toothed cat before him, incredulous that it had plummeted from above. How did this beast fall from the sky? Zhou Ning pondered curiously. Suddenly, Mo Long's realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. It must have fallen from the rooftop. Look at the wound. It was pierced to death." Earlier, Lin Yi mentioned going to the rooftop. Could it be? The expressions of the group shifted to one of alarm. For if this beast had indeed fallen from the rooftop, it implied that Lin Yi had encountered an attack there, and this beast, resembling a tiger, was his doing. Is this a tiger? One individual cautiously approached the immense creature, observing its striking resemblance to a tiger. However, Mo Long knew all too well that it was not a tiger but a prehistoric creature, the saber-toothed cat. His expression grave, he shook his head and declared, "This is not a tiger. It is a prehistoric species, an entity that existed over 1,000,000 years ago, known as the saber-toothed cat." 1,000,000 years ago? The group gasped in horror, their disbelief palpable as they stared at the deceased saber-toothed cat, struggling to comprehend its prehistoric nature. Yet, they could not dismiss the evidence before them, and some began to wonder if they had somehow traversed back millions of years in time. Surely, we haven't been transported back to Earth millions of years ago? Someone voiced their doubt. What good is speculating on that? At that moment, a burly man, his expression invigorated and his eyes glinting with excitement, spoke up. "Let us not concern ourselves with the era of this saber-toothed cat. I can confirm that it is edible. We have meat now. Indeed, we have meat." The group quickly grasped the implication. Previously, they had lamented the lack of provisions, but now, with the sight of the saber-toothed cat, the source of their sustenance was clear. Even Mo Long and the others recognized that their only path forward was to hunt these saber-toothed cats, thus securing food for themselves. However, at that moment, the expressions of Jiang Qiqin and Li Shuiying changed drastically, for they had just seen Lin Yi ascend to the rooftop, and now it was evident that something was amiss. "Shuiying, you stay here to look after Wenwen. I shall go check the rooftop," Jiang Qiqin decisively proclaimed, racing towards the staircase, her concern for Lin Yi compelling her forward. She moved swiftly, leaving Li Shuiying to tend to Yiwen, whose anxiety began to mount. Watching the others engage in discussions about hunting the elusive cat, she felt a surge of frustration that no one seemed to remember Lin Yi's presence on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiqin sprinted to the rooftop with utmost urgency. But upon her arrival, her countenance shifted dramatically. The space was eerily vacant, devoid of any presence. Her face paled as she beheld a vast expanse of crimson blood. Her heart sinking instantly. Drawing her bowstring taut, she felt an overwhelming tension. Not a soul was in sight. "Lin Yi, where are you?" she called out, her voice rising in panic as apprehension gripped her. Could it be that Lin Yi had met with misfortune? She struggled to fathom that the young man who had always been her ally could simply be gone. At that very moment, Lin Yi, perched atop the treetops, emerged from his stupor, his expression still not fully recovered. He gazed at the panoramic view around him, profoundly shaken, his emotions tumultuous and unyielding. "I am here at the treetop. Make your way up the trunk and see for yourself." The words of Lin Yi echoed from above, finally easing the anxious heart of Jiang Qiqin. To her surprise, she discovered that it was indeed possible to ascend the massive trunk. Without hesitation, she trusted Lin Yi's judgment, believing there must be a reason for his assurance. Soon, she cautiously climbed to the top of the trunk and arrived at Lin Yi's location. "Lin Yi, what is the matter? What has happened?" Jiang Qiqin inquired nervously. Lin Yi's expression was solemn as he pointed ahead and said, "Take a look for yourself. We are in grave trouble." Surprised by his words, Jiang Qiqin curiously lifted her gaze toward the distance, only to be left dumbfounded the next moment. In the far horizon, colossal mountains towered into the clouds, stretching endlessly as if there were no limits in sight. "Lin Yi, quickly look. What is that?" Jiang Qiqin suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the side. Chapter 20. Investigating the situation. "That is a signal fire." Lin Yi's expression turned resolute as he gazed into the distance at the billowing smoke, which was undoubtedly a signal fire. From afar, at the edge of the horizon, a towering column of smoke could be faintly discerned, indicating the presence of individuals in that vicinity. Jiang Qiqin's face lit up with excitement, but she soon furrowed her brows and inquired, "Lin Yi, could that smoke be a call for help?" The two observed the rising smoke, swirling upward, suggesting that such a possibility might indeed exist. However, after contemplating for a considerable time, Lin Yi arrived at a different hypothesis. He reflected, "I believe it is unlikely. it may very well be a rallying signal. While there may be people in that direction, the purpose of the smoke could be twofold. One possibility is a plea for assistance, while the other is to summon individuals to gather. The likelihood of someone in distress is minimal, as lighting a signal fire could attract a multitude of complications. As Linny gazed into the distance, he speculated, yet I am more inclined to believe that someone is sending out signals to gather scattered survivors, drawing them together. Much like ourselves. Jiang Qin, her expression one of astonishment, replied, "Are you suggesting that there are many others like us who have encountered such calamities? Why would that be?" Linny cast a glance at her before saying, "It is certain that there are others who have faced similar tribulations. And I even suspect that the entirety of humanity on this planet has undergone such upheavals." His conjecture seemed quite plausible, if that were indeed the case. It would elucidate the presence of that wisp of smoke. What was undeniable was that in that direction, human existence persisted, perhaps even in abundance. Otherwise, such a plume of smoke would undoubtedly attract countless troubles. "Linny, do you see those mountains over there? What mountains are they? Could they be the Himalayas?" Jiang Qin exclaimed in surprise, pointing towards the side. In truth, Linny had already noticed them, but he was certain they were not the Himalayas. From this vantage point, the distant mountains towered continuously, their main peak piercing the clouds, resembling a magnificent pillar supporting the heavens. Given the circumstances, Linny did not dwell on such thoughts. Now was not the time for contemplation. He felt it was imperative to organize a team to prepare for a journey towards that plume of smoke. "Let us descend," he declared, promptly turning to navigate down the treetops. Caution was necessary in this descent, for a misstep might lead to a disastrous fall. Before long, Lin Yi reached the rooftop, only to look up in astonishment to find that Jiang Qin had not followed him down. She appeared visibly anxious, gripping a branch tightly. The ascent had felt effortless, but the descent now instilled a sense of trepidation within her. "Lin Yi, I cannot go down." Jiang Qin's face bore a melancholic expression, overwhelmed by fear and struggling with the thought of descending. This predicament left Lin Yi momentarily speechless. How could the ascent be so easy, yet the descent seemed so daunting? Lin Yi reassured her, "Do not worry, descend slowly. I am here watching over you, and nothing will go awry." His words brought a semblance of calm to Jiang Qin's anxious heart. Gritting her teeth, she began to move downward inch by inch. However, her pace was agonizingly slow, and she could feel her hands and feet trembling. The height was simply too daunting. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air, sending both of them into a state of alarm. Jiang Qin's complexion turned ashen as she looked up, realizing that the branch she had been clinging to had snapped at that very moment. In an instant, her body lost its balance, and she plummeted downwards. Below, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically. They had not yet reached the rooftop, and to fall from this height would lead to a drop of over 100 meters to the ground below. Jiang Qin screamed as her body descended rapidly, crashing through numerous branches without the slightest chance of stopping. Despite her augmented physique, the sheer height posed a grave risk of shattering upon impact. Lin Yi silently cursed under his breath, quickening his pace as he leaped forward with a few strides, seizing a massive tree trunk. Just then, a cacophony erupted above him, and Jiang Qin's figure descended swiftly. With a resounding thud, her falling body was finally caught, leaving her momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Lin Yi arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At this moment, Lin Yi's complexion was flushed, and an intense tremor coursed through his body, as if his bones might shatter. He had plunged a bone spear into the tree trunk, managing to catch Jiang Qin with both hands, yet the force and velocity of her descent nearly thwarted his efforts. "Don't move. If you do, we'll both fall," Lin Yi's voice rang out, prompting Jiang Qin to freeze in place. Her cheeks were adorned with a rosy hue, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and embarrassment, but this was not the time for such thoughts. At last, Lin Yi exhaled deeply, a wry smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. Jiang Qin, her face still flushed, lowered her gaze in silence, feeling a touch of shyness. For the situation had indeed been perilously close. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Let us be cautious next time. We should leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and descended the stairs, with Jiang Qin silently following behind him. Soon, as they reached the ground floor, Lin Yi felt a wave of soreness enveloping his body. Despite his formidable strength, he was still affected by the impact. He waved his arm and murmured, "It appears that I am still not strong enough. I must strive to grow stronger swiftly." Behind him, Jiang Qin kept her head down, occasionally lifting it to glance at the figure ahead. At this moment, her emotions were a labyrinth only she could navigate, with complex feelings swirling within her. At that moment, Mo Long spotted Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin and hurried over to inquire. In truth, he was most curious about what had transpired on the rooftop, suspecting an encounter with a terrifying creature. Indeed, Lin Yi succinctly recounted his experience on the rooftop, omitting the fact that he had faced two such creatures. He merely mentioned an attack by one terrifying beast, which he had ultimately managed to slay with great difficulty, leaving out any mention of the other. After all, he had been tackled by the second creature and was in a perilous situation at that moment. It was only through a surge of strength that he had managed to forcefully expel the creature along with its bone spear and then swiftly retrieved a massive battle axe from his storage bracelet. With one mighty swing, the creature had collapsed, ultimately meeting its demise right there. As for the corpse, it remained in the bracelet. He certainly could not disclose that he had slain two creatures, for then the whereabouts of the second's body would be questioned. "I see," the others exclaimed, their faces reflecting astonishment at Lin Yi's singular strength. They sensed, albeit vaguely, that his power surpassed theirs significantly. Indeed, having just vanquished two of these terrifying creatures, Lin Yi's strength had now exceeded theirs, reaching an astonishing 350 pounds. Such force, if unleashed upon a human body, would undoubtedly wreak havoc. "Everyone, I have some good news to share." Lin Yi suddenly uttered a remark that captured everyone's attention, prompting Mo Long and the others to glance over. Their expressions tinged with astonishment. They speculated amongst themselves, curious about the nature of this promising news, a sense of anticipation brewing within them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi spoke. "Just now, I climbed a tree and observed a substantial column of smoke rising in the southeast, indicating that there are likely people present." "Smoke?" Upon hearing this, everyone's countenance brightened, their spirits soaring with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi would detect such smoke, which suggested not only the presence of individuals but perhaps many. However, Zhou Ning raised a question, expressing some doubt. "Perhaps it is merely some unfortunate souls like us signaling for help with smoke. That is a possibility. I would not be so sure." Mo Long gently shook his head and replied, "You all know too well that igniting smoke signals here is exceedingly perilous, as it could attract numerous terrifying creatures. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that it serves as a rallying signal." The group's expressions shifted to one of excitement, as they began to surmise the implication of someone sending out a call for gathering. The reason for this summoning hinted at the existence of many others like themselves, which was ample proof that humanity persisted. Mo Long, his face alight with enthusiasm, declared, "This is splendid news. We should prepare ourselves and make our way toward the source of the smoke, for remaining here is fraught with danger. Indeed, we must proceed." "But the sole obstacle lies in traversing this vast forest," interjected a young man. "Allow me to introduce you. This young man is Liang Yu, and beside him is Huang Jiyuan." Mo Long began, presenting the young man and the middle-aged companion to Lin Yi. "I am Lin Yi," he said with a nod and a smile, introducing himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Long continued, "Now, let us meticulously devise our plan. Initially, we must venture into the forest to assess the situation and prepare ourselves for the journey ahead." Lin Yi did not object as he observed the individuals before him. Mo Long and Zhou Ning were familiar faces. However, two others were just acquaintances, namely the young Liang Yu and the middle-aged Huang Jiyuan. Both possessed considerable strength, likely on par with Mo Long and Zhou Ning, yet they seemed somewhat inferior when compared to Lin Yi. This was a result of Lin Yi's triumph over three fearsome cats, which had undoubtedly augmented his prowess, leaving him with little apprehension. "We should divide ourselves into 3 teams," Lin Yi proposed. "2 groups will venture into the jungle to assess the forest's conditions before we commence our journey." The group engaged in meticulous planning, deliberating the subsequent course of action, ultimately deciding to form 3 teams. One team would remain behind to guard those unable to defend themselves, ensuring safety in case of unforeseen circumstances, while the remaining 2 teams would split into smaller units to explore the depths of the jungle. "I shall stay to guard our home," a voice interjected, surprising Lin Yi. He turned to discover it was the young Liang Yu, who seemed reluctant to enter the forest, as if he harbored an apprehension about what lay within. Did he perhaps possess knowledge of some hidden peril? Chapter 21. Crisis in the Jungle. Within the ancient forest, towering trees loomed, their trunks thick enough for 5 people to encircle, robust and majestic, entwined with twisting vines. The underbrush was dense, the foliage luxuriant, obscuring the light and casting an eerie gloom. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of decaying branches and leaves, yielding softly underfoot. A group of 10 was advancing through the dimly lit woods, treading upon rotting branches that emitted crisp sounds with each step. At the forefront was a young man, Lenny, wielding a sharp bone spear, cautiously navigating ahead of his companions. He led a small team into the forest, much like the other groups, to scout the terrain and search for sustenance. Upon entering the forest, Lenny acutely sensed an impending danger, as if the jungle harbored latent threats at every turn. This ancient woodland concealed terrifying entities, the nature of which remained a mystery. It was evident, however, that many prehistoric creatures lurked here, fierce and formidable, especially after having vanquished 3 fearsome cats, ancient beasts of remarkable ferocity and strength. Everyone, remain vigilant. Peril lurks in every corner of this jungle, Lenny cautioned, prompting his 9 companions to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Among them, a striking figure trailed closely behind, gripping a pair of sharp bone spikes, Li Shuiying. As for Jiang Qi, she remained in the hospital, tending to her daughter, who had yet to fully recover and required her care. Thus, it was only Li Shuiying who accompanied Lin Yi's small team into the forest. Lin Yi, this place feels ominously quiet, almost eerily so, Li Shuiying whispered, her caution evident as they advanced. Lin Yi was acutely aware that upon entering the forest, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Not even the faintest chirp of an insect could be heard, rendering the atmosphere eerily sinister. An occasional gust of chill wind sent shivers down their spines. However, the mere thought of insects caused a noticeable change in the expressions of the group, recalling the grotesque creatures they had previously encountered in the hospital. Those entities could hardly be classified as insects. They were monstrous aberrations of nature. The group proceeded with utmost caution, each member on high alert, anticipating unforeseen dangers lurking in the shadows. In this ancient jungle, peril was omnipresent, deterring ordinary individuals from venturing into such treacherous terrain. Nearby, several team members exhibited pallid faces, their anxiety palpable. They were at a loss, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, when one of their own stumbled and let out a blood-curdling scream. A commotion erupted as the ground trembled, dirt flying, as if something horrifying lurked beneath the surface. Panic ensued, with several retreating in terror, while Lin Yi, without a moment's hesitation, sprang forward with swift determination. His rapid movements were a blur to the others as they witnessed a shadow dart past. Suddenly, a bone spear pierced the earth, unleashing a viscous green liquid that splattered across the area. With a fierce shout, Lin Yi exerted his strength, lifting a colossal creature from the ground. The impact sent soil flying, revealing an enormous entity, its body a ghastly shade of black and red, approximately the thickness of an adult's thigh and extending over 4 meters in length, covered in a dense array of legs. It was a monstrous centipede. The sight of the creature sent shockwaves through the group. Their faces paled as they comprehended the magnitude of what lay before them. Even Lin Yi's countenance shifted, for he had never encountered such a titanic centipede. Before them, this grotesque being, as thick as a thigh, writhed in desperation despite having its head pierced, emitting terrifying shrieks that sent chills down their spines. Without uttering a word, Lin Yi forcefully hurled the centipede against the massive tree trunk ahead. With a resounding crash, viscous fluid splattered in all directions, and to their astonishment, the ground began to emit billowing white smoke, a truly terrifying sight. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of shock. He had not anticipated that the creature's blood could possess such a fearsome potency, capable of corroding the very earth beneath them. Turning in horror, he discovered that the team member who had been screaming moments ago lay utterly still. His body was now darkened and grotesquely swollen, rigid upon the ground, devoid of life. A profound silence enveloped the group, a chilling sensation creeping up from their feet, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. This unfortunate teammate had merely suffered a bite, and in the blink of an eye, he had succumbed to death, poisoned, undoubtedly. The potency of the venom was utterly terrifying. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, for the words of the fallen comrade echoed in his mind. Despite having undergone rigorous enhancement, possessing strength exceeding 150 pounds, he had still succumbed to the venom of that monstrous centipede. The sight before them rendered the remaining 9 in a state of somber silence, their hearts undeniably gripped by fear. Now, the other 8 members turned their gazes towards Lin Yi, the captain, awaiting his decision. Yet, with such a terrifying creature lurking nearby, the threat of another fatal bite loomed large, leaving no one impervious to its danger. The man, visibly shaken, continued, "Moreover, there are other teams out there. Even if we find nothing, surely the other dozen or so teams must have made some discoveries." Silence. The atmosphere was tense. The sight of the colossal centipede's lifeless body rendered the group restless. Lin Yi observed their reactions with a mix of anger and disappointment, yet chose not to voice his feelings, instead gesturing for them to move on. However, he shook his head to halt the departure of 3 individuals. Feeling a twinge of helplessness and regret, he understood all too well that the moment they stepped into the forest, it felt as though they had been marked by some unseen force, an unsettling sensation gnawing at him. "Let us press onward," he commanded. The ground was drenched in blood, still warm, and a severed arm lay gruesomely amidst the carnage, its fingers twitching feebly. "Everyone, be vigilant. Powerful beasts are nearby. Let us gather together and remain alert for any ambush." Lin Yi issued a direct command, and the remaining individuals swiftly gathered together, cautiously following him as they departed from the site. This very location was where the 3 who had just left were ambushed, and it had likely become a feast for the ferocious beasts. Along the journey, the group wore somber expressions, unable to muster even a hint of excitement. Leading the way, Lin Yi ventured deeper into the forest, heading towards the direction where the smoke signals rose. Their mission was to ascertain the fundamental conditions of the forest and prepare for their relocation. At this critical moment, retreat was utterly out of the question. Otherwise, not only would their migration be jeopardized, but even their exit from this forest would become problematic. Lin Yi forged ahead, meticulously marking certain tree trunks with symbols, serving as indicators. The group's mission, beyond foraging for sustenance, was to ascertain various circumstances that would favor their forthcoming plans. Halt. Suddenly, Lin Yi raised his hand, signaling everyone to pause. The group's expressions turned to one of shock as they stood on high alert, sensing a chilling aura permeating the air. Lin Yi's expression grew grave as he surveyed his surroundings. The silence was overwhelming, and the very air seemed to thicken. After a careful sense and observation, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul, metallic odor, the unmistakable scent of a beast. "Caution!" Beside him, Li Shuiying exclaimed in alarm, just as a dark shadow erupted from the thicket on the left, unleashing a powerful stench as it lunged at a nearby team member. The unfortunate individual, face pale with terror, managed to swing his blade in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but with a resounding thud, his body was sent hurtling away. It was only then that the others could clearly discern the creature, a massive beast, its fur bristling with menace, and its fangs bared in a fearsome snarl. Could it be another terror cat? Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the formidable beast before him, a prehistoric saber-toothed cat. This creature was immense, surpassing the 3 he had previously encountered, measuring over 4 meters in length. With astonishing speed and strength, it launched itself at one of the team members, sending him flying. As the team member fell, the cat leaped again, intent on attacking the downed figure, but by then, someone had reacted. "Die!" a middle-aged man bellowed, brandishing a massive war blade above his head. With a fierce swing, he brought it down, creating a powerful gust of wind that forced the saber-toothed cat to evade. With a thunderous roar, the colossal creature crouched low, then lunged at the middle-aged man, its menacing fangs bared, emitting a nauseating stench that turned the stomach. Suddenly, a dark bone spear shot out from beside the man, propelled by a terrifying force, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle toward the oncoming predator. Chapter 22. The Night Falls. The bone spear cut through the air, a flash of darkness, and with a sickening thud, it pierced the lunging saber-toothed cat. The strike was executed with such swiftness that even the agile beast had no time to evade, resulting in its head being impaled and crashing to the ground, twitching briefly before succumbing to death. With a sigh of relief, the middle-aged man staggered, nearly collapsing. His face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down as he experienced a profound sense of dread, genuinely believing he was on the brink of death. "Captain, thank you." He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that had Lin Yi not acted swiftly, he might have perished there. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his expression devoid of joy, instead reflecting a grave concern. This saber-toothed cat was significantly stronger. Approaching the carcass of the beast, he solemnly warned, "Everyone be cautious. Danger could be lurking nearby at any moment. A single misstep could lead to disaster." The group tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions turning serious and vigilant. Just then, Li Shuiying's face abruptly paled as she turned to look, terror etched across her features. "Watch out," she cried, but it was too late. The team member who had just recovered from being thrown was caught unaware by a sudden gust of wind, as a terrifying shadow lunged toward him. "Ah!" He screamed in horror, barely rolling on the ground before being pinned beneath the massive beast, which savagely bit down, tearing off one of his arms in a gruesome display that was both horrific and chilling. Lin Yi's face contorted with fury as he leaped forward, stepping onto the trunk of a nearby tree to launch himself at the ferocious beast. Alas, given the distance, rescuing the stricken comrade was evidently unattainable. However, not far from him stood a young man, initially paralyzed with fear, upon witnessing his teammate's arm severed by the monstrous creature, and the beast's jaws closing in on his throat. Rage consumed his terror. "Damn beast, perish!" he roared, seizing his weapon to deliver a fierce downward strike. The bone knife, sharp as a razor, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, forcing the massive creature to abandon its deadly grip and retreat swiftly. This decisive blow spared the beleaguered team member from certain death. At that moment, Lin Yi had arrived, his bone spear whistling through the air with a powerful gust. With a resounding thud, the colossal beast was finally sent sprawling. Yet, as it slid down from the tree trunk, it quickly regained its footing, letting out a deep, resonant roar, seemingly unscathed. Lin Yi's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the colossal beast before him, a formidable saber-toothed cat. This creature, like its predecessor, exhibited immense strength. A single sweeping blow had failed to incapacitate it, which was truly astonishing. With a thunderous roar, the saber-toothed cat, thwarted in its attack, attempted to turn and flee into the thicket. However, consumed by rage, Lin Yi was resolute in preventing its escape. Allowing it to vanish into the shadows would invite a far more perilous ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi raised his bone spear and hurled it with fierce determination at the retreating beast. The sharp spear sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, penetrating the creature's body and pinning it to the ground. In the aftermath of the strike, the saber-toothed cat, though mortally wounded, thrashed wildly in a futile struggle for survival. Its efforts waned, and after a few desperate convulsions, it succumbed to death. "Oh, my hand. My arm is gone." At that moment, the others emerged from their tense stupor. Realizing that one of their comrades had suffered a grievous injury, his left arm had been severed, and blood gushed forth like a torrent, a truly horrifying sight. "Stay calm. You will be all right. Do not move." Li Shuiying quickly approached, softly reassuring the injured team member. She retrieved a small medical kit from her waist and deftly began to clean the wound with haste. Lin Yi approached, his expression somewhat grim. Another individual had been severely injured in an attack. Fortunately, a young man nearby acted promptly, or else the victim would have surely succumbed. "You have done well. A true man must be courageous," Lin Yi commended with a smile. The young man, feeling bashful, scratched his head, yet his demeanor soon turned somber. With a tinge of shame, he confessed, "This is all my fault. Had I been more vigilant, I surely would have detected that beast in advance, and this predicament could have been averted. Do not blame yourself, young brother." The middle-aged man, pale but now recovering his breath, said with strained resolve, "I owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your intervention, I might not have merely suffered a broken arm, but rather a severed neck. Endure," he continued, "moreover. There are few capable surgeons left in the hospital, only a multitude of nurses remain, and while a few may possess surgical skills, will they even be able to reach in time?" Sighing deeply, the middle-aged man regarded Lin Yi's troubled expression and suddenly uttered, "Captain, you must press on. For the sake of uncovering the forest's mysteries, do not let my plight entrap the entire group. Leave me here. I only ask that you look after my daughter." At his words, a profound silence enveloped them, each person burdened with unspoken sorrow. They felt a sharp pang in their noses and a moisture welling in their eyes, as if tears were poised to fall, causing them to turn away from one another. "Let us not speak further." Lin Yi's expression shifted, ultimately settling with determination as he commanded, "You two, support him. Let us advance together." His words prompted the two young men nearby to swiftly crouch down and assist the injured middle-aged man to his feet. Subsequently, the group resumed their journey, with Lin Yi and Li Shuiying leading the way. The two young men provided support to the wounded individual, while the remaining young man bore a large saber-toothed cat upon his shoulder, a trophy of their hunt and a source of sustenance for the entire group. After some time had passed, Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. At this moment, the group's demeanor shifted once again, as the two young men gently set down their injured comrade and each drew their weapons, assuming a defensive stance. Lin Yi cautiously fixed his gaze ahead for a moment, then suddenly declared, "You all wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing any commotion, do not scatter or depart." Do you understand? Yes. The group nodded in unison. Li Shuiying seemed about to speak, but ultimately refrained. The others watched as Lin Yi's figure darted into the underbrush like a leopard, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A mix of tension and curiosity filled their hearts. What was their captain about to do? Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from the jungle ahead, sending their hearts racing with fear. Li Shuiying's expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively moved as if to rush forward. Yet, she gritted her teeth and ultimately held her ground. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed from the thicket, accompanied by the relentless roars of wild beasts. Finally, a chilling cry resonated, and silence enveloped the area. With a rustling sound, the underbrush stirred, and a figure emerged, causing the group to nearly leap from their skins in fright. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, they collectively exhaled in relief, only to be struck by astonishment. What is this? Li Shuiying's face blanched in horror as she stared at the approaching Lin Yi, who was drenched in blood, though it appeared to be the blood of a ferocious beast. Most notably, he was dragging a massive creature along with him, a gargantuan saber-toothed cat that was still alive, albeit gravely wounded. The saber-toothed cat let out a low, desperate growl, weakly struggling as its limbs lay utterly shattered. Despite its condition, the creature still exuded a terrifying ferocity. Lin Yi cast aside the formidable beast, uttering, "You may slay it. It should aid in restoring your injuries. While the outcome remains uncertain, it is worth attempting." The middle-aged man, taken aback, gazed at Lin Yi with a burgeoning sense of camaraderie, feeling an overwhelming resolve akin to that of a soldier willing to lay down his life for a dear friend. Such a person, capable of capturing a ferocious creature solely for the sake of a wounded comrade, was indeed profoundly moving. Without further ado, he grasped his battle blade with his only available hand and delivered a fierce blow. With a resounding crack, the creature's skull was cleaved in two, its brain matter spilling forth. The onlookers, filled with tension and anticipation, focused intently on the middle-aged man. To their astonishment, a brilliant radiance emanated from the severed stump of his left arm, enveloping the wound, and, in a miraculous turn of events, it began to heal. Is it done? The man's countenance was one of exhilaration. Though his arm was lost, the wound had closed, and he felt no trace of pain. Instead, he experienced a surge of strength coursing through his body, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Captain, thank you. From this day forth, my life belongs to you," declared He Jinhai, the middle-aged man, with unwavering conviction. Lin Yi finally felt at ease, nodding with a smile. One hand can still possess great power, perhaps in the future. Your arm may be restored, provided that you survive. Lin Yi, we have been out for 6 hours, and it has been so long without the onset of night. Li Shuiying voiced her concern. The others exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something amiss. Since the disaster had struck, nearly 2 days had passed, yet nightfall had not arrived, which seemed rather peculiar. Wait for me. I shall ascend the treetops to assess the situation. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, resolutely deciding to ascend to the treetops. The forest was dense, with only faint rays of sunlight filtering through, rendering it impossible to ascertain the situation from his current position. In no time, with his agile physique and formidable strength, Lin Yi swiftly climbed to the summit of a towering tree, exceeding 100 meters in height, and finally beheld the circumstances above. Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment as he observed that the sun and moon, which had once hung high in the center of the sky, had now descended to the western horizon, poised to vanish from sight. Darkness was imminent. Chapter 23. Heavy Casualties. The journey was far from tranquil. As the light within the forest dwindled, visibility diminished significantly. However, having undergone enhancement, Lin Yi and his companions possessed greatly improved natural eyesight, enabling them to discern their surroundings with considerable difficulty. Lin Yi led the way, accompanied by Li Shuiying, with 4 teammates closely trailing behind. The forest was enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by the crunch of decaying leaves beneath their feet, allowing even their breaths to resonate clearly in the stillness. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from the left, raising goosebumps on everyone's skin. From the thicket to the left of a young man, a swift dark shadow lunged out, revealing menacing fangs that sent a shiver down their spines. As the shadow seemed poised to strike, the situation appeared dire. And with Lin Yi's current distance and speed, any attempt at rescue was futile. At that critical moment, a piercing cry broke through the tension. Lin Yi, astonished, witnessed Li Shuiying flicker and vanish, transforming into a fleeting shadow that darted past. The dark figure halted abruptly, A chilling wail echoed as the shadow tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, albeit unsteadily. It was then that the onlookers discerned it was yet another fearsome cat, imposing and robust, reminiscent of a colossal tiger. To their astonishment, 2 deep gashes marred the creature's neck, blood gushing forth in vivid crimson, indicating it had sustained severe injuries. Remarkably, the one who had inflicted such damage was none other than the seemingly delicately swaying, now wielding sharp bone spikes, droplets of blood cascading from her hands. A sight both startling and impressive. The wounded creature, agitated and restless, turned to flee into the underbrush. Yet before Lin Yi could act, Li Shuiying sprang into action, disappearing in a blur. A cry of anguish erupted from the thicket, and moments later, Li Shuiying emerged, dragging the massive, fearsome cat behind her, leaving her companions utterly astonished. Initially, several team members had underestimated her combat prowess, but it was evident now that this seemingly fragile nurse was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Particularly striking was her ghostly speed, which even Lin Yi found surprising, speculating it must be attributed to her training in the elusive shadowless step technique. For such swiftness seemed improbable otherwise. As the team regained their composure, a young man swiftly took possession of the lifeless beast, hastily rejoining the group. The pace quickened, and the journey ahead was destined to be tumultuous, encountering multiple assaults, all of which were decisively quelled, though several opportunities to hunt the attacking fearsome cats were lost. Upon their swift arrival, Mo Long and his companions appeared, their expressions a mix of astonishment. For Lin Yi and his team had managed to hunt no less than 5 of these prehistoric predators, the fearsome cats. 5 fearsome cats represented a considerable bounty. Could 10 individuals truly achieve such a feat? Mo Long and the others were compelled to marvel, as their respective teams had not garnered similar success, with some even returning empty-handed. Most strikingly, other teams had suffered significant casualties, with one nearly facing total annihilation. Though astonished, Mo Long and his companions wasted no time, swiftly instructing their comrades to retrieve the spoils before leading Lin Yi aside. You all should take a moment to rest. Prepare to roast these catches shortly. Lin Yi. During this expedition, our respective teams have suffered tremendous losses. At this moment, we find ourselves in the hospital's main hall, where several fires have been ignited. Lin Yi, along with Mo Long and others, is seated beside one of the flames, engaged in discussion about the losses and gains of this venture. On my side, our team entered the forest, and within less than half an hour, we were ambushed, resulting in 1 fatality and 2 severe injuries. Subsequently, we faced several more attacks, leading to another 2 deaths, Zhou Ning stated, his expression grave. Surrounding them were numerous individuals, all of whom were leaders of the teams involved in this endeavor. However, many bowed their heads in somber silence, evidently burdened by their own substantial losses. At that moment, a young man seated across from them, wearing a rather cheerful expression, remarked that his team of 10 had entered the forest and, against the odds, had not encountered any attacks, only crossing paths with a large swarm of greenish insects, which did not pose a threat. In my case, we managed to hunt down 2 terror cats. These prehistoric beasts are undeniably formidable, Mo Long said with a wry smile. Shaking his head, his team had only slain 2 terror cats, while also suffering the loss of 1 member. Given the circumstances, they were fortunate to have not endured greater casualties. Otherwise, tears would surely have been shed. 2 other teams had fared relatively well, one led by a burly man who, despite losing 2 members, succeeded in killing 3 fierce beasts. Another team, whose name escaped Lin Yi's memory, also reported a commendable harvest. Among all, Lin Yi's team emerged with the most impressive results, having successfully hunted 5 terror cats, each known for their swiftness and strength. Lin Yi, your team has taken down 5 terror cats, albeit with a loss of 4 members. One could say that the harvest is commendable, Mo Long remarked in astonishment, unable to dismiss the undeniable prowess of Lin Yi's capabilities. Lin Yi's expression was grave as he shook his head and remarked, "We have suffered severe losses. If this continues, all our combatants will perish, and how then shall we survive?" A collective sigh echoed among the group as they fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, Lin Yi continued, "Have you all noticed that it has likely been 2 days since the catastrophe began, and only now does nightfall grace us? Is that not peculiar? Yet, no matter how strange it may seem, it is of little consequence when we are unaware of our surroundings." Some shook their heads with a bitter smile, acknowledging the futility of such thoughts. However, Lin Yi was undeterred. He believed it was imperative to understand the laws of this world, for survival would be exceedingly difficult otherwise. Everyone, the meat is ready. Let us partake in a meal before we deliberate our plans for tomorrow. At this moment, Mo Long stood up, revealing that the ferocious beasts had been roasted to perfection. The group, famished, had their eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to feast. Indeed, the casualties within his team had begun when 3 members hesitated upon witnessing a colossal centipede claim a life, instilling fear that led to greater losses. Lenny here. Why aren't you eating? A petite figure approached, offering a substantial leg of roasted terror feline. It was Li Shuiying. Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to eat, she felt a twinge of concern. Lenny, have you encountered a dilemma? Speak of it. Perhaps we can assist you. Came another gentle voice as Jiang Qinqin joined her. Cradling the now recovered Yuan. The little girl, with her wide, curious eyes, gazed at Lin Yi with eagerness. Big brother, why aren't you eating? You'll grow hungry. Please, have this. Little Yuan chimed in, extending a large fruit towards him. Haha. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and said, 1-1. You may enjoy it yourself. Your elder brother has already savored the fruit. After speaking, he turned to gaze at the 2 beautiful women beside him, only to find that many onlookers were casting envious glances in their direction. The expressions on Mo Long and his companions were somewhat peculiar, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Eventually, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Lin Yi, hurry up and eat. We shall venture into the forest for a hunt tomorrow, Mo Long shouted, gnawing on a piece of roasted meat. Alas, Lin Yi sighed inwardly, saying nothing as he accepted the beast meat handed to him by Li Shuiying and began to eat. Within the hospital, the remaining 300 survivors felt a sense of stability, for having a meal of meat signified a glimmer of hope. In the late hours of the night, as they gathered around the fire to eat, laughter and conversation filled the air, easing the earlier chaos and fear that had gripped them. It's late. You all should rest, someone suggested. Chapter 24. The Prehistoric Terror Wolf. We'll take our leave now. Brother Lin, do get some rest, they said. After a considerable time, Lin Yi settled into a cross-legged position, choosing to rest there. Though the hospital housed numerous rooms sufficient for the 300 occupants, he remained in the main hall. A group was keeping watch, a team that had not ventured into the forest that day. It was their turn for vigilance. Lin Yi sat quietly, refraining from seeking rest. However, after sitting for a while, he found it impossible to calm his restless mind. Frowning, he noticed that many nearby were weary, struggling to keep their eyes open. Yet he felt no inclination to sleep. An undercurrent of agitation stirred within him, making tranquility elusive. Stepping outside, Lin Yi was immediately greeted by a chill. The temperature of the late-night air was decidedly brisk. As he surveyed the surrounding darkness, his enhanced physique allowed him to discern vague shapes. He speculated that if his enhancements continued to progress, perhaps one day he would perceive the night as clearly as day. Yet, he recognized that he was far from achieving such clarity. The journey to attain night vision equivalent to daylight remained a long and arduous path ahead. Lin Yi even speculated whether, with such enhancements, humanity might eventually evolve into beings akin to deities. Presently, he possessed a strength exceeding 380 pounds. What if this were to escalate to 1,000 or even 10,000 pounds? Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Lin Yi's heart to shudder as he sensed an unsettling aura. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his expression changing dramatically as he noticed faint glimmers of light flickering within the woods ahead. These luminous points swayed slowly, imparting an eerie and frigid sensation upon a mere glance. A sudden chill enveloped Lin Yi, creeping up his spine, as he felt an overwhelming sense of peril. This is not good. Just as the thought crossed his mind, 2 points of ghostly light darted towards him, followed by a shadow erupting from the underbrush, accompanied by a foul stench that assailed his senses, radiating an intense aura of lethal intent. Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he finally discerned that the shadow before him was, in fact, a ferocious beast. The faint glimmer he had noticed was nothing less than the terrifying gaze of its eyes, those of a wild creature. With a low, guttural roar, a putrid gust of wind rushed at him, bringing forth an imminent sense of danger. Startled, Lin Yi swiftly brandished a sharp-boned spear that materialized in his grasp, thrusting it forward with fierce intent. The sound of metal clashing resonated, producing a melodious yet striking note. To his astonishment, Lin Yi's spear pierced through the air, only to be caught in the jaws of the advancing shadow, ensnared by its razor-sharp fangs. Damned creature, was it truly a wolf? Lin Yi's expression darkened as he finally discerned the shadow before him, which unmistakably took the form of a wolf measuring over 3 meters in length. This was no ordinary wolf, but rather a prehistoric terror wolf, a savage and bloodthirsty beast. Moreover, wherever wolves roamed, packs were sure to follow. Indeed, Lin Yi swiftly scanned the woods and noticed a flicker of cold light approaching rapidly. This was the wolf pack. In a moment of crisis, Lin Yi could not afford to ponder. He aimed to swiftly eliminate the terror wolf before him, lest he find himself in dire straits. His physical strength surged suddenly, channeling into the bone spear, causing it to hum and vibrate with energy. With power coalescing in his hands, Lin Yi unleashed a sudden burst of force, twisting his wrists to strike the terror wolf aside with a resounding thud, before the bone spear pierced through like a venomous serpent striking its prey. With a sharp sound, a spray of steaming blood erupted, drenching him as Lin Yi's spear pierced the wolf's throat, resulting in an instant kill. He barely had time to assess the situation before swiftly retreating, racing into the hospital lobby. Alert! Enemy attack! Lin Yi charged forth, bellowing a warning that startled everyone within the hospital. In the lobby, a group of night watchmen swiftly rose to their feet, seizing their weapons and adopting a tense demeanor. Lin Yi rushed to their side and shouted, "The wolf pack is upon us. Sound the alarm." At once, the individual responsible for the alarm sprang into action, striking a large iron pot with a hammer. The resounding clang reverberated throughout the hospital, rousing countless individuals from their slumber. Mo Long and his companions, who had been resting, immediately grasped their weapons and hurried down. However, as they hastened to respond, the wolf pack was already at the hospital's threshold. A prolonged wolf howl echoed through the air, causing many faces to pale. It was the call of the wolves, a signal to attack. Indeed, Lin Yi glimpsed swift shadows darting outside the lobby. It was the wolf pack. These wolves, remnants of a prehistoric era, were notoriously fierce and bloodthirsty, never sparing their prey. In fact, areas frequented by the dire wolves were often avoided by even the most formidable beasts. With a fierce howl, the wolves surged forward, and finally, a colossal dire wolf burst into the lobby, its massive frame extending over 3 meters, rivaling that of the great saber-toothed cats. Yet, it was not merely the wolf's might and ferocity that instilled dread. It was the fact that these dire wolves operated in packs. Presently, a formidable throng of them was advancing towards the humans, evidently drawn by the scent of humanity. Kill! With a furious shout, Lin Yi charged forward into the hall, where 11 individuals stood. He launched himself into the fray with an explosive strike, a resounding crash echoing as his immense power sent the first charging dire wolf tumbling to the ground. This blow, imbued with the force of several hundred pounds, crushed the creature down, causing it to convulse violently, blood streaming from its mouth and nose, until it lay lifeless and rigid moments later. Yet, outside the hall, more dire wolves surged in, illuminated by the flickering flames, allowing the onlookers to finally behold the grotesque visages of these prehistoric beasts. Their towering forms, swift movements, menacing fangs, and savage gazes instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite their fear, the remaining members of the Night Watch, though trembling, resolutely grasped their weapons and prepared to engage in battle. "Everyone fight!" A voice roared, rallying the spirits of the group, igniting a flicker of courage within them. At the very least, a solitary figure stood before the advancing horde, bravely resisting the onslaught of wolves, and this singular act of defiance was enough to embolden their hearts. Bang! Lin Yi wielded his bone spear with formidable strength, sending one fearsome wolf after another flying. Initially, he felt a hint of trepidation, but as he engaged in battle, all worries dissipated. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the trajectory of his bone spear altered dramatically, accelerating with newfound vigor. A flash of dark light pierced the air, and a fearsome wolf fell to the ground, its skull penetrated and lifeless. In that moment, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. However, the next instant, 2 more wolves lunged at him, their fangs bared menacingly. Maintaining his composure, Lin Yi's spear seemed to come alive, executing a deft thrust. Blood erupted as both wolves were simultaneously dispatched before his eyes. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, for that single thrust had manifested as 2 attacks at the peak of his speed. He soon realized that he had learned a fundamental spear technique. Now, in the throes of combat, it flowed from him naturally, its effectiveness undeniable. This basic technique harbored an astonishing lethality, capable of slaying 2 wolves in an instant. To his delight, he discovered that this initial level of spear skill could penetrate with terrifying force, as though it had transformed into a singular, devastating strike. Emboldened by this revelation, Lin Yi began to refine his spear technique amidst the relentless onslaught of wolves. Surprisingly, despite initial clumsiness, he found his movements becoming increasingly fluid and his speed accelerating. With a decisive thrust, 3 wolves fell, bloodied and convulsing as they succumbed to death. At last, his foundational spear technique had reached the remarkable capability of delivering a rapid succession of 3 strikes, its power formidable. Just then, a shadow darted towards him. A massive wolf launching a sudden assault, the threat palpable. Although startled, Lin Yi remained composed, twisting his body to evade a fatal blow. Yet, just as he attempted to dodge, a blinding flash of white light zipped past, accompanied by a terrifying howl. With a resounding impact, the wolf that had charged at him was sent flying. Upon landing, Lin Yi noticed an arrow embedded in its skull, realizing that Jiang Qinqin had come to his rescue. Among the group, only she possessed the skill to wield a bow and arrow, and her timely intervention had saved him. Indeed, when Lin Yi glanced back, he beheld a throng of individuals descending the staircase, rushing to confront the pack of wolves. In an instant, the hospital lobby transformed into a battleground. A savage and brutal clash between humans and beasts. "Eliminate these fiends," roared Mo Long, charging forward with a colossal bronze sword, cleaving a wolf's skull in 2. His valor was undeniable as he led the charge, rescuing the 10 encircled comrades from the jaws of peril. At the forefront, Lin Yi faced the surrounding wolves alone. Even as the newly arrived reinforcements looked on in awe, their hearts racing at the sight. An arrow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, tearing apart the atmosphere. In a flash of light, a terror wolf fell next to Lin Yi, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. Jiang Qinqin, with a cautious expression, fixed her gaze in Lin Yi's direction, her battle bow drawn to its full arc, the sharp bone arrow poised to unleash its lethal flight at any moment. These were prehistoric terror wolves, their numbers overwhelming. Everyone needed to retreat and take defensive positions at the stairway corridor. Chapter 25. A gruesome slaughter. Beneath the night sky, a faint, eerie light flickered, akin to ghostly flames, shrouded in an air of impending danger. Suddenly, enormous terror wolves erupted from the forest, charging towards the hospital in relentless waves. Their massive bodies resembled those of young calves, filled with jagged fangs and eyes glinting with bloodthirsty savagery. Most astonishingly, this pack comprised prehistoric terror wolves, their formidable physiques exuding immense strength and lightning speed. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to withstand such ferocity. Fortunately, the strength of the group had been enhanced, or they would have been utterly overwhelmed. Even so, the immense pressure was palpable, and soon, injuries began to surface. On either end of the hospital corridor, countless wolves surged forth, their sharp claws and menacing fangs instilling terror. Suddenly, a team member failed to evade in time, being knocked to the ground by one of the terror wolves. In an instant, 2 more wolves pounced, tearing him apart in mere moments. Those nearby, witnessing this grim spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines as they watched a fellow human being gruesomely shredded before their eyes. "Damn it, everyone, maintain your composure," a thunderous shout rang out, followed by another who brandished a colossal battle blade, cleaving towards the advancing terror wolves with fierce determination. A brilliant flash soared forth, and with a sickening sound, 2 wolves lost their heads and collapsed lifelessly. Mo Long's face contorted with rage as he swung his battle knife, creating a whirlwind around him. A large throng of terror wolves that dared to approach was either sent flying or dispatched with lethal precision. Nearby, a group of team members wielded their weapons, fiercely opposing the terrifying wolves that relentlessly charged from the front, the situation growing increasingly dire. Yet, amidst the chaos, someone faltered, failing to evade in time, and was promptly tackled by a terror wolf. A scream of terror erupted, quickly silenced as a pack of wolves descended upon him, tearing him to shreds. The death of yet another individual ignited a wave of panic. Fear gripped the hearts of many, yet it also ignited a fierce anger. With their eyes ablaze, they raised their weapons and charged forth, refusing to retreat. They realized that unless they eradicated the wolves, it would be their own lives at stake. Thus, they cast aside their inner fears, transforming them into a raging inferno of wrath as they fought with wild abandon. Boom. On another front, Lin Yi wielded his bone spear, sending 2 terror wolves flying. Positioned at the forefront, he honed his fundamental spear techniques, each thrust resulting in a wolf being pierced through the skull. Beside him, a petite figure flickered rapidly, even creating afterimages. With each flash of her shadow, the approaching terror wolves fell to the ground, howling in agony, blood spilling forth until they twitched and perished. Roar. A fearsome wolf lunged forward, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl, poised to charge at Li Shuiying. However, she remained unfazed, leaning back gracefully. Her sharp bone spikes sliced through the air, delivering a swift, decisive blow that cleaved open the creature's abdomen with a sickening sound. Despite its innards spilling onto the ground, the beast did not succumb to its injuries. It roared defiantly and pressed on, only to meet its end when Li Shuiying deftly sidestepped and thrust, piercing its skull with lethal precision. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the air, whistling past Li Shuiying, and with a sharp thud, a hidden wolf fell to the ground, lamenting its demise before quickly drawing its last breath. This was a bone arrow, striking with brutal efficacy to penetrate the creature's head. Li Shuiying understood that it was Jiang Qinqin who was protecting both Lin Yi and herself, prioritizing their safety above all else, while offering assistance to others as time permitted. Lin Yi cast a glance around him and noticed that many individuals had formed groups to confront the relentless pack of wolves. This situation had significantly improved, as there was at least one person to assist. Otherwise, facing the threat alone would surely lead to death. There are far too many fearsome wolves. It is impossible to slay them all. At that moment, Li Shuiying swiftly darted in, piercing the forehead of an approaching fearsome wolf, killing it instantly. However, her words were tinged with anxiety, for the onslaught of wolves was increasing, and it seemed they might never be vanquished. If this continued, exhaustion would claim them, and casualties had already begun to surface. Lin Yi was acutely aware of this, yet no viable solutions presented themselves. The only recourse was to drive back the pack. A chilling scream echoed through the air. Another individual had been attacked and injured. Indeed, one team member had inadvertently found himself pinned to the ground by a fearsome wolf, which was poised to sink its fangs into his throat. The despair on his face was palpable. If the wolf succeeded, death would swiftly follow. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a flash of brilliance sliced through the air, and with a resounding thud, the wolf's skull was pierced, its massive form sent sprawling by the force of the strike. Thank you. The gratitude was directed towards Jiang Qinqin, for it was her arrow that had saved him. Lin Yi's expression grew grave as he observed the fatigue setting in among his comrades. Their strength was waning, and if they continued in this manner, calamity was inevitable. Everyone, fall back while you fight. After a protracted struggle, Lin Yi clenched his teeth and issued this command. Though termed a suggestion, it was more akin to an order. For he was at the forefront, his terrifying strength having obliterated countless fearsome wolves. With each bout of carnage, Lin Yi's prowess escalated, reaching an astonishing 400 pounds of strength. With a sweeping motion of his bone spear, the skeletal remains of fearsome wolves shattered, an utterly savage spectacle. His words were implicitly taken as a command, and the group seemed to accept them with a degree of conviction. At that moment, as he fought and retreated, Mo Long and his companions faced considerable pressure, ultimately adopting a similar strategy of fighting while withdrawing. Fatigue was palpable among the group, and without a timely retreat, they risked incurring significant losses. Lin Yi's approach was indeed correct. Their team was exhausted, and failure to retreat would undoubtedly result in devastating casualties. Help me. A blood-curdling scream rang out, causing Mo Long's expression to shift dramatically. A team member had his foot torn off by a fearsome wolf, which subsequently bit into his throat, extinguishing his life in mere moments. His death sparked a wave of panic. Several nearby teammates, momentarily slow to react, were swiftly overwhelmed by a horde of fearsome wolves, their anguished cries echoing as they succumbed to the pack. There are simply too many fearsome wolves. It is impossible to kill them all. I refuse to remain here and await my demise. At that moment, a terrified roar pierced the chaos, causing Mo Long and his companions to blanch. They turned to see a figure turning to flee, hastily ascending the staircase in a clear attempt to escape. To their shock, it was Zhou Ning, accompanied by 10 others, his loyal followers who had previously abandoned Lin Yi to flee, now repeating the same treachery. Scoundrels! Mo Long's face darkened with fury, his voice booming like thunder, clearly provoked by Zhou Ning's actions. This scoundrel had chosen to abandon his post at such a critical moment, leaving a corner defenseless, which would inevitably allow the wolf pack to surge through. Closest to Zhou Ning was a young man named Liang Yu, whose expression twisted with shock and rage as the terrifying horde of wolves roared towards them the moment Zhou Ning departed. Beside him stood 11 comrades, but their combined efforts proved futile against the sudden onslaught of the ferocious wolves. In an instant, his team suffered devastating losses, with 5 members knocked to the ground. Their fate's all too clear. Damn that Zhou Ning. If I survive this, I will surely take my revenge. Yongyu bellowed in a frenzy, wielding his weapon and relentlessly slashing at the encroaching wolves. His strength was formidable, weighing in at over 300 pounds, making his attacks surprisingly effortless. Not far from him, another squad faced a similar assault, feeling immense pressure. Leading this group was Huang Jiyuan, a middle-aged man whose countenance was grim as he directed his team to fight while retreating towards Liang Yu's position. Fall back to the stairs and organize a defense, he commanded. Curse you, Zhou Ning. This sudden turn of events caught many off guard, and they were swiftly overwhelmed by the wolf pack. These individuals were valiant warriors, and witnessing their demise was unbearable. With their ranks already thin, the staggering casualties raised the question of how many more could survive if this continued. Retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had also noticed the turmoil surrounding Mo Long, his face contorted with rage, a murderous intent swelling within him. He was filled with a fierce desire for vengeance. Zhou Ning had fled once again, creating chaos where there should have been none. Had he not run away, had he not led his 10 men in flight, the wolves would have surely been repelled. Lin Yi seethed with anger, regretting not having dispatched that troublemaker with a spear when he had the chance. With a resounding thud, Lin Yi swung his bone spear, crushing 2 wolves and saving a teammate on the brink of death. The grateful soldier quickly rose to his feet, rejoining the fray without a word. Mo Long and Lin Yi's contingents converged in the spacious corridor, guarding the staircase, the sole passageway leading to over 200 defenseless individuals above. Should the wolves breach this point, those upstairs would stand little chance of survival, and the resulting carnage would be catastrophic. Thus, Lin Yi and his allies resolutely held their ground, not daring to budge an inch. Those who dare abandon their post shall face merciless retribution. Lin Yi Bing coldly uttered a phrase before abruptly turning and dashing out, with a fierce swing of his bone spear. A resounding crash echoed as blood and flesh scattered, splattering several team members. This single strike obliterated a fearsome wolf, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Witnessing his ferocity, a chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers, and a few who had momentarily contemplated retreating found their resolve swiftly quashed by fear. Suddenly, a prolonged and piercing wolf howl resonated from the depths of the forest, reverberating through the air. An overwhelming number of fearsome wolves surged forth, intensifying the pressure on everyone present. Chapter 26. The King of Fear Wolves. A chilling howl pierced the atmosphere, resonating with a commanding authority that made the entire pack seem even more savage. The frenzied wolves escalated the tension among all present, instilling a profound sense of peril. This singular, haunting howl nearly cost many their lives, as the threat posed by the wolves became alarmingly tangible. Mo Long's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the wolves' attacks growing more ferocious. The situation had worsened. He observed that several of his comrades had already sustained injuries, narrowly escaping death. Upon closer inspection, he realized these fear wolves were more valiant than before, seemingly fearless in their assault. Their eyes glinted with a bloody ruthlessness that sent shivers down the spines of many. This pack surely has a leader, Huang Jiyuan suddenly exclaimed, his face pale with realization. Upon hearing this, the group's morale plummeted. They recalled that any wolf pack typically has a formidable leader. Given the overwhelming number of these prehistoric fearwolves, it was inevitable that a wolf king was among them. While an ordinary wolf king might pose little threat, they were now confronted with a prehistoric fearwolf king. The thought sent their spirits crashing into despair, and beads of cold sweat began to form. Steady yourselves. A commanding shout reverberated, jolting the group into focus. They beheld a figure brandishing a bone spear, launching the first 3 fear wolves into the air, where they fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Yi's expression grew somber. The preceding howl undoubtedly signified trouble, most likely orchestrated by a wolf king. He gazed at the dense throng of wolves before him, with even more dire wolves surging forth from the forest, a truly terrifying sight. There must be a wolf king lurking here. We cannot possibly contend with this multitude of wolves, Mo Long remarked nearby, brandishing his battle knife. Lin Yi understood this all too well. However, he could not discern any particularly fearsome wolves among them, as most appeared identical, making it impossible to identify the wolf king. Suddenly, 3 fearsome wolves lunged simultaneously. Lin Yi, momentarily distracted by his observations, was jolted back to attention, managing just in time to thrust his spear, piercing through one of the wolves, which fell lifeless with a thud. "Captain, be careful," came a shout from behind, and then he witnessed a figure leap forward, colliding with the fearsome wolf and sending it sprawling, though the rescuer also tumbled to the ground. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, missing his left arm, with his remaining hand gripping a battle knife. It was he who had rushed in to knock the wolf down, yet now he found himself in dire peril. The enraged wolf, in a frenzied attack, lunged at the man, prompting him to close his eyes in resignation. However, after a resounding clang, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he was still alive. The wolf had bitten into a bone spear instead. Lin Yi quickly regained his composure and thrust his spear forward, effectively blocking the jaws of the fearsome wolf. His face flushed with rage, as he narrowly prevented the death of the teammate who had come to his aid. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a tremendous force, sending the monstrous wolf soaring through the air. Could he still continue to fight? Lin Yi gazed at the somewhat dazed He Jinhai, smiling as he helped him to his feet. Once he regained his senses, he swiftly brandished his battle blade, cleaving a charging terror wolf to the ground. Although He Jinhai had only his right hand remaining, his strength was formidable, as he effortlessly dispatched a terror wolf with a single stroke, showcasing his impressive ferocity. Lin Yi wielded his bone spear, continuing to slay the approaching dire wolves. However, as time elapsed, he felt his strength waning, a consequence of physical exhaustion. The others were in a similar state, each of them panting heavily, which led to numerous perilous crises. Lin Yi and his companions understood that this group had reached their limit. A replacement was imperative, or they would encounter grave difficulties. Second team, follow me. At that moment, a burly man positioned at the rear bellowed, brandishing a massive battle axe as he charged forward. He led a substantial contingent of individuals who had sufficiently rested, perfectly poised to relieve those in the front who were on the brink of collapse. With their arrival, the pressure on the group significantly diminished, and they felt a wave of relief. Nevertheless, Lin Yi and his companions were acutely aware that if this continued, they would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. They needed to devise a strategy, for the exact number of wolves still lurking was unknown. Lin Yi, look, there's an exceptionally enormous dire wolf over there. Li Shuiying suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. They raised their eyes and, lo and behold, at the edge of the forest stood an enormous terror wolf. This creature was remarkably formidable, its body akin to that of a bull, with robust limbs and fearsome, menacing fangs. Particularly striking were its eyes, brimming with an intense and overwhelming dominance, its fur billowing wildly, exuding an air of unassailable authority. This was indeed the king of the terror wolves. The moment they laid eyes on this creature, a singular thought flashed through Lin Yi and the others' minds. This must be the king of the terror wolves. Its presence undoubtedly fueled the madness and fearlessness of the entire wolf pack. Should they fail to slay it, their predicament would be dire. With the wolf king now present, they had to devise a means to eliminate it, or they risked being overwhelmed by the pack. Mo Long proposed a suggestion. Everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet surrounded by the pack. How could they possibly breach their ranks to confront the wolf king? Moreover, it was evident that this wolf king was no ordinary foe. It was undoubtedly more formidable than the typical terror wolf. Who could possibly defeat it? Stay here and hold your ground. I will find a way to vanquish it. Suddenly, Lin Yi swept his spear horizontally, sending several terror wolves flying before swiftly turning. Others quickly moved to take his place, bracing themselves against the onslaught of the pack. Jiang Qinqin, assist me. Lin Yi swiftly approached the stairway, instructing Jiang Qinqin, who stood nearby, to follow him without a moment's hesitation. The two ascended the stairs with remarkable speed, racing to the rooftop, intending to descend from the trees above and ambush the Wolf King from behind. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Yi commanded, "Stay here and keep a close watch on the Wolf King. Provide support if necessary." "I understand. Be careful," Jiang Qinqin replied. Their only route lay in descending from the rooftop, as the hospital's entrance was surrounded by a pack of wolves, rendering escape impossible. The sole path to safety was through the forest behind the Wolf King. Moments later, Lin Yi successfully descended to the ground and swiftly entered the thicket. His expression was cautious as he approached the direction of the Wolf King, remaining vigilant of any lurking terror wolves that might still inhabit the forest. These were the fearsome Wolf Kings. At that moment, Lin Yi maneuvered through the woods in front of the hospital, concealing himself among the bushes. Finally, he spotted the imposing Wolf King, standing still and gazing intently at the hospital's interior. Remarkably, there were no terror wolves in its vicinity. It appeared that none dared approach this formidable creature. Even those terror wolves that rushed from the forest avoided the Wolf King, none daring to come near. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled, startling the Wolf King. Its fur bristled, fangs bared, and its eyes gleamed with a hint of savage ferocity, a chilling aura of lethality. The Terror Wolf King had sensed Lin Yi's presence the moment he launched his attack. Infuriated, it was unprepared for a prey to sneak up from behind and attempt to ambush the Great Wolf King. With a furious roar, the Terror Wolf King turned and lunged, its terrifying fangs clashing against Lin Yi's bone spear, creating sparks that flew in every direction. With a vicious flick, the Wolf King sent the spear, along with Lin Yi, hurtling through the air, crashing against a nearby tree trunk. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated the Wolf King's terrifying strength and lightning-fast reflexes. As the Wolf King pounced, its sharp claws ready to shred Lin Yi to pieces. A sudden whistling sound erupted from the rooftop. A gleaming arrow descended, forcing the Terror Wolf King to halt its advance. Though the Terror Wolf King evaded rapidly, it was still grazed by an arrow, drawing forth a crimson streak of blood. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi reacted without hesitation, thrusting his bone spear forward. Alas, the Wolf King's ferocity exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. The spear was swatted away by a single claw, failing to pierce its hide. The Wolf King opened its jaws to lunge, and the urgency of the situation caused the faces of those fighting the wolves to change dramatically. They had initially been excited to see Lin Yi confront the Wolf King alone, but the tide of danger shifted alarmingly fast. Upon the rooftop, another piercing howl echoed, as a terrifying bone arrow sliced through the air, inciting the wrath of the Wolf King. With a deft evasion, it charged toward the rooftop, roaring defiantly, radiating fury. Lin Yi sprang to his feet, swiftly raising his bone spear to deliver a fierce downward strike, a blow potent enough to make even the Wolf King wary, forcing it to retreat hastily a few steps. Boom! As Lin Yi's strike landed, the earth trembled, and stones scattered in all directions. However, despite the ferocity of this blow, it failed to strike the Wolf King, which was already poised to launch its assault. With a swift rush, the fearsome Wolf King pounced, its speed astonishing, leaving Lin Yi only enough time to roll aside. Yet, he still felt a tremendous force slam into him, a searing pain radiating from the impact. His expression shifted dramatically as the bronze battle armor shattered under the sharp claws of the Wolf King, proving inadequate against its deadly talons. Without a moment to lose, Lin Yi righted himself, his gaze fixed solemnly on the now-turned Wolf King. With a furious roar, the Wolf King expressed its indignation, enraged that its prey had evaded its grasp. It hesitated not for a moment, launching another ferocious assault, a tempest of wind and a foul stench engulfing Lin Yi, suffocating him with the aura of impending death. Basic marksmanship. In the face of peril, Lin Yi bellowed, channeling all his strength into his hand, the bone spear suddenly piercing through the air. Chapter 27. 3 arrows in succession. This strike encapsulated Lin Yi's entire might, creating a vacuum in the surrounding air. The bone spear, sharp and glimmering with a chilling aura, whistled as it penetrated. Clang! A spark flew, followed by a resonant clang as the spear struck the Wolf King's fangs. However, Lin Yi's strike was executed with such swiftness that it seemed as though it were merely a single thrust, yet it was far more than that. Indeed, Lin Yi's arm twitched, crafting an afterimage as the bone spear buzzed through the air. Before the first strike had settled, another thrust followed suit, ringing out once more as it struck the same point. A series of clangs ensued, halting the massive form of the fearsome Wolf King in its tracks. Ultimately, the relentless force compelled it to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted, hot as if scalding water. The Wolf King had finally sustained an injury. Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of subtle joy, for this application of basic marksmanship had yielded significant results, at last wounding the fearsome Wolf King. Alas, his exhilaration was premature, for the Wolf King, now enraged by its injury, erupted into a frenzy, roaring defiantly and disregarding its wounds as it launched itself at Lin Yi. Bang! Lin Yi was struck with astonishment, barely able to raise his bone spear in defense before being violently thrown backward, blood spewing from his mouth. The speed of the terrifying Wolf King showed no sign of abating as it lunged forward, poised to sink its teeth into him. His complexion turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a vivid crimson against his skin, with peril looming ahead. Should it succeed in its bite, even Lin Yi's formidable strength would be insufficient to prevent his neck from being severed, placing him in an exceedingly precarious situation. The onlookers in the hospital gasped in horror, their breaths nearly caught in their throats. Li Shuiying's face turned ashen, her fear prompting a desperate scream, oblivious even to the wolf that had lunged towards her. Just as her life hung in the balance, a figure surged forward, delivering a decisive strike that sent blood spraying, and the terrifying wolf collapsed lifelessly. The rescuer was He Junhai, who stood protectively beside Li Shuiying, fending off some of the wolf's assaults, while he was also concerned for Lin Yi's safety. His primary focus was on safeguarding this location. Suddenly, amidst the despair, a chilling howl resonated through the air, revealing the presence of another, Jiang Qinqin, positioned on the rooftop. Had intervened just in time. In an instant, she unleashed 3 sharp bone arrows, directing them toward the Wolf King below. The arrows flew swiftly, forming a triangular formation as they sliced through the air. The Wolf King sensed the impending danger and roared in fury, twisting its body in an attempt to evade the oncoming projectiles. Regrettably, while it managed to dodge one, 2 arrows struck true, piercing its body with a sickening sound. The Wolf King shuddered, reeling from the violent impact. In this moment of crisis, Jiang Qinqin harnessed her basic archery skills to unleash extraordinary power, delivering a trio of lethal shots that severely injured the Wolf King. With the success of her strike, Jiang Qinqin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Her strength entirely depleted as she collapsed onto the ground. She had exhausted her energy in that one decisive blow, leaving her unable to assist Lin Yi any further. Instead, she could only watch with concern. Fortunately, Lin Yi, having benefited from her support, managed to regain his composure. Without uttering a word or pausing for a moment, he charged at the wounded Wolf King, his inner fury palpable. Die! Lin Yi concentrated all his strength, a fierce power surging within him. With a brutal strike of his bone spear, he struck the body of the Terror Wolf King with a resounding crash. In that instant, the colossal creature had yet to recover from the devastating blow, its massive form collapsing to the ground. The sheer force nearly shattered its bones. Fortunately, its strength was formidable enough, for otherwise, that strike would have been fatal. A mournful howl escaped the Terror Wolf King, stirring turmoil among the pack, causing several wolves to hesitate in their advance. However, none dared approach, they merely wavered, uncertain whether to press on. This presented an invaluable opportunity for Mo Long and the others, who swiftly launched a fierce counterattack, successfully exterminating a significant number of the Terror Wolves, thereby alleviating the pressure on them. At this moment, their faces were marked by astonishment, their hearts filled with a mixture of surprise and anticipation, all hoping that Lin Yi could vanquish the Wolf King. Such a victory would undoubtedly throw the entire pack into disarray, presenting them with a chance to triumph. They could not afford to be complacent. Drink! A commanding shout resonated from the front, reverberating with a force that even caused some of the Terror Wolves to cower in fear. With a powerful bellow, Lin Yi surged forward, taking 2 steps before launching himself into the air. He raised his bone spear high, preparing for a downward strike. As he soared above the Wolf King's head, he brought down his weapon with ferocity. Boom! A tremendous impact ensued, sending earth and debris flying, rocks shattering into pieces. This strike wrought immense destruction, its power overwhelming even for the massive Terror Wolf King to withstand. A pitiful wail escaped the creature as it succumbed to the violent onslaught, rendered immobile. Its bones had been utterly shattered, and though it yearned to rise, it found itself utterly incapable. Lin Yi's expression was frigid, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to thrust his spear forward with ferocity. With a piercing sound, the razor-sharp bone spear penetrated the Wolf King's skull, impaling it deeply into its chest cavity. The fearsome king of the wolves was thus slain by the collaborative efforts of Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin. With the demise of their leader, the entire wolf pack descended into chaos. These once manic beasts, now bereft of their commander, began to scatter wildly. A significant portion of the pack hastily retreated, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, the remaining wolves did not dare to flee in Lin Yi's direction. Instead, they circumvented him, disappearing into the thicket. Had they all fled? In that moment, the onlookers in the hospital stood in stunned silence. They had yet to recover from the brutality of the wolf pack's assault, still oblivious to the fact that the threat had retreated. At last, Mo Long and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their bodies nearly collapsing to the ground. The wolf pack's attack had been both sudden and perilous. As the battle raged on, the carnage between man and beast had been grievous, with numerous casualties on both sides. Now, with the Wolf King vanquished, the pack had disintegrated and retreated. All that remained were the lifeless bodies of wolves scattered across the ground, alongside a few surviving Terror Wolves. The group quickly realized the necessity to eliminate any remaining Terror Wolves to prevent another surprise attack. "Sister Qinqin, are you all right?" At that moment, Jiang Qinqin descended from the rooftop, and Li Shuiying rushed to support her. Qinqin's complexion was somewhat pale, her right hand bearing several injured fingers from the exertion of using the three-arrow strike. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Li Shuiying swiftly procured antiseptic to tend to her wounds, as the group soon gathered outside the hospital. The ground was strewn with corpses. The area was littered with the bodies of terror wolves, alongside those of many humans, victims of the earlier onslaught. Many of the bodies were beyond recognition, mangled and shattered beyond repair. Alas, Lenny gazed upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as an oppressive weight settled upon his heart. Although they had emerged victorious, the toll was staggering. The number of casualties among the combatants remained uncalculated, yet it was bound to be substantial. "Well done, Lin Yi, you've slain the Wolf King," came the praise. As Imo Long and his companions approached, their expressions awestruck at the sight of the colossal Wolf King, akin to a bull in size. They found it hard to fathom how such a fearsome creature had fallen to Lin Yi's hand. In truth, had Lin Yi faced the Wolf King alone, the odds would have been insurmountable. The lion's share of the credit belonged to the enchanting Jiang Qinqin, who had just arrived. Without her, it was doubtful that the Wolf King would have been vanquished. "Alas, the fierce battle of the night has inflicted grievous losses upon us," Imo Long remarked somberly, the statistics revealing a grim tally of 45 fatalities. These were all valiant fighters, and each death represented a profound loss. The atmosphere was laden with gloom. No one able to muster joy, each person acutely aware that they could be next. Anger simmered within many hearts, a sense of injustice prevailing as they attributed their immense losses to the sudden withdrawal of a group mid-battle. "It's all that Zhou Ning's fault. Had that scoundrel not fled, we would not have suffered so greatly," one voice seethed with indignation. "Indeed, that wretch deserves punishment. We must bring him to justice." The group's emotions surged, their eyes aflame with fury, each one yearning to extract vengeance upon that individual, for should such a calamity arise again, it might cost them their lives. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Though they had successfully driven back the pack of wolves, no one was in high spirits at that moment. Observing the collective turmoil and fury among the crowd, each person searched for the elusive figure of Zhou Ning. Yet he remained unfound. "Zhou Ning, I shall end your life." Suddenly, Yang Yu roared in fury, seizing his weapon and lunging towards a group of 10 led by Zhou Ning, who had finally descended from a room upstairs. Upon witnessing the retreat of the wolves, their faces lit up with joy as they rushed to collect the fallen orbs of light, trophies acquired from their battle with the fearsome wolves. The sight of Zhou Ning attempting to gather these spoils incited immediate outrage, prompting someone to strike first. Bang! A fierce collision ensued, forcing Zhou Ning to stagger back several steps, his face flushed and discomfort evident. He was astounded, realizing that Liang Yu, once on par with him, had now surpassed him in strength. This development, however, was not unexpected. After all, Liang Yu had fought valiantly until the end, slaying countless wolves and absorbing their life essence to enhance his own capabilities, far surpassing Zhou Ning, who had chosen to flee. "None of these spoils are yours to claim. Anyone who dares to touch them shall meet their end." Lin Yi approached with a stern expression, his words resonating with a chilling aura of menace. Chapter 28, Division of Spoils. The words of Lin Yi resonated, sending a shiver through the crowd as they sensed a chilling aura of impending death. They turned in unison to behold an approaching figure, drenched in blood, his bronze armor battered and torn. Moreover, 3 ghastly scars marred his back, inflicted by the ferocious Wolf King. At this moment, Lin Yi advanced, wielding a sharp bone spear, droplets of crimson blood cascading from its tip, exuding a menacing glint. "What gives you the right?" Zhou Ning bellowed in fury, brandishing his battle knife, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Yet, the individuals flanking him instinctively recoiled a few steps, their heads bowed in shame, for they had once again fled in the face of battle. A murderous intent flickered across Lin Yi's face as he declared, "It is precisely because you abandoned the defensive line mid-battle and fled that I deem you traitors. In any military, such behavior warrants immediate execution. Yes, eliminate them. Eradicate this filth." The crowd, ignited with fervor, clamored for the demise of these individuals, for it was their reckless actions that had led to tremendous casualties. Now, they had the audacity to approach and share the spoils, earned at the cost of lives, a transgression that would not be tolerated. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning's expression darkened to an ominous degree, yet as he surveyed the enraged throng around him, he realized that their collective presence was formidable. each bearing a strength that surpassed his own. These were the survivors of the recent wolf assault, each having vanquished numerous foes and gained considerable enhancement. Facing Lin Yi, Zhou Ning seethed. Lin Yi, this is nothing more than retribution. We too have slain countless wolves and possess equal claim to these spoils. This is unacceptable. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Yi proclaimed, it is utterly impossible to claim any spoils. If you desire them, you must first inquire whether my bone spear consents and whether everyone else agrees. The answer is unequivocally no. Absolutely not. The crowd echoed this sentiment, united in their refusal to share the spoils of war. Had they not fled in the face of danger, such a dire situation would not have arisen, resulting in grievous losses. Now, the thought of dividing the spoils was beyond reach. I care not. If you dare to deny me my share, I shall ensure you live to regret it. Zhou Ning roared menacingly. You seek your own demise. Very well, I shall oblige. Just as he was about to strike, a gentle hand unexpectedly grasped his arm. Lin Yi, taken aback, noticed Jiang Qinqin beside him, subtly shaking her head to indicate that he should refrain from violence. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by her means of stopping him, yet he ultimately decided to heed her words. He refrained from taking action, instead falling into silence, which eased the tension among Zhou Ning and the others. With a mocking expression, he scoffed. Lin Yi, why do you hesitate to strike? Did you not wish to kill me? Silence. A booming voice startled everyone as Mo Long emerged, his demeanor icy. He fixed his gaze on the smug Zhou Ning and declared, you have forfeited your right to the spoils. Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to grant you a swift end. Zhou Ning opened his mouth to retort, but a palpable aura of menace compelled him to silence. Mo Long then turned with a cold snort and approached Lin Yi, nodding slightly, feeling a sense of relief and gratitude towards him. Had it not been for Lin Yi's bold venture against the Wolf King, they might still be struggling against the ferocious wolf pack, which would have been disastrous. Everyone, please send someone to retrieve the bodies of these fearsome wolves. The spoils will be temporarily collected by us, and we shall distribute them once the task is complete. He addressed the group directly. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd shook their heads in unison. He then surveyed the strongest among them, and none voiced dissent. Even Lin Yi remained silent, for he had already claimed a radiant orb at the moment the Wolf King was slain. This treasure belonged to him, or rather, it was a shared prize between him and Jiang Qinqin, and others had no claim to it. Mo Long and the others understood implicitly that the Wolf King must have dropped something of value, yet none dared to mention it. As for the Wolf King's corpse, it was set aside, clearly intended for Lin Yi, as it was he who had vanquished it, leading to the retreat of the pack. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning and his companions observed from a distance, knowing they had no hope of claiming any spoils. Inside the hospital, numerous wolf corpses lay scattered, accompanied by several luminous orbs hovering nearby. These represented the fruits of their conquest, and indeed, there was a substantial haul. Lin Yi chose not to look, aware that his comrades would not dare to secretly hoard anything with Mo Long and the others watching. Lin Yi, are your injuries serious? May I take a look? Li Shuiying inquired with concern, wishing to examine the wounds on his back. However, Lin Yi sensed that the pain in his back had subsided, and he felt invigorated, his strength significantly enhanced. No need. Lin Yi lightly waved his arm, sensing that the wound on his back seemed to have healed. He smiled and said, my injuries have mended, and after slaying the Wolf King, I have gained considerable strength. His words eased the worries of Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin, who finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three had developed a bond of trust and understanding over the past couple of days. Why did you stop me from killing Zhou Ning earlier? Lin Yi suddenly inquired. Li Shuiying was taken aback at first, then turned to Jiang Qinqin with a look of curiosity. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi had intended to kill Zhou Ning, but why had Jiang Qinqin intervened? Jiang Qinqin sighed softly, as if recalling something, and said, my grandfather once told me that if a person's moral foundation crumbles, it can unleash chaos akin to a flood. Uncontrollable and devastating. You have surely never taken a life before, and if you were to do so now, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow upon your heart, potentially altering the course of your entire existence. That is why I stopped you. Her words were sincere, leaving Lin Yi in contemplative silence. I understand now, thank you. Lin Yi suddenly came to a profound realization, sincerely grateful, and his appreciation for this woman elevated a few degrees. He had not anticipated that Jiang Qinqin possessed such insight. Recognizing that should Lin Yi choose to take lethal action at this moment, it would undoubtedly result in significant adverse repercussions. Regardless of whether he stood on the moral high ground or whether Zhou Ning deserved his fate, it was not appropriate for Lin Yi to act with violence now, especially in front of so many witnesses. Despite the resentment Zhou Ning instigated, executing him before a crowd would inevitably tarnish Lin Yi's reputation, casting him as a figure to be feared. Taking a life may seem straightforward, yet the latent consequences are monumental, potentially leading to a profound transformation within Lin Yi's spirit. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to refrain from taking a life. However, this did not justify a casual disregard for human life. Killing is inherently wrong. Lin Yi resolved inwardly that, unless threatened, he would avoid lethal force in the future. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that the crowd was bustling. Some women and non-combatant men had descended to assist in transporting the carcasses of the terror wolves. Although these individuals had never slain a terror wolf or a bug, they appeared to possess remarkable strength. Lin Yi observed that they were handling the carcasses with relative ease. Even the women showed no signs of struggle. Could it be that the flesh of these ferocious beasts enhances physical strength? Lin Yi pondered. This notion seemed plausible, as it was the only explanation that made sense. Having consumed some meat from the terror cat, it stood to reason that partaking in the flesh of these prehistoric predators could indeed boost one's physical capabilities. This wolf king shall be handled by you, Lin Yi. At this moment, Mo Long and his companions approached with their spoils, smiling in agreement that the carcass of the terror wolf king should be Lin Yi's responsibility, considering he was the one who had claimed it. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "We are all comrades in the same boat. There is no need for such divisions. The meat of this wolf king will undoubtedly enhance our physical prowess. Let us roast it and share it together." "Ha ha!" boomed a burly man, his laughter resonating with delight. "Brother Lin Yi, I adore your words. I, Wu Yong, shall not hold back." The group exchanged smiles, their hearts buoyed by excitement. It was evident that the meat of the terror wolf could enhance their physical attributes, and with Lin Yi's decision to share the wolf king, joy permeated the gathering. Following this, Mo Long and his companions swiftly prepared the carcass of the wolf king, which resembled a gigantic bull, making it hard to believe it was a wolf. Name: Lin Yi. Race: human. Lifespan: 100 years. Cultivation method: none. Martial skill: basic marksmanship. Life potential: 510. Capable of exerting a force of 510 pounds. Gazing at his information, Lin Yi felt exhilarated. He had acquired a new martial skill, and his strength had surged to an astonishing 510 pounds. A truly formidable increase. He has slain numerous dire wolves, ultimately vanquishing the dire wolf king, thus undoubtedly reaping significant rewards. Indeed, upon examining his status, he discovered he had reached a formidable weight of 500 pounds, a testament to his attack power. "Lin Yi, come over here. We are about to distribute the spoils." At that moment, a call from Mo Long roused Lin Yi from his reverie. His expression was somewhat relaxed as he approached, eagerly contemplating the treasures that awaited him among the myriad of luminous orbs. "Come and see how many orbs we have gathered." Upon arrival, the group anxiously began to count the luminous spheres they had acquired from the dire wolf onslaught. Chapter 29. Individual Gains. The group huddled together, meticulously tallying the collection of radiant orbs, the fruits of their recent encounter with the dire wolves. Lin Yi estimated that there were at least 100 orbs, signifying a substantial bounty. Indeed, once Mo Long and the others concluded their count, expressions of joy spread across their faces. Despite the considerable losses incurred, the rewards were equally immense, marking a significant triumph. "In total, we have gathered 150 orbs," Mo Long announced, his voice trembling with astonishment as he gazed at the plethora of luminous spheres, scarcely able to fathom such a bounty. Like him, the others were equally astonished. Their hearts stirred at the sight of the orbs. "Let us take turns selecting one orb each, and then we will unveil the remainder to ascertain their contents and distribute them accordingly. What do you all think?" Mo Long proposed directly. "I have no objections." Huang Jiyuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, thereby eliminating any possibility of contention. After all, each person would select an orb without knowing its contents, and subsequent distribution would be based on genuine necessity. No dissent here. Liang Yu and Wu Yong echoed their agreement, acknowledging that this allocation plan was quite equitable, leaving no room for complaints. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhou Ning and his companions could only watch enviously, their expressions betraying a mix of admiration and resentment. Among them, Jiang Qiqin and Li Shuiying, the only two women present, stood out as the mightiest among the 300 or so individuals. Their strength was such that even Mo Long and his companions felt a twinge of trepidation, bewildered by how they possessed such formidable power. "We also have no objections." Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying exchanged glances with Lin Yi before nodding in agreement, igniting a flicker of speculation among the group. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Only Lin Yi remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Long suddenly smiled and said, "Everyone." Lin Yi played the most crucial role this time, being the first to detect the impending dire wolf attack and ultimately slaying the Wolf King, thus bringing this assault to an end. "I believe you should be the first to select an orb. Don't you agree?" "Indeed, that sounds fair." "Absolutely. Agreed." "Very well." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and said, "Since that is the case, I shall not be overly sentimental." Upon finishing his words, under the tense and expectant gazes of the crowd, he began to select from the 150 luminous orbs before him. As Lin Yi glanced over them, he discerned a subtle distinction. The majority of the orbs appeared uniform, while a select few emitted a slightly more vibrant glow. Without a keen eye, one might easily overlook this difference. Having acquired numerous orbs in the past, he had developed a certain understanding and intuition, prompting him to examine the more radiant orbs closely. Soon, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to one orb that flickered with a delicate shimmer. Although its brilliance was not particularly striking, it possessed an elusive hue that danced within. Thus, he made his choice, declaring, "This one shall suffice." Lin Yi took it out, smiling and nodding, indicating that he had made his selection. Now, it was time for others to choose, but who would be next? "How about we prioritize the ladies?" suggested Mo Long. The others exchanged glances, and no one voiced any objections. After all, there were only two formidable women present whose prowess matched their own. To oppose would seem rather petty. Indeed, no one objected. So it was decided that Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying would choose next. Having encountered numerous luminous orbs before, they, like Lin Yi, each selected one before it was Mo Long and the others' turn. "It's our turn now. Anyone can choose, even if I go last," Mo Long said generously with a smile. However, the others rolled their eyes at him, and Liang Yu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Brother Mo Long, you and Brother Huang Jiyuan are considerably older than us, so you should pick first." Once everyone had made their selections, the remaining 50 or so luminous orbs were collectively examined to see what treasures they held, allowing for allocation based on need. Shields? At this moment, Mo Long and the others were taken aback to discover that among the 50 luminous orbs, there were 10 shields. Lin Yi observed that these were shields adorned with sharp spikes, designed for single-handed use. Soon after, he noticed that the group had unveiled a substantial array of weapons and armor, all of commendable quality. Lin Yi surmised that several pieces of bronze battle armor were present, boasting decent defensive capabilities. "Haha, I've obtained a skill." Suddenly, Liang Yu's face lit up with excitement as he nearly leapt from his spot. It turned out that his chosen orb contained a scroll detailing a skill. This revelation instantly ignited enthusiasm among the others, who eagerly began to inspect their own selections. However, as is often the case, joy and disappointment coexisted. Those who selected first were fortunate enough to acquire valuable items. For instance, Lin Yi noticed that Mo Long and his companions had each obtained skills, having discerned subtle differences among the luminous orbs that guided their choices. Nonetheless, some among them found their skills unsatisfactory, leading to a desire for trade. Consequently, those who were dissatisfied sought to exchange their skills, eager to find something more suited to their needs. This left those who had acquired skills quite content, all wearing broad smiles. They turned their attention to Lin Yi and his two companions, who had yet to investigate their own findings, now curious about what treasures they had obtained. Invisibility technique. This technique comprises 9 tiers, capable of concealing one's figure. When mastered to its utmost limit, it can completely hide both body and aura. Level: superior grade. 9th tier. Li Shuiying looked astonished, handing the item to Lin Yi, who was equally surprised to discover he had received this invisibility technique, which was essentially a method of becoming unseen. His expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Congratulations on acquiring this. It surely guarantees your safety." Li Shuiying nodded with joy, quickly stowing it away to learn at a later time. The others looked on enviously, some even regretting their own choices, yet there was little they could do now. Subsequently, Jiang Qinqin unleashed her own luminous orb, ultimately revealing an exquisite little vial. What could this be? The crowd was filled with astonishment, for it was the first time they had witnessed the emergence of a vial, and their curiosity was piqued. Unfortunately, After a moment of hesitation, she merely smiled and tucked it away, showing no intention of providing any explanation, leaving the onlookers disheartened. In the end, only Linny remained, who picked up the selected luminous orb and activated it. As the radiance dissipated, the onlookers turned their gaze, revealing a substantial object resting in his palm. Frost Iron Battle Armor, forged from deep-sea frost iron. It boasts formidable protection, quality, superior, grade 5. Lin Yi's expression brightened with delight as he found the cold iron battle armor to be an impeccable fit for him. Moreover, his bronze armor had suffered considerable damage and was due for a replacement. Without hesitation, he made his way outside the hospital and donned this superior and formidable cold iron battle armor. In truth, he was unaware that Lin Yi and his companions had already acquired their skills. Their current lack of selection was inconsequential. He felt a profound satisfaction with the cold iron armor, which embraced him perfectly without any discomfort. Very well. You may arrange the remaining weapons and resources as you see fit. I shall take a moment to rest, Lin Yi remarked with a smile, nodding at the group. Go ahead. We'll call you when the meat is ready. Mo Long and the others paid little mind, proceeding to allocate the remaining weapons and armor according to necessity. A shared thought began to take root in their minds. It was time to prepare to leave the forest. Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin entered a room on the upper floor. After closing the door, the three of them were eager to discover the nature of a splendid bottle. What is this? As Lin Yi gazed at the exquisite bottle handed to him by Jiang Qinqin, his expression shifted from surprise to a gradual sense of astonishment. He stared at the magnificent bottle, and the information it revealed made his heart race with intensity, leaving him quite shaken. Restoration Elixir, a rare medicinal potion capable of healing bodily injuries. As long as one still draws breath, this elixir can instantaneously mend wounds. Grade, Supreme 9th tier. Gasped. The three of them inhaled sharply upon reading this description, feeling profoundly astonished. They had never anticipated the existence of such a remarkable item. Does this imply that as long as one is not deceased, any number of injuries can be healed in an instant? Lin Yi, you face the most peril in battle. Take this as a precaution. Jiang Qinqin smiled as she extended the bottle towards him. Lin Yi's expression was tinged with surprise as he gazed at her earnest demeanor. Yet he shook his head and replied, This item belongs to you. Please keep it for yourself and utilize it when necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qinqin finally smiled and said, Very well. This vial contains 4 pills, enough for each of us to have one. I shall distribute one to each of you now, just to be on the safe side. Lin Yi hesitated momentarily, yet upon witnessing Jiang Qinqin's somewhat irate expression, he promptly nodded in agreement. He accepted a crystalline, translucent pill, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air, invigorating his senses. Without further ado, he placed it into his storage bracelet, deeming it the safest sanctuary. Meanwhile, Li Shuiying found herself in a quandary, lacking a secure place for the precious elixir. Ultimately, she entrusted it to Jiang Qinqin for safekeeping. Next, out of curiosity and anticipation, Lin Yi retrieved a resplendent orb from the remnants left by the fearsome Wolf King. Chapter 30. The Bone Jade War Spear. Lin Yi produced a luminous orb, acquired from the vanquished king of the fearsome wolves, eager to discern its contents. The atmosphere among the three was charged with anticipation. The spoils of the Wolf King could scarcely be anything but extraordinary. Let's see what it is, Jiang Qinqin exclaimed, her impatience palpable, while the little Yoan in her arms blinked her large eyes with curiosity. Without hesitation, Lin Yi activated the orb, and an intense radiance enveloped the room. As the brilliance faded, an object materialized before them, entirely resplendent and white, akin to intricately carved jade. Lin Yi paused, realizing it was a war spear, strikingly similar to his own bone spear, yet shimmering as if crafted from exquisite jade. Bone Jade War Spear, forged from superior bone jade, renowned for its exceptional hardness and unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through gold and severing iron. Grade, Supreme 9th tier. The description elicited a look of astonishment on Lin Yi's face. He had not anticipated acquiring such a remarkable Bone Jade War Spear. Moreover, its classification at the Supreme 9th tier far surpassed his current weapon. He was immensely pleased with this newfound armament, as his previous bone spear had shown signs of wear, making this acquisition perfectly timely. What a splendid treasure. I can finally upgrade my weapon. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Nearby, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying shared in his joy, delighted by Lin Yi's acquisition, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. However, Li Shuiying suddenly seemed to recall something. rising swiftly to the corner of the room. She retrieved 2 items from a cabinet and playfully handed them to Lin Yi, leaving him both surprised and intrigued. Lin Yi took the items and discovered a pair of boots and a roll of beast hide, feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. It was evident that these 2 items constituted an equipment set, and the roll of beast hide likely contained a skill. Where did they come from? He curiously inquired. Where did you acquire these 2 items? Hee. Li Shuiying chuckled, tilting her head playfully. Have you forgotten? During our last venture into the forest, we defeated 5 terror cats, and among them, 2 yielded luminous orbs, which I collected. Lin Yi suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, nearly forgetting this matter. Indeed, he had acquired the luminous sphere, but it had merely been tucked away. Now recalling it, he realized it must pertain to these 2 items. Black iron boots. Forged from molten black iron, these boots enhance the speed of the wearer. Level, common grade 9. Upon first glance, Lin Yi was immediately captivated by these boots, promptly discarding his tattered sneakers. With this addition, his ensemble was nearly complete. The armor and boots, combined with a weapon, constituted 3 essential pieces of equipment. As for jewelry and other items, Lin Yi possessed only a storage bracelet for carrying belongings. He was uncertain if there were any other unique ornaments, and would have to wait to discover them in the future. Deadly 9 blades. This technique comprises 9 strikes, each one deadlier than the last, and at its peak, it can unify the 9 into 1. Level, common grade 6. This scroll, inscribed on animal hide, detailed a formidable set of sword techniques. However, Lin Yi pondered his existing foundation in spear techniques, which he had yet to master fully and had not even begun to unleash their potential. Therefore, he deemed it unwise to pursue this new skill. Additionally, he had grown accustomed to wielding a spear or polearm. Switching to a blade would feel rather unfamiliar. Thus, after a brief examination, he inquired if the 2 women were interested, but they naturally declined. I don't use a sword. You should keep it. Li Shuiying firmly shook her head, her hands brandishing her bone spikes, making her weapon preference unmistakable. As for Jiang Qinqin, she had no need for it either, as she possessed a bow and arrow along with foundational archery skills. What purpose would a sword serve for her? Lin Yi nodded slightly, tucking away the scroll of swordsmanship, contemplating its use for the future. Subsequently, he engaged in casual conversation with the 2 companions until Xiao Yuan gradually regained her composure, her spirits lifted, and joy radiating from her. Captain, the barbecue is ready. Everyone is waiting for you to join us, a voice echoed from outside the room, momentarily startling Lin Yi and his companions. It seemed that amidst their chatter, time had slipped away, and preparations for the feast awaited his presence. Wenwen, I imagine you're feeling a bit peckish. Let us descend to partake in the meal, Lin Yi said, lifting the petite Xiao Yuan as he stood and cheerfully made his way out. Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying followed with smiles, and upon exiting, they encountered a middle-aged man standing nearby. This was He Zhenhai, who, despite possessing only 1 arm, carried himself with unwavering vigor and vitality. Zhenhai, what have you acquired? Lin Yi inquired suddenly, observing a glimmer of excitement in He Zhenhai's expression. With a proud pat on his chest, he replied, Captain, behold, I have chosen a piece of black iron armor. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing, and I have also replaced my old battle knife with a superior one. Excellent, indeed. Lin Yi gazed in admiration at He Zhenhai, who stood before him clad in black iron armor, shouldering a massive, razor-sharp battle blade. His feet were adorned with what appeared to be combat boots, a testament to his commendable equipment. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yi as he observed He Zhenhai's resolute expression, recalling the time this man had bravely shielded him from harm. This was a man worthy of trust. Zhenhai, take this, Lin Yi said, handing him a scroll of beast hide with a smile. I hope you won't let me down, nor disappoint your daughter. However, it was evident that He Zhenhai had entrusted someone else with the care of his daughter while he engaged in battle, revealing his straightforward nature. The man's selflessness evoked admiration in Lin Yi, who, after all, does not prioritize their own well-being first. He Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback, staring down at the scroll in disbelief, and soon found himself utterly astonished. It was a scroll of swordsmanship, the very one that Li Shuiying had given Lin Yi, now being passed to him. The realization filled He Zhenhai's face with a flush of excitement as he watched the figure of Lin Yi vanish down the corridor, silently vowing to himself to never forget this moment. Without further ado, he carefully stowed the scroll away and turned to stride purposefully onward. He Zhenhai's mood underwent a profound transformation. Though he had always been strong, it was largely due to the responsibility of caring for his daughter. Now, armed with these resources, he understood that he could survive even better. To thrive in the future and provide for his little girl, he must strive diligently. Brother, he is a good man. He has saved me several times. This swordsmanship is perfect for him, Li Shuiying expressed joyfully along the way, secretly wishing to gift it to him herself. However, since she had entrusted it to Lin Yi, it was only fitting that he made the decision. Now, with the scroll in He Jinhai's possession, she felt assured. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, as he held a deep respect for He Jinhai. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Shuiying, please fetch his daughter. It seems he has been rather hesitant to meet her lately. Understood. Li Shuiying swiftly turned and made her way towards a room. This establishment housed numerous chambers, occupied by individuals devoid of combat capabilities. Naturally, she sought He Jinhai's daughter, who, perhaps due to the loss of an arm, felt unworthy to face her child, thus refraining from visiting her. Coincidentally, this would provide one win with a playmate. Jiang Qinxin remarked with a smile. At this moment, Lin Yi cradled the little girl Yuan, accompanied by the enchanting Jiang Qinxin. Passers-by perceived them as a blissful family, though their assumptions were misguided. Lin Yi, you have finally arrived. We could hardly wait. Upon entering the grand hall, a cheerful voice rang out. Mo Long, who was currently gathered around a massive bonfire with others, roasting a colossal direwolf, the king of the direwolves, which was already cooked to perfection. Lin Yi took a seat at the vacant spot and remarked with a smile, Everyone, what are we waiting for? Let us begin the feast. The jubilant shouts of dinner is served. Dinner is served, echoed, conveying a sense of excitement and joy. Over 300 individuals gathered around piles of firewood, merrily slicing and distributing the roasted meat, reveling in the delight of a bountiful harvest. Lin Yi selected a tender morsel of roasted meat and offered it to the famished little girl, before he indulged in gnawing on a colossal leg of the fearsome wolf. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinxin's graceful and refined manner of eating stirred a sense of envy among a multitude of men, all of whom began to admire Lin Yi for his fortune. Before long, Li Shuiying arrived with a young girl, seemingly no more than 2 or 3 years old, revealing that He Jinhai had such a little daughter as well. Lin Yi seemed to grasp the reason behind the man's relentless efforts. It was all for the sake of his daughter, a desire to strive for a brighter future for her. What is your name? Lin Yi inquired, offering a small piece of roasted meat with a smile. The little girl appeared somewhat apprehensive, yet ultimately responded with a clear voice. Uncle, my name is He Xian, but my father calls me Xian Xian. Xian Xian. What a good girl you are. Here, this is for you, Lin Yi said, nodding with a smile. Meanwhile, at a distance by another campfire, He Jinhai's anxious heart finally found solace. He had intended to secretly check on his daughter, only to discover she was missing, which had caused him great distress. Upon searching, he found her beside Lin Yi, alleviating his worries. Lin Yi had already noticed He Jinhai's gaze and pondered for a moment, believing that He Jinhai should not shy away from seeing his daughter simply because he was missing an arm. Xian, do you not know that your father is a great hero? Lin Yi suddenly posed the question. The little girl paused slightly, looked up, and replied, I know. I saw my father fighting monsters to protect us. He is a great hero. Lin Yi, taken aback, nodded and said, Very well, you may go to your father now. I imagine he misses you dearly. As the little girl sprang to her feet and hurried towards He Jinhai, a tremor coursed through him, as he felt an overwhelming apprehension at the thought of facing his own daughter. Lin Yi gazed at the fellow before him, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. How could one possibly neglect to see their own daughter for such reasons? As he continued to eat, he fell into contemplation. The hospital lobby was bustling with over 300 individuals, yet the number of those capable of fighting was alarmingly scant. Over 50 had perished earlier, leaving even fewer now. Where have Zhou Ning and his companions disappeared to? Indeed, beside him, Mo Long's surprise caught the attention of the crowd. Lin Yi's heart stirred as he lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings, and, as suspected, found no trace of Zhou Ning and his group. Chapter 31. An urgent discussion. Everyone swept their eyes across the vicinity, yet Zhou Ning's presence remained elusive. Even his immediate associates were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that this lad is hiding upstairs, too frightened to descend? While speculation swirled among the crowd, a frantic figure rushed down the staircase. This is not good. This is not good. The young man, his expression fraught with anxiety, hurriedly approached Lin Yi and the others, his pallor alarming everyone and causing their hearts to sink in foreboding. Indeed, the words that followed would change the countenance of all present. All of our stored jerky has vanished, Along with a significant cache of weapons and equipment, the youth exclaimed in a state of panic. What? Lindy's expression shifted in shock, sensing the gravity of the situation. There was undoubtedly a significant issue at hand. However, where could these items have vanished to? Could it be that someone had concealed them? This posed a serious problem, as the dried meat was intended to be the provisions for their departure from the forest. The revelation that it had simply disappeared was alarming. The expressions of those present were grim as they glared at the youth before them. For he was the sole guardian of the supplies. Utterly outrageous. Liang Yu's face flushed with fury as he seized the young man's leather armor and exclaimed, "How could it have vanished? With such a substantial quantity, who could have possibly taken it? You were the only one on watch. Explain to us how it could have disappeared. Let us not panic." Lin Yi approached and pulled open Liang Yu's door, stating, "There is something amiss. Someone has undoubtedly taken it. It wouldn't have vanished without reason. It must be the work of Zhou Ning and his group." Suddenly, Liang Yu realized that there were no signs of Zhou Ning and his companions. Could it be that they had indeed taken it? This notion sparked immediate outrage among the crowd. Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. Otherwise, who would dare to tamper with the stored provisions and equipment? Damn that scoundrel. I have always said I would kill him, and now look where we are. Liang Yu seethed with anger. Mo Long's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings and declared, "First, let us search for any trace of Zhou Ning and his group. Then we shall deliberate on our next steps." The group promptly dispersed to search every nook and cranny of the hospital, but regrettably, they could not find any sign of them, nor any trace of the missing items. "Damn it!" Huang Jiyuan exclaimed with ire. "We should have eliminated that fellow long ago. He has truly jeopardized our plans." It was too late to voice regrets now. Mo Long shook his head in resignation. Wu Yong brandished his enormous battle axe and shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them without delay. I refuse to believe they have fled too far. They must have ventured deep into the forest. We cannot fail." Lin Yi decisively rejected the idea, stating, "Rushing in now may not guarantee we find them. If we encounter a ferocious beast, we would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. It would be unwise to act recklessly." Lin Yi's reasoning resonated with us, for pursuing them at this juncture would be futile. The forest is vast, and we are unaware of which direction they fled. Chasing after them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. And fraught with danger, Mo Long interjected, "What shall we do now?" The expressions of the group darkened as they found themselves at a loss, particularly since a considerable amount of their roasted meat had been lost. Furthermore, they were also short on various equipment and weapons, which would undoubtedly have a significant impact on their situation. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "For now, let us set aside this matter. The supply of our jerky is somewhat limited, but there are still numerous corpses of the ferocious wolves, sufficient to sustain the remaining members for 5 days. Let us deliberate on our strategy to venture into the forest and navigate our way out of this perilous place." The group collected their thoughts and began to strategize, discussing the actions and preparations that lay ahead. As for Zhou Ning and his companions, they had undoubtedly ventured into the depths of the forest. Pursuing them would be futile and serve no purpose. Fortunately, there remained a substantial amount of wolf carcasses yet to be processed into dried meat, providing us with sustenance for another 5 days. The weapons and equipment had already been allocated, and each member was properly attired. Those that had been stolen were lost without recourse, and there was no need to chase after them. Moreover, the mere 10 or so individuals led by Zhou Ning attempting to escape the vast and treacherous forest seemed rather improbable. Lin Yi considered this dilemma, which further justified his reluctance to pursue. Otherwise, they might incur additional losses within the forest. "This is my plan." Lin Yi scanned the crowd before speaking. "We have over 100 combat personnel here. I propose we divide into 5 teams, with one positioned at the front, one at the rear, and one on each side, leaving the remaining team in the center for support. What are your thoughts? That proposal is quite commendable." "I am in agreement." Liang Yu was the first to express his support. Wu Yong appeared somewhat conflicted, scratching his head as he replied, "I have no objections. You all may decide." Mo Long and Huang Jiyuan exchanged nods, indicating their approval, affirming that the suggestion was indeed sound. With one team leading the way and another providing cover at the back, the 2 side teams would serve to safeguard the flanks. "This is an excellent suggestion. The crucial point now is how we allocate roles and who will lead the advance." Huang Jiyuan promptly raised the pertinent issue. A hush fell over the group, each member acutely aware that leading the charge was fraught with peril. The front team would bear the brunt of the responsibility, serving as the vanguard for reconnaissance. and they would likely be the first to encounter any assaults or dangers, thus facing the highest risk of casualties. I shall take on that role. Lin Yi directly accepted the task, stating, I will lead a team to forge a path. Thereafter, you shall allocate your responsibilities, ensuring the protection of your respective sides. This is our duty. The crowd looked astonished, as they had not anticipated Lin Yi's decision to take on the most perilous task of clearing the way. Moreover, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying felt a twinge of concern. This endeavor was fraught with danger, and a moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. I shall guard the rear, Mo Long declared after a moment of contemplation, signifying his intent to protect the backline. While it may seem that the rear was the safest position, it was not without peril, as attacks could very well emerge from behind, rendering the rear team equally vulnerable. Enough dawdling, it matters not which direction we face, Wu Yong remarked, his expression somewhat displeased. I will safeguard the left side. As long as you all maintain your composure, my team will not retreat, even if we face total annihilation. Very well, I shall take the right side, Huang Jiyuan promptly asserted. The remaining Liang Yu appeared somewhat awkward, stating, everyone has taken their positions ahead of me, so I shall provide support. Should any of you falter, I will stand by you. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then stated, allocate 10 shields and 10 spears to my team. The remainder shall be dispatched to the sword wielders, thus enabling us to address potential crises. The group readily concurred, recognizing the perilous nature of their current position, where they were tasked with clearing a path for the larger force behind them, a demanding endeavor indeed. Lin Yi's request for 10 shields was motivated by the need to guard against the onslaught of ferocious beasts, thereby preventing chaos and disarray within the ranks. After a moment of reflection, realizing he had no further requests, he ceased to dwell on the matter. Meanwhile, Mo Long and the others began to assign tasks and organize their respective teams, also setting about the immediate preparation of roasted wolf jerky to serve as sustenance for their journey. Our water supply is dwindling. We must devise a solution, Huang Jiyuan remarked, shaking a water bottle in his hand. The group was acutely aware that the hospital offered scant drinking water, with even the tap supply having run dry. With the remaining water sources nearly depleted, failure to find a remedy could lead to death by thirst before hunger. Let's venture into the forest. There must be a water source there. For instance, within some of the colossal old vines, one can find sap that could quench our thirst, Lin Yi proposed. Ultimately, the group concluded their discussions and assignments without further deliberation, turning instead to consume the meat of the fearsome Wolf King. Initially in good spirits, the sudden turn of events had cast a pall over their mood, leaving them feeling somewhat despondent and irritable. Lin Yi hastily finished his meal and wandered alone to the edge of the forest, gazing vacantly at the towering ancient trees, lost in thought. In truth, his mind was preoccupied with pondering how many among them would ultimately emerge from the forest and how many would survive. Was he troubled? A gentle voice, accompanied by a waft of fragrant breeze, reached his ears. Without needing to look, Lin Yi instinctively knew who it was. Indeed, Jiang Qinqin approached him, her profile casting a glance at the young man, from whom she sensed an invigorating aura, a powerful conviction. Indeed, Lin Yi felt resolute. He could endure, could traverse the forest, and perhaps even grow stronger in the future. Yet at this moment, his heart was heavy with concern for the elderly and children, most of whom lacked combat abilities. How would these individuals survive and escape the forest? It would require the unity and effort of the fighters among them. He looked at Jiang Qinqin, who expressed her concern, and felt an unexpected lightness within him, as if the weight of his worries had dissipated. I am merely worried about the elderly and the children. I am uncertain if we can protect them, Lin Yi voiced his apprehensions. Do not overthink, Jiang Qinqin replied with a gentle smile. None of us can guarantee our survival, but at the very least, we will have fought with all our might. Even if we perish, we shall hold no regrets. We shall not perish. Chapter 32, The Path to Survival. As a day passed, the group remained industrious, drying meat and organizing useful supplies, preparing with a sense of urgency and order for the tasks ahead. Soon, all preparations were complete, and the group gathered outside the hospital. Over 300 individuals stood in orderly formation, silent, their gazes fixed on a few figures ahead, those among them who were the strongest. Everyone. Mo Long stepped forward first, his expression grave. A calamity has befallen us, and we find ourselves deep within this vast forest. However, to the southeast, there is a signal calling for gathering. There lies our path to survival. Everyone understood the gravity of their previous encounters with massive insects and ferocious prehistoric beasts, creatures long thought extinct. As he continued, Imo Long's countenance grew increasingly serious, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the crowd. The fear of those monstrous insects, along with the prehistoric saber-toothed cats and dire wolves, tightened the hearts of all present. Yet, for the sake of survival, they must navigate their way out of this forest. They had begun to grasp the dangers concealed within, and it was imperative that they unite as one. Otherwise, escaping this forest would prove exceedingly difficult. Lenny observed the fear and concern reflected in the faces of those around him, and he understood that this state of anxiety could not persist. Should they encounter an attack, the ensuing casualties would inevitably result in chaos, potentially leading to the disintegration of their group. "Are you afraid?" A commanding shout echoed, jolting everyone from their reverie. As they turned to look, they realized it was Lin Yi who had stepped forward. His expression remained unchanged, save for a flicker of wrathful intent directed not at his companions, but rather at the prehistoric beasts. He proclaimed, "The colossal and ferocious prehistoric beasts possess extraordinary strength. Should we truly be afraid?" The words of Lin Yi sent a shiver through the crowd, awakening a sense of unprecedented fury within them. "Indeed," he bellowed. "What is there to fear? The prehistoric terror cat is formidable and swift, yet in the end, what becomes of it? It is ultimately slain and reduced to mere sustenance. And what of the fearsome wolf?" Lin Yi brandished his spear and declared, "Behold for yourselves. The terror wolves are formidable, attacking in packs." Yet what was the outcome? Even their king fell by my hand, and they too became our sustenance. Thus, we, as humans, ought not to fear these ferocious beasts, for they are destined to serve as our nourishment. Upon hearing these words, a surge of fervor ignited within all present, transforming their initial trepidation into a wellspring of courage. Indeed, these prehistoric creatures are daunting, but consider their fate. They ultimately become our prey. Yes, we should not cower, no matter how powerful these beasts may be. They can only serve as sustenance for humanity. Eradicate those ferocious beasts. Someone finally shouted, their voice filled with fervor as they raised their jerky and wolf pelts, evidence of humanity's triumph. For survival, for dignity, we shall eliminate every monster that stands in our way. Lin Yi suddenly roared, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" Over 100 fully armed warriors raised their weapons, exuding an intense aura, a manifestation of human bloodlust. This collective courage and conviction invigorated the remaining 200 souls, including the elderly, women, and even children. In that moment, fear dissipated, no matter how formidable the beasts. They could only become human sustenance. They felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, and any creature that obstructed humanity's path must be vanquished. "Vanguard, follow me. Let us carve the way." With a swift swing of his spear, Lin Yi boldly advanced into the depths of the forest, followed by a contingent of 50 robust men. These individuals, all volunteers, were formidable in strength and eager to forge the path ahead. Among them, 10 wielded shields in their left hands and blades in their right, forming a skilled cohort of sword and shield warriors. 20 others brandished long spears or bone lances, while the remaining 20, clad in armor and wielding massive swords, exuded an intimidating presence. As this vanguard entered the woods, they carved a pathway through the dense underbrush. For the essence of a vanguard is to clear the way, an essential endeavor in the wilderness where no paths existed. "Let us commence," commanded Imo Long, and the entire group sprang into action, following the trail blazed by Lin Yi and his comrades. Within the ranks, Lin Yi led the charge, flanked by Wu Yong and Huangji Yuan, who safeguarded the sides, while Imo Long brought up the rear. In the center, Liang Yu led a contingent tasked with supporting and protecting the 200 individuals in their midst. As this vast assembly ventured into the forest, they encountered resistance, a consequence of the challenging terrain. If not for Lin Yi and his team clearing the way, along with the vigilant guardians on either side, the hundreds might have become disoriented and scattered amidst the foliage. Ahead, Lin Yi and his companions moved with both speed and caution. The 10 path clearers relentlessly swung their sharp blades, diligently severing the undergrowth to facilitate the passage of those behind. The remaining members maintained a watchful vigilance, allowing the 10 to alternate as fatigue set in, thus ensuring a steady pace, neither too hastily nor too slowly, mindful of the elderly among them. "Stop!" Suddenly, the leading group came to a halt, causing a ripple of concern among those following. Lin Yi's expression turned grave as he approached a towering tree, carefully parting its leaves to reveal a grim sight. A scattering of flesh and bones lay strewn upon the ground. It appears, Li Shuiying speculated as she joined him, that someone fell victim to a beast's attack here. Lenny nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed. This individual appears to have been attacked and subsequently left with only fragments of bone by a ferocious beast. However, we have not ventured into the forest recently. So these remnants must have been left behind not long ago. The only possibility is that Zhou Ning and a few others passed through here. There were traces of footprints and signs of struggle. Everyone, remain cautious and vigilant." Lin Yi's warning heightened the tension among the group. Each member acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the forest, particularly in this region inhabited by prehistoric beasts, where carelessness could lead to demise. The teams on either side felt the weight of anxiety in their throats, daring not to let their guard down even slightly. This place was fraught with peril. Any lapse in attention could mean self-destruction, and death could be but a heartbeat away. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from the left side, causing the faces of all present to pale in shock. Mo Long, positioned at the rear, instinctively wanted to rush forward upon hearing the cry, but halted abruptly, aware that he must remain still. Moreover, the left flank was guarded by Wu Yong's team. At the moment the scream echoed, Wu Yong reacted swiftly, his figure darting forward to find a team member with a foot ensnared in the earth. His heart sank, although he could not discern what had bitten down. He acted without hesitation, bringing his massive axe down close to the ground. With a sickening crunch, he severed the foot, blood gushing forth, dark and viscous, poisonous blood. Wu Yong had decisively amputated the foot of his comrade, but before he could assess the injury, he noticed the earth and leaves ahead swirling violently. Suddenly, a gigantic centipede erupted from the soil, its menacing fangs lunging at Wu Yong with alarming speed. A chill ran through him as he swung his battle axe downward, the sound ringing out like a clarion call, sparks flying. This centipede, measuring 5 meters in length and as thick as a human thigh, was encased in remarkably tough armor, producing a startling metallic clang as it struck. Although Wu Yong's hasty blow did not slay the creature, his reaction was swift as the centipede lunged. He stepped forward with determination, delivering a powerful axe strike. With a resounding thud, the creature's head shattered, transforming it into a pulpy mass, its viscous innards splattering across the ground, corroding the earth around it. At that moment, the group beheld the unfortunate individual who had been bitten, now lifeless on the ground, their body swollen and dark, devoid of breath. Dead? Wu Yong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that he would be unable to save this team member. Despite his earlier action of severing the foot, it was regrettably too late to avert death. He had observed the foot ensnared in the soil, noticing the disturbed earth and leaves, and had surmised that something dangerous lurked beneath, most likely a venomous creature like the centipede. His instincts had proven correct. Without further comment, he led the team onward, leaving the body of the fallen member behind. The atmosphere was laden with a sense of unease, yet the crowd proceeded with heightened caution, even wielding spears to clear their path. Among the leading ranks, Lin Yi, having discerned no further issues, pressed onward, though he had anticipated the loss of a life, which came as no surprise. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, sending a jolt of fear through the gathered individuals. This cry emanated from the forefront, where Lin Yi's vanguard was stationed, as one of their own collapsed, wailing in anguish. "Take defensive positions," Lin Yi commanded, his expression shifting dramatically. Without hesitation, he darted forward like a panther, reaching the fallen team member. To his horror, he beheld the unfortunate soul covered in severe burn marks, their skin riddled with grotesque blisters. Chapter 33. Perils Abound. Ahead, a jet of liquid erupted forth, hissing as it struck the ground, unleashing a plume of white smoke that filled the air with an overwhelming sense of dread, revealing a potent corrosive effect. It was a venomous creature. Lin Yi finally discerned a colossal insect perched upon the branch. This creature, though classified as an insect, harbored a potent venom within its body. Its outward appearance bore a striking resemblance to a stink bug, capable of ejecting a highly corrosive toxin from its posterior, rendering it exceedingly treacherous. Whoosh! In an instant, a shimmering arrow whistled through the air, piercing the creature with a soft thud, effectively eliminating it in a single blow. Lin Yi recognized that it was Jiang Qinchin's arrow that had accomplished the feat. However, in the next moment, a collective frown crossed the faces of the onlookers, as they were assaulted by an acrid stench that was profoundly unpleasant. This noxious odor emanated from the insect's carcass, reminiscent of a foul miasma. Everyone, exercise caution. The jungle is fraught with peril, and one must not underestimate the dangers that lurk within. Lin Yi commanded succinctly, then proceeded to examine the injury of the team member. Discovering that the blisters swiftly receded, This occurrence left him both astonished and contemplative. It was likely due to the enhancement of physical attributes after the previous fortification. "Captain, I am fine now," the young man exclaimed with delight. Rising to his feet, he noticed that the blisters adorning his skin had rapidly vanished, accompanied by a complete absence of pain. Ultimately, the group advanced with heightened caution and vigilance, continuing their path undeterred by the presence of a mere insect. Lin Yi and his companions were acutely aware that they needed to swiftly exit the forest. Every moment spent within its depths only heightened their peril. Throughout the journey, all remained vigilant, their silence palpable. Even the elderly and the children refrained from uttering a word. Suddenly, amidst the ranks, an elderly man stumbled and fell. Fortunately, a young man nearby reacted with alacrity, rushing to assist the fallen elder. "Are you all right, sir?" the youth inquired with concern. The elder, his face etched with wrinkles and hands rough from toil, bore the unmistakable marks of a seasoned farmer. His expression conveyed pain, clearly indicating he had sustained a significant injury, perhaps twisting his ankle. "Young man, you should take the children and go on without me. Do not concern yourselves with this old fool," the elder insisted, freeing himself from the youth's grasp with sincerity. The young man was momentarily taken aback, as were the surrounding companions, all gazing at the elder in disbelief. They had not anticipated such words. The elder was urging them to abandon him. Having traversed for most of the day, the arduous terrain had drained their strength, particularly for the elderly, many of whom were now breathless and struggling to continue. "Young man, please take my granddaughter and leave me behind. I do not wish to be a burden," an elderly woman suddenly implored, handing a young girl to a nearby young woman. This declaration caused a ripple of concern among the group, as it revealed the elder's intent to remain behind. The young men, caught off guard, found themselves at a loss, unsure how to respond to such a weighty decision. "Do not say such things. If you cannot walk, I will carry you," the first young man exclaimed, realizing the determination of the elders to remain behind, unwilling to hinder the others. Yet, beneath their resolute facades lay a hint of resignation. Who truly wishes for death? Without further hesitation, the young man hoisted the elder onto his back, and soon others followed suit, each supporting an elderly companion, resolutely disregarding their pleas. "Let us not lose heart. If we persevere, we shall find our way out," Yang Yu encouraged, his voice brimming with fervor as he rallied the group to press on. Lin Yi and his companions, witnessing this display of solidarity, felt a sense of relief wash over them. The elders, who had wished to remain behind to avoid being a burden, now realized they had not been forsaken. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not moved. In the face of calamity, humanity must unite. "Thank you." Many elders expressed their gratitude, discreetly wiping away tears that clouded their vision. In truth, none wished for a fate of waiting to perish. However, if such a moment were to arrive, these elders might indeed consider it, believing that to do otherwise would jeopardize the entire group. "Young man, if there truly is no other option, then leave us behind and take the children. They are the hope for the future, and we shall not impede your path," an elderly individual was muttering, evidently reluctant to burden the entire group. It became apparent that exiting the forest was not as simple as anticipated, causing the spirits of the crowd to dampen once more. Many of the women began to experience anxiety, with some even sinking into a subtle despair. This situation was concerning, even Lin Yi, who was leading ahead, sensed the growing unrest. If this continued, the disunity would surely yield dire consequences. "Everyone, please do not worry. We will not abandon anyone. We shall surely find our way out." A voice of encouragement resonated from the front as Lin Yi paused, brandishing his spear to clear the path. His words had a calming effect, helping to restore some composure among the anxious individuals as they pressed on. The group advanced steadily, eventually coming to a halt. Lin Yi raised his hand, signaling for the others to stop, his expression grave as he gazed intently ahead. "Shuiying, summon the other captains," he commanded succinctly. Li Shuiying nodded gently and swiftly darted off to inform the other leaders. Before long, Mo Long and the others, having instructed their respective teams to remain vigilant, arrived hastily. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions turned serious. There lay a large pool of blood not far ahead, and even a severed head rolled ominously nearby, stained with blood and bearing the marks of violence. Liang Yu's countenance grew solemn as he remarked, "I recognize this individual. He was one of Zhou Ning's companions. They must have taken this route, heading southeast." Lin Yi nodded slightly and remarked, "Along the way, I have discovered numerous traces. They must have passed through here. Everyone, remain vigilant. We may be ambushed." As they continued onward, After an hour of walking, an unsettling sensation began to permeate the air. Lenny was the first to perceive it, a faint yet distinct presence, akin to that of a wild beast. Be cautious. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out as the underbrush ahead rustled, and a massive beast lunged forth. It charged directly at the nearest youth, causing the group to tense up and nearly scream in fright. The young man, despite his astonishment, maintained his composure. He raised his shield, its sharp spikes glinting ominously, and braced himself to collide with the oncoming creature. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying, yet miraculously, he suffered only minor injuries. The multitude of sharp spikes on his shield inflicted significant damage upon the beast. Roaring in fury, the creature revealed itself to be a gigantic saber-toothed cat. Blood streaming from its head, a testament to the impact it had endured. Attack! At that moment, 3 nearby team members brandished their shields and charged forward, wielding their swords to strike at the saber-toothed cat. United, they swiftly dispatched the creature, averting a potential crisis. However, Lin Yi understood that the danger had not yet passed. Threats lurked everywhere. As anticipated, the journey ahead was fraught with continuous attacks, leading to casualties that heightened the tension among the group. The jungle echoed with anguished cries as several individuals fell victim to sudden assaults. Fortunately, the team's vigilance and defensive strategies minimized the fatalities, allowing them to swiftly neutralize the threats. At times, the attackers were ferocious beasts, while at others, they were enormous venomous insects, some of the deadliest adversaries. These were not the benign insects encountered in hospitals. Rather, they were creatures teeming with lethal toxins. A single bite could prove fatal, leaving no time for rescue, extinguishing life in an instant. Some of these venomous insects were even more terrifying, capable of silencing their victims before they could utter a sound. Stop! Lin Yi's voice cut through the chaos, and the team finally came to a halt. After a day of relentless travel, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, their stamina severely depleted. This was especially true for the elderly and women, who struggled with the rigors of such intense jungle navigation. Despite having benefited from the consumption of beast meat, the elderly still found it challenging to endure the strain, while the women, some carrying children, faced even greater exhaustion. It was evident that they had reached a point where rest was imperative. Otherwise, they risked succumbing to sheer fatigue. Lenny surveyed his surroundings and noted the vast emptiness. With considerable distances between the tree trunks, devoid of any underbrush or weeds, lending an air of pristine cleanliness. Let us take a moment to rest here, he declared. Deciding to pause in this serene setting, he turned to the center, where several other leaders gathered around him. Together, they began to deliberate on their forthcoming plans and arrangements. Otherwise, complications would inevitably arise. The situation is rather grim. Liang Yu bluntly conveyed an unsettling piece of news, stating, "The elderly and women in our group are showing signs of fatigue. This is not a favorable trend. If we cannot move, we shall carry them. We cannot abandon a single soul," Lin Yi asserted with unwavering determination. "I am aware of that. I never suggested leaving anyone behind." Liang Yu replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "All right." Mo Long interjected to mediate, saying, "At present, our primary concern is that we have encountered numerous attacks along the way, resulting in the loss of 6 members. This is unsustainable. We must rest briefly and then continue our journey. I have an unsettling feeling about this place." Lin Yi expressed his apprehension, causing a palpable heaviness in the hearts of his companions. It seemed that the atmosphere was excessively tranquil. Suddenly, they all became acutely aware of the eerie silence surrounding them. Devoid even of weeds, could there be hidden dangers lurking nearby? Buzzing sounds abruptly filled the air above them, sending chills down their spines and cold sweat cascading down their backs. Chapter 34. The enormous mosquito. The buzzing intensified, instilling a sense of dread in the group as they felt an ominous presence. Indeed, as they looked up, their faces paled in terror, and they trembled with fear. Lin Yi's expression turned pale as he stared in horror at the countless dark specks swirling above in the treetops. The ominous buzzing sound emanating from these creatures was the source of his dread. What were they? Mo Long's face quivered as he focused on the flying black dots, finally discerning their true nature. They were flying insects, each as large as a bowl, with sharp proboscises resembling oversized mosquitoes. Mosquitoes? A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd as realization dawned upon them. These were indeed gigantic and menacing mosquitoes. In the era of urban life, mosquitoes posed little threat. But the ones before them were alarmingly large. The purpose of mosquitoes is well known, to siphon blood, while a typical mosquito bite might be a mere nuisance. The ones hovering above, each larger than an adult's fist, were a terrifying prospect. What would happen if one were to draw blood? Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, jolting Lin, E, and the others from their stupor. Everyone turned in alarm, their faces turning a ghastly shade of green, nearly succumbing to panic. They beheld a woman collapsed on the ground, shrieking in agony, her hands desperately clutching a massive mosquito that had latched onto her neck, drawing blood with an insatiable hunger. Its abdomen swelling crimson. Damn it! Nearby, a young man, eyes wide with shock, rushed forward, seizing the monstrous insect and crushing it with a forceful grip. With a sickening pop, the gigantic mosquito exploded, showering the ground with blood that had been siphoned from the unfortunate woman in mere moments, a horrifying spectacle. Buzzing filled the air. In an instant, a swarm of mosquitoes descended like bombers, diving towards the crowd, intent on feasting upon human blood. Panic ensued as the throng realized the peril they faced. The sheer number of colossal mosquitoes sent chills down their spines. Even those with enhanced physical prowess felt trepidation, yet instinctively understood the need for swift retreat and defense. No, those cursed mosquitoes. The air was thick with cries of terror and chaos as people frantically swatted at the enormous insects, attempting to fend them off. Yet, these creatures seemed undeterred, relentless in their pursuit of blood. Lin, E, and his companions reacted swiftly, promptly organizing personnel for defense to eliminate the swarm of mosquitoes. However, the sheer number of these insects was overwhelming, swirling around in dense clouds, and the group would soon find themselves encircled. Let us move quickly. We must hurry. Lin Yi's countenance was marked by fury as he relentlessly brandished his spear, mercilessly dispatching numerous colossal mosquitoes. Yet, from the void above, an even greater swarm descended, intent on overwhelming him. Like others, many found themselves encircled by the multitude of gigantic insects, with several being viciously bitten and drained of their lifeblood. These mosquitoes were of formidable size, their sanguineous extraction ferocious. A mere few breaths could render a person into a mere husk. A haunting scream pierced the air as one individual writhed upon the ground, rolling in agony, only to be besieged by dozens of mosquitoes that feasted upon him. In short order, his blood was entirely siphoned away, leaving behind a withered shell. Witnessing this harrowing scene, fear gripped the hearts of all, and those lacking the means to defend themselves succumbed to despair. They fled in haste, their movements betraying a palpable panic, while Lin, E, and a few others fought valiantly against the relentless swarm. The situation was dire. Among the 300 souls present, over 200 were defenseless. The elderly and children were unable to safeguard themselves, while women shrieked in terror, plunging the group into chaos. Do not panic. Everyone, remain calm. As more and more individuals fell victim to the onslaught, ultimately drained of their very essence, Lin Yi and his companions felt their hearts tighten with rage and sorrow. Gather together, ignite the flames, quickly. Lin Yi issued a direct command, seizing a torch from a nearby panicked woman and igniting it without hesitation. In an instant, all the combatants retrieved their spare torches and set them ablaze, brandishing them at the colossal mosquitoes that danced in the air. As the number of torches multiplied, they effectively repelled some of the insects, allowing Lin Yi and his companions to regroup swiftly, gathering everyone together as the initial chaos subsided. At that moment, the group raised their torches high, forming a formidable wall of flames that finally deterred the incessantly fluttering giant mosquitoes. These creatures, fearful of the fire, dared not approach, instead hovering at a distance in the sky. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they anxiously clustered together, awaiting the next development. However, Lin Yi and his companions wore grim expressions, their hearts heavy with intense anger. For this unforeseen calamity had resulted in the tragic loss of 10 individuals who had succumbed to the mosquitoes, drained of their lifeblood. Before them lay 10 withered corpses, sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in excruciating pain before death. Such a scene sent shivers down the spines of all present, instilling an unprecedented sense of fear. This is horrifying. These mosquitoes are utterly terrifying, a woman murmured, her voice trembling. The group gazed upwards at the multitude of enormous mosquitoes swirling above, yet they showed no inclination to depart. This harrowing sight was more than most could bear, and many were thankful not to faint on the spot. We must leave this place at once. Lin Yi's countenance darkened as he issued a directive to vacate the area. The group proceeded with caution, hastening forward with deliberate speed. Soon, the swarm of mosquitoes that had pursued them dissipated after about an hour. At that moment, having escaped the clutches of those terrifying insects, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group. They felt as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity, Many of the elderly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. My body aches terribly, and it itches so much. Suddenly, someone fell to the ground, writhing and clawing at their own skin. This alarming sight struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them at a loss, except for Lin Yi and a few others who swiftly rushed over. Damn it. The mosquitoes carry a virus. These are symptoms of poisoning, Lin Yi remarked, his expression grim. Among those present, several individuals began to exhibit swelling and even developed numerous blisters, a clear indication of viral transmission following the mosquito bites. The potency of the mosquito's virus was unexpected. I've been bitten too. So have I. What should we do? At that moment, a large portion of the crowd began to wail, all of whom had suffered mosquito bites. They now felt a genuine sense of swelling in their bodies, accompanied by an intense, unbearable itch and pain. Lin Yi and others were taken aback, sensing that the situation was far worse than they had imagined, with 10 individuals already drained and now over 10 more bitten by mosquitoes. A potent viral infection was undoubtedly spreading. Lin Yi, the disinfectant is ineffective. What shall we do? At that moment, Li Shuiying, who was administering disinfection to the afflicted, approached with a pale expression. It became evident that the medical disinfectant had no effect. A heavy sense of dread enveloped the crowd, particularly those who had been bitten. As they felt the looming shadow of death, no one believed they would recover. Fortunately, most of those bitten were adults, as no children had been harmed, a result of the group's priority to protect the young. Among the crowd, Jiang Qinchin was leading a group of women, each cradling a child. It was their vigilance that had kept the children safe from the mosquitoes, while 7 of the bitten victims were women. What shall we do? Anxiety rippled through the crowd as they watched the afflicted writhe in pain, utterly at a loss for solutions. Mo Long and his companions were frantic, unwilling to abandon those suffering, for they understood that to forsake them might soon render themselves forsaken as well. Mo Long, come with me. The others will stay here. We need to capture a fierce beast, Lin Yi suddenly declared, turning on his heel with Mo Long, swiftly disappearing into the thicket. The remaining individuals soon grasped that capturing a ferocious beast might yield the mysterious gas that could restore their health. With hearts racing, they anxiously awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, a roar echoed through the forest, followed by sounds of a struggle, which eventually subsided. A middle-aged man, enduring intense discomfort, managed to slay the beast with a few swift strikes. To the astonishment and anticipation of the onlookers, the swelling and redness on his body began to rapidly improve. It truly was possible. Mo Long and the others were elated, and those who had been bitten shared in their joy, relieved to know they might survive. With renewed determination, Mo Long led the group onward, searching tirelessly for more beasts to capture. Lin Yi instructed the group to continue their journey while simultaneously searching for ferocious beasts, compelling them to eliminate these threats to ensure their own safety. The situation swiftly improved, with all those affected recovering, allowing the group to finally relax. Lin Yi, it seems you have devised a solution, Mo Long remarked with a sense of admiration. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi remained contemplative, but upon hearing this, he shook his head and replied, "It is not so simple. Although we are presently unharmed, we cannot ascertain how many such mosquitoes, or even more terrifying insects, lurk within this forest. The outlook is grim. Lin Yi, our water supply is dwindling. We must locate a source, or we shall encounter dire consequences." After a considerable time of travel, Li Shuiying approached swiftly, delivering this distressing news. Lin Yi's expression tightened, sensing the predicament at hand. This ancient forest undoubtedly harbored water sources. Yet with dangers lurking, finding one would prove arduous. Chapter 35. A Swarm of Centipedes. Li Shuiying's words cast a pall over the group, as they faced the reality of being out of water. This predicament once again incited considerable panic, yet they managed to endure. However, should they face another terrifying assault, it would likely lead to instantaneous disarray. Lin Yi, why have we halted? Have we encountered an issue? At this moment, Mo Long caught up from behind, inquiring about the cause. Lin Yi's expression was grave. As Mo Long approached, he broached the serious matter. No water? Nearby, Wu Yong and Huang Jiyuan approached, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. They too had heard of the dwindling water supply within the group. Wu Yong scratched his head in frustration, stating, "This forest is vast. There must be a water source somewhere. We simply have not found it yet. Everyone knows that, but locating a source remains incredibly challenging." Huang Jiyuan replied with an air of resignation. "Look, these enormous vines might contain sap." Mo Long, standing before a large tree, tugged at a vine as thick as an arm, suspecting it to hold water. However, the group gazed at the massive vines, uncertainty clouding their minds. None had experience living in the jungle and were unaware which vines were safe to consume and which could be lethal. Is it poisonous? The group hesitated, their trepidation palpable, as they lacked the knowledge to discern the edible from the toxic in this unfamiliar wilderness. Lenny himself was reluctant to take any risks, for the consequences could be dire. Who would wish to consume something poisonous? Now, they found themselves at an impasse, compelled to seek a source of water, for without it, venturing out of the forest would be a distant dream. Press on in search of water. Lenny made a resolute decision for the team to advance while diligently searching for a potential water source. He could not fathom that within such an expansive ancient forest, there would be a complete absence of water. It must exist somewhere nearby. As he journeyed, he observed meticulously, even turning over the soil to discern its texture. At last, he sensed that the earth ahead was notably damp, suggesting the proximity of a water source. After a considerable trek, the group finally halted at a particular spot. Lenny grasped a handful of soil, detecting a palpable sense of moisture and speculating that a water source might be in the vicinity. The soil was somewhat moist, clearly indicating that a water source should lie not far from there. Lenny grasped the soil and, addressing the approaching Mo Long and the others, articulated his conjecture. The group, sensing the dampness of the earth, concurred with his hypothesis. The next step was to seek a source of water. Let us first dispatch a few individuals to locate the water source, and once found, we shall all proceed there, Mo Long proposed decisively. The others voiced no objections, deeming this the most prudent course of action, to find the water source before venturing to retrieve it. Swiftly, they began deliberating on who would undertake the search for water. As each was somewhat fatigued, Mo Long and I shall lead 10 individuals to find the water source while you guard this location. Lenny contemplated before making a firm decision. Subsequently, he and Mo Long, accompanied by 10 others, set forth, among them Li Shuiying, who insisted on joining them despite Lin Yi's initial reluctance. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her determination. The group of 10 advanced swiftly through the forest, searching for potential water sources. Lin Yi took the lead, gripping his spear with heightened vigilance, moving with utmost caution. Observe the dampness of this soil and the leaves. There must be water ahead, he noted. They halted at a certain spot to examine the earth and foliage, discovering the presence of moisture. This revelation invigorated the group, as they recognized that nearby water awaited discovery, promising to alleviate their predicament. Lin Yi and Mo Long, accompanied by a few companions, swiftly traversed the terrain while remaining vigilant. They soon arrived at a damp expanse, a desolate area where numerous trees had fallen, their decaying trunks exuding a foul odor of rot. Something felt amiss. As they stepped into this unsettling place, an immediate sense of unease enveloped them, prompting each individual to heighten their alertness. Lin Yi scrutinized the surroundings and discerned that a multitude of ancient trees had collapsed ahead, creating a vast field of decay that reeked of mildew. The soil beneath their feet was soft and yielded to their weight, covered by a thick layer of decomposing foliage. Peering through the massive tree trunks, they noticed various moldy remnants, yet no signs of water were apparent. What kind of bones are these? Suddenly, Li Shuiying exclaimed in astonishment, her foot inadvertently kicking aside an enormous bone. The faces of Lin Yi and the others paled as a sense of foreboding washed over them. These bones were not only immense but also numerous. A closer inspection revealed a considerable heap of gigantic bones, remnants of colossal beasts, some of which appeared remarkably intact. Retreat. Lin Yi's expression grew solemn as he and his companions swiftly retreated, sensing that something was amiss in this decaying location. Beneath the leaves and soil lay a multitude of monstrous skeletal remains, undoubtedly indicating a grave issue at hand. The tension among Mo Long and the others escalated. The sheer number of these colossal bones suggested that numerous ferocious beasts had perished here. The crucial question haunting them was how these formidable creatures met their demise. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred. Everyone's faces paled as they hastily withdrew. Before them, beneath the collapsed trunk of a massive tree, the earth and foliage began to churn violently, as if concealing something terrifying. With a resounding crash, the soil was violently displaced, revealing a dreadful shadow that emerged partially, its carapace glistening ominously, while an array of antennae writhed vigorously as it crawled forth. 1, 2, 3, an increasing number of these horrifying entities began to surface. Their elongated bodies stretched to nearly 3 meters in length, with the largest among them possibly exceeding that size. Most alarming of all, these creatures were colossal centipedes. Centipedes? Lin Yi and his companions turned pale with fear as they beheld the horrifying spectacle before them. Countless centipedes were emerging from the ground, their numbers increasing rapidly. Towering in size and moving with alarming speed, they surged toward the group with menacing roars. It was a veritable swarm of centipedes. And Lin Yi and his companions had unwittingly stumbled into their lair, a truly terrifying predicament. The sight of the densely packed centipedes, their numerous legs writhing as they approached with terrifying swiftness, instilled dread in everyone. Run. The immediate instinct of the group was to flee. There was no choice but to escape. No matter how formidable the centipedes, they were simply too many to confront. To Lin Yi's horror, he spotted a centipede as thick as a barrel, boldly raising its head. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a tremendous disturbance erupted behind them. Massive, decaying tree trunks were hurled into the air, and then the earth churned as countless giant centipedes crawled forth. The scene was one of utter terror, causing everyone's faces to pale and their legs to weaken. Who could possibly slay these centipedes? A few could be managed, but the sheer multitude of gigantic centipedes was overwhelming. Anyone who dared to linger would be a fool. Oh my! A young man felt a chill run down his spine and fled with even greater speed. Lin Yi and the others hastened their escape, entirely focused on survival rather than seeking out any water source. Then, to their astonishment, they saw Li Shuiying's figure flicker before vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. In this situation, even Mo Long was taken aback. Never having anticipated the girl could move so swiftly, truly remarkable. Everyone, evacuate quickly. A massive swarm of centipedes is approaching, Li Shuiying shouted. Centipedes? A massive swarm? Liang Yu and the others glanced back and were immediately struck with terror, some women nearly fainting from fright. Behind them, a vast horde of centipedes crawled forth, creating a nightmarish tableau. Hissing, the centipedes let out a chilling cacophony that spurred the group to quicken their pace. They ran as fast as they could, even in a state of panic. At this point, direction was irrelevant. The singular thought was to escape. Within the group, Jiang Qinqin noticed the terrifying swarm of centipedes pursuing Lin Yi and the others. These centipedes were enormous and countless, far beyond the ability to count. Anyone who dared to linger would be facing certain doom. As Lin Yi and the others sprinted forward, glancing back intermittently, their expressions remained grim. The fact that these centipedes relentlessly pursued them without provocation was truly terrifying. This situation was untenable. Mo Long's complexion turned ashen. No amount of courage could mask the fear that this scene instilled. It was evident that no single individual could withstand such a threat. Even their collective strength seemed insufficient to confront these centipedes, as they were on an entirely different level. The centipedes were not only enormous in size, but also numerous. And their venom was lethally potent. One bite could prove fatal, a grim reality indeed. Previously, the team had encountered an assault by a solitary centipede, resulting in the loss of several lives. Now, facing this densely packed swarm, no one harbored any confidence in their ability to fight back. Damn it, set the forest ablaze. Lin Yi's countenance darkened with fury as he observed the horde of centipedes drawing ever closer. The pace of his companions dwindled, and it was evident that they would soon be overtaken, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Resolutely, he steeled himself and resolved to set the forest ablaze. Perhaps this would offer them a glimmer of hope for survival. The potential of the raging inferno consuming them as well was no longer a matter for contemplation. Bear. Lin Yi and his companions ran while brandishing torches, igniting the thick, decaying leaves surrounding them. At last, they kindled a roaring blaze, causing the pursuing horde of centipedes behind them to halt with a cacophony of shrieks. Indeed, as the flames erupted, countless colossal centipedes, now wary, refrained from advancing. They writhed in turmoil, and many retreated rapidly, intimidated by the encroaching inferno. Lin Yi and his companions relaxed their expressions momentarily, but soon their spirits were lifted with apprehension. The raging inferno, while effective in driving away the countless centipedes, posed an equally devastating threat to them. A forest fire is no trivial matter. In an instant, it can consume countless lives. Chapter 36. The Blazing Wildfire. Sparks ignited and swiftly spread, igniting a fierce conflagration that ravaged the forest, devouring everything in its path in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi and his companions were compelled to ignite a fire, ultimately driving away countless enormous centipedes. However, they soon found themselves ensnared in an even more perilous predicament. The forest fire raged ferociously once ignited, proving exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Damn it. I knew it would come to this, Mo Long and the others exclaimed, their faces paling in terror as the flames blazed, creating a scene both horrific and awe-inspiring. All of them wore expressions of dread as they beheld the inferno consume the towering ancient trees, spreading outward in all directions. At that moment, it was clear to everyone that the fire was merciless. If they did not flee now, when would they? Linny and his group quickened their pace, urging their comrades forward, running incessantly. Yet, the flames pursued them relentlessly, drawing ever closer. The searing heat, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke, enveloped them, disorienting all and rendering breathing a struggle. In such a lush forest, the air was thick, and the multitude of withered branches and decaying leaves only served to exacerbate the raging inferno. Cough, cough. Everyone, do not stop. Keep running. Linny coughed a few times, struggling to breathe, yet he pressed on. However, this was not a sustainable course of action. If they continued like this, the inferno would inevitably consume them all. Panic and fear spread among the crowd, some even collapsing to the ground. A few elderly individuals, their bodies exhausted, finally succumbed. Nevertheless, many young men rushed over, swiftly lifting the elderly and carrying them forward. "Children, leave us and run. Hurry," cried an old man, urging the young to flee. Insisting that their lives were of little consequence at their age, they had lived long enough without regrets. Yet, the youth were the embodiment of hope, even as they clung to the children and women, believing that their escape signified the survival of humanity. No matter their pleas, the young ones remained resolute. The more they insisted, the less willing the youths were to abandon them. "Persevere. We shall survive." A young man, his face resolute, spoke with conviction, exuding an indomitable spirit. This was a unique virtue of humanity. In this moment, they refused to forsake anyone, even those deemed frail and useless. "We will not abandon. We will not give up," someone shouted, though they were nearly choked by a thick plume of smoke. The crowd transformed from a state of chaos to one of calmness and courage, uniting in the face of disaster. At this moment, led by Jiang Qinshin, the women tightly embraced their children, with none daring to relinquish their hold. Even though some children had lost all their kin, they represented the future and could not be forsaken. "Sisters, we can do this." Jiang Qinshin comforted the somewhat frantic women as they ran, rallying their spirits. However, one woman, utterly drained, felt her child slipping from her grasp, and she herself was about to collapse. Just then, a figure darted past, supporting her and taking the child. It was Li Shuiying, her expression resolute, declaring, "Hold on. We will not lose. We will survive. Indeed, we will survive." Someone shouted with a haunting resonance, instantly galvanizing the group, quickening their pace. The crowd emerged from their initial panic, gathering in an orderly manner, running ahead without leaving anyone behind. The elderly who could not keep pace were carried by the stronger youths, ensuring no one fell behind. Upon witnessing this, Linny and the others felt a surge of relief. They had cultivated a spirit of courage and unity. "Those unafraid of death, follow me to the rear. Chop down the trees. Chop down the trees." Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression hardened as he shouted, drawing his battle knife from his back to clear a path. He turned first, aiming his strike at a massive ancient tree. His words and actions finally roused a large group. Mo Long was the first to join in, followed by an increasing number of individuals who halted their flight to wield their battle knives, hacking at the trees. The resounding crashes echoed, finally capturing the attention of those ahead, who turned back in astonishment. Before long, Lin Yi, along with over 50 individuals, commenced the arduous task of felling the majestic ancient trees. One by one, these towering giants succumbed to their axes, crashing down with a resounding thud that stirred up clouds of dust and even ignited formidable flames. Gradually, many began to realize the gravity of their situation, gritting their teeth and unsheathing their battle blades to join the fray. "Let us fell the surrounding trees." Liang Yu and Huang Jiyuan took the lead, fervently chopping at the nearby timber. Meanwhile, the remaining members, led by Jiang Qinshin, urged the crowd to continue their retreat without pause. "Move forward, do not falter." Lin Hui, disheveled and covered in dirt, shouted angrily at the crowd that wished to halt their escape. At this moment, to stop meant certain death. They had to hasten their flight, for being engulfed by the raging flames would spell their doom. Indeed, Jiang Qinshin gritted her teeth and urged her companions to continue running. Yet her heart was heavy with apprehension. However, none among them could afford to pause. To do so would not only render them unable to assist, but might also jeopardize the safety of the entire group. Lin Yi and Mo Long, along with others, retreated while felling trees, gradually creating a buffer against the raging inferno. At last, after rapid efforts by over 100 individuals, they managed to carve out a firebreak. However, their task was far from complete. They needed to hasten their cutting and withdrawal, for lingering too long could prove fatal. Each member of the group had undergone rigorous training, endowing them with extraordinary strength. Even the least powerful among them possessed the might of 200 pounds, allowing them to fell trees with remarkable swiftness. Boom! Lin Yi felled another towering tree and finally observed that the fierce blaze was no longer advancing with such ferocity. Moreover, the surrounding individuals had cleared a vast expanse of several hundred meters. Yet, instead of pausing, they continued their relentless assault, wielding their most formidable strength to fell every tree in sight as swiftly as possible. Jiang Qinqin, her face pale with fear, exclaimed, "Lin Yi, the path ahead is already blocked by flames. We cannot proceed." What? The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. In this critical moment, the fire had indeed sealed their route forward. Now, they found themselves encircled by raging flames, with the situation becoming increasingly dire. At any moment, they could be reduced to ashes. Chop down the trees. Lin Yi let out a thunderous roar, exuding an unwavering determination. At this moment, the sole path to survival lay in felling trees. All present bore solemn expressions, wielding their weapons with heightened ferocity and swiftness, relentlessly chopping down the trees within sight. At that juncture, Jiang Qinqin and others joined the fray, eager to assist in the timbering efforts. However, as Lin Yi beheld the encroaching flames growing ever more ferocious and the temperature rising perilously, his anxiety intensified. He understood that, amid such a devastating forest fire, even if they managed to clear a distance of 1,000 meters, they would still be reduced to charred remains. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to demise. The only avenue for survival lay beneath the ground. Split the group in half, and hasten to dig a pit. Dig with all your might, he commanded. With Lin Yi's thunderous shout, the crowd hastened their actions. Half of them were engaged in digging a pit, aiming to create a refuge from the searing heat. Yet, this endeavor bore its own peril, for it could lead to the unfortunate fate of being trapped like roasted sweet potatoes, suffocating within the confines of the earth. Nevertheless, the dire circumstances left them no choice. If the inferno descended, none would escape unscathed. A resounding crash echoed through the air as a massive tree, engulfed in flames, collapsed, one that had not been felled in time. The fire surged rapidly, encroaching upon the group. Quickly came the command, all women, children, and the elderly into the pit. Obediently, the women, children, and seniors were ushered into the hastily excavated cavern. Though the digging had been rushed, it could at least provide shelter for some, perhaps granting them a chance at survival. However, the hurried excavation could not accommodate everyone. Over 100 combatants found themselves without a place to seek refuge. Are you afraid? Do you regret it? Lin Yi gazed at the battle-hardened warriors who could not enter the pit, his voice resonating with gravitas. The faces of Mo Long and the others were grim. They were at a critical juncture of life and death, where evasion equated to a slow demise. The temperature soared, yet all raised their swords in unison, none harboring regrets. For at this moment, regret was futile. The flames had encroached upon their safe zone, the heat intensifying drastically. Yet, what was there to fear in death? I harbor no regrets, for I have at least shielded the elderly, the children, and the women. This is the duty of a man. With a resounding clang, Mo Long plunged his sword into the earth, his demeanor resolute as he bellowed, "Brothers, we have fought our way here. The children must not perish, for they are our hope. Let us use our bodies to block the entrances to the pit. Those who fear death need not join us." With that, he resolutely positioned himself to obstruct the openings. Tears stung the eyes of those present as they inserted their weapons into the ground, using their bodies to seal the numerous gaping pits. "No, don't," cursed a woman, while an elderly man shouted in anger, even attempting to push these steadfast individuals away. However, at that moment, the determination to protect the elders, women, and children rendered them immovable. "Children, do not do this. Come inside, let us old ones block the openings." An elderly man, quick to react, attempted to rise and shield the pit with his frail body, urging the younger ones to take refuge. Many elders, their eyes brimming with sorrowful tears, strove to stand, but were swiftly restrained by several youths. "Whoa, children, you are our hope. You must not perish," lamented an elderly man, his heart heavy with grief. Inside the pit, many children wept in fear, while women sobbed, their faces etched with despair. The selflessness of those protecting them moved the onlookers. who struggled to rise, yet found themselves unable. Lin Yi, you cannot do this. If you all perish, who will safeguard us? Jiang Qinqin cried out in terror. Alas! Lin Yi and the other men had no choice. They were bound by their roles as men to shoulder responsibility at such a crucial moment. For how could they face their ancestors otherwise? We must survive. We must endure. Lin Yi let out a thunderous roar, gritting his teeth and resolutely blocking the entrance with his own body. One by one, the combatants surged forward, completely sealing the opening. Chapter 37. Rebirth from the Flames. Boom. The flames spread, roaring fiercely, accompanied by a gust of wind that transformed into a fiery dragon sweeping toward them. In an instant, an intense wave of agony engulfed everyone. As the searing fire enveloped them, heralding the arrival of death, in the face of demise, fear was not the prevailing thought. Rather, a profound elevation of the spirit blossomed within, embodying a virtue. For the sake of their kin, self-sacrifice emerged as a testament to their indomitable will and noble cause. Mo Long, Liang Yu, Huang Jiyuan, Wu Yong, and the others, who once harbored a flicker of selfishness, found their hearts united in this critical moment. Their collective resolve was clear: to sacrifice themselves to protect those deserving of their protection, marking the final choice they must make. When disaster struck, it is true that many among humanity may act selfishly, yet an enduring spirit of valor still lingered within. The blazing inferno consumed their frail bodies. Yet they pondered not the joy of life nor the anguish of death, but rather the pursuit of righteousness and the quest for light. Suddenly, a soaring chant arose from within the flames, reaching the ears of all present. In that fleeting moment, their spirits surged, illuminated by an inner light that filled them with courage, as if they glimpsed boundless brightness. What joy is there in life? What fear in death? A middle-aged man, his body aflame and racked with pain, found an unexpected tranquility within. He cried out, "If any brother survives, please look after my child." Yet, the fierce flames surged forth, and the strength to speak had abandoned them. The fire's ferocity was beyond the endurance of ordinary souls. Had they not been fortified, they would have succumbed long ago. The fierce blaze consumed my frail form. Someone began to sing, their spirit visibly revived, as if a brilliant light flickered upon their brow. Their eyes filled with unwavering determination and courage. For our kin, for hope, we die with purpose. Mo Long shouted, engulfed in flames yet resolute. At this moment, not only they, but even Lin Yi felt an overwhelming pain. Beneath him lay those who selflessly blocked the entrance, all willing to sacrifice themselves to protect the vulnerable. Lin Yi, positioned at the top, bore the brunt of the relentless inferno, a true manifestation of fire's merciless nature. While the flames were devoid of compassion, humanity's emotions shone through, particularly in this dire hour, showcasing the depth of their heartfelt sentiments. For the greater good, sacrificing oneself, Lin Yi profoundly understood this sentiment. A sense of fulfillment and boundless courage truly sustained him in shouldering such responsibility. A sorrowful wail echoed from within the pit, the cries of Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying. Alas, Lin Yi's vision had begun to blur, his hair was ablaze, and his skin had turned charred and blackened. This situation continues to unfold, as the inferno intensifies. Many of those at the highest point have begun to lose their clarity of thought, their lips repeatedly murmuring a singular phrase. Brothers, hold on, persevere, survive. Hope is just within reach. Lin Yi expended his final ounce of strength, shouting a phrase that compelled the anguished crowd, writhing in pain, to grit their teeth and endure. Motionless, in that moment, it seemed as though they were forging their wills in the crucible of flames, facing life and death, determined to safeguard the vulnerable. This was a profound sense of responsibility and duty. If not me, then who shall descend into the abyss? If I do not act, who will protect my family? Mother, forgive your unfilial child. Let the surviving brothers honor you. A young man, unable to withstand the searing flames, ignited into a blazing inferno, could only utter these words before succumbing. Beneath him, a middle-aged woman wept, her face streaked with murky tears. The crowd understood she mourned her son. Brother, hold on. If I survive, your mother shall be my mother, and I will honor her. Wu Yong's entire head was scorched to a gleaming baldness, yet he remained resolute, steadfast in his position. His words echoed through the pit, inciting a chorus of sorrowful cries from those within, each heart heavy with grief. This was a profound sorrow flowing through the hearts of all in the pits, embodying a spirit of unity and sacrifice, as if striving for immortality. 18 years hence, I shall still be a valiant man. Little one, tell future generations that your father was a hero. He Jinhai's anguished cries resounded, a poignant lament. Oh, father, A young girl cried out, acutely aware that her father and many uncles were above, shielding her from the flames with their bodies. In that moment, everyone, be they elders, women, or children, was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of emotion, coupled with an indomitable spirit of survival. A young and beautiful woman suddenly shouted, "You must survive. If any of you live to pursue me, I shall marry him and dedicate my life to his care. For the sake of a future wife, brothers, hold on." Imo Long felt himself slipping into madness, sensing his consciousness fading, despite his formidable strength. Like the others, he too was consumed by the flames. For no mortal could withstand such an onslaught. They were mere mortals, yet possessed an extraordinary will, selfless and courageous, embodying the essence of sacrifice for other survival. For the hope of their kin's continued existence, they stood resolutely in the inferno, using their bodies as barriers against the terrifying blaze. Oh, the pain! Cries of agony echoed as many faltered, their hair singed, skin charred and blackened. Yet, at that moment, they clung fiercely to their resolve. To relent would mean the inferno would engulf the pit, rendering their sacrifices futile. "Brother, death is not to be feared. Why do you weep?" From below, someone felt a drop of water trickle down and cried out in surprise. However, a young man atop him felt speechless, unable to open his eyes, let alone shed tears. "Water! It is water!" Suddenly, someone exclaimed in joyous disbelief, realizing it was indeed water, not tears. Indeed, Lenny struggled to open his eyes, yet clarity eluded him. However, he could feel the chilling raindrops from the void striking his face. At that moment, a refreshing sensation permeated his entire being, sharpening the dim consciousness of everyone present. They suddenly realized that the inferno, which had raged unchecked, was now beginning to extinguish, as torrential rain poured from the heavens. "It is raining. We are saved," someone exclaimed, as they witnessed the deluge quenching the raging forest fire. Countless raindrops cascaded down, dousing the flames that had engulfed their bodies, with more and more rain continuing to fall. This turn of events filled everyone with elation, a profound joy that emerged from the brink of death. Prepared for the end, they had resigned themselves to their fates amidst the fierce flames. Yet now, with the arrival of the torrential rain, the flames were subdued, allowing all to be reborn from the ashes of the inferno. This rebirth was not merely a revival of life, but also a renewal of their spirits, tempered and strengthened by the searing fire. The flames had scorched their flesh, yet forged within them an indomitable will, as resilient as steel. They had done it. They had shielded one another with their very bodies and survived the blaze, their souls elevated and their resolve sharpened through the crucible of fire. "We have survived," Imo Long, with great difficulty, managed to turn over and let out a triumphant roar before fainting. One by one, more individuals followed suit, only to find themselves too weak to speak. Collapsing into unconsciousness, Huang Jian, Liang Yu, and others turned over, yet lacked the strength even to utter a word, unable to muster a smile. Their bodies were charred, their armor glowing red, leather gear melting away, and their flesh a mere blur. Fortunately, all had received a fortification, otherwise, they might not have endured to this moment. Perhaps it was their unwavering spirit and resolute actions that moved the earth, finally prompting the rains to fall and deliver them from despair. They had lived to tell the tale. Lin Yi's body lay rigid, turning over without a sensation of pain, as though he had lost all feeling. His arms and legs were utterly motionless. Gradually, as those within the pit struggled to rise, they were jolted by the sight of figures sprawled on the ground, their forms charred and emanating wisps of white smoke, utterly still. Li Shuiying rushed forward, and upon seeing him lying there, his hair singed away, skin blackened and smoking, still exuding an intense heat, she cried out, "Quickly, everyone, we must help." The crowd, in a frenzy of panic, found their tears mingling with the rain, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was sorrow or the downpour that blurred their vision. In that moment, every heart ached. The sight of so many reduced to such a state was unbearable. Those sheltered in the pit wept and busied themselves, using wolf pelts to shield the others from the rain. Lin Yi and the others had lost consciousness, as if undergoing a prolonged slumber, though mere hours had passed outside. Yet among them, only a few at the bottom retained strength, while those at the top were completely unresponsive. After much effort, the group finally gathered the unconscious individuals together, constructing a makeshift shelter from wolf pelts and timber. "Little ones, you must hold on," some of the elders murmured through their tears, feeling a profound sorrow. lamenting that the current predicament arose from their efforts to protect these very people. Many had been scorched by the fierce flames, their bodies largely blackened. Yet signs of life remained. This situation afforded a modicum of comfort to all, for no deaths had yet occurred. The reason, they surmised, likely pertained to the enhanced resilience of their bodies. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have perished long ago under such torment. Lin Yi, you must survive. You absolutely must. After tending to the unconscious, Li Shuiying cautiously began to address Lin Yi's injuries, but his cold iron armor had become exceedingly hot, unable to withstand the searing flames. Nevertheless, the armor proved formidable, having deflected much of the fire, preventing further harm. The significant injuries Lin Yi sustained were concentrated in his hands, feet, and head. His hair was gone, his hands charred, and his feet remained encased in battle boots, untouched by the flames. At this point, Li Shuiying found herself at a loss. Despite her nursing experience, she had never encountered such a dire situation. Sister Qin, you must give him a recovery pill immediately, Li Shuiying urged, rising anxiously to address Jiang Qin, who had just arrived. Chapter 38, Potent Efficacy. In the haze of consciousness, Lin Yi sensed a sweet dew descending, enveloping his entire being. The moment this life-giving essence arrived, it swiftly transformed into a vital force, merging with his flesh, revitalizing every burned area. In a haze, Lin Yi felt as if he had ingested something, followed by an overwhelming tempest of energy enveloping him, ultimately culminating in intense agony. However, soon after, he experienced a sensation akin to a nourishing rain, awakening all things, as his corporeal form began to regain vitality. He emerged from the fog of his consciousness, striving to open his eyes, and at last, he beheld the world before him clearly. Hiss! Lin Yi inhaled sharply, feeling an intense pain coursing through his body, only to realize that the charred skin on the surface of his body was peeling away. Although the sensation was somewhat painful, new skin began to emerge. Brother Lin, you have finally awakened. A melodious voice rang out, filled with urgency and concern, yet laced with profound joy. Lin Yi lifted his gaze and indeed saw two figures by his side, Jiang Qin and Li Shuiying. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he must have ingested something, suspecting it was the restorative elixir given to him by Jiang Qin. At last, he understood the reason for his recovery. It was indeed due to this miraculous potion. He had nearly forgotten of its existence, but now, as he felt the vitality surge within him, his physical form was rapidly rejuvenating, returning to its peak condition in the blink of an eye, even more formidable than before. What an astonishing potency! Lin Yi suddenly rose to his feet, cautiously tearing away a charred piece of skin from his body, revealing an immaculate and unblemished flesh that left onlookers in a state of astonishment. Even Jiang Qin and Li Shuiying had not anticipated that the elixir would possess such remarkable effects. It was truly formidable. The trio stood momentarily in stunned silence before realizing that there were numerous injured individuals present, leading to a sense of inner turmoil. The elixir was indeed extraordinary. Yet there were only 4 pills available, and now that Lin had consumed one, only 3 remained, far too few to save the others. Li Shuiying voiced her dilemma with evident concern. Lin Yi swiftly rose to his feet, brandishing his arms, feeling a formidable surge of power coursing through him. He quickly examined his status, and indeed, as he had anticipated, his strength had significantly increased, leaving him utterly astounded. Name: Lin Yi. Race: human. Lifespan: 100 years. Cultivation technique: none. Martial skill: basic marksmanship. Life potential: 600, capable of exerting a force of 600 pounds. Now, his strength had astonishingly reached the magnitude of 600 pounds. A truly remarkable figure. To possess such terrifying striking power, one can only imagine the immense might it entails. Lin Yi, there are 3 elixirs remaining. It is up to you to decide how to save the others, Jiang Qin said, extending a vial of elixirs towards him. Lin Yi nodded and accepted the item, but cast her a curious glance, noticing her cheeks flushed a delightful crimson, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon, exuding an enchanting charm. He did not dwell on it, but instead focused on the exquisite vial before him, which contained 2 elixirs, combined with the one he held. There were 3 remaining in total. However, numerous individuals lay unconscious around them, and it was likely that their survival from such severe burns was due to enhancements. Yet, with only 3 elixirs at his disposal, the question remained, how could he save everyone? Shuiying, please fetch some water. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. He promptly instructed Li Shuiying to fetch some water. Though she was initially perplexed, she swiftly complied and brought back the rainwater. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi extracted a pill from his hand and immersed it in the water. In an instant, the pill dissolved, merging seamlessly with the liquid, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance. Holding this concoction, he proposed to administer it to the unconscious individuals nearby to observe the results. Li Shuiying's expression brightened with excitement as she quickly took the small basin of water and moved towards the area where many lay in a stupor. "Hurry, everyone. Let us give this water to them," she urged. Upon her arrival, she called out to several industrious figures, all young women. These nurses, fortunate to have survived thus far, were diligently tending to those severely burned. Although the nurses did not fully comprehend the situation, they obediently followed her instructions, offering the water to the unconscious patients. Lin Yi observed that there were over 30 individuals in a state of unconsciousness, and he had heard that another makeshift shelter housed an additional 40. Indeed, the effects of the water infused with the dissolved pills were becoming increasingly evident. Among the unconscious, Mo Long was the first to awaken, jolting back to consciousness. Astonished to find himself alive. "Am I not dead?" he murmured, somewhat dazed, though the pain coursing through his body nearly sent him spiraling back into unconsciousness. Fortunately, he managed to endure it. At that moment, Lin Yi approached him with a smile, nodding reassuringly, leaving Mo Long utterly astonished. He distinctly recalled that Lin Yi had been trapped at the top of a pit, suffering burns that could not have been any less severe than his own. Yet now, there were no signs of injury on Lin Yi's body. Moreover, seeing his lustrous black hair, Mo Long felt an eerie sensation wash over him. Could it be that everyone else had perished, and they were now in some realm beyond death? Indeed, the results were remarkable. Lin Yi's expression brightened with surprise as he examined the injuries of Mo Long and the others. Although their recovery was not as swift as his, it was evident that they were healing rapidly, likely to be fully restored within half a day. "Wow, I'm still alive," Yongyu exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with tears of joy. After all, no one truly wishes for death. At that moment, the fear of mortality was overshadowed by a profound sense of duty to protect. Reflecting on it now, everyone felt an immense joy. Having survived the searing flames, a remarkable feat indeed. "Haha, I'm not dead yet. How wonderful. I finally live up to my ancestors," Wu Yong muttered, grinning foolishly. Huang Jiyuan struggled to sit upright, his expression filled with astonishment as he remarked, "My injuries are quite severe, yet I can sense a powerful energy within me, seemingly repairing my body." Me too. It's truly miraculous." At that moment, everyone who had consumed the elixir transformed into water suddenly regained consciousness. Lin Yi and his companions were astounded by the elixir's terrifying efficacy, realizing they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Here, take this and be sure not to lose it." Lin Yi, who had already ingested one, felt an indescribable sense of comfort wash over him, utterly elated. Surviving such a fierce blaze was a joy for anyone. Not to mention the fact that they had recovered. He chuckled to himself, running his fingers through his newly grown hair as he stepped outside to check on the recovery of others, confident that their situation was now secure. "I recall someone saying that as long as we don't die, we can pursue her as a wife, right?" As soon as he entered the adjacent large tent, Lin Yi heard this remark, which brought a smile to his face. Inside the tent, everyone was joyfully embracing one another. When a young man with an expectant yet peculiar expression spoke up, "That was me." Suddenly, a young and beautiful woman looked up, her cheeks flushed, yet she boldly declared, "That statement was mine. Who among you wishes to pursue me?" "Of course, I will," the young man exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he stepped forward. He approached the woman, his face filled with anticipation, though still bearing the marks of his recent ordeal. Yet to her, he and the other men present appeared as the most handsome in the world. "Hee. Well, let us see if you have what it takes to win me over." The nurse laughed melodiously, her beauty causing envy among the other young men who had yet to make their move. They lamented, shaking their fists in regret for not stepping forward sooner, realizing that the opportunity to win her affection had slipped away. Lin Yi chuckled amusingly as he observed the revelers around him, choosing not to pay them any mind. As he turned to leave, he noticed the rain intensifying, the dark clouds gathering ominously, creating an illusion as though the heavens were about to collapse. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and a flash of lightning surged forth, striking a nearby towering tree, igniting it in ethereal blue flames. This was the wrath of Thunderfire. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the lightning had charred a nearby tree. Fortunately, the area where they stood had been cleared of such hazards. Otherwise, they could have found themselves in a predicament. Linny, why did you act in such a manner? What if everyone had perished? At that moment, a gentle fragrance wafted by as Jiang Qinchin approached him. Her profile turned slightly as she inquired. Her expression was somewhat complex, as if she struggled to comprehend Linny, and even more so, the men who willingly embrace self-sacrifice. Haha. Upon hearing this, Linny smiled and shook his head, gazing at the distant, hazy downpour. He said, "At that moment, I did not dwell on it. I only knew that if we did not act, no one would be spared. It was instinctive. I believe everyone shared the same sentiment." With a smile, he continued. At that moment, as he observed the heavy rain outside, Lin Yi felt as though his spirit underwent a transformation. It seemed as if the fierce flames had ignited a wondrous metamorphosis within his will and soul. "Brother Lin, Sister Qin, something is wrong. Come quickly." Suddenly, an urgent call from behind startled both Lin Yi and Jiang Qinchin. They turned simultaneously and hurried to Li Shuiying, only to find her examining Yi Wan. What happened to Wenwen? Jiang Qinchin instantly became anxious. "She has a fever again." Li Shuiying's words caused both of their expressions to change. Having a high fever at this time was certainly a grave concern. This was exacerbated by the fact that during their escape, they had left behind many essentials, including some medications. Lin Yi's expression shifted in alarm as he suddenly realized that there were numerous elderly individuals and children present, all of whom had endured a harrowing journey, only to be drenched by the torrential rain. It was evident that many of them would struggle to withstand this ordeal. Alas, many children were exhibiting elevated body temperatures, suffering from fevers. What could be done? At that moment, several young, beautiful nurses became flustered, noticing that many of the children were indeed running high fevers. Chapter 39. United in Purpose. Lin Yi and his companions conducted a thorough examination and soon discovered the gravity of the situation. The majority of the children, having been exposed to the rain, were exhibiting severe fever symptoms. Moreover, the elderly, with their weakened immune systems, were also succumbing to high fevers. What shall we do now? Li Shuiying fretted anxiously, appearing somewhat helpless, for there were no medicines available here. Yet, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Instead, he gazed at the numerous ailing children and elderly, feeling the frailty of humanity. Such minor afflictions could lead to illness, a testament to human vulnerability, while individuals like him, who had undergone enhancements, felt little discomfort. He decided to transform a medicinal pill into a potion and distribute it to all the elderly and children, ensuring that the women partook as well. This suggestion sprang directly from Lin Yi's mind. Indeed, Jiang Qinchin and Li Shuiying's faces lit up with joy, almost forgetting the existence of the precious pill until now. Realizing how anxiety had clouded their judgment, prompted by Lin Yi, the two quickly fetched a large barrel of water, one of the few remaining vessels suitable for such a purpose, as many had been discarded or lost, consumed by the flames. In that moment, it became evident that Jiang Qinchin and her companion had saved everyone. This very water had revived the unconscious warriors. Although not entirely healed, they showed signs of recovery. "Lin Yi, is this why we have regained our strength?" Mo Long inquired, approaching with some difficulty. In truth, the others had begun to suspect that Jiang Qinchin had administered something to them, likely from that small vial in her possession, containing a substance they did not comprehend, an elixir of restoration. Indeed, this is a restorative elixir, though regrettably in limited supply, Lin Yi confirmed without hesitation. "So it is true. It appears our lives were saved by her." Wu Yong chuckled foolishly, a mix of gratitude and astonishment reflected in his expression, a sentiment shared by all who had recovered. As they observed the sick elderly and children, who were swiftly regaining their health, they could not help but marvel at the miraculous effects of the medicine. "This time, we survived. We truly are fortunate," Mo Long murmured, gazing out at the torrential rain. The young Liang Yu's demeanor shifted as he remarked with a smile, "Friends, I never anticipated we would survive, nor did I foresee a day when I would sacrifice myself for others. Through life and death, we stand together." Several individuals extended their hands, clasping them firmly in unity. In that instant, a profound trust flowed between them, forged through the trials of life and death. Lin Yi gazed at the individuals before him, his heart filled with a sense of reflection. Previously, each harbored their own intentions, yet following this transformative experience, it could be said that everything had irrevocably changed. Within each soul, a profound shift had occurred. The willingness to sacrifice oneself is not something everyone can embrace. In this very moment, An air of resolute courage and indomitable will permeated the hearts of Mo Long and the others, a testament to their bravery in the face of life and death. Calamity may claim the lives of humanity, but it cannot extinguish our indomitable spirit. As thoughts swirled in their minds, smiles broke forth among them. It was only then that they realized everyone was standing, silently gazing in their direction. With not a single word spoken, brothers and sisters, esteemed elders, Lenny stepped forward, raising his fist high and proclaimed, "We have all survived. The raging fire is merciless, yet it cannot extinguish our will to live. We have achieved this. For the sake of survival and hope, we must assist one another and unite. All difficulty shall vanish." His words were infused with fervor, igniting the spirits of those around him. While the average person might not comprehend, the 300 souls present were all survivors of the calamity, having endured such a devastating blaze. It could be said that everyone's resolve had been forged into a singular force. This is what is meant by collective determination, not abandoning, nor forsaking. A young man, his face flushed with emotion, exuberantly raised his arm and shouted, instantly stirring the enthusiasm of the crowd, especially the elders, who felt this deeply. At the critical moment of peril, no one had forsaken them. The elderly, women, and children represent the universally vulnerable. Before the disaster struck, there was no time to react. And even those who could have fortified themselves felt the weight of this reality. Mo Long and his companions observed the heightened spirits of the crowd and suddenly realized that, while Lin Yi might not exhibit any particularly remarkable traits, he possessed a subtle ability to uplift morale and unite hearts. "Do you not feel that Lin Yi resembles a natural leader?" Mo Long quietly remarked. Nearby, Huang Jiyuan nodded vigorously, stating, "He does not merely resemble one. He truly is one. Throughout our journey, it seems we have unconsciously regarded him as our leader. Indeed, it is rather uncanny." Lin Yu felt a sense of conflict. This sensation was akin to a silent acknowledgement among the masses that they had unconsciously accepted a single person as their leader. As this thought emerged, the group exchanged glances, sensing something almost supernatural, and fell into silence. "Look at all of your expressions. I find it quite amusing," Wu Yang boisterously interjected, rolling his eyes at them. "What are you all discussing?" At that moment, Lin Yi approached with Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying, casting a curious glance at the group. Mo Long and the others exchanged looks of apprehension, shaking their heads in refusal to speak, while Wu Yong, unfazed, chuckled, "Brother Lin, these folks say they see you as their leader, yet they are too shy to admit it, feeling quite awkward." "Wu Yong, you rascal, I'll deal with you," Mo Long exclaimed, yet gratitude filled the air as he and the others simultaneously thanked Jiang Qinqin, their faces earnest. In truth, it was only right. The rapid recovery and survival of the group were largely thanks to her medicinal elixirs. Jiang Qinqin stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and replied, "You all are too courteous. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it is us. Without your presence, perhaps none of us would have survived. Indeed, it's no great matter, just a few pills. It pales in comparison to the lives you risked to save others. We are the ones who should express our gratitude," Li Shuiying added sincerely. "Well said. We are the ones who should express our gratitude. At this very moment, a crowd has gathered around us, consisting of over 200 elderly individuals, children, and women crammed into the pit. They are all bowing in reverence to the more than 100 combatants whose injuries have yet to heal. Dear friends, there is no need for such gestures." Lin Yi and others waved their hands repeatedly, stating, "We are all descendants of Yin and Huang. It is only natural for us to lend each other a helping hand. There is no need for gratitude. Surely, if the roles were reversed, we would do the same." His words resonated deeply with the crowd, instilling a sense of warmth within their hearts. In the face of calamity, where panic and fear had initially prevailed, a newfound hope began to emerge among them. This was the power of unity. When hearts coalesce, they can undoubtedly conquer fear. With a smile, Lin Yi urged, "Please take some time to rest. We must remain ever prepared, for the journey ahead is long." Lin Yi observed the demeanor of those around him. They no longer exhibited the previous panic and fear, which was essential for survival. "Everyone, we have nearly recuperated. Once the torrential rain subsides, we must resume our journey," Lin Yi proposed, turning to address the group directly. "Indeed," Mo Long nodded in agreement. "After our frantic escape, we find ourselves uncertain of our whereabouts. It is imperative that we ascertain our direction swiftly and proceed. Yes, the forest is fraught with danger. The longer we linger, the more perilous our situation becomes." Huang Jiyuan concurred. Once the rain ceases, we should first determine our bearings and then continue onward, striving to exit this forest with utmost haste. After a brief discussion, the group dispersed to prepare and tend to their injuries. Meanwhile, Lenny fell into contemplation, glancing at Jiang Qinchin and the others, suddenly realizing that their garments were somewhat damp. Everyone, gather materials to ignite a fire. I surmise that the heavy rainfall will soon cease. After Lin Yi uttered these words, he noticed that the torrential rain outside seemed to have lessened. Moreover, the once tumultuous dark clouds began to disperse, indicating that the downpour was indeed coming to an end. As anticipated, it wasn't long before everyone realized that the rain had truly ceased, casting peculiar glances at Lin Yi, which left him feeling somewhat speechless, questioning whether his face had been marred. All the gentlemen set out to gather materials for a fire, as it was likely there were still ample supplies of wood available. At that moment, Lin Yi's remarks evidently stirred an odd sensation among the group. Nevertheless, they all understood that his intention was to allow the remaining women to change their attire in the shelter, adhering to the customary distinction between the sexes. Many expressed their regret, shaking their heads, yet none dared to steal a glance. Lin Yi and the others dispersed the team to stand guard in all directions before eventually halting in front of a grand tree that had been struck by lightning. Everyone, our supply of jerky is dwindling. We have already lost a considerable amount, and now it will barely sustain us for a day. Lin Yi's statement prompted a sense of gravity among the group. Then we must hunt prehistoric beasts. The faces of Mo Long and the others turned icy, as they resolved to pursue the prehistoric creatures, for otherwise, starvation would be their fate. Chapter 40. A Bolt of Thunder Fire. Within the ranks, edible provisions were scarce, with much of the jerky having been abandoned. At present, the remaining supply was insufficient to last the group for a day, and continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to trouble. Lin Yi pondered and remarked, I believe it is feasible, after the torrential rain. There must be numerous wild beasts roaming the forest. We have yet to encounter any grazing animals, which would simplify matters considerably if we did. But if we don't encounter them, it's of little consequence. Wu Yong exclaimed, brandishing his massive axe. Behold my weapon, those carnivorous beasts shall become my quarry. Even my axe seems to quiver with excitement. Wu Yong, you should be cautious with your boastful words, Liang Yu chuckled. You truly seek a beating, just watch, and I shall not hesitate to deliver one. Provoked by Liang Yu's taunt, Wu Yong erupted in fury, pursuing the fellow with vigorous blows and kicks. However, both of them were evenly matched in strength and swift in their movements, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The remaining members, including Mo Long, could only shake their heads in exasperation, bemused by the antics of these two. When had they become so fond of playful banter? As nightfall approached, it seemed unlikely they would continue their journey today. At that moment, Lin Yi looked up to see the sun and moon both having sunk below the horizon, signaling the impending darkness. The group suddenly realized that yet another night had descended upon them, and they pondered what challenges lay ahead. After all, the forest at night is fraught with peril. It was undoubtedly unwise to travel at this hour. Moreover, they could be ambushed without any knowledge of it, potentially losing track of one another, so they could only rest for the night. Let us make arrangements, Mo Long stated, turning away with Huang Jiyuan, leaving Lin Yi alone. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the others were gathering the charred timber, constructing towering piles of wood. From his vantage point, he saw that around the makeshift shelter, there were 9 substantial wood piles, intended as a precautionary measure. When ignited that evening, they would serve to ward off unseen predators. Additionally, a group of individuals was busy digging trenches, placing some timber within, and even sprinkling the limited beast oil they had brought along, all in the name of fortifying their defenses. The wood piles were a distance away, while many more were stacked around the small shelter, designated for warmth during the night. After all, the 2 shelters were essential for the elderly, children, and women to rest. This great tree, struck by lightning and charred to carbon, should still be usable for fuel, Lin Yi mused, observing the colossal ancient tree before him, whose trunk required 5 men to encircle. He recalled the torrential downpour, the thunder, and the flashes of lightning that had struck this magnificent tree. Now, only a stark, bare trunk remained, and he surmised it could indeed be used for burning. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi drew his battle knife and swung it forcefully against the ancient tree. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Lin Yi felt a tremendous recoil, nearly losing grip on his knife. His expression turned to one of astonishment as he stared at the formidable ancient wood, utterly unprepared for its remarkable hardness. Just as he was about to draw his blade to strike, An astonishing surge of electricity coursed through the weapon, emitting a sizzling sound that nearly sent him flying. Hiss. Lin Yi's face turned pale with astonishment as he swiftly swung his arms, feeling an astonishing current still coursing through him. He gazed incredulously at the towering tree before him, unable to fathom that remnants of electricity still lingered. The intensity of this current, a remnant of the thunderstorm, was astonishing. How could it not have dissipated? Lin Yi found it hard to believe that the lightning had not yet faded. Even if the tree had been struck, the electricity would typically be conducted into the ground. How could any current still remain? How could this be possible? Lin Yi, filled with disbelief, picked up the battle knife and continued to swing it. Suddenly, a jarring sound echoed as his body began to tremble violently. His complexion changed drastically as he realized that there was indeed an electric current coursing through the trees, transmitting through the battle knife and into his body. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi was alarmed to discover that he had narrowly avoided being thrown off balance. The powerful current caused his body to convulse, and he collapsed onto the ground. To his astonishment, there truly were residual traces of lightning. Turning his gaze, he noticed that no one was paying attention to his predicament, which brought a sigh of relief to his heart. Had he been seen falling after striking the tree, he would have certainly become the subject of ridicule. Lin Yi's expression was one of disbelief as he continued to wield his battle blade, unleashing his utmost strength to strike at the tree trunk. With a resounding roar, the colossal ancient tree splintered and ultimately collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the massive trunk fell, it kicked up a spray of mud, creating a vast pit in the ground. However, Lin Yi's countenance changed abruptly, for from the fracture of the fallen trunk, a spark unexpectedly erupted. Indeed, he strained his eyes, initially suspecting a trick of his vision, yet he was not mistaken. Was this thunderfire? Lin Yi raised his voice a few decibels, his figure suddenly leaping back, his face paling with fright. He beheld the trunk at its center, charred beyond recognition, with a peculiar azure flame flickering, steadfast, and unyielding. This scene felt exceedingly strange. Sparks generated by lightning typically dissipate swiftly. Even flames, devoid of a material medium, cannot sustain themselves. Yet, the blue flame before him remained unextinguished, dancing and suspended in the void as though it would burn eternally, instilling a sense of dread and awe. Why did this lightning fire not extinguish? Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a subtle distinction. Within this lightning fire, there intermixed a green luminescence. These emerald glimmers appeared to be an entirely different flame, merging seamlessly with the lightning fire. This revelation left Lin Yi with an unsettling feeling, though he could not articulate why. In any case, he gazed intently at the pulsating lightning fire for some time, only to find it still unyielding. How peculiar! Lin Yi muttered hesitantly, raising his battle blade and cautiously touching the flickering lightning fire. In an instant, a powerful current surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed like the very heavens cracking open beside him. What has transpired? At this moment, everyone was startled, rushing out in a flurry of anxiety. Nearby, those who had been busy stood in shock, having heard the resounding boom, only to witness Lin Yi being hurled through the air, crashing down violently. Li Shuiying and the others wore expressions of alarm as they dashed outside, but their faces paled in the next instant. Before them lay a massive crater, and within it lay a figure, Lin Yi himself. To their horror, wisps of blue smoke were rising from his body, and intermittently, terrifying electric arcs flickered and vanished, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yi? Jiang Qinqin gasped in surprise, stepping forward to assess his condition. Unfortunately, as her fingers made contact with his skin, she was violently thrown back by a fierce electric shock, narrowly caught by the arriving Li Shuiying. What has happened to him? Li Shuiying's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed the residual current coursing through Jiang Qinqin's body, leaving her with a tingling sensation. However, Jiang Qinqin herself was oblivious to the danger, having been knocked back at the slightest touch, a truly terrifying experience. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Lin Yi stirred within the crater, coughing a few times before finally rising to his feet. His face was smudged with soot, his hair slightly singed, and he emanated a distinct charred aroma. Lin Yi struggled to rise, feeling utterly at a loss. Was it truly necessary to treat him this way for merely felling a tree? He shuddered slightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and finally spoke. I apologize for causing everyone concern. I am quite all right. Sensing that his condition was not as dire as it appeared, the crowd's collective anxiety began to ease. However, they were left puzzled, wondering how he had come to look as though he had been struck by lightning. At that moment, Jiang Qinqin approached, still shaken by the earlier impact, her heart racing from the memory. The onlookers turned their attention to Lin Yi, eager to hear his explanation. Had he truly been struck by lightning? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, offering a wry smile as he recounted, earlier, I intended to fell that tree which had been struck by lightning to use it for firewood, but as I was chopping away, I was suddenly blasted away by a surge of electricity. The notion of lightning residing within the tree left the onlookers with peculiar expressions. Their gazes fixated on him while they scrutinized him from head to toe, inducing a sense of unease. Nevertheless, Lin Yi spoke nothing but the truth. While he was chopping, he witnessed a flash of lightning, which ultimately hurled him away. What possessed you to chop down that tree? Li Shuiying shot him a disapproving glance. Her tone bore a hint of reproach as she remarked, just look at you. You've been electrocuted like this, and you nearly put Sister Qin in danger as well. Honestly, Lin Yi's expression was awkward as he gazed at the somewhat pale-faced Jiang Qinqin, feeling a pang of guilt as he said, I apologize. I am not quite sure. Are you all right? I am fine. Enough about it, everyone. Let us return to our tasks. There is nothing to worry about. At that moment, Mo Long prompted everyone to resume their work. The crowd wore peculiar expressions, caught between laughter and restraint, hastily retreating to their duties. Ha! Wu Yong burst into hearty laughter, remarking as he walked, Lin Yi, you ought to take care of this. Just look at your sooty appearance. Do you want to get hit? Lin Yi let out a furious roar and took several steps forward, shouting his intent to kill. Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying exchanged glances, and finally, they burst into a fit of laughter. That peculiar thunderfire was indeed strange. At this moment, on the edge of the forest, Lin Yi was splashing water from a small pit onto his face, yet his mind was preoccupied with this bizarre occurrence. Chapter 41. The Swarm of Scorpions Approaches. As Lin Yi washed his face, he found himself lost in thought, watching his hair frizz up due to static electricity, leaving him momentarily speechless. He pondered the inexplicable presence of that bolt of thunderfire within the heart of the tree. It was utterly illogical. Moreover, it had lingered in suspension for quite some time, which struck him as rather peculiar. After inspecting his body and finding no unusual signs, he finally exhaled in relief, tinged with a hint of trepidation. If that bolt of thunderfire had been any more powerful, he would undoubtedly have found himself in dire straits. With a rueful smile, Lin Yi murmured to himself, it seems that I must refrain from casually touching such things, for one never knows what calamities may arise. Humanity is inextricably bound to light, in the depths of night. People gather together, for only the flicker of fire can dispel the slightest flicker of fear that darkness instills in their hearts. Lin Yi, come here. We've been waiting for you. Mo Long beckoned from beside a fire, and with a smile, Lin Yi approached, settling himself down in a vacant spot. He reached out to accept a piece of wolf jerky that Mo Long offered, sinking his teeth into it with relish. I say, this is all the jerky we have. We must hunt some ferocious beasts tomorrow, or else we'll be reduced to gnawing on leaves, Wu Yong remarked, his words muffled as he chewed on the wolf meat. The others shook their heads in resignation, but they all understood the harsh truth, offering no dissent. As Lin Yi glanced around, he noticed everyone gathered around the fire, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Jiang Qinqin and others were tending to a large group of children, as only women would bring children to this gathering. After all, women possess a unique ability to alleviate the fears harbored in the hearts of these little ones. The greatness of a mother's love cannot merely be articulated. Strange. Has anyone noticed the absence of that director? Lin Yi inquired, astonished. It dawned on him that there was indeed a hospital director among their group. He couldn't recall the specifics of the director's role, only that he had been present in the dining hall, yet he seemed to have vanished. Oh yes, I had completely forgotten about him, Mo Long exclaimed, awakening to the realization as he scanned the surroundings, confirming that the individual was indeed missing. However, after a moment's thought, he concluded that it appeared the director had been absent from the outset. Liang Yu and Huang Jiyuan, both intrigued, asked, who is this director? And have we ever met him? Lin Yi and Mo Long fell into a contemplative silence, for both had seemingly forgotten whether this individual had accompanied them. However, upon gathering at the hospital, his absence was conspicuous. Had he not followed? It seemed likely that he had run off with Shou Ning. As Lin Yi recalled that 2 female nurses were missing. At that moment, Li Shuiying, who was walking nearby, interjected, prompting Lin Yi to remember that indeed there had been 2 nurses. When they had rushed into the dining hall, they had inquired of a certain director in the room, confirming the presence of the 2 nurses. Imo Long shook his head with a wry smile and remarked, "It appears that we have forgotten a few individuals, which is not a favorable sign. Do not fret. Throughout our journey, we have not truly lost anyone, though many have made sacrifices," Jinqin added, casting a shadow over the group's spirits. Sacrifice was an unavoidable reality. However, survival necessitated their willingness to fight. Linny and his companions understood that those endowed with capabilities must shoulder this responsibility. For if no one was willing to engage in battle, who would rise to the challenge? Fortunately, Jinqin and Li Shuiying had the advantage of Lin Yi's assistance from the outset, allowing them to grow stronger. Presently, among all the women, they stood as the most formidable, or rather, the only two capable of combat. Linny pondered for a moment and remarked, "Jiang Qinqin, please pay attention to Li Shuiying and assist those women. It is likely that many of them aspire to grow stronger. And only when we all become formidable can we ensure our survival." "Understood," Jiang Qinqin promptly replied. Meanwhile, Imo Long and the others gazed at the two delicate beauties, finding it hard to fathom that their strength was not inferior to that of the group, and in fact, they surpassed many men in prowess. "Now, let us strategize for tomorrow's mission." With that, Linny and the others commenced their planning, as this select group represented the strongest among them. Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying's presence signified the acknowledgement of women's strength. They deliberated and began to devise a meticulous plan for the following day, preparing to set forth on their journey once more. As the discussions extended into the late hours, they arranged the night watch before finally dispersing to rest, each seeking to rejuvenate for the challenges of tomorrow. "You should also get some rest." As for the elderly, they were situated in another tent, while the remaining men rested by the campfire. Unbeknownst to them, Imo Long and his companions had already lain down, deeply asleep, utterly exhausted to the point of wishing not to awaken. In the dead of night, large bonfires blazed, enveloping everyone in an abundance of warmth. Linny gazed at the flames before him, suddenly overcome by a sense of familiarity, and shook his head. He chuckled ruefully. "It seems I am so fatigued that I am seeing illusions." Linny, feeling a sense of helplessness, could only rise to his feet and make his way outside. Here, 9 colossal bonfires encircled a radius of 100 meters, casting light that illuminated everything at the forest's edge. This was a measure of security. Crack. Linny continuously added fuel to the bonfires, ensuring they did not extinguish, as they needed to burn until dawn. After all, the night harbors peril. Without these fires providing illumination and vigilance, one could be ambushed without even realizing it. He meticulously placed logs into the flames, confident in the abundance of timber available after the area had been ravaged by fire. His only concern, however, was akin to being besieged in a hospital. A sudden attack by a pack of wolves would spell disaster. In such a treacherous forest, Lin Yi's greatest fear was the assault of ferocious beasts. While a solitary predator posed little threat, a formidable horde could result in devastating casualties. Alas, Lin Yi gazed into the inky abyss of the surrounding forest, and with a sudden sigh, he murmured, "I hope that tonight passes without incident." The constant threat of attack leaves one in a perpetual state of unease, and it is rather tiresome. With that, he made his way to the nearby campfire, lying down beside it to prepare for rest. As a human, he naturally required repose. Otherwise, he would lack the vigor and strength to engage in battle come dawn. The profound darkness enveloped the night, rendering even the towering flames of the fire seemingly insignificant against the encroaching shadows, for darkness breeds fear. Eerie cries echoed through the forest, haunting and elongated, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard them. Yet, Lin Yi and his companions had grown accustomed to such sounds, feeling little trepidation, although the children among them appeared more frightened. As the night wore on, Lin Yi found himself unable to find solace in sleep, tossing and turning in a state of agitation. An unsettling sense of foreboding gripped him. It seemed as though an impending event loomed on the horizon, a heightened instinct honed by his enhanced physique. Could it be that another attack was imminent this night? Linny turned over, his brow furrowed tightly, overwhelmed by a sense of agitation. Earlier, at the hospital, he felt similarly, only to be besieged by a pack of wolves. Now, the same foreboding sensation gripped him. Did it herald an impending attack? He swiftly seized the nearby bone jade war spear and made his way to the flickering campfire, where the dense, shadowy forest loomed ahead, yet it revealed nothing discernible. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression stiffened. Something felt amiss. The entire woodland seemed unnaturally quiet. The previous cacophony of unknown insects had vanished, replaced by a faint rustling sound emanating from the thicket. His countenance grew increasingly grave as he fixated on the tree line. After a prolonged moment, the rustling intensified, as if a multitude of entities were drawing near. Rustle. Ahead, the underbrush stirred, and soon a creature the size of a fist emerged. With the aid of the firelight, Linny discerned its true form. It was a scorpion. A scorpion the size of his fist. A scorpion? Lin Yi's expression suddenly shifted as he recalled the presence of scorpions in the forest. Creatures that shunned the light and preferred to traverse under the cover of darkness. Before him, from the thickets and shrubs, emerged a multitude of fist-sized scorpions. A sight both alarming and grotesque. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated and shouted to alert everyone. Stand guard and prepare for battle. His thunderous voice shattered the night stillness, awakening all from their slumber. In an instant, the slumbering combatants sprang to their feet, each seizing their weapons as they organized into defensive formations. Mo Long and the others reacted with remarkable speed, leading their teams to secure the 4 cardinal directions. What is happening? Many were still unclear about the situation. But what followed was a sight that sent chills down their spines. A dreadful rustling sound echoed around them, as more and more scorpions emerged from the surrounding trees. Although numerous, these scorpions were merely the size of a fist and seemed to lack significant offensive power. Upon realizing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They were not facing any formidable beasts after all. It was merely these small scorpions. While the others felt at ease, Lin Yi remained vigilant. He believed these scorpions were likely newborns, not yet matured. Everyone, be cautious. These scorpions may have just emerged, seeking food, and we might very well be their next meal. We must not let our guard down. As Lin Yi's voice echoed, a chill swept through the hearts of all present, including Jiang Qinqin and her companions, who had just emerged from the shelter. Suddenly, a tree, as thick as a basin, swayed and crashed down, sending up a cloud of dust that left everyone aghast. Out of the debris crawled a colossal creature, its elevated tail sharp and menacing, with enormous pincers that had severed the tree. This was a scorpion, entirely black, appearing particularly ominous under the glow of flames. Upon sighting this monstrous scorpion, a wave of dread washed over the crowd. It was unmistakably a 5-meter-long giant scorpion. Battle! A furious roar jolted the onlookers from their stupor, heralding the imminent clash between humanity and the scorpions. Chapter 42. The Blood Battle of Man and Scorpion. Under the firelight. One after another, massive scorpions emerged from the forest, brandishing their sharp pincers, their grotesque forms illuminated in a cold gleam. The ground trembled as swarms of these terrifying creatures surged forth, varying in size from that of a fist to over 3 meters in length, rushing towards the crowd. The battle commenced, with everyone dividing into 4 teams to guard the 4 cardinal directions. In the center, Jiang Qinqin and her companions anxiously huddled together, most of them lacking combat prowess. The elderly protected the children, while the others seized their weapons, ready to fight. Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out, and the onlookers saw Lin Yi step forward, crushing a fist-sized scorpion beneath his foot with a resounding thud. He then leapt forward, launching himself into the air with a powerful kick, raising his bone jade spear high, channeling immense force, and brought it crashing down upon a towering scorpion before him. With a resounding smash, the massive scorpion raised its pincers in defense, but alas, they shattered with a single blow. The spear descended with unrelenting speed, toppling the creature to the ground. This scorpion, over 3 meters in length, with a carapace of formidable hardness, was obliterated along with its pincers. Lin Yi's single strike eradicated the beast, invigorating the spirits of the onlookers and finally igniting the flames of war. Kill! The crowd roared, their feet pounding the ground, their weapons cleaving through the air as the colossal scorpion swung its pincers in a desperate attempt to slay them. However, Lin Yi and his companions, having endured a fierce rebirth through flames, had already summoned a profound courage. Faced with the onslaught of scorpions, fear was absent, and instead, they unleashed their collective strength. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle, blood spurted forth as one individual fell victim to a scorpion's pincers. In that critical moment, several teammates rushed to the rescue, wielding their blades to vanquish the ferocious scorpion, its ichor splattering the ground. Ahead, Mo Long brandished his massive sword, its sharp brilliance cutting through the air. With each swing, another giant scorpion fell. Though these creatures possessed great strength, the defenders proved no less formidable, momentarily holding back the advancing horde of scorpions. However, the sheer number of fist-sized scorpions was overwhelming, and those in front were unable to manage them. Many smaller scorpions had already breached the defenses, advancing towards Jiang Qin and her companions. Arm yourselves for battle. Light torches if you have no weapons. Jiang Qin commanded, swiftly releasing an arrow that pierced through the air, striking a massive scorpion that had yet to claim a victim among the team. The creature was impaled through the head, flung aside, and after a brief struggle, it succumbed to death. With a swift movement, a figure darted forward, and with a soft thud, viscous liquid splattered. It was Li Shuiying, who had arrived just in time to dispatch a giant scorpion with precision. Her strength was formidable and her speed remarkable. To the onlookers, she appeared as a blur, mercilessly reaping the lives of one enormous scorpion after another. Fight on. A voice rose from the center of the group, rallying the others as they wielded their weapons, smashing a fist-sized scorpion into a pulpy mass. Soon, those equipped with weapons joined the fray, their fury and determination driving them to slay the scorpions with relentless vigor. Fortunately, these scorpions were small in size, and their numbers had been significantly reduced by those who had stood their ground at the front. Bang! How dare you bite me? I will crush you. A woman, her face twisted in rage, swung a hefty wooden club, relentlessly battering the fist-sized scorpions into oblivion. Her ferocity invigorated the others, inspiring many fearful women to follow suit. Though they lacked the strength of Jiang Qin and her allies, they had at least doubled or tripled their previous capabilities. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the front as two colossal scorpions were flung aside. Lin wielded his spear with ferocity, sweeping and striking. Oblivious to how many recently emerged scorpions he trampled beneath his feet, his singular focus was on annihilation, relentlessly pursuing the eradication of these creatures. Behind him, dozens coordinated their efforts to vanquish the terrifying scorpions, and for a moment, the tide seemed to turn in their favor. Hiss! Abruptly, a cacophony of hisses echoed forth. As massive scorpions emerged, their imposing presence drawing the attention of Lin Yi and the others, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. To their horror, they realized that the previously blocked scorpions were merely the tip of the iceberg, as even more enormous ones poured forth from the forest, seemingly endless. An unrelenting tide of death. Rustle. At this moment, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and if one listened closely, they could hear the dreadful rustling sounds coming from all directions of the forest, the unmistakable noise of countless creatures crawling. Indeed, as more giant scorpions surged forth, the pressure on the group intensified, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped them. It became clear to everyone that they had reached a critical juncture. One misstep could lead to disaster. Hold on. If we can endure until dawn, victory will be ours. With a resounding cry, Lin Yi unleashed his battle spear, which whistled through the air and smashed the carapace of a colossal scorpion with a resounding thud. His strength was unparalleled. Whenever he struck, a scorpion would surely meet its demise, especially given the velocity of his thrust. Nearby, onlookers were astounded as they beheld Lin Yi's body spinning, his spear sweeping ferociously across the battlefield, sending scorpions of all sizes soaring through the air. Even before the winds of chaos had subsided, they witnessed him pause momentarily, his spear becoming a blur as it cleaved through the air with lethal precision. With a series of sharp punctures, viscous fluids sprayed forth as several massive scorpions were pierced through their heads, dispatched instantaneously. Lin Yi's fundamental marksmanship has become increasingly refined, his speed ever more accelerated. His technique may appear to consist solely of simple thrusts, yet it conceals a terrifying lethality. In truth, basic marksmanship encompasses more than mere stabbing. But Lin Yi has mastered only this singular maneuver. Light the fire. As swarms of scorpions surged from the forest, Lin Yi finally commanded the ignition. Intending to use flames to deter these creatures, particularly the ones as large as a fist, which seemed endless and impossible to eradicate. With the command issued, individuals in all four cardinal directions raised their torches, igniting them. Subsequently, they hurled their torches outward, where they fell into a pit filled with timber. Boom! In an instant, a great conflagration erupted, roaring to life and encircling the group in a square formation. This was a trench that the group had previously excavated, now brimming with wood and drenched in wolf fat, igniting with ease. As the flames surged, they swiftly consumed countless scorpions, all the fist-sized ones incinerated. Yet the lone, massive scorpion remained unharmed, charging through the wall of fire with ferocity towards the group. Kill. At this moment, the group had regained their composure, their strength coalescing as they fiercely unleashed their wrath. The battle between man and scorpion was savage and brutal, devoid of mercy, Either it was their demise or that of their foes. Ahead, shields advanced, spears glinted sharply, and battle blades cleaved through the air, striking at the colossal scorpions. However, this fierce conflict still left many wounded, with some even sacrificing their lives. A piercing scream echoed as a middle-aged man trembled, a sharp barb having pierced his body. Blood gushing forth in a vivid crimson spray. Damn it, kill them. Eradicate these beasts. Many individuals were immediately engulfed in fury, their roars igniting the latent rage within the hearts of all. With this surge of anger, chaos erupted within the scorpion horde, and a large number of them were swiftly dispatched. These scorpions possessed formidable strength, wielding their massive pincers in an attempt to slaughter the group. Yet Lin Yi and his companions were no mere pushovers. Their earlier weaknesses had transformed, and they were now a force to be reckoned with. Boom. A tremor coursed through the air as some witnesses were astounded to see several gigantic scorpions hurled against tree trunks, convulsing twice before meeting their demise. Then, a towering figure emerged, wielding a massive axe and cleaving through every scorpion in sight. This was Wu Yong, his body brimming with raw power. His expression fierce as he swung his colossal battle axe with fury. The axe emanated a faint, ethereal glow, and with a thunderous crash, several enormous scorpions were obliterated into fragments. The spectacle astonished Lin Yi and the others, each struck by a sudden realization. This is a skill. Lin Yi was certain that this was a skill. Indeed, as Mo Long and others witnessed this, they were invigorated, each gathering their strength to showcase the skills they had acquired. Mo Long was the first to unleash his power, raising his battle blade high, conjuring a faint glimmer of light, and ferociously cleaving downward. With a resounding crash, 3 massive scorpions were obliterated, and with relentless force, he dispatched 2 more before his strike was complete. Subsequently, the others erupted in a similar manner, unleashing their skills with devastating ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of all. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that the mightiest among these teams possessed formidable finishing moves. Was this indeed martial prowess? Some faces illuminated with understanding, gradually shifting to excitement, for the mere thought of slaying monstrous beasts to attain such skills stirred an exhilarating thrill within them. Brothers, for the sake of skills, let us eliminate these creatures. A youth bellowed, the first to brandish his battle blade and charge forward. With a swift motion, he struck down a scorpion with a satisfying thud. Following him, a throng of fervent individuals unleashed their powers, their fervor intensifying with each strike. The prospect of acquiring such powerful martial skills ignited an overwhelming enthusiasm among them. Lin Yi observed as more and more scorpions fell, yet an even greater number surged forth from the forest. However, only a scant few of the fist-sized scorpions could breach the fiery barrier, while the larger ones managed to push through, leading to the exhaustion of the group as the onslaught seemed unending. Lin Yi, at this rate, we will perish. We must devise a strategy. Mo Long and the others shouted urgently, clearly feeling the mounting pressure as the scorpions multiplied. Chapter 43. The battle concludes. In the dead of night, flames roared fiercely, and the battle raged with unparalleled intensity. Countless gigantic scorpions surged from the woods, their numbers overwhelming and relentless. Outside the fiery wall, a significant portion of the smaller scorpions struggled to leap over the flames. Only the larger scorpions could breach the barrier, engaging the group in a bloody confrontation. As time passed, Lin Yi and his companions felt an increasing strain. Facing such a multitude of colossal scorpions would tire anyone. Everyone understood that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to doom. Everyone, think of a solution. We cannot sustain this. Mo Long swung his blade, violently cleaving through the air, and a scorpion fell lifeless to the ground. He fought with increasing speed and strength, sending viscous fluid flying and bodies accumulating in heaps. With a thunderous crash, several massive scorpions were hurled aside, and akin to him, Lin Yi wielded his spear with growing ferocity, his power amplifying with each scorpion slain. However, he understood that there existed a limit. Once that threshold was reached, further slaying would yield no increase in strength, perhaps illustrating the difficulty of enhancement at greater levels of power. He was acutely aware that should they continue down this path, exhaustion would surely claim them. Yet they found themselves without recourse. At this moment, it is the dead of night. Apart from the flickering flames surrounding us, there is not a glimmer of light. It is impossible to break free. Let us endure and hold our ground until dawn. Lin Yi let out a fierce roar, raising his spear high and bringing it down with great force. With a resounding crash, a scorpion before him was shattered into pieces. He then swiftly turned, piercing the air with a single thrust, which tore through the atmosphere and simultaneously pierced two massive scorpions, ending their lives. His fundamental spear technique had become increasingly refined, allowing him to unleash his strikes with astonishing speed, even managing to thrust 5 times in rapid succession, showcasing his formidable lethality. While Lin Yi's mastery of the spear was impressive, others also wielded equally powerful skills, such as He Zhenhai, the one-armed middle-aged warrior. Suddenly, someone inadvertently found themselves ensnared by a gigantic claw, blood gushing forth from their body, putting them in grave danger. At that moment, a figure rushed forth, raising their hand and delivering a swift, slicing blow. With a thunderous impact, the colossal claw was shattered, revealing He Zhenhai, who quickly brandished his battle knife, delivering strike after strike. In an instant, blinding flashes of steel illuminated the scene, exuding a chilling aura of death. With a decisive third blow, he severed the scorpion's claw, and with a resounding clang, a massive tail was cleaved off. This was He Zhenhai, his expression fierce as he continued to wield his knife with one hand, cleaving the enormous scorpion in half with a swift, decisive motion. "Brother, are you all right?" He Zhenhai inquired, gazing at the young man who had managed to stand. "I am fine," the young man replied, gratitude evident in his eyes, despite the blood still flowing from his wounds. His expression resolute, he thanked He Zhenhai and charged forward, swiftly dispatching another giant scorpion with a few deft strikes. In the end, he absorbed a surge of vital energy, aiding in his recovery. Such occurrences were commonplace, as many sustained injuries yet pressed onward, finding strength to slay several scorpions and regain their vitality. Hissing in fury, a massive scorpion ahead emitted a sharp cry, brandishing its formidable claws. However, before it could attack, a blinding ray of light sliced through the air, piercing its head and ending its life instantly. The battle raged on, with many sustaining injuries and several narrowly escaping death. Nevertheless, Lin Yi and his companions grew increasingly powerful, their victories against the scorpions bolstering their strength, enabling them to withstand the relentless onslaught. Outside, a fierce wall of flames blazed, incinerating numerous scorpions and igniting an even more ferocious inferno. As time passed, the outer firewall intensified, claiming countless scorpion lives and reducing their bodies to ashes. Eventually, the surroundings transformed into a terrifying sea of fire, effectively blocking the majority of the scorpions. At this moment, Lin Yi and his comrades stood atop a mound of countless scorpion carcasses, breathing heavily, their faces pale. At last, "Is it over?" Mo Long gasped, gazing at the raging inferno before them, surrounded by countless massive scorpions, both large and small, their sheer numbers sending shivers down the spines of all present. This battle had been exceedingly brutal, with each warrior enduring injuries, yet persevering. Fortunately, few had lost their lives. Otherwise, morale would have surely plummeted. Now, despite their wounds, they sensed that the scorpions were no longer able to advance. The roaring flames had successfully repelled the scorpion assault, granting the weary warriors a much-needed respite. Lin Yi and his companions gazed cautiously at the wall of flames ahead, where scorpions swarmed the ground, their massive pincers thrashing wildly as they emitted frenzied cries. Dawn was approaching. Lin Yi suddenly sensed that dawn was approaching, a sign that the night was coming to an end. He felt a sense of relaxation. As soon as daylight broke, these scorpions, which shunned the light, would naturally retreat into the forest. Thus, this grand battle would finally be concluded. Upon observation, he noted that only one individual had perished, which was quite fortunate. As for the injuries among the others, they were not severe, and a bit of rest would suffice. "Look, the scorpions are retreating," suddenly, someone exclaimed, and the crowd witnessed the mass of scorpions indeed withdrawing. The smaller scorpions were the first to flee, scrambling into the forest and disappearing from sight. The remaining larger scorpions, however, shrieked in fury, brandishing their massive pincers and striking angrily, before reluctantly turning and vanishing into the woods, out of the spectators' view. They have truly departed. The onlookers appeared somewhat dazed, feeling an emptiness within, still processing the events that had transpired. This night's fierce battle had nearly claimed their lives, yet fortunately, their individual strengths had grown sufficiently to withstand the onslaught of the scorpions. "We have triumphed," someone, whose identity was unclear, suddenly shouted, finally rousing the crowd from their stupor. In an instant, everyone erupted in cheers, celebrating amidst the multitude of scorpion carcasses, releasing their pent-up joy. In this epic clash between humans and scorpions, humanity emerged victorious. A testament to the evolution of their strength, Lin Yi, Mo Long, and others gathered together, observing the jubilant crowd around them, feeling a sense of solidity within. Our victory is entirely due to the evolution of our strength, Lin Yi murmured. Mo Long and the others wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. You speak the truth. Had we been our former selves, we would likely have been overrun by these scorpions, let alone triumph over these fearsome creatures. Liang Yu wiped the slime from his face, smiling wryly. Fortunately, Lin Yi previously suggested constructing a defensive trench outside. In retrospect, our success indeed relied on this protective ditch, without which we would have faced a dire challenge. Indeed, Huang Jiuan remarked, gazing at Lin Yi. Had it not been for your suggestion to excavate a large trench using timber and beast oil for defense, we would not be enjoying such ease now. Everyone, let us not be modest. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and said, the ability to conquer these monsters is a testament to our unity and collective determination. It is not the achievement of any individual. The scorpions have retreated. Let us hasten to gather our belongings and prepare to depart from this place. For I fear we may attract other ferocious poisonous creatures. His words instilled a sense of urgency among the group. Indeed, Mo Long and the others recognized the gravity of the situation, dispersing to lead their respective teams in the task of tidying up. At that moment, joy illuminated their faces, for the slaughter of so many scorpions had yielded a bounty of mysterious light orbs. These orbs contained valuable treasures, including weapons, equipment, and even skills. Lin Yi and the others worked swiftly, collecting the spoils, and in a short while, they had completed the task. By this time, the sky had begun to brighten gradually. With the first rays of dawn emerging in the east, Lin Yi gazed at the more than 300 individuals before him, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. Their spirits were undeniably robust. The assembly of over 300 souls emanated a potent sense of cohesion, as if the trials they had faced together had forged their collective will, a united front. Lin Yi, we have gathered all the spoils, Mo Long declared succinctly. Lin Yi nodded slightly, gazing at the immense array of luminous spheres before him, all obtained from vanquishing scorpions. The group had not taken the time to examine their contents. They merely gathered them and placed them in front of themselves. Suddenly, with a swift gesture, Lin Yi made the entire collection of spheres vanish before their eyes. This astonishing spectacle left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded, and when they finally regained their composure, they realized that all the luminous orbs had disappeared. How could they vanish? Someone murmured in disbelief, their expression one of sheer astonishment. The faces of Mo Long and the others reflected shock as they turned to fixate on Lin Yi's right hand, where a delicate bracelet adorned his wrist, a storage bracelet, which he had finally unveiled in front of the group. With a gulp, someone swallowed hard, yet silence enveloped them. They simply stared at Lin Yi, feeling a growing sense of awe towards him. Mo Long and the others exchanged exasperated glances, secretly acknowledging this individual's remarkable ability to conceal treasures. Had he not demonstrated its use, they might have remained oblivious to the existence of such a wondrous artifact. A rare stillness fell over the group as they collectively observed Lin Yi, sensing that his strength was steadily increasing. In truth, Lin Yi's decision to reveal the storage bracelet was made after careful consideration. Among those present, only Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying were unperturbed, for they had long been aware of such an item. Now that Lin Yi had employed it, they felt little surprise, though a hint of concern lingered in their hearts. Lin Yi clapped his hands and nodded toward the crowd, saying, "Let us depart. The corpses of the scorpions here are likely to attract significant trouble. We shall rest and discuss matters once we have vacated this place." Onward. The group promptly turned, with Lin Yi leading the way, while Mo Long's team brought up the rear, flanked by 2 squads on either side for protection. In the middle, over 200 individuals cast curious glances at the figure ahead. They sensed that Lin Yi had subtly assumed the role of leader among them. This was hardly surprising. In times of calamity, a formidable leader is essential to guide the masses forward. Among the group, Mo Long and his companions were quite strong, likely on par with Lin Yi, yet each felt he possessed a slight edge, harboring an unspoken acknowledgement of his leadership. Suddenly, as the group departed, swarms of fist-sized ants, dark and overwhelming, surged forth like a tide, engulfing the scorpion carcasses, sending a chill down the spine. Chapter 44. Preparations for Rest. After the heavy rain, mist rose in the forest, enveloping the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Lin Yi and his companions traversed through the mist, ultimately realizing that further progress was impossible. The dense fog rendered navigation through the jungle exceedingly treacherous, compelling them to come to a halt. This area had been ravaged by fire, leaving behind only charred and collapsed trunks, many of which were blackened and still emitted wisps of smoke, as if not yet extinguished, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Upon reaching this desolate site, they chose not to advance but to rest instead. Let us take a moment to recuperate. The fog is too thick, and we cannot discern our direction, Lin Yi proposed, and his suggestion met with unanimous agreement. However, Mo Long and others bore expressions of concern. The dense mist posed a significant challenge to movement, raising the question of how they would procure food. Mo Long approached Lin Yi and remarked, "Given the severity of the fog, how do we intend to hunt? Our remaining provisions are dwindling. Indeed, our supply of jerky is nearly exhausted. If we do not hunt soon, we may very well face starvation here." Huang Jiwen and his companions acknowledged, their faces heavy with the weight of the situation. They understood that the absence of food equated to a slow demise. Yet, the question lingered. How could they navigate the forest to hunt amidst such overwhelming fog? Lin Yi understood this principle, his expression slightly grim as he surveyed his surroundings. Regrettably, amidst the swirling mist, he could barely discern objects a mere 10 meters away, rendering any venture into the forest utterly impossible. "Brother Lin, come quickly and take a look." Suddenly, a cry of astonishment pierced through the fog, causing everyone to tense up, pondering if something had gone awry. Lin Yi and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hastened towards the source of the commotion, soon arriving beside a woman named Li Shuiying. At that moment, Li Shuiying's face was marked by astonishment as she scrutinized a massive creature lying on the ground. Lin Yi and the others approached, equally intrigued, and soon realized that it was a fierce beast, charred and blackened as if it had been engulfed in flames. It resembled a wild boar, a formidable creature indeed. Lin Yi's confident conjecture sparked a fleeting thought among the crowd. Subsequently, they witnessed him swiftly lift his spear and pierce through the enormous, 3-meter-long carcass of the dead wild boar. To their astonishment, they discovered that this once charred behemoth was merely blackened on the outside, while the interior was thoroughly cooked. Remarkably, it was still edible. Lin Yi plucked a small piece to taste, and upon discovering it was indeed edible, his expression transformed into one of delight. His intention was unmistakable. The charred remains of this colossal wild boar were fit for consumption, sufficient to serve as sustenance for the group. Mo Long's countenance brightened slightly as he remarked, "If it is indeed edible, then it is likely that numerous other animals have perished in this area. Let us search for more. Perhaps we need not hunt at all." With hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation, the group swiftly set out to explore. Surrounded by an expanse of forest that had been ravaged by flames, ensuring they would not lose their way in the mist. Before long, Lin Yi and his companions joyously discovered that this locale harbored a considerable number of charred beasts, all of which were also consumable, a fortuitous revelation. "Ha!" He cast aside the ashen remains of the beast, chuckling with glee. "My friends, it appears we need not hunt this time. These ferocious creatures have already met their end, and we need not even roast them ourselves." Lin Yi and others smiled as they instructed the others to deal with the ferocious beasts. Afterward, a few of them gathered together to prepare for the examination of the luminous orbs they had acquired. "Let us inspect and organize them." Lin Yi spoke no unnecessary words, directly waving his hand to release all the luminous orbs, leaving Mo Long and the others in a state of envy and astonishment. They were taken aback by his possession of such a treasure, fully aware of its remarkable value. "You concealed this so well, to possess such a gem?" Mo Long remarked with a hint of admiration. "Indeed, you've kept this secret from us for quite some time." Huang Jiwen, Wu Yong, and others chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction, though it was merely in jest. Lin Yi, understanding their sentiments, smiled and refrained from further comment. Subsequently, they began to sort through the luminous orbs, ultimately amassing a considerable collection of items. Before Lin Yi and the others lay a substantial heap of weapons and gear, as well as a fair number of scrolls. "So many bows!" exclaimed Jiang Qinqin, her face lighting up as she approached the pile of weaponry, which indeed consisted primarily of bows. Even Lin Yi and the others were taken aback, wondering how the Scorpions had acquired such an abundance of bows, over 100 in total. It seemed almost absurd. The group found themselves momentarily speechless but continued to examine the remaining items, discovering several dozen bone spears, while the rest were scarce. The bows and bone spears were the most plentiful, with only a few battle knives among the remainder. Lin Yi swiftly discerned the issue, offering a bittersweet smile before continuing to examine the subsequent items. These items resembled beast hide scrolls, and a thought flickered through each person's mind. Could they be skills? Mo Long felt a surge of excitement, and everyone was stirred, eagerly picking up a scroll to investigate. However, as they delved deeper, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, even leading to a profound silence enveloping the group. Lin Yi held a scroll in his hand, crafted seemingly from animal hide, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. The inscriptions upon it were exceedingly archaic. Had he not previously acquired interpretations of such characters, he might have been utterly bewildered. Upon examining the contents, Lin Yi's expression froze in astonishment, for these were not combat skills. Rather, they were classified as life skills. What, one might wonder, constitutes a life skill? Beginner's forging technique. It detailed the complete method for weapon crafting, enabling the creation of ordinary weapons and armor, classified as common grade, level 9. The revelation that this scroll pertained to forging was indeed surprising. Lin Yi found it difficult to fathom the existence of such knowledge. Was it not customary for weapons and equipment to be acquired solely through defeating monsters? Subsequently, Mo Long and the others, their expressions grave, presented their respective scrolls. Observing their demeanor, it became evident that these items were not combat-oriented skills, but rather life skills. These were indeed a collection of such skills. Mo Long, his countenance tinged with astonishment, remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, I sense that the descriptions of these scrolls embody ancient wisdom, encompassing techniques such as forging and breeding. These insights feel immensely valuable. Of course, one could argue that these items resemble the technical knowledge we once possessed." Huang Jiyuan, standing nearby, sighed in reflection, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Have you ever considered that this knowledge could enable humanity to thrive independently, to cultivate resilience and self-sufficiency, rather than relying on that enigmatic voice for our weapons and equipment? Lin Yi spoke with conviction, even brandishing the spear in his hand, causing all present to feel a sudden jolt of awareness. They realized that while it seemed they could extract resources from the monsters, they must ponder how humanity would fare if everything were to be lost one day. How would they survive? They collectively understood that the sole foundation for survival lay in self-reliance and relentless perseverance. Thus, the significance of skills such as forging and breeding grew immensely, demanding their utmost caution. Lin Yi, please put those away for now. Take them out only when necessary, Mo Long proposed directly. No one, including Huang Jiyuan and the others, opposed this suggestion, for Lin Yi was the only one among them possessing a treasure for storage, naturally designating him as its custodian. As for the doubt regarding whether he would hoard it all, their trust, forged in the crucible of adversity, had solidified. What shall we do with these then? Li Shuiying inquired next. Lin Yi and his companions gazed at the array of bows and spears before them, pondering the best way to utilize these implements. Ultimately, they concluded that it was essential to assemble an archery unit. Jiang Qinqin, you are the only one here skilled in the use of a bow. I entrust you with the responsibility of managing these arrows. Please, select a group of willing women from the team to form the archery squad. Lin Yi decisively allocated the task of handling these weapons to her. The expressions of Mo Long and the others brightened, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment as they regarded Jiang Qinqin, finally acknowledging her as a formidable individual, her status now on par with the rest. Previously, they had harbored some doubts, believing women to be inferior to them. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. Lin Yi's words could not have been more explicit. He intended to establish a female archery unit. Jiang Qinqin, equally taken aback, felt a surge of joy at the unexpected honor bestowed upon her. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I will swiftly select candidates and train a capable archery team." "That is splendid." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, displaying no concern, as he held a measure of respect for Jiang Qinqin's abilities. Moreover, she was the sole individual in the entire team adept in the use of a bow and arrow, making her the natural choice to assemble, train, and even lead this archery unit. As for the remaining numerous bone spears, the others felt somewhat hesitant. After all, each had already acquired their own weapons and were reluctant to exchange them for these spears. However, as Lin Yi gazed at the multitude of bone spears, a thought suddenly flickered through his mind. "Everyone, what if we allocate these bone spears to the team at the front? What are your thoughts?" Lin Yi proposed, eliciting a sense of curiosity among the group. "Sounds good. We already have an adequate arsenal within the team," responded Mo Long and a few others, with no objections raised. Thus, it was decided that Lin Yi's vanguard would take charge of the situation, and all items were duly distributed. Following this, the group began to rest, while Jiang Qinxin took it upon herself to select personnel from the team, specifically targeting young women eager to engage in battle. Among the entire contingent, there were over 130 women, some serving as nurses, others as patients in the hospital. A significant portion of these women yearned to fight, to empower themselves, and to seize control of their own destinies. One could only wonder if the archery unit could swiftly cultivate its combat readiness. Lin Yi observed Jiang Qinxin bustling amidst the crowd, meticulously selecting a group of young women to form an archery team, contemplating whether they could harness their potential effectively. Chapter 45, 100 Hunters. Archery practice necessitates attention to several essential steps. First and foremost, the stance and grip of the bow. Before them, on a spacious, level plot of land, stood a neatly arranged assembly of beautiful young women. Each of these individuals had been carefully chosen to constitute an archery unit. With a grave and earnest expression, Jiang Qinxin was diligently instructing them on the principles and precautions of archery practice. As the sole individual among them with formal training, she ranked as one of the most formidable women in the group. The young women listened intently to her explanations, demonstrating utmost seriousness. Subsequently, under Jiang Qinxin's guidance, they commenced their arduous training, each aspiring to become a powerful warrior and seize control of their destinies. This cohort comprised a full 100 individuals, forming a battalion of archers. The scene left all the men present in awe, as they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Such beauties! One young man exclaimed, a hint of envy in his voice as he gazed at the 100 women diligently practicing their archery. Many shared his sentiments, feeling an inexplicable sense of longing. If only I could join, the young man murmured wistfully. However, those nearby cast scornful glances in his direction. Someone laughed and remarked, you brat, to join this team, you must first transform into a woman, and a beauty at that. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving the young man feeling somewhat embarrassed, his cheeks flushed. It was true, to join this archery team, one had to be a woman, which was precisely what Lin Yi had considered, as there remained a considerable number of women without engagement. Moreover, these young women possessed a fierce spirit, a crucial attribute. Lin Yi, do you believe this team can exhibit combat effectiveness? Mo Long inquired as he approached. At that moment, Huang Jiyuan and others also arrived, having concluded their tasks, and came over to observe. Their expressions reflected astonishment, coupled with a tinge of concern regarding the formation of this archery unit. Lin Yi gazed at the 100 women before him, diligently practicing the art of archery, a twinge of concern gnawing at his heart. After all, it typically requires 2 to 3 years of dedicated practice to achieve proficiency in this skill. Yet, was there sufficient time for such a lengthy endeavor? Nevertheless, contemplating the transformation of this world, he recognized that anything was possible. Moreover, the strength exhibited by these women was generally on par with that of an average man, with some even surpassing that benchmark. With this thought, Lin Yi smiled and reassured them, fear not. As long as your strength continues to grow, training will naturally progress at an accelerated pace. And let us not forget the presence of a mysterious entity that can significantly shorten the time required. Indeed, Huang Jiyuan remarked with a hint of wonder, I find myself questioning whether we are ensnared in a game. It feels overwhelmingly surreal. It is, without a doubt, a game. Liang Yu affirmed with a wry smile, adding, if it weren't for this game, how could we defeat monsters to enhance our abilities and acquire so many weapons and equipment? I am not so sure about that, Wu Yong interjected, expressing his dissent. Lin Yi pondered deeply and remarked, I believe it may not merely be a game, but rather a formidable means of existence. After all, we are but a group of ordinary individuals. Without such a mechanism, how could we possibly grow strong and survive? Let us not forget that the enigmatic voice once proclaimed this to be training ground number 1. Does this not imply the existence of many such arenas? And what purpose do they serve? At that moment, a contemplative silence enveloped the crowd, as they collectively sensed an overwhelming pressure and apprehension regarding the uncertainties that lay ahead. A palpable urgency and sense of crisis permeated their thoughts, leaving them with a profound lack of security. Do not overthink it. Lin Yi suddenly chuckled, stating, in the face of impending crisis, humanity must learn to strive ceaselessly. Perhaps this merely serves as a catalyst for our evolution into something stronger. Indeed, we must persevere. As Mo Long and the others awakened to this realization, they fervently raised their fists, rallying together in solidarity. In that moment, the collective resolve among them intensified. instilling the belief that as long as they stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. These individuals were among the most formidable of the 300, undeniably regarded as the primary leaders. Throughout their journey, Mo Long and his companions had subconsciously viewed Lin Yi as their guiding figure. Nearby, groups of armored warriors, equipped for battle, silently observed, harboring a sense of admiration for these few. Shuaying, come here. Suddenly, Lin Yi called out to the nearby Li Shuaying, who approached with a curious expression. Meanwhile, Mo Long and the others watched with keen interest, seemingly speculating on the nature of the interaction. Big Brother Lin, what do you need from me? Li Shuaying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speaking, thus, the archery team led by Jiang Qinqin must not only learn to fight collectively, but also to engage in solitary combat. Solitary combat? The crowd was taken aback, finding the notion rather peculiar. Should archers really fight alone? Li Shuaying and others shared their confusion, yet they sensed an underlying significance to Lin Yi's words. As anticipated, Lin Yi nodded and elaborated. An archer, in essence, is a hunter of the wilderness, capable of slaying in groups yet adept at solitary pursuits. Mastery of archery alone is insufficient. One must also possess speed and close combat skills. Gasp. Upon hearing this, Mo Long and the others drew in a sharp breath, realizing that this entailed transforming archers into versatile warriors, becoming all-encompassing hunters, and the daunting prospect of training a multitude of archers into formidable hunters of the jungle was indeed alarming. Is Lin Yi's idea perhaps overly naive? Is it truly so simple to become a jungle hunter? Regrettably, they seem to have forgotten that we currently possess a remarkable opportunity. Endowed with certain abilities from the game, such as gaining strength through vanquishing foes. Thus, he nodded affirmatively and remarked, certainly, otherwise archers would hold little value. They can gather to execute mass slaughters, or even conceal themselves for ambushes, scattered throughout the jungle, embodying a swift and formidable predator. I concur. Jiang Qinqin smiled as she approached, stating, I support this proposal. Archers are, in essence, hunters. Historically, most hunters were archers. Engaging in close combat is not unusual. Excellent. Lin Yi smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, let us entrust the leadership and training of this team to Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuaying, striving to transform it into a formidable force. Do any of you have objections? No, came the unanimous response. Their leadership is undoubtedly the best. Mo Long and the others quickly shook their heads, expressing their agreement. Who would be foolish enough to oppose two stunning beauties? Moreover, these two ladies were not to be underestimated. Their strength was on par with theirs. Now, with the command of a team of skilled female archers, any dissent would likely lead to unfavorable consequences. Thank you all for your kindness and trust. Jiang Qinqin expressed her gratitude with a smile, before turning with Li Shuaying to continue training and instructing the female archers. Meanwhile, this team had also acquired a new focus for training, mastering Li Shuaying's close combat speed and fighting techniques. Observing such a well-rounded team, Lin Yi and the others felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of formidable force would this team evolve into? Lin Yi, you truly possess remarkable skills. Mo Long chuckled gleefully. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi and Huang Jiyuan exchanged glances and immediately burst into hearty laughter, feeling a sense of relief. This was a manifestation of the internal pressure being alleviated as the group gradually grew stronger. Wu Yong, with his na-ve and endearing grin, inquired, what is so amusing? I fail to see the humor. Lin Yi gazed at the robust figure before him, his expression so earnest that he questioned whether it was feigned. Amused, he remarked, Wu Yong, our laughter stems from the belief that the future holds promise. Indeed, the future is filled with hope. Look, the once panicked elderly and children have now regained their composure. Mo Long gestured, and the crowd observed that all the elders and youngsters had emerged from their state of chaos and fear. This signifies that they have collectively shed their trepidation, uniting their strength as one. Had we disregarded the plight of these elderly and children earlier, what would have been the outcome? Liang Yu murmured to himself. The outcome would undoubtedly have differed. Perhaps there would have been loss of life, perhaps fear, guilt, and regret, in the minds of Lin Yi and his companions. A thought flickered. If they were to abandon these individuals, their own fate would be scarcely better, even if they were to survive by mere chance. Their future would remain devoid of greater accomplishments, and their souls would bear the weight of profound condemnation. Lin Yi contemplated that to possess the ability yet choose an action, to have the means but turn a blind eye to suffering, and to lack unity among humanity would spell the end of civilization itself. In the face of impending catastrophe, It is imperative for humanity to stand united, forging a collective resolve to preserve the hope of human civilization. Lin Yi murmured to himself, gazing ahead at a group of elderly individuals joyfully engaging with a multitude of children. Among them, several infants were merely a few months old, having only recently entered the world, while their mothers willingly embraced the role of archers. "If I should tragically perish, then bury me right here," Mo Long suddenly proclaimed, causing a wave of solemnity to wash over everyone, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Clap. Lin Yi placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. "We shall not perish. We can all survive because we are united, for we are one collective. Indeed, we shall not succumb." Chapter 46. Moving forward. Within the ancient jungle, a cautious assembly of over 300 individuals advanced with deliberation. It was a formidable procession. At the forefront, a squad brandished shields in one hand and sharp spears in the other, each member exuding vitality. To the left and right, additional teams stood vigilant, each exercising utmost caution. Traversing this jungle posed significant peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to the loss of life. In the middle and at the rear, 2 more teams followed, with Mo Long's contingent trailing behind, composed entirely of combatants. These groups had fought their way through adversity, emerging resilient and formidable, brimming with spirit. Notably, at the center was a formation comprised entirely of women, numbering over 100. These young ladies, each wielding a battle bow, wore expressions of seriousness and vigilance. Leading this contingent was Jiang Qinchin, the commander of the unit. Beside her stood Li Shuiying, whose speed and strength were remarkable, and together, they led this band of hunters. This 100-strong female hunter unit had only recently been established and had yet to engage in battle. Moreover, the practice of archery was arduous, and it was evident that these women lacked significant combat prowess at present. Lin Yi, the recent conflagration has scorched a vast area. We can navigate along these burnt paths, suggested Mo Long as the group paused to rest, stepping forward with this proposition. The others concurred, finding this approach to be safer, thus alleviating many potential troubles and dangers. Lin Yi was keenly aware of the situation, yet he shook his head and remarked, "Such places are becoming increasingly scarce. I estimate it will take us the better part of the day to reach our destination. We must venture into the jungle, for we are veering off course." Indeed, Lin Yi and his companions soon ascended a venerable tree to survey their surroundings. It did not take long for them to realize that their current path was nearing its end, indicating that they would soon have to enter the depths of the forest. The area that had been scorched was no longer in the direction they needed to pursue. They must correct their course to advance towards the location marked by the distant smoke. As the haze began to lift, Lin Yi quietly declared from atop the canopy, and the group gazed into the distance, assured that the wisp of smoke was still faintly visible. After all, the previous inferno had ravaged the woods, followed by a torrential downpour that cloaked the area in dense fog, obscuring their vision. Now that the mist had dissipated, they could discern their bearings and needed to adjust their route accordingly. After a brief observation, they descended from the towering tree and gathered to deliberate on their forthcoming path. Having rested sufficiently, they set forth once more. An hour later, with ample recuperation, Lin Yi and the others concluded their discussions and resumed their journey. At this juncture, they could distinctly sense a transformation within the group, a newfound sense of cohesion. With a commanding presence, Lin Yi instructed everyone to rise in unison. And even the elderly and those women who had not participated in the battle instinctively tended to their children and began to move forward. This exemplified the essence of unity. At the rear, Mo Long felt a profound sense of reflection. The initial chaos of their 300-strong assembly had gradually coalesced through their shared adversities. Perhaps this was the manifestation of a spiritual force, capable of harnessing individual courage, forging an unyielding collective spirit, and rendering them unstoppable. Mo Long and his companions shared this sentiment, their gazes fixed upon the silhouette of the Pathfinder at the forefront, a somewhat gaunt young man. Lin Yi, initially an unassuming youth, played a pivotal role throughout this journey. Many were surprised that such an ordinary individual could possess such formidable cohesion in the face of disaster. When hearts unite, strength emerges. This thought flickered across the minds of all. When people stand together, even mountains can be moved. Yet, Lin Yi remained oblivious to his own influence, never considering that he possessed such capabilities. His sole focus was to survive. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed from behind, causing those forging ahead to tense up and adopt a defensive posture. Indeed, They soon discovered themselves before a lush thicket that had escaped the ravages of fire. Most significantly, the bushes ahead began to tremble, and a massive beast charged forth. It resembled a colossal wild boar, its bristly hair akin to steel needles, spanning over 3 meters in length, with razor-sharp tusks glinting ominously. With a thunderous roar, a foul wind accompanied the beast, tightening the hearts of the onlookers. However, before the gigantic wild boar could collide with them, a sharp whistle sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of a lethal arrow. With a thud, blood splattered as the enormous wild boar collapsed, thrashing and struggling before ultimately becoming still. Lin Yi intended to intervene, but Jiang Qinqin from the rear of the group was swifter, her arrow piercing its throat and slaying the beast in an instant. This creature was a prehistoric terror boar, formidable and ferocious. Jiang Qinqin approached confidently, elucidating the terrifying nature of this giant wild boar, known as the prehistoric terror boar. It was a vicious beast, exceeding 3 meters in length and standing 2 meters tall, with an astonishing attack power. Yet, Jiang Qinqin's swift arrow demonstrated that humanity could indeed triumph over such primeval creatures. Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he cautioned, "Everyone, remain vigilant. This area is rife with prehistoric beings. If a saber-toothed tiger or a dinosaur were to emerge, we would likely find ourselves in dire straits." A collective gasp rippled through the group as they felt an icy chill wash over them. The notion of a saber-toothed tiger or a dinosaur appearing sent shivers down their spines. Could there really be dinosaurs? Mo Long questioned uncertainly, stepping forward with a grave demeanor. Huang Jiyuan and others soon joined, their expressions reflecting a mix of caution and skepticism, though a heavier sense of foreboding loomed over them. "There definitely are," Lin Yi expressed with unwavering certainty, gesturing towards the lifeless terror pig. "Behold, this is a terror pig, akin to the prehistoric creatures we previously encountered. The terror wolf and terror cat, both of which were exceedingly ferocious. Do you not ponder whether saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs also exist?" Upon hearing this, Mo Long and the others fell into a profound silence, each lost in contemplation of this grave matter. If such beings truly existed, the horrifying saber-toothed tiger and the colossal, tremor-inducing dinosaur, how would humanity confront them? Let us proceed. Lin Yi and his companions did not linger for long. After tidying up after the formidable wild boar, they continued on their journey. This time, he led the team back into the terrifying forest, ready to confront the myriad of crises that lay ahead. As anticipated, within mere minutes, they were beset by an attack. Massive beasts, such as terror cats and wild boars, emerged, charging at them. With a resounding crash, the trees ahead trembled, followed by a splatter of mud and a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a large group of people, alert and cautious, while to the left, several enormous terror cats lay lifeless on the ground. "Damn it, another attack," a middle-aged man cursed, swinging his battle blade with evident annoyance. After encountering numerous assaults on this journey, his patience was wearing thin. Suddenly, a sharp projectile whistled through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere as it zipped past the middle-aged man, striking true with a thud, and a mournful cry emanated from the nearby thicket. A gigantic terror cat lay in wait, completely motionless, having gone unnoticed. Huang Jiyuan's face turned pale as he beheld the slain creature, a chill coursing through him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully, acknowledging the timely intervention of Jiang Qinqin, who nodded gently before resuming her vigilant watch over their surroundings, heightening the caution of the entire group. Yet, the perils of the jungle were far from over. Venomous insects were also on the prowl. The recent heavy rains had driven many of these pests out in search of sustenance, presenting significant challenges for the team. "Be cautious, there's movement ahead." A warning rang out from the front of the group, prompting Lin Yi to adopt a wary demeanor. The team members raised their shields, attentively observing the disturbed earth before them. With a sudden rustling, the ground began to churn ominously, reminiscent of their previous encounters with centipedes, leading them to speculate if they were facing another one. However, their expressions shifted dramatically when, with a loud thud, a massive creature erupted from the soil. It was a round, jet-black entity, glistening with an unusual sheen, resembling a giant earthworm. An earthworm? Lin Yi's face was filled with shock, nearly bursting forth with an expletive. Clearly startled, ahead of him, a colossal earthworm erupted from the soil, standing tall and astonishingly opening a gaping maw lined with a multitude of sharp teeth. A chill swept through the crowd. They had never imagined such a creature existed. This was no mere earthworm. It was a veritable monstrosity. Who had ever encountered a worm as thick as a thigh, armed with menacing fangs. This was a fearsome beast, with a decisive thrust. He drove a spear into the creature, which momentarily alleviated the heaviness that loomed over them. The presence of such a massive earthworm, which had shown aggression towards them, raised unsettling questions about what other horrors lay buried deep beneath the ground. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds emanated from ahead, heightening everyone's alertness. As Lin Yi and the others gazed forward, their expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had beheld something truly terrifying. Disaster. At that moment, Li Shuiying's visage turned ashen, her eyes glimmering with fear as she fixated on something hanging from the trees ahead, an array of monstrous entities. Creatures that instilled dread in the hearts of all who beheld them. Chapter 47. The Prehistoric Venomous Spider. In the dimly lit jungle, towering trees were adorned with vast, intricate webs, spider silk. Amidst these webs lurked a multitude of gigantic spiders, some the size of wash basins, while others stretched up to 3 meters in length. Their bodies resplendent with vibrant hues. 8 enormous, hairy legs rendered them particularly terrifying. Most alarming of all, these spiders possessed a pair of horrific fangs, from which oozed repulsive venom. 8 eyes glared menacingly at the group, revealing a cadre of colossal jungle predators. Beware, venomous spiders. Lin Yi's expression turned pale with horror as he uttered a reminder that, in truth, required no prompting. Everyone had already discerned the grim reality. All around the team, a dense array of spiders, of various sizes and vibrant colors, clung ominously, instilling a deep sense of dread. The sight was so terrifying that many faces turned ashen, as they realized they had unwittingly wandered into the lair of these arachnids. The trees were alive with the agitation of countless spiders, all screeching and converging upon the gathered crowd. Prepare for battle. A commanding voice resonated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Weapons were raised high. A palpable aura of menace filled the air, and an epic confrontation loomed on the horizon. Since they had ventured into this perilous realm, they had no choice but to cast aside their fears and confront these colossal, prehistoric spiders. Otherwise, survival would remain an elusive dream. Lin Yi's countenance darkened as the battle spear emitted a resonant hum, piercing through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a sudden splatter, a viscous liquid sprayed forth as a colossal spider was impaled through the head, collapsing to the ground, its 8 legs twitching in a lifeless dance. A series of sharp hisses erupted, signaling the spider swarm's frenzy as they rapidly advanced toward the group. From the trees, giant spiders descended swiftly, trailing resilient strands of white silk. These monstrous arachnids, with their fearsome fangs, lunged at them, while their 8 formidable legs brandished razor-sharp hooks, intent on ensnaring the humans in their silken embrace. The archers split into 4 teams, ready to unleash their onslaught. Suddenly, at the heart of the formation, Jiang Qinqin calmly issued commands. 100 archers decisively divided into 4 groups, each aiming towards the cardinal directions, drawing their bows taut. Release. With a commanding shout, 4 waves of arrows soared into the air, piercing the atmosphere with a cacophony of striking sounds, as numerous massive spiders were impaled, many succumbing instantly to their demise. Yet, a multitude of spiders remained unscathed, surging forward with fervor, only to be met by the sharp edges of weapons wielded by the outermost ranks, who were poised for a fierce counterattack. Kill. Mo Long rallied his troops from behind, wielding his battle blade with ferocity against the oncoming tide of spiders. This engagement differed from the previous encounter with scorpions. These spiders launched their assault from the trees, presenting a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the addition of 100 archers significantly bolstered their efforts. Although these archers were still somewhat inexperienced, their concentrated volleys proved to be immensely destructive. With each successive barrage, countless arrows flew forth, piercing and exterminating one gigantic spider after another. This marked the archers' inaugural battle, and while initial nerves were palpable, they gradually found their rhythm as time progressed. Continue triple shot. Jiang Qinqin remained composed, embodying the demeanor of a born general. Drawing her war bow to its full moon shape, she released a swift arrow that found its mark, impaling a descending spider through its head, achieving an instant kill. Subsequently, waves upon waves of arrows cascaded down, providing crucial support to the frontline fighters, alleviating their burden and significantly reducing the incidence of injuries. Mo Long and his comrades exchanged glances of astonishment, finally feeling a sense of relief as they focused on wielding their weapons against these prehistoric behemoths in a life-and-death struggle. Brothers, behind us are the elderly and the children. Eradicate these pests. Lin Yi wielded his spear, fighting on the front lines, his voice resonant and powerful, invigorating all those present with an indomitable spirit and elevating their combat fervor. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd erupted, their strength ferocious, as their fighting will was finally ignited, coalescing into a formidable morale. Lin Yi's words galvanized everyone, their zeal for battle soaring as they cast aside their fears, mercilessly slaying the terrifying spiders before them. We, humanity, are the mightiest. A middle-aged man, his face flushed with excitement, swung his sword with fervor, each strike more ferocious than the last, effortlessly dispatching the descending spiders. This was He Zhenhai, who had steadfastly remained by Lin Yi's side without faltering. Despite the overwhelming number of spiders ahead and the immense pressure, he did not retreat an inch. A true man, even with only one arm remaining, his combat prowess remained formidable. Moreover, as they fought their way through the horde, his strength had grown tremendously, unleashing a terrifying lethality. With a resounding strike, his blade cleaved through the air, and with a thunderous crash, a massive spider was sent flying, splattering a viscous liquid upon impact with the ground, lifeless. The four teams fought with equal ferocity, each engaged at the forefront, relieved of the previous overwhelming pressure, bolstered by a throng of archers providing support from behind. Sisters, we are not inferior to men. Aim and shoot. Jiang Qinqin, brimming with confidence, periodically instructed her team, helping the initially anxious women to focus their minds and immerse themselves wholly in the battle. Archery is a challenging skill that requires considerable time and extensive practice to master. This battle presented the perfect opportunity for rapid improvement, and they were determined to seize it. A relentless barrage of arrows rained down. Many struck the tree trunks, yet numerous others pierced through the bodies of the monstrous spiders, slaying them on the spot. Initially, most of the women had been terrified of these insects, feeling a profound dread. However, after successfully shooting down the fearsome spiders, they realized there was nothing to fear. They had vanquished them themselves. Indeed, as the women grew more adept, their arrows found their mark with increasing accuracy, much to the dismay of the men at the forefront. A large group of men found themselves outperformed by a cadre of women, which stirred their pride. Brothers, strike fiercely. Do not let yourselves be outdone by women. Mo Long's face flushed with excitement, his eyes glinting with madness. It was impossible to remain calm upon witnessing the increasing prowess of the female archers. While their own kills dwindled, the morale surged, erupting forth as everyone displayed heightened combat spirit. This situation elicited a wry smile from Lin Yi, who felt it had inadvertently created a striking contrast. However, this is, in fact, a positive phenomenon, making it clear to all that women are not inferior to men. Consequently, a sense of competition will emerge, where those who wish to avoid being surpassed must strive diligently. Lin Yi discovered that as this group of female archers felled more and more spiders, their own strength gradually intensified, culminating in a remarkable surge in power that unleashed a terrifying lethality. Triple strike, a delicate voice exclaimed, sending a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers as they beheld three formidable arrows slicing through the air. Ahead of them, three colossal spiders, each exceeding 3 meters in size, plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before meeting their demise before the astonished crowd. The ability to dispatch 3 gargantuan spiders in a single strike was nothing short of chilling. Mo Long and the others were taken aback, finally grasping the sheer magnitude of Jiang Qinqin's formidable strength. More astonishing was her triple strike arrow technique, a devastating assault of 3 arrows. Should someone else have attempted to withstand such an onslaught, they might have found it exceedingly challenging, given the ferocity and swiftness of the attack. The trio of arrows was indeed fearsome. Yang Yu's face paled as he cast a serious glance at Jiang Qinqin, suddenly realizing that this woman had never been weak from the very beginning. Of course, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying had been actively engaged in exterminating the pests from the outset, and with Lin Yi's assistance, they had naturally caught up with the others. Their evolution in strength was significant, surely evoking admiration and even awe from everyone around them. A chilling hiss echoed through the air, startling the group as they heard more roars emanating from the forest, as if countless spiders were converging upon them. Soon enough, Lin Yi and the others indeed witnessed innumerable massive spiders rushing in from all directions of the woods. This alarming development caused the expressions of the group to shift. How long could they possibly keep this up? Everyone, let us retreat immediately, or we'll be overwhelmed. Mo Long's voice rang out, a clarion call for action. The group understood that continuing the fight would undoubtedly result in significant casualties, a fate they sought to avoid. Moreover, the remaining arrows of the archers were dwindling, and persistence in this manner might deplete their supply entirely. The urgency of the situation was palpable. If they did not break free, they might well become the spiders' next meal. Those not engaged in combat, light the torches and gather together. Lin Yi commanded abruptly. Despite some confusion, the group swiftly retrieved their torches and ignited them. The remaining dozens, comprising the elderly and women, clustered together, firebrands in hand. Hiss! At that moment, some of the spiders appeared agitated, even displaying signs of retreat. This reaction led the group to surmise that these creatures harbored a fear of fire, a common trait among many insects and similar organisms. Some spiders, roughly the size of a basin, were the first to withdraw, deterred by the flames. However, the massive spiders, measuring over 1 meter and some 2 to 3 meters in length, showed little hesitation and continued their advance toward the crowd. Let us move, slay as we retreat. Lin Yi promptly issued the retreat order, and the group moved in unison, cautiously withdrawing while dispatching the spiders with precision, exhibiting neither panic nor disorder as they made their organized exit. Hiss! In the forest, countless spiders roared in fury, their shrill voices piercing the air, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 48. Significant Advancement. In a clearing within the forest, a beleaguered assembly of approximately 300 individuals had retreated to this spot, seeking respite. These were Lin Yi and his companions, emerging from the spider's lair, each appearing disheveled and somewhat breathless. Although the skirmish was brief, its intensity rivaled that of the previous battle against the scorpion horde. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Wu Yong collapsed onto the ground, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. His body was coated in a viscous substance, the repugnant fluid expelled by the spiders, reeking foully. The others were similarly besmirched, all drenched in this sticky liquid, save for the contingent of archers, who remained relatively unscathed. They were women engaged in ranged combat, thus avoiding the splatter of the noxious substance. At this moment, Jiang Qinchin was leading them in a debrief, encouraging each to reflect on their experiences. This battle marked the women's inaugural engagement, making the acquisition of knowledge essential. Only through continual reflection could they achieve rapid improvement. Lenny noted that this time, there were no fatalities. Only a few team members sustained varying degrees of injuries. Yet none had been bitten by the spiders or poisoned. Mo Long approached swiftly, taking a seat beside him. His words brought Lenny a sense of joy, as they signified the collective advancement of the group. Indeed, the absence of deaths was a remarkable outcome, with only minor scratches and no bites, which could have led to dire consequences. This situation could be regarded as a resounding victory, a testament to the progress made by all. Lin Yi and his companions felt a mix of surprise and relief at such a result, which clearly demonstrated their significant advancement. As long as there were no casualties, it was a cause for celebration. Lenny nodded, slightly out of breath as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He then spoke, "Everyone, we must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford to be careless, for the jungle could very well become our grave." Indeed, Huang Jiyuan responded with a slight nod from across the table. The jungle is fraught with peril, especially in this unfamiliar territory where countless prehistoric creatures roam, none of which we can anticipate. Absolutely, Liang Yu remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. Just look at the things we've encountered along the way. I can only imagine how dire the situation must be for Zhou Ning and the others. Liang Yu's tone shifted abruptly, leaving the group in contemplative silence. Lenny pondered the implications. What must it be like for Zhou Ning and the others? Traversing such a treacherous jungle? The outcome was all too predictable, but further reflection seemed futile. At that moment, they noticed Li Shuiying approaching with a radiant smile, as if she had just received delightful news. "Shuiying, your smile is positively enchanting. Have you encountered some fortuitous event?" Mo Long inquired with a chuckle. Li Shuiying nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Indeed, we have made tremendous gains this time, acquiring a plethora of weapons and armor. It can truly be described as a bountiful harvest." Oh? Lin Yi and his companions were filled with astonishment, eagerly inquiring about the specific gains from their recent encounter. Although the battle against the spiders was relatively brief, they had vanquished a considerable number, at least several hundred. The luminous orbs they acquired exceeded 100, with the majority of the items being leather armor. As they approached, they were greeted by a substantial pile of organized loot laid out before them. Spider silk armor, crafted from intertwined spider silk and beast hide. This armor is remarkably resilient and offers formidable defense, classified as a common Tier 3 item. This description elicited expressions of delight from Lin Yi and the others, who perceived the armor's durability. They believed that the defensive capabilities of these pieces were significant enough to withstand numerous assaults, marking them as valuable assets. Let the 100 archers select first from the over 100 sets of armor, and the remainder can be used to replenish the losses of our respective teams. What do you think? Lin Yi proposed directly. I have no objections. They replied in unison, wholeheartedly agreeing. The group of women, lacking protective gear, was prioritized for the allocation. Moreover, many among the group already possessed armor or defensive equipment, making it only fitting to distribute the new armor to the women. Throughout their journey, many had sustained damage to their existing armor, necessitating replacements wherever possible. For those without any, they would have to make do until they could acquire new gear. As wasting resources was not an option, once the leather armor was distributed, Lin Yi and his companions discovered an array of weaponry and even several skills, which were allocated according to their individual needs. Now that we have organized our gear and equipped ourselves suitably, our team is undoubtedly stronger, Lin Yi remarked playfully. Haha. Wu Yong laughed heartily, exclaiming, stronger? We have always been formidable. Just look at my physique and strength. How could we not be strong? His words prompted a wave of laughter from the group, even the women discreetly stifling giggles. At that moment, they collectively recognized the significance of unity. Humanity requires cohesion, mutual assistance, and camaraderie. Mo Long and the others felt this sentiment deeply, observing Lin Yi's serene smile, and suddenly found themselves perplexed by this seemingly ordinary and tranquil young man. What a curious feeling, Wu Yong muttered softly, unable to comprehend it fully, and opted not to dwell on it. He inspected his battle axe with satisfaction, carefully polishing it as if it were not merely a weapon but a cherished companion. Close combat technique, a foundational combat skill, allowing for agile engagement in melee confrontations, classified as a common Tier 5 item. Lin Yi gazed at the animal hides, reflecting on the skills he had previously acquired, which collectively amounted to a considerable bounty. At this moment, the close combat technique he had obtained finally brought his aspirations to fruition, as he decided to entrust its learning to the 100 women. However, with only one scroll of this skill, he pondered whether it could be shared among all. He realized that each skill was singular, representing a unique opportunity for only one individual to learn, leaving the others at a disadvantage. Yet, he was not entirely convinced of this limitation. Jiang Qinqin, contemplating, interjected. Lin Yi, do you recall the sense of inheriting ancient knowledge when we first learned skills? Are you suggesting that it can be imparted by a person, thus enabling others to learn? Lin Yi instantly grasped this notion. Beside them, Mo Long, taken aback, remarked, I believe it is indeed possible. After all, we cannot solely rely on that enigmatic entity for our learning. Our human intellect is not to be underestimated, and we surely possess the ability to learn independently. Indeed, I refuse to accept that learning is impossible, echoed Huang Jiyuan and the others, who shared the sentiment that humanity was inherently capable of self-learning these skills and even passing them on to others. After all, regardless of strength or weakness, the essence of humanity lies in the ability to learn, to progress, and to seek ways to enhance oneself. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yi ultimately gritted his teeth and resolved, very well, we shall endeavor to try this. This technique of close combat will be learned by Li Shuiying, who will subsequently impart her knowledge to others, and we shall observe the results. Excellent. I shall give my utmost effort. Li Shuiying readily agreed, without hesitation or reluctance. She felt a surge of emotions, never having imagined that she would reach such a day, learning these combat techniques to share them with others. Once everyone reached a consensus, they swiftly allocated these skills. As for the previously acquired life skills, they would have to be set aside for the time being, awaiting a trustworthy individual to learn from and subsequently teach, thereby cultivating a significant number of skilled talents. Lin Yi began to believe that humanity possesses the capacity for autonomous and formidable learning. Otherwise, what could be termed evolution? The abilities acquired from vanquishing monsters surely enable one to strengthen oneself through self-directed learning, and this is unequivocally true. The recent gains have been fully harnessed, and the number of combatants has now exceeded 200. Most alarming is the emergence of 100 archers who are steadily developing. They represent the anticipated force of the group. The remaining combatants, numbering over 100, are the stalwart men stationed at the forefront, the initial fighting strength. With the addition of half as many more combatants, the burden on everyone has significantly diminished, allowing ample time to explore the skills each has acquired. Oddly enough, at this moment, Lin Yi stood alone before a grand tree, deep in thought, brow furrowed. He marveled while scrutinizing his palm and even examining his spear, sensing something peculiar. It dawned on him that this sensation stemmed from his earlier encounters. It seemed that the spiders he had slain emitted a faint scent of charred flesh, which felt rather eerie. Why was there the odor of burning? Lin Yi was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why each time he vanquished a spider, he was met with the distinct scent of charred flesh. Could it be that flames were somehow involved? He pondered this enigma, tracing its origins back to the time when the scorpion horde had launched their assault. At that moment, due to the conflagration used to thwart them, many scorpions had been incinerated, thus he had scarcely noticed the peculiar smell. However, in the present situation, devoid of any fire to consume the spiders, why did the creatures he dispatched still emit an odor of burning? Ultimately, unable to unravel the mystery, he could only shake his head with a wry smile, suspecting it might simply be a figment of his imagination. Lin Yi, what troubles you? At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and he immediately recognized the arrival of Jiang Qinqin. Turning to face her, he found her looking at him with a hint of concern etched upon her features, a clear indication of her worry for him. Nothing to fret about. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, inquiring about the training progress of a particular team. Noting their combat capabilities must have significantly improved. It is good that you are well. Jiang Qinqin nodded with a smile and continued, after experiencing a battle, this team has developed a preliminary combat strength. With a few more encounters, they will be able to unleash their true potential. That is reassuring, Lin Yi acknowledged. Sinking into contemplation, he then added with a smile, let us first have something to eat and take a moment to rest before we continue our journey. Chapter 49. Encountering the Beehive again. In the primordial forest, ancient trees towered majestically, their lush foliage casting a shadow over much of the light in the vast expanse. These towering trees, with trunks so robust that they required several people to embrace, were truly awe-inspiring. Between the trees, thick, gnarled vines coiled like pythons, showcasing their strength and age. Rustling sounds echoed through the jungle, and soon after, a throng of individuals emerged from the underbrush. The number of figures increased, ultimately totaling over 300, all clad in full gear, exuding a formidable presence. This was the essence of vitality. Their robust physiques had evolved to possess an extraordinary strength, their blood seemingly coalescing into a formidable aura. This signified a vigorous vitality, a testament to the human body as strength and immediate reflection of human evolution. Lin Yi, after traversing for the better part of the day, should we take a break? At that moment, Li Shuiying approached swiftly with her inquiry. Turning to observe, Lin Yi noted that most of the older individuals in the group appeared physically exhausted, struggling to continue. After surveying the surroundings, he ultimately decided that they should pause for rest, recognizing that inadequate energy could lead to complications should an unexpected situation arise. As the group came to a halt, the four teams quickly organized themselves, remaining vigilant. Lin Yi, come take a look. At that moment, a call from the left team prompted Lin Yi to furrow his brow slightly. Without further ado, he rose and hastened to the left team. There, he found Wu Yong standing with a grave expression, intently observing something. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, Wu Yong pointed toward the thicket ahead, his countenance betraying concern. Look here. As Lin Yi followed the direction indicated, his expression suddenly grew solemn. He beheld a pile of fragmented skeletal remains nestled within the thicket. These bones were unmistakably human, and he could even discern a tattered garment among them. His countenance turned wary as he prodded the underbrush with his spear, exclaiming in astonishment, "These are undoubtedly human remains. It appears someone met with an unfortunate encounter here, and after their demise, their bones were left to be consumed. What kind of assault could it have been? Perhaps a ferocious beast?" Wu Yong inquired cautiously. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed a keen sensitivity beneath his rugged exterior. He was a man of robust appearance, yet intricate thoughts. Lin Yi furrowed her brow, examining the shattered bones before her. She remarked, "I doubt it was a ferocious beast that attacked. Observe, these bones appear remarkably intact. It seems they were only gnawed upon at the end. Are you suggesting that this individual was slain by something else, and then the flesh was consumed, leaving only the bones for the wild beast?" A voice interjected. At that moment, Emma Long and a few others approached swiftly, drawn by the commotion. Their expression shifted, revealing their growing concern as they grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, encountering a corpse along this route was decidedly abnormal. Perhaps Zhou Ning and his companions had encountered some form of attack here. But what could have been responsible for such an assault? Lin Yi gazed at his companions, nodding slightly as he spoke. "Everyone, remain vigilant. I find this place unnervingly quiet, as if it conceals some dreadful secret. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rang out ahead, causing a surge of tension among Lin Yi and his companions. Without exchanging further words, they hastened forward, only to discover Li Shuiying meticulously examining a barren clearing. Upon their arrival, their expressions shifted dramatically, for they were confronted with a vast expanse of stark white bones. These belonged to colossal beasts, ghastly and pale, emanating a subtle chill, some of which were remarkably intact. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the countless colossal skeletons before him, a chill coursing through his entire being. The others, including Mo Long, fared no better. Their faces turned ashen, each sensing the ominous turn of events. I cannot quite comprehend it, Li Shuiying said with a grave countenance. I merely came to survey the surroundings and stumbled upon these enormous bones. We must leave this place at once. Lin Yi made a swift decision, and several individuals turned around quickly, intending to lead the group away from this place. However, at the very moment they pivoted, they distinctly sensed a series of faint buzzing sounds emanating from behind them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the jungle behind, the buzzing intensified, growing in number and strength, as though thousands of flies were flapping their wings, creating a truly terrifying atmosphere. A chill swept through the hearts of Lin Yi and the others as they turned to look, each pondering whether they had once again encountered a vast swarm of mosquitoes. After all, they had previously faced a formidable and terrifying multitude of such creatures, and finding themselves in a similar predicament now would indeed pose considerable trouble. What is that? Suddenly, Li Shuiying's complexion turned ashen, and she nearly gasped in horror. She pointed ahead, where amidst countless skeletal remains stood a colossal ancient tree, its trunk requiring the embrace of 10 individuals to encircle. However, this magnificent tree had long since perished, leaving behind only a gnarled and withered trunk. What sent shivers down everyone's spines was the sight of that trunk, shrouded in layers of enormous, unyielding earth. This soil enveloped the entire massive trunk, forming a vast mound. From their vantage point, it appeared to span at least 300 meters in width, even binding together several nearby towering trees. Lin Yi's expression turned pale with fear as he finally discerned that the ominous buzzing emanated from the enormous mound of earth before him. A wave of foreboding washed over the crowd, each individual instinctively sensing that something dreadful lay ahead. A beehive? Mo Long's countenance trembled, his body chilled to the bone, as the icy sensation coursed from his head to his feet. Like him, several others turned ashen, their minds racing with the horrifying possibilities. This was undeniably a beehive. In modern times, a beehive might measure merely a meter in width, yet the monstrosity before them spanned several hundred meters, encompassing the large trees around it, morphing into a terrifying hive. Buzzing. Indeed, one by one, enormous venomous bees emerged from a darkened opening, their wings beating with an unsettling sound. As more and more of these venomous creatures took flight, the terror on Lin Yi and his companions' faces intensified. These bees were a striking black and yellow, their bodies colossal, at least the size of a basin, with some even larger. The sheer number of these venomous bees was evident. Gazing at the massive hive that stretched hundreds of meters, the group could easily fathom the horrifying scene within. How many monstrous bees could there be? Run. They are prehistoric venomous bees. Quickly, we must flee. What? At the utterance of these words, everyone froze in shock, their minds reeling at the thought of 1,000,000 venomous bees, a truly horrific prospect. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forward at a frantic pace, eager to escape this nightmarish locale. Just as the crowd began to move, a terrifying buzz erupted from the woods behind them. Someone turned to look and was instantly struck with fear, their face paling as a glimmer of terror flickered in their eyes. Are those wasps? Someone shrieked, nearly collapsing from sheer fright, overwhelmed by the horror of the situation. Behind them, more and more people noticed a vast swarm of gigantic venomous bees soaring toward them, bursting forth from the trees, their wings beating furiously as they pursued the crowd. These bees were enormous, basin-sized, eliciting fear in anyone who laid eyes on them. While a few might not pose a significant threat, the sheer density of the swarm was enough to send chills down their spines, appearing endless and overwhelming. Increase your speed. Do not look back. Lin Yi's complexion turned ashen as he urged everyone to hasten their pace. There was no alternative. The front line had become the rear, and they were compelled to retreat in a singular direction. The ominous buzzing behind them grew increasingly intense, causing the very air to tremble, while leaves rustled in agitation. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, Lin Yi was nearly paralyzed by terror, not from a lack of courage, but rather from the sheer horror of the situation. Behind them, swarms of enormous venomous bees surged forth, densely packed, blotting out the sky and causing the trees to sway ominously. The incessant buzzing formed a massive, ominous cloud that pursued the group like a relentless tide. This scene instilled a profound dread in the fleeing crowd, each member acutely aware that dire circumstances were at hand. How could there be so many fearsome venomous bees? Mo Long and the others wore expressions of sheer horror, their nerves frayed at the sight of the bee swarm. And not a soul could maintain their composure. This was not merely a matter of bravery, it was a question of life and death, where a single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Damn it, if we continue like this, we'll surely be caught. In the end, Lenny sensed the swarm drawing ever closer, realizing that if this continued, they would soon be overtaken. The prospect of confronting countless enormous venomous bees loomed, and death seemed inevitable. Shui Ying quickly searched for a narrow escape route. Lin Yi suddenly instructed Li Shui Ying, urging her to be the first to scout for a tight space. Though her face was pale, she grasped his intent and promptly darted ahead. She was determined to find a narrow refuge. Yet in this ancient jungle, where could such a place exist? Hurry, everyone, increase your speed. Up ahead, Mo Long exerted all his strength, swinging his battle blade to clear every obstacle in their path. His team suffered cuts from sharp branches, but no one cared. Their sole focus was the relentless swarm of bees behind them. The sheer number of these venomous bees was unfathomable. They unanimously estimated that there were at least 1 million. What does it mean to face 1 million bees, each the size of a basin, with venom that was certainly more lethal and an attacking power far greater than any they had encountered before? Bang! Ouch! Suddenly, an elderly member of the group stumbled and fell, causing a chain reaction as several others behind him also tumbled to the ground, creating a chaotic scene that made Lin Yi's expression shift gravely. This is bad. His face paled further as he internally lamented the delay. Surely, the infinite swarm of venomous bees had finally caught up. Chapter 50. 1 million venomous bees. A terrifying buzzing echoed through the ancient forest, revealing countless massive venomous bees swirling ominously, forming a dark cloud that swept toward the group. In the midst of the group, several elderly individuals were knocked to the ground, each sustaining considerable injuries, their strength utterly depleted. At such a critical moment, the occurrence of such an unforeseen event proved to be exceedingly perilous. Hurry, you must flee. Do not concern yourselves with us. Go, cried several elders, their faces etched with determination, urging the larger assembly to abandon them. This scene caused the countenance of many young individuals to change dramatically. However, without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward, each shouldering an elder and lifting them up. Go. Do not worry about us. Take these children and leave. One elder struggled, desperate to remain behind. Alas, their frailty was no match for the vigor of the youth, who continued to carry them onward. Just then, the swarming horde of venomous bees finally caught up, leaving the group with no time to escape. Fight! Lin Yi let out a furious shout, swiftly turning around and brandishing his colossal spear to strike at a swarm of attacking venomous bees. With a resounding crash, several of the gigantic bees were obliterated, their viscous fluid splattering in all directions. At the moment he engaged, his comrades sprang into action, collectively turning to raise their shields and wield their blades against the relentless onslaught of the myriad of bees, igniting yet another fierce battle. Kill! He Shinhai roared like thunder, wielding his sword with immense strength, dispatching several of the formidable bees in an instant. Following his lead, dozens of fighters organized their defenses, rallying beside Lin Yi to eradicate the venomous foes. Archers, prepare for a triple shot. A crisp command resonated through the ranks as Jiang Qinqin, leading 100 archers, drew back their bows, each knocking a razor-sharp bone arrow aimed at the swarming bees in the sky. With a swift whoosh, the air was torn apart as 100 bone arrows rained down like a storm, piercing through numerous bees. This barrage of arrows decimated several dozen of the gigantic insects, showcasing an astonishing level of lethality. For those not engaged in battle, light your torches and gather for defense. Jiang Qinqin observed the relentless tide of bees surging forward and promptly ordered those who were not fighting to ignite torches and assemble for protection. Despite their formidable size, the bees retained a fear of flames. The sight of over 100 torches raised high would surely provide some measure of defense, for otherwise, the elderly and children would be left in dire peril. Indeed, the remaining elders and women lit their torches, holding them aloft as they congregated, creating a searing blaze that deterred the encroaching bees. Kill them all. At this moment, the 4 squads finally engaged with the swarm, initiating a battle far more brutal than before. Countless bees descended from the skies, with some inevitably slipping through the defenses. As anticipated, in the very early moments, one unfortunate individual was caught off guard, his body stung by a bee. A wave of intense pain coursed through him, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh, nearly causing him to faint from the unbearable agony. Within a mere breath, his body swelled with redness, an overwhelming itch spreading throughout, rendering him in a state of torment that felt worse than death. Die! Wu Yong bellowed repeatedly, swinging his massive axe, cleaving through wave after wave of bees. These creatures, seemingly undeterred by their own mortality, surged forth endlessly, making their extermination an unending task. Initially, the crowd felt trepidation, but once the battle commenced, there was no time for fear. Their sole thought was to kill, relentlessly swinging their weapons against the terrifying bees. No one had ever envisioned the human struggle against the venomous bees would manifest in such a manner. The sheer number of these insects surpassed 1,000,000, perhaps even more. And now Lin Yi and his companions were acutely aware of the horror that 1,000,000 bees could unleash. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi relentlessly wielded his spear, crushing every venomous bee that lunged at him. Yet, more of these creatures continued to swarm in, an endless tide of attackers, rendering the situation dire. He observed as many of his comrades fell victim to the onslaught, each one writhing in agony. The sting of these bees was indeed a terrifying ordeal, their venom potent and fearsome. Fortunately, the combatants here had undergone rigorous enhancement, endowing their bodies with formidable resilience, which prevented them from succumbing to the toxin immediately. Retreat swiftly, Lin Yi exclaimed, feeling the pressure mounting as countless bees descended. No matter how strong or swift he was, it was increasingly impossible to eliminate them all in time. Being overwhelmed was merely a matter of time. Thus, he issued orders to fight while retreating, for to remain would mean certain doom. He finally grasped the reality that any prehistoric creature exhibiting even the slightest aggression could appear exceedingly formidable. As they fought and withdrew, they found themselves once more in a desperate escape, first from venomous spiders, and now from an even greater swarm of bees, a stroke of unfortunate luck. Yet, at this moment, their thoughts were singularly focused on survival, the only desire being to break free and live. The older members of the group had managed to catch their breath and regain some strength, enabling them to move on their own. Meanwhile, the remaining youths quickly rejoined the fray, with not a single individual daring to slack off. Fear was a luxury they could not afford. To abstain from battle was to await death, and thus it was wiser to engage, for perhaps it would yield a greater chance of survival. Everyone, gather here. There's a rocky area where we can take cover. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted forth, urgently calling out. It was Li Shuiying, who, having heeded Lin Yi's advice, had indeed discovered a narrow refuge. Hurry, everyone, follow quickly. At this, Emma Long and the others erupted in enthusiastic shouts, encouraging those behind them to catch up. He boldly led the charge, cutting through the swarm of bees and guiding the group beyond their perilous encirclement. The forest was thick with lush underbrush, providing an opportunity to evade the relentless assault of the flying bees. With each enemy dispatched, a large group of individuals brandished torches, finally managing to break free from the swarm. However, the last segment of the group, including Lin Yi and his companions, faced the most arduous and precarious circumstances. Many had been struck by the bees, their bodies racked with excruciating pain, yet they pressed on to stay with the group. Quickly, into the rock pile ahead. Indeed, the group soon approached a massive heap of rocks, without hesitation plunging into its safety. This area, filled with towering, dark stones, appeared somewhat peculiar within the forest. However, their minds were not preoccupied with such thoughts. They instinctively felt this was their best refuge. After all, these colossal rocks, some reaching heights of over 100 meters, formed ample crevices large enough for them to squeeze into. Lin Yi, come quickly. At that moment, before a vast rock crevice, Li Shuiying and Jiang Qinqin anxiously awaited their arrival. Before long, a continuous stream of individuals surged forward, seeking refuge within the narrow crevice, while a few stragglers hastily followed. The last among them was none other than Lin Yi, surrounded by a swarm of venomous bees. His countenance darkened as he vigorously brandished his spear, creating a formidable barrier of lethal energy that annihilated countless bees. Just then, a piercing sound echoed, as Jiang Qinqin promptly commanded a squad of archers to advance and unleash a volley of arrows. A torrential rain of sharp arrows descended, ultimately vanquishing the cluster of bees ahead and unveiling a passageway. 3 figures rushed in, followed closely by Lin Yi, who joined the others in hastening through the narrow gap. In that moment, the tension that had gripped their hearts finally began to ease. However, the ordeal was far from over. Indeed, Lin Yi observed that the relentless swarm of bees still approached, and should they breach this sanctuary, it would spell disaster. He seized a torch from nearby, exclaiming, "Everyone, raise your torches and seal the entrance to the crevice. We cannot allow the bees to infiltrate." With a resounding crackle, dozens of torches ignited, converging at the entrance of the crevice, ultimately forming a roaring blaze that thwarted the advance of the terrifying swarm. Outside, countless bees flitted and circled, resembling a churning mass of dark clouds. They did not disperse but remained, hovering and swirling, seemingly poised for an opportunity to strike. Lin Yi and the others wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed upon the ominous swarm of venomous bees outside, their hearts burdened with an overwhelming sense of dread. Though they managed to temporarily fend off the onslaught, it was but a fleeting reprieve. Once the torches extinguished, they would undoubtedly be inundated by the relentless swarm. Many members of the team had already succumbed to the stings of the bees, suffering from swelling and numerous blisters, an alarming predicament indeed. Behind them, Mo Long approached with a furrowed brow, his voice laced with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi commanded, "Dissolve the last elixir in water and let the injured drink it." "Understood." Jiang Qinqin responded without hesitation, promptly preparing to dissolve the final elixir, her last hope. The expressions of Mo Long and the others grew increasingly somber as they realized the gravity of their situation, their frustration mounting against the accursed bees. Liang Yu, disheveled yet seething with anger, shared their exasperation. Having already faced the relentless pursuit of countless spiders, the emergence of these dreadful bees was truly disheartening. Suddenly, Li Shuiying exclaimed in surprise, pointing ahead, "Look, those bees seem to be retreating." Lin Yi and his companions looked up and were indeed relieved to find that the previously dark swarm of venomous bees had diminished significantly. As time passed, the remaining bees circled and retreated, a most welcome piece of news. Had they finally departed? The group felt a surge of joy and relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death once more. However, Lin Yi sensed an unsettling disquiet. The air around them felt thick and charged, hinting at a greater peril lurking nearby. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanated from the crevices of the rocks, sending chills down the spines of all present. What was that sound? The group froze in trepidation, then seized their torches to illuminate the depths of the rocky expanse, revealing the scene before them. In an instant, a wave of cold washed over them, penetrating to their very bones. Snakes? Chapter 51. Seeking refuge in the serpent's den. Within the dark cavern, the group held their torches aloft, the flickering flames casting a dim light that revealed grotesque forms writhing in the shadows. What was this? Their faces turned ashen as the glow of the torches finally unveiled the horrifying sight. Enormous pythons coiling and entwining, forming monstrous serpentine masses. To their horror, these serpents varied in size, the smallest as thick as a human arm, while the largest rivaled the girth of a barrel, all entwined in a terrifying tableau. Indeed, they were snakes. A woman gasped, her face drained of color, gripped by sheer terror. Faced with such monstrous reptiles, fear was an inevitable response. Not just her, but Lin Yi and the others also paled, realizing they had inadvertently stumbled into a den of serpents while seeking refuge from the swarm of bees. Lin Yi's countenance darkened as he gazed at the writhing mass of serpents before him, their sheer numbers and imposing sizes instilling a sense of dread. Particularly alarming were the pythons, as thick as a barrel, their elongated bodies adorned with massive scales that glimmered ominously in the firelight. "Everyone, remain calm and proceed slowly," Lin Yi cautioned, his words causing a palpable tension among the group as they cautiously navigated towards the crevice in the rock. At that moment, not a soul dared to exhale audibly. Their faces were etched with fear, cold sweat trickling down their brows. With the elderly and children leading the way, followed by women like Jiang Qinqin, the remaining group of over 100 men, including Lin Yi, began to retreat slowly, yearning to escape the confines of the cave. Suddenly, a piercing hiss shattered the silence as a colossal python reared its head, its cold, indifferent eyes fixated on the crowd, finally rousing the serpents. This sight sent a shiver through those who had yet to exit the cave, an ominous sense enveloping them. Indeed, as the giant python let out its terrifying roar, countless others raised their bodies, their eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. "Move quickly," Lin Yi bellowed, issuing an urgent command for a swift retreat from the rocky cavern. The group, visibly startled, snapped to attention at his words, and in unison, they turned and surged forth from the inky depths of the cave. Hiss! At that moment, a cacophony of alarming hisses erupted, as the massive python let out a furious roar, prompting a wave of hissing from the multitude of serpents, their collective sound reverberating through the air. The countenance of Lin Yi and the others turned pale upon hearing the ominous news, and they instantly sensed the impending danger. Indeed, as soon as they burst forth from the crevice in the rocks, a thunderous tremor reverberated around them, followed by the emergence of massive serpents coiling and slithering out. These serpents, disturbed from their lair, surged forth in a frenzy, one after another, varying in size and hue, their speed utterly terrifying. Run for your lives! A thunderous roar pierced the air, jolting everyone awake, prompting them to swiftly turn and flee. There was no choice. These serpents were not only colossal but also alarmingly numerous, rapidly pouring out from the rocky fissure. Among the throng, Jiang Qinqin's face drained of color as she took the lead, escorting a group of elderly individuals, women, and children to safety. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companions remained at the rear, the slowest of the group, yet they had no alternative but to stand their ground. At this moment, an overwhelming multitude of gigantic serpents surged from the cavern, causing Lin Yi and his companions to pale further. The rapid advance of the serpentine horde was too swift, swiftly closing the distance behind them. The situation left them no choice but to grit their teeth and prepare for battle. Brothers, ready yourselves for combat. Suddenly, a gigantic serpent hissed menacingly, launching itself with lightning speed, its maw filled with sharp fangs, emitting a nauseating stench that threatened to induce revulsion. This serpent, as thick as a barrel, gleamed with iridescent scales, its razor-sharp fangs poised to strike Lin Yi, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Drink! Lin Yi let out a powerful shout, remaining composed amidst the chaos. He swiftly turned and thrust his spear with remarkable precision, piercing through the gargantuan python's throat. Blood splattered in a vivid arc, staining the ground crimson. Yet, the serpent did not succumb immediately. Instead, it thrashed violently, its elongated body coiling in an attempt to ensnare Lin Yi. However, he retaliated with fierce determination. With a resounding thud, the colossal python crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. After a few more violent convulsions, the creature lay still, its life extinguished. At that moment, more massive pythons surged forth, their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs, exuding an aura of terror. Kill! Roared Zhenhai, brandishing his battle knife. In an instant, he struck a python across the neck, blood spraying forth as the head tumbled away, the enormous serpent cleaved in two, writhing in its death throes upon the earth. Nearby, dozens of team members swiftly turned, wielding their weapons to engage the encroaching serpents. The battle between man and python erupted with ferocity, the brutal clash finally commencing. Alas, a team member, caught off guard, fell victim to one of the immense pythons, which clamped down on his shoulder, its tremendous force tossing him aside. Yet, several comrades, their faces aflame with rage, rushed in, brandishing their blades with lethal intent. Thud, thud, kill. Suddenly, a new contingent joined the fray, armed with sharp-boned spears, striking fiercely at the advancing horde of pythons. In an instant, blood flowed freely, the anguished cries of the serpents echoing as one after another fell, their throats pierced and lives extinguished. Lin Yi's countenance hardened as he brandished his spear, exuding an aura of chilling menace. With a sweeping motion, two serpents lunging toward him were sent crashing to the ground, writhing briefly before succumbing to death. Undeterred, he advanced with relentless speed, delivering swift, piercing strikes that silenced three massive pythons, their heads punctured, and their bodies convulsing on the ground until they lay still. Within his ranks, a group of warriors wielding spears had gathered, fiercely battling the formidable serpents. Yet, the sheer number and speed of the pythons were overwhelming, and many team members soon found themselves under siege. Damn it! One soldier exclaimed in fury. After dispatching a python, he barely had time to evade before another python, as thick as a barrel, ensnared him, coiling around his body in a lethal embrace. At that critical moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the sound of something slicing through it. The python's head erupted in a spray of crimson, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. "Thank you," exclaimed the soldier, who had narrowly escaped death, scrambling to his feet and quickly rejoining the fray against the colossal serpents. Meanwhile, ahead, the team of Jiang Qinqin had coalesced, their bows drawn taut, aimed at the multitude of serpents before them. Release! Came a crisp command, and a volley of arrows whistled through the air, piercing the serpents. Yet, Astonishingly, many remained unvanquished, hissing in fury as they reared their heads in defiance. The sight sent a chill through Lin Yi and his companions, a foreboding signal of the serpent's impending assault. Indeed, the pythons became more frenzied, coiling and lunging, their gaping maws seeking to ensnare and devour the warriors. Many team members found themselves ensnared, the situation growing dire. Fortunately, Lin Yi's group exhibited commendable teamwork. Upon witnessing a comrade being bitten or entangled, they surged forward, swiftly dispatching the assailants. "Brothers, fight with me!" came a thunderous roar as a throng of warriors, armed and resolute, charged into the fray. In an instant, numerous pythons fell under their blades as Mo Long and others joined the battle. "I've arrived, brothers. Let us charge forth," Wu Yong bellowed, striding into the fray, wielding his massive battle axe and cleaving through a python as thick as a barrel. Following him, wave after wave of comrades surged into the conflict, uniting in their deadly endeavor. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief as Huang Jiuyuan and Liang Yu, among others, arrived to join the fray, undoubtedly alleviating their burden. At this moment, the only group that remained uninvolved in the battle stood behind them, specifically tasked with safeguarding the elderly and children. 3 consecutive shots, fire. At this command, Jiang Qinqin swiftly ordered, knocking her arrows and unleashing a fierce shout towards the front. This wave of arrows surged forth, piercing through the bodies of numerous pythons, with some even falling lifelessly on the spot. Yet, before the first wave had subsided, another torrent of arrows cascaded down relentlessly, as if boundless, ruthlessly annihilating a vast multitude of the advancing serpents. How incisive! Lin Yi thrust his spear through the head of a python, his expression reflecting astonishment as he gazed upon the archers, growing increasingly satisfied with their progress. This 100-strong contingent of hunters had finally begun to mature, poised to unleash a far more terrifying lethality in the future. With the support of these 100 archers, the individuals at the forefront suddenly felt a significant alleviation of pressure, making the act of slaying far more effortless and unrestrained. Furthermore, the diminished likelihood of ambushes greatly reduced the casualties. Annihilate these pythons. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yi brandished his spear with ferocity, swiftly advancing to strike down the largest of the pythons. His formidable strength propelled him through the chaos, leaving no time to assess his own prowess. Though he had not consulted his status, his ability to dispatch a giant python in a single blow suggested he was far from weak. The bone spear in his grasp sliced through the air, emanating an intense heat, as it pierced with a resounding impact. A python let out a horrific cry, its massive body writhing on the ground, blood gushing forth and rising in plumes of smoke, a sight both astonishing and grim. Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized that his attack seemed imbued with a burning essence capable of inflicting searing damage. At that moment, a particularly piercing hiss echoed from ahead, reverberating through the surroundings and causing the faces of all present to pale in alarm. Chapter 52, The Dance of the Pythons. Within the rocky outcrop ahead, rapid shadows spiraled towards them. These were the pythons. Most startling of all, these serpents were colossal, their elongated bodies as thick as barrels, moving with remarkable speed as they approached the group. A dark python hissed menacingly, baring its fangs and lunging at a young man's head. In this critical moment, several nearby team members reacted swiftly, thrusting their sharp-boned spears in unison. With a series of piercing sounds, blood sprayed forth as the python writhed in agony before ultimately succumbing to their combined efforts. Yet, many more of these gigantic pythons emerged, seemingly endless in their numbers. This was a vast den of serpents, concealing an alarming multitude of these enormous creatures, sending chills down the spines of all present. Soon, the rustling sounds intensified from all directions as more pythons encircled them. "Fall back. Form a defensive line." Lin Yi's countenance darkened as he was compelled to issue a retreat, prompting the various squads to hastily withdraw. This urgency arose from the alarming emergence of even more colossal pythons from the depths of the jungle, charging towards the elderly and children, a perilous sign indeed. In a flurry of panic, the group managed to converge at this location, uniting to establish a defensive perimeter in the 4 cardinal directions. Crash! A massive python descended in a spiraling motion from the trees, crashing down with such force that it snapped a thick branch, sending a jolt of fear through the crowd, nearly inciting chaos. Fortunately, the individuals present had weathered numerous battles, allowing them to respond promptly to such a crisis. As anticipated, The python that had lunged from the treetops was pierced by a volley of arrows before it could reach any of them, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Kill. At this moment, over 300 individuals faced the onslaught of countless enormous pythons. Their only path to survival lay in combat. Lin Yi and his comrades found themselves bereft of any opportunity to flee, as innumerable serpents surged from all directions, both large and small, beyond counting. They understood that their singular chance for survival was to engage in battle. Thus began the fierce confrontation between man and python. Who would emerge victorious? Hiss. The pythons roared as they advanced with astonishing speed and overwhelming numbers, casting a shadow of dread over all present. Serpents had long been objects of human speculation and fear, and such massive pythons were unseen in modern society. Yet now, they appeared in unprecedented numbers, each as thick as a barrel. Capable of swallowing a human whole, an unparalleled sense of terror engulfed the scene. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Someone had fallen victim to a python's attack. The creature seizing them by the waist and lifting them aloft. In a mere breath, the enormous serpent coiled around its prey, leaving no time for rescue. Damn it! Lin Yi's face darkened with fury as he brandished his spear, striking with tremendous force, sending two approaching pythons flying several meters before crashing to the ground. In a swift movement, he leapt forward, raising his spear for a powerful downward strike, propelled by a fierce gust of wind that surged towards the serpent. With a resounding boom, dust and debris erupted as the massive python's head was driven into the earth, utterly shattered. Blood gushing forth as it writhed before succumbing to its fate. Regrettably, one of the squad members had already lost their life, ensnared and ultimately crushed by the creature. Lin Yi's expression turned grim, the first signs of casualties emerging, an ominous portent. Hold the line. Meanwhile, Mo Long roared defiantly, leading his group without yielding an inch. They understood that should their formation falter, they would become easy prey for the pythons. Behind them stood over 100 archers. If their front line broke, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Mo Long positioned himself at the forefront, narrowly avoiding the lethal jaws of several gigantic pythons. Fortunate that his speed and strength had improved since the past. On the right flank, Huang Jiuan and his comrades faced similar tribulations. No team was spared from this harrowing ordeal. They had never anticipated encountering such a multitude of terrifying pythons, having only witnessed them in films, which were mere fabrications. Now, confronted by countless serpents, thick as a barrel, lunging and coiling to strike, they experienced a visceral terror unlike anything previously imagined. Damn, how many pythons are there? Wu Yang bellowed in fury, swinging his battle axe to slay one serpent after another, his anger rising as the number of approaching pythons continued to swell. Overlapping in a dense mass. A chill ran down his spine as he calculated silently. There must be at least thousands of these colossal creatures. Yet their party consisted of barely 300, with only a little over 200 capable of fighting. The disparity was staggering. 200 against thousands was a daunting prospect. And the strength and speed of these pythons were formidable, surpassing that of some men. Archers, divide into 4 teams and fire. Jiang Qinqin commanded sternly, her expression grave as she organized the 100 archers into 4 small squads to support each cardinal direction. At that moment, a deluge of arrows rained down, relentless and unyielding. Most of these women, confronted with such a terrifying sight, harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes, and the sight of these python-thick serpents only intensified their dread. As fear permeated their minds, the potency of their arrows diminished significantly, leading to minimal casualties among the serpents. Jiang Qinqin sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious, fearing that if this continued, the outcome would be disastrous. Sisters, cast aside your fears, or we shall all be devoured by the pythons, she shouted with palpable frustration. With her words barely fading, 3 sharp-bone arrows whistled through the air, almost simultaneously piercing the heads of 3 pythons, sending sprays of blood into the air as they were swiftly dispatched. In a swift and decisive trio of strikes, the spirits of all the women surged. Their inner fears gradually dissipating, transforming into a resolute will. It was a matter of either their demise or that of their foes. Die, cried a young woman with fervor, as she drew her bow, unleashing a piercing arrow that soared through the air. In an instant, a massive serpent faltered, blood gushing forth as it tumbled to the ground, struggling feebly before succumbing to death. The thought of their own mortality ignited a fierce courage within these women, many of whom had children to protect. The instinctual ferocity of a mother is unparalleled. In this moment, the grim reality loomed large. Should they perish, Their offspring would become prey for the serpents, an unspeakable horror. As the serpents writhed and surged forward in a frenzied assault, intent on annihilating this group. Lin Yi and the others had persevered thus far due to their ever-growing strength and a profound sense of unity. Without such support, it was inconceivable that anyone could have reached this point, let alone engage in relentless combat with these fearsome serpents. The carnage between races was inevitable. Many had already suffered grievous injuries, and some had been dragged into the serpentine throng, ensnared to their doom. Suddenly, a figure darted through the chaos. And with a resounding thud, a colossal serpent erupted in a spray of blood, its body convulsing violently before finally stiffening. It was Li Shuiying, moving with an unparalleled swiftness, leaving behind mere afterimages as she relentlessly struck at the encroaching serpents. The bone spikes in her hands shimmered with a dark sheen, droplets of blood cascading down in a steady rhythm. Linny observed the situation of the crowd and, upon confirming that she was unharmed, diverted his attention elsewhere. He pondered how to repel the throngs of pythons, realizing that this predicament was unsustainable. They would inevitably meet their demise. Suddenly, a piercing and youthful scream shattered the tense atmosphere, causing every heart to race with alarm. Linny swiftly turned around, only to witness a python descending from a towering tree, snatching a child from the ranks. This dire scenario ignited a surge of fury among the onlookers. Yet they felt utterly powerless, as no one could rush to provide aid. At that moment, 5 squads had already been pushed to their limits, defending against the relentless onslaught of countless serpents, leaving no one free to assist. "Damn it!" exclaimed a young woman, her face flushed with rage. With determination, she nocked an arrow, drawing her bowstring to a perfect crescent. In one fluid motion, she released a bone arrow that whistled through the air with astonishing speed, piercing the python's body. Unfortunately, the serpent remained undeterred, hastening its ascent to seek refuge among the dense underbrush. Just then, another arrow sliced through the air, its lethal trajectory ultimately penetrating the python's jaw, causing blood to spray forth. With a painful hiss, the python cried out, and the child it had clutched fell, only to be caught swiftly by the young woman, whose expression was now a mix of anxiety and dread as she examined the child. However, the little one bore the marks of the serpent's bite, blood oozing from a wound on their chest, clearly sustaining grave injuries. This distressing sight nearly drove the young mother to madness. This was her child, after all. Cursed be this fate. Lin Yi's countenance darkened with fury as he unleashed his full strength, delivering a powerful horizontal strike that felled a massive python. Despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon them, the team felt their vigor gradually surging, their ferocity intensifying with each kill. However, casualties were inevitable. Soon, injuries began to mount within the ranks, with some unfortunate souls meeting their demise at the jaws of the pythons. Kill. The echoes of furious roars reverberated as the group erupted in a frenzy, wielding their weapons and engaging in a relentless slaughter. Lin Yi led the charge, plunging into the throng of serpents, cutting a path through the chaos. This was not solely his doing. The entire team had suddenly tapped into an immense reservoir of power, cleaving through a multitude of pythons in a desperate bid for survival, leaving no strength unspent. With a thunderous crash, pythons fell one after another, their bodies crashing to the ground, while many others leapt from trees, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The tide of battle began to shift as the number of slain pythons increased, seemingly diminishing the frequency of their attacks. The pythons were dwindling. At this moment, Jiang Qinqin observed intently, noticing that the serpents appeared significantly fewer in number. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that these pythons were nearing extinction, with only the last remnants remaining? In this python den, thousands had once thrived, but the smallest had already been eradicated. Now, the remaining serpents, thick as water buckets, seemed on the brink of annihilation. "Brothers, let us obliterate them." Lin Yi also recognized the gravity of the situation. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his maximum strength and charged towards the horde of serpents. Following his lead, everyone launched a concerted attack, finally glimpsing the light of victory. Chapter 53, The Titan Python. A bloody battle was drawing to a close, as 300 humans faced off against thousands of colossal pythons. Ultimately, humanity triumphed over these terrifying behemoths. With a piercing hiss, the last massive python was pierced through the skull by Lin Yi's spear, struggling in its final moments, thus signaling the end of this harrowing conflict between humans and serpents. The participants were drenched in blood, their faces pale, breathing heavily, and silence enveloped the crowd. For all present, the sight was stark, Countless enormous python corpses littered the ground, their blood staining the earth and the surrounding woods. Some pythons, still clinging to life, writhed and coiled in a grotesque display, an unprecedented and chilling scene. Have we won? Mo Long's expression was uncertain as he surveyed the multitude of gigantic serpent carcasses, murmuring to himself. Like him, many felt a surreal disorientation moments ago. They had not grasped the weight of the battle, but now, with the fighting concluded, they experienced an overwhelming sense of survival. We did it. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, raising a bloody blade high. Yet, this exclamation ignited a wave of exhilaration among the crowd, lifting their spirits. They had collectively vanquished these thousands of serpents, marking a monumental victory. Humanity had found the strength to defend itself, even counterattack, and eradicate this formidable foe. Oh, we have emerged victorious. Over 300 voices erupted in celebration, each brandishing their weapons in a jubilant display of triumph. Even Lin Yi felt a sense of relief and joy at having eradicated these fearsome pythons. An elder cradled a child, his face beaming with joy. Yet it seemed their happiness was premature, for it is said that excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Caution! A terrified scream pierced the air, abruptly silencing the jubilant crowd, sending a chill through their hearts. At that moment, Lin Yi was preparing to lean against a massive rock for respite. But the sudden outcry sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Yi sensed a chilling aura sweeping towards him, followed by a gust of rancid wind surging forth from the immense stone cavern behind him. A deafening roar echoed, shaking Lin Yi to his core, leaving his mind in a state of disarray, teetering on the brink of dizziness. An overwhelming sense of peril enveloped him, and as he turned to look, a paralyzing fear gripped him, rendering him momentarily immobile. In that instant, Jiang Qinshin's face turned pale with terror, and with a shrill scream, she instinctively drew her battle bow, yet it was tragically too late. Everyone present gazed in shock, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. "Captain, watch out!" In this dire moment, a figure swiftly darted forward, colliding into the dazed Lin Yi and propelling him away, while the figure itself was instantly engulfed by a monstrous maw. Bang! Lin Yi felt his body propelled through the air, crashing to the ground, yet he swiftly rose to his feet. His expression shifted dramatically, a tumult of shock and fury swirling within him, as he witnessed a shadow engulfed by a terrifying python in a single, merciless bite. The unfortunate individual was none other than He Junhai, who had been trailing close behind Lin Yi, the very man who had once saved his life. Yet now, he himself had fallen victim to a colossal serpent that had surged forth from the depths of the stone cave. No! Lin Yi let out a furious roar, brandishing his spear as he charged forward, unleashing the full extent of his formidable strength against the terrifying serpent. Alas, a swift shadow darted in from the side, and with a resounding crash, his body was sent hurtling away. It was a tail, a massive, ebony serpent's tail, imbued with immense power that propelled Lin Yi through the air until he collided with the trunk of a grand tree, where he finally came to a halt. Lin Yi's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, and he spat a mouthful of blood in shock, realizing with horror the ferocity of the blow he had just received. He stared at the colossal creature before him, a serpent, an immensely gigantic python. A titanoboa? Jiang Qinshin's face drained of color, her body trembled slightly, and even her battle bow quivered in her grip. Her heart was seized by fear, not due to a lack of courage, but because the gigantic python before her was utterly terrifying. It was not just her. Everyone present was struck by dread, their bodies turning icy with fear. Mo Long and the others retreated in unison, their eyes wide as they beheld the massive beast coiling before them, an ancient giant python. This serpent, with its elongated body exceeding 15 meters, possessed a dark exterior thicker than a meter, exuding an aura of ancient majesty that was both awe-inspiring and chilling. It was a prehistoric titanoboa. Lin Yi's face turned pale with horror. Before him lay a titan python, stretching over 15 meters in length and boasting a girth exceeding 1 meter, a true behemoth. Yet, despite the terror it instilled, it could not extinguish the fury raging within Lin Yi. He had witnessed He Junhai sacrifice himself to save him, only to be swallowed whole by the monstrous serpent. Kill! The roar erupted from Lin Yi's heart, a declaration of his wrath that exploded forth. He charged forward, brandishing his sharp spear, determined to confront the titan python. He fought not for himself, but for the one-armed man and the dazed little girl who watched helplessly as her father was consumed by the snake, a hatred that burned fiercely within him. The titan python hissed, a ferocious wind howling in its wake as its massive tail swept through the air. However, Lin Yi was prepared. He leapt high, evading the strike. In midair, his blood surged with fervor, transforming into an overwhelming force as he brought his spear down upon the Titan Python with ferocity. Boom! The shockwave reverberated, awakening Mo Long and the others, their faces paling as they hastily grabbed their weapons and rushed forward, compelled to fight. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them, each summoning their utmost strength, unleashing their foundational skills in a concerted effort to strike the Titan Python. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled, dust swirling violently as they created a vast crater upon impact. Yet, chillingly, the colossal Titan Python merely rolled and rose defiantly, seemingly unfazed. It let out an enraged hiss and lunged, aiming to consume Mo Long in one gulp, the situation dire. At that moment, Lin Yi soared through the air, his spear gleaming with deadly intent as it descended with a fierce strike. The impact sent the Titan Python reeling, averting the crisis for Mo Long kill. Save Shanghai. As Lin Yiren descended, he let out a furious roar and charged forward without the slightest hesitation. He had an inkling that Zhenhai had not yet succumbed to death. Having been entirely engulfed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Mo Long and the others instantly adopted grave expressions, raising their battle blades and rushing into the fray, prepared for a life-and-death struggle. With a thunderous roar, the battle commenced. The colossal Titan Python exceeded everyone's expectations with its ferocious strength and terrifying speed, sending the combatants sprawling before they could launch their attack, swept away by its immense tail. Mo Long was the first to be struck, sent flying with a spray of blood, crashing dozens of meters away, an astonishing sight. This scene sent chills down the spines of the remaining warriors. They had never encountered such a fearsome serpent. Previously, the pythons, as thick as water barrels, had been daunting. Yet this Titan Python was even more terrifying. The earlier serpents were utterly incomparable to this true prehistoric behemoth, a monstrous terror. Hissing with fury, the Titan Python raised its massive head high and surged forward like lightning. With a resounding thud, though it failed to swallow a manhole, it nonetheless sent him hurtling through the air, crashing dozens of meters away. Curse that beast! Lin Yi's fury ignited, a torrential heat enveloping him, as if a fierce flame were erupting within. In an instant, he raised the bone jade spear, its sharp tip shimmering with arcs of electricity, and even sparks flickered ominously. Die! With a deadly thrust, the spear unleashed a series of astonishing afterimages as it surged toward the Titan Python. With a resounding thud, it pierced through its jaw. But the encounter was far from over. The afterimages coalesced into a singular brilliance that flashed in an instant. The Titan Python let out a piercing shriek as blood gushed from its jaw, drenching Lin Yi. However, he paid no heed, swiftly withdrawing the spear in a bid to penetrate the serpent's head once more. Alas, a colossal tail swept through the air, crashing down with a thundering force, sending him hurtling away amidst a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Wu Yong, who had remained motionless, finally sprang into action, his massive axe gleaming with an ethereal light as it came crashing down. With a resounding impact, the axe struck the Titan Python, forcing it to retreat, its body arching backward. Before it could launch a counterattack, Liang Yu seized the moment and slashed upward with his blade. Die! This strike was immensely powerful, rending the air as it cut through, causing a spray of thick blood to erupt from the serpent, soaring 3 feet into the air. Wounded, the Titan Python roared in fury, its head thrashing as it sought to retaliate. Yet, a howling wind heralded the arrival of 3 deadly strikes that pierced through its jaw with swift precision. It suffered severe injuries, and for the first time, the Titan Python exhibited a hint of sluggishness, granting Lin Yi the rare opportunity to capitalize on this moment. Mastering the fundamentals of marksmanship, he executed the 9 shots in unison. Lin Yi's blood surged with fervor, as if it were on the verge of igniting. He raised his war spear, its 3-foot blade shimmering ominously, aimed directly at the colossal Titan Python. In an instant, a shadow flickered, and 9 spear shadows lunged forward, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared to transform into a spear himself, a hazy light enveloping him. The 9 spear shadows converged into a singular, terrifying strike, instantly piercing through the Titan Python. With a splatter, a torrent of blood gushed forth, drenching him in a chilling, lifeless warmth. The 9 strikes melded into one, delivering a formidable blow that penetrated the python's head, yet it failed to deliver a fatal strike. With a resounding crash, the Titan Python swung its massive head, sending Lin Yi and his spear crashing into a tree trunk, causing him to spit out blood. 7-star annihilation arrow. Suddenly, A feminine voice cried out as the air fractured. 7 terrifying beams of light surged forth, simultaneously piercing the Titan Python's body, erupting in a shower of crimson blossoms. The Titan Python roared in a frenzied rage, its immense body writhing, crushing rocks and trees under its weight, then spiraling toward the group in a mad frenzy. Chapter 54. The Strength of 1,000 Pounds. Boom. The forest trembled, dust billowing as the gargantuan creature barreled through, causing massive rocks to shatter and trees to snap like twigs. The Titan Python, grievously wounded by Lin Yi's strike and further afflicted by Jiang Qinqin's arrows, was evidently on the brink of collapse. Yet, it continued to roll forward, desperately thrashing about, even raising its massive head to snap at the onlookers with lightning speed. As the Titan Python lunged toward the group, its menacing fangs poised to devour a young man, it seemed there was no time left to intervene. They could only watch in horror. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, a petite figure darted forward, slicing through the air with chilling precision. With a sharp sound, blood sprayed forth as a woman attacked the Titan Python. It was Li Shuiying, her astonishing speed and formidable strikes targeting the python's underbelly. Unfortunately, before she could press on, the Titan Python violently tossed her aside, sending her sprawling dozens of meters away. Beast! A furious roar resonated nearby, shaking the forest as Lin Yi's figure flashed like a leopard, exuding an icy aura. His bone jade war spear crackled with a terrifying electric arc boom. The ground trembled slightly, followed by a thunderous crash as the Titan Python was driven into the earth. However, the creature was far too formidable. Despite the impact, it instantly reared its head again. With a furious roar, the Titan Python raised its head, the sound waves reverberating through the air as a tempest brewed, lunging toward Lin Yi with lethal intent. If struck, he would undoubtedly be swallowed whole, the threat unmistakably dire. In the face of peril, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. With a resonant hum, his spears surged with fervor, as he harnessed the totality of his strength to thrust forward with audacity, unleashing a terrifying display of sparks that flickered ominously. With a swift thrust, the bone jade spear, glimmering with lethal intent, pierced through the throat of the Titan Python, blood gushing forth and drenching him in crimson. At that moment, before Lin Yi could retract his spear, he was astonished to discover that the Titan Python's massive form was rapidly coiling around him, ensnaring his body in an instant. Damn it! Lin Yi was engulfed in a tempest of fury and astonishment, his entire being thrumming with the desire to break free. Alas, he felt his body constricting further, rendering him nearly immobile, his bones creaking ominously as if they were on the verge of being crushed. Nearby, Mo Long and the others scrambled to their feet, their expressions shifting dramatically. Faced with such a dire situation, they hastily brandished their blades, rushing to rescue Lin Yi. With a swift whoosh, a sharp glimmer sliced through the air, followed by a muffled thud as it pierced the Titan Python's skull. At that moment, Mo Long and his companions finally arrived, unleashing their most formidable strength, their swords cleaving into the frenzied serpent. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the gushing of blood. Despite the formidable nature of the python, it was left battered and bruised, yet astonishingly still alive. Suddenly, the Titan Python emitted a harrowing shriek, its massive body convulsing violently, and then a sharp object pierced through its bulging abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a resounding crash, the Titan Python collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, its immense weight trapped Lin Yi beneath, rendering him immobile. At this moment, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the colossal serpent before them. The Titan Python, after a few feeble thrashes, lay still, silent in death. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and help move it. Wu Yang bellowed in anger, snapping the others from their stupor. The group scrambled to lift the massive Titan Python, which weighed at least 2 tons, impossible for one alone but manageable with teamwork. Indeed, they struggled to shift the python's lifeless body, and at last, Lin Yi was freed. Covered in blood, he paid little heed to his own state and swiftly approached the serpent's belly. Quickly cut it open. With a swift motion, the abdomen was sliced open, and a figure tumbled forth. Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement as he recognized the unconscious form of He Junhai, who had been swallowed whole. He was drenched in a noxious, corrosive fluid, a dire reminder of the peril they had narrowly escaped. Had they not acted swiftly to slay the Titan Python, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After a prolonged moment, He Junhai finally stirred, initially bewildered, then suddenly alarmed, springing to his feet. But upon seeing the visibly relieved Lin Yi and Mo Long, he was reassured. He was alive. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Lin Yi felt a surge of emotions. Predominantly gratitude towards the one-armed man who had selflessly saved his life on multiple occasions, even at the cost of his own. This was an insurmountable debt of gratitude. Captain, I am alive, truly alive? He Junhai exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. In truth, no one wishes for death, especially when contemplating the fate of one's young daughter left behind. Would she be able to survive? Yet, the thought of Lin Yi, a man of integrity, brought him solace, as he believed he would ensure her well-being. Now that he was alive, a sense of relief washed over the group. However, their spirits soon dampened, for the recent battle had been exceedingly brutal, resulting in significant casualties. Cursed serpent. Lin Yi felt a surge of anger, and, with a swift kick, astonishingly sent the colossal Titan python flying a meter away. This unexpected turn of events left him momentarily stunned, as did the onlookers, who gazed at him in disbelief. The Titan python was immensely large and heavy, requiring the strength of several individuals to even shift it. Yet, with a single kick, Lin Yi had propelled it a meter away, an awe-inspiring feat indeed. It appears that my strength has significantly increased. Lin Yi felt a surge of astonishment as he sensed a transformation coursing through his entire being. His bones crackled ominously, while his muscles vibrated with an extraordinary intensity, as if undergoing a formidable evolution. At that moment, a tremendous wave of crimson gas erupted from the lifeless body of the Titan python. This vast and powerful vapor surged forth, enveloping him, while the remaining blood-colored mist transformed into smaller tendrils, each rushing into the bodies of Mo Long, Jiang Qin, and others, bestowing upon them an enhancement of remarkable potency. How formidable! Lin Yi's face was etched with astonishment, feeling the tremors coursing through his very bones. He quickly felt compelled to examine his own status. Subsequently, a series of information materialized in his mind, vividly reflecting his current physical condition. Name, Lin Yi, race, human. Lifespan, 100 years, cultivation method, none, martial skill, basic spearmanship level 1, 9 spears merged as one, realm, refined strength realm level 1. Life potential, 1,400, capable of exerting a force of 1,400 caddies. For a human to possess a strength of 1,000 caddies is a formidable phenomenon. The sheer magnitude of 1,000 caddies is beyond Lin Yi's imagination, yet he could keenly sense the surging power within his body. This is the strength of the physical form. How much lethality could such a force unleash? However, what astonished Lin Yi the most was the emergence of an additional realm in the information, specifically the refined strength realm level 1. What, then, is this so-called refined strength realm? Lin Yi pondered silently, wondering if it is only upon attaining a strength of 1,000 caddies that one could be considered to have reached this realm. Refined strength realm? Lin Yi fell into deep contemplation, realizing that this was a realm of cultivation seemingly related to levels of power. Did this imply that there existed higher realms beyond the stage of strength enhancement? What were these realms, and what entities resided within them? These thoughts were shrouded in enigma, now buried deep within his heart, awaiting a time for gradual understanding. At present, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins, imbued with a terrifying power, one akin to 1,000 pounds of force. Lin Yi, are you all right? At that moment, Jiang Qin hurried over, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Earlier, she had been genuinely frightened, believing Lin Yi was about to be devoured by the Titan python, and the memory still lingered uneasily in her mind. However, Lin Yi merely smiled and shook his head, responding, I am fine. Have you harnessed the essence of the Titan python's blood? To what extent has your strength ascended? You are well? Then I am reassured. Jiang Qin sighed in relief before continuing. My strength is nearing 1,000 pounds, currently at 930 pounds, preparing to reach the threshold of 1,000 pounds. Oh, Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Qin was on the verge of attaining a strength of 1,000 pounds, which was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Li Shuiying, who was approaching rapidly from the side, could not contain her laughter. She exclaimed, Brother Lin, I have also reached a strength of 900 pounds. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Yi was somewhat astonished, nodding repeatedly, truly taken aback. Meanwhile, not far from the trio, Mo Long and others also heard the news, each checking their own statistics and revealing expressions of joy. Ha ha! Wu Yong laughed heartily, exclaiming, My strength has finally reached 950 pounds. No wonder I felt so much stronger. I am nearly at 1,000 pounds. I am almost there too. So am I. Mo Long and Huang Jian nodded in agreement, their faces beaming, as they too had reached such levels. Liang Yu was no exception, his strength having grown to 900 pounds, with each of them being quite comparable. This time, having slain so many giant pythons, their gains could be deemed substantial. However, the losses were equally grave, with many having perished and numerous others severely injured. No, my son, you cannot die. You must not die. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed, causing Lin Yi and the others to change their expressions, lifting their gazes in unison. Chapter 55, Clearing the Battlefield. The anguished cry pierced the air, invoking sorrow in the hearts of listeners and drawing tears from those who heard. It was a young woman, cradling a 2- or 3-year-old boy, but the child lay unconscious, his body covered in blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yi and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, they were confronted with the sight of a child, drenched in blood, the flow yet to cease, indicating a severe injury. Li Shuiying's face paled in shock as she swiftly conducted an examination, revealing that the child had lost a substantial amount of blood and was on the verge of shock. The situation was dire. It was conceivable that in the next moment, the child could succumb to excessive blood loss. Yet, what could be done to save him? Please, I implore you, save my son. The woman cried, her heart wrenched with sorrow as she repeatedly bowed and prostrated before Lin Yi and the others, beseeching them for a solution to rescue her child. However, Mo Long and the others found themselves in a predicament, for they were not medical practitioners and could not conceive a means to provide aid. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinqin, visibly distressed, remarked, Lin Yi, our elixirs are depleted. There is nothing we can do to assist him now. Elixirs? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Yi as he urged, quickly, everyone. Let us inspect those luminous orbs that fell from the slain pythons to see if any healing elixirs might be present. Indeed, the crowd immediately sprang into action, turning with urgency to search. In their quest for those radiant spheres, it seemed improbable that after vanquishing so many serpents, none would remain. This could very well be their sole glimmer of hope. A child, having lost too much blood, lay in a state of shock, and the situation was dire. The only recourse was to seek out any healing elixirs reminiscent of those previously obtained by Jiang Qinqin. Should they find any, there would be a chance. If not, despair would truly set in. The group, filled with anxiety, commenced their frantic search, eagerly activating any luminous orb they encountered, yet time and again disappointment washed over them, leading to a growing sense of hopelessness as their efforts yielded no trace of elixirs. As time passed, the child's condition deteriorated further, teetering on the brink of death. Lin Yi and the others were frantic, with one young mother nearly fainting from worry. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Li Shuiying's face as she quickly produced a small vial, rushing to their side. The group gathered around, filled with anticipation, and indeed, she held a vial of elixir. Moreover, it was identical to the one they had previously acquired, sparking a renewed sense of hope. Without hesitation, Li Shuiying transformed the elixir into a liquid and administered it to the child, who ultimately revived from the precipice of death. Relief washed over them as the little one's complexion brightened, prompting a collective sigh of relief. However, the countenance of Mo Long and others remained somber, for they were acutely aware that many had sacrificed their lives in the recent battle. Lin Yi mourned the loss of 5 warriors, and Mo Long's expression darkened with sorrow. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, each grappling with their grief. These were comrades who had fought alongside them. Their deaths, though anticipated, were still unfathomable to bear. Let us ensure they are laid to rest with dignity. Lin Yi's expression shifted as he ultimately resolved to give these warriors a proper burial. The group set off, only to discover that the 5 fallen soldiers were drenched in blood, their hands still tightly gripping their swords, as if they were still alive. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi sighed and crouched down, intending to close the eyes of a young man who lay there unblinking. However, upon making contact with the youth, Lin Yi distinctly sensed a faint breath and a pulse. Could it be? At that moment, Lin Yi felt a flicker of doubt, suspecting he might be mistaken. He examined closely and ultimately confirmed that it was not an illusion. The young man was indeed alive, with a faint trace of life remaining. He was not dead. Lin Yi hurriedly checked the others for signs of life. His expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed in excitement, "What?" Mo Long and the others were taken aback, then filled with joy, swiftly inspecting the remaining 4 warriors on the ground. Among them, 3 middle-aged men clearly exhibited a faint breath, which was astonishing. As for the last young man, although there was no strong life force detected, it was evident that the wounds on his body had begun to clot, indicating a self-recovery process. Observing this situation, Lin Yi and the others were astonished, speculating that these individuals must have slain numerous pythons, and the mysterious gases they had acquired had not been fully absorbed before their demise. These gases seemed to sustain, if only minimally, their life signs, while the armor they wore provided a semblance of protection, preserving that flicker of vitality. Lin Yi and his companions were astonished, without hesitation. They transformed the elixir into liquid and carefully administered it to the 5 warriors. Indeed, their auras grew increasingly robust, eventually stabilizing. The unpredictability of life was evident. No one had anticipated that those who had seemed lifeless just moments before could miraculously revive. It was a testament to the wondrous properties of the elixir and the enigmatic gas. Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on this marvel. Rising to his feet, he gazed upon those who had returned to life, finally feeling a sense of relief. Considering the brutal nature of this battle, the fact that no one had succumbed to death was indeed a cause for immense joy. They had not perished, they were truly alive. Mo Long was visibly moved, tears shimmering in his eyes. Traditionally, men do not weep easily, yet in this moment, the group was overwhelmed with a bittersweet sensation, their emotions a whirlwind. It was impossible to remain unaffected after witnessing comrades fall in battle. But now, they were reviving one by one, and it wouldn't be long before they regained consciousness. This was a resurrection from the brink of death. The elixir transformed into liquid should be administered to all the injured. Lin Yi issued a direct command, and Li Shuiying nodded with joy, taking the medicinal pills and elixirs to tend to the wounded. Meanwhile, the remaining few were each overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to laugh heartily, yet found themselves unable to do so, tears streaming down their faces instead. "I have sand in my eyes. I'll go take a look over there," Mo Long remarked, turning away, much to the amusement of Lin Yi and the others. His attempt to maintain composure was futile. He was clearly trying to save face while being visibly emotional. "All right, let us hasten to tidy up and prepare to tally our spoils." Lin Yi issued a command before turning to depart, attending to the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, everyone understood that the fierce clash had just concluded, leaving the air thick with the scent of blood, which would inevitably attract trouble. The group swiftly set about clearing the battlefield, gathering the corpses of the massive pythons into towering heaps. These serpents, colossal in size, still inspired dread even in death. Soon, all the python bodies were consolidated, save for one enormous titan python that remained untouched. "Lin Yi, you should collect these python bodies," Mo Long suggested directly. In response, Lin Yi, to the astonishment of those around him, waved his hand and gathered the heaps of python carcasses. The only one left was the titan python, which was intended for consumption. "Everyone, clean up the blood and sprinkle some alcohol to incinerate it, lest we attract ferocious beasts," Lin Yi instructed. He then produced a quantity of alcohol from his storage bracelet, which had been procured from a hospital and was now put to use to eradicate the bloodstains, thereby preventing the approach of formidable predators. The group quickly complied, and soon the area was pristine again, allowing them to finally relax. Now, over 300 individuals stood before the corpse of the titan python, marveling in awe. "Is this truly the prehistoric titan python?" An elder gasped, his body trembling slightly, as he felt the lingering aura of terror even in death. However, Lin Yi and the others paid little mind to such reactions. The priority was to process the massive serpent. First, extract the gallbladder, then skin it and roast the meat, Lin Yi declared. The gallbladder, the size of a large bowl, shone with a translucent, emerald hue, resembling a precious green gem, leaving everyone in astonishment. They had never encountered such a sizable gallbladder before. It was an extraordinary medicinal material, especially coming from such an ancient titan python. "This gallbladder should not be consumed raw. Let us preserve it for future use. It would be best to find some saber-toothed tiger bones or dinosaur bones to concoct a medicinal brew, as it may yield unexpected benefits," Lin Yi said, carefully storing it in a sealed vial. His words left Mo Long and the others exchanging glances, taken aback by the revelation that he intended to use the bones of saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs to prepare a medicinal concoction. At that moment, Li Shuiying approached with a radiant expression, as though she had encountered something joyous. "I just ventured into that cave to investigate and discovered a clear stream of water. Sweet and refreshing," she exclaimed. Lin Yi furrowed her brow and remarked, "Next time, do not act recklessly. What if there is a titan python lurking within the cave?" "Oh, I see." Li Shuiying immediately bowed her head in apology. Lin Yi let out a wry smile and said, "In that case, please instruct some individuals to prepare the water." He shook his head in resignation and continued, "Ladies, let us allow the women in the group to wash first. We shall cleanse ourselves of the blood afterward, shall we?" "Very well, I have no objections," they replied in unison, their agreement evident. The countenance of Jiang Qinqin and the other women brightened, each feeling a wave of exhilaration. It had been an extended period since they last bathed, an ordeal that was nearly intolerable for any woman. "Sisters, let us go wash," a young and beautiful woman exclaimed joyfully. Under the envious and yearning gazes of the men, they all entered the cave together for a collective bath. "Alas, I am not a woman. What a pity," Liang Yu murmured, somewhat dejected, shaking his head and sighing in lamentation, which caused Mo Long and the others nearby to roll their eyes in exasperation. "Let us move. Night is approaching. We shall light a fire in the stone forest ahead and spend the night there," Lin Yi said with a chuckle before turning to leave. Chapter 56, Assessing the Gains. As night fell, the sky was devoid of stars, with only the flickering lights from the forest visible. Ahead lay a stone forest, where bizarre rock formations loomed large. The very nest where the colossal python had once concealed itself. Now, this enormous lair had been conquered, and all the serpents had likely been vanquished. Within the stone forest, flames danced, with massive bonfires burning brightly, dispelling the darkness and its fears. Groups of people gathered around the fires, engaging in lively discussions, laughter echoing through the air. Among them were the elderly and children, all eagerly gazing at the roasted meat upon the fire, meat from the Titan python. The vast quantity of flesh from the Titan python was more than enough to satiate the hunger of over 300 individuals, with ample leftovers remaining. On one side, groups of young women clad in leather armor, their bodies fresh and clean, emerged. Their faces radiated joy, having just washed. Their hair still glistening with moisture as they dried it by the fire, stirring the hearts of many young men around them. After days without a wash, the relief was palpable. At that moment, a stream of individuals emerged from the cave, each sporting a look of contentment, feeling immensely comfortable. They had endured several days without cleansing, and now, fresh from their baths, their spirits soared. "Mo Long, you stink. You nearly suffocated me just now," Wu Yong grumbled irritably. "Huh." Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Mo Long somewhat embarrassed. Just then, Lin Yi, the last to emerge, observed the playful antics of the group. Shaking his head in bemusement, "Lin Yi, come, let us take a look at our spoils this time," Mo Long called out without hesitation, turning to run. The remaining individuals quickly composed themselves, excitement illuminating their faces, and without further ado, they followed suit. Soon, Lin Yi and his companions arrived at a spacious area, where numerous piles of items were heaped together. Nearby, several women were meticulously counting the items, and upon noticing their arrival, they approached with smiles. "Everyone, we have made significant gains this time. We eliminated a nest of enormous pythons and seem to have acquired quite a number of valuable treasures," Jiang Qinqin said with evident delight. Lin Yi nodded slightly, and then inquired, "How many items are there, and what do they consist of?" Mo Long and the others were invigorated, attentively listening while observing the towering pile before them, which was evidently an assortment of equipment, seemingly in vast quantities. Jiang Qinqin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a smile, "This time, we acquired over 1,000 luminous orbs, among which we obtained more than 500 pieces of leather armor, over 100 pieces of bronze armor, and more than 400 weapons, along with several beastskin scrolls." "Oh." Lin Yi and the others were taken aback, astonished to discover that they had acquired over 1,000 items. A significant bounty indeed. At that moment, excitement enveloped the group. Joy radiated from every face. However, a singular concern loomed over them. There were simply too many items to utilize effectively. Mo Long hesitated before voicing his thoughts. "This gear is overwhelming. We have merely 200 combatants, and altogether, no more than 300 individuals. How can we possibly manage over 1,000 pieces of equipment? Why ponder the excess? Let us first secure it. Does not Brother Lin Yi possess a storage bracelet?" Wu Yong remarked with a hint of disdain. "Indeed." The group collectively turned their hopeful gazes toward Lin Yi, who, sensing their eager anticipation, offered a wry smile. "Alas, my storage bracelet is already filled to 2/3 capacity with the remains of fallen beasts. I fear there may be no room for these new acquisitions." "What a pity." Mo Long and the others lamented, their eyes glimmering with the allure of the sparkling equipment, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Ultimately, after deliberation, they resolved to replace their current gear, opting for new and superior weapons and armor. The remaining items would be set aside for future consideration regarding their disposal. As they continued to take stock, the most significant discovery emerged: several scrolls of beast hide. Beginner alchemy? Lenny exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he examined one of the scrolls. It contained a comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, replete with invaluable foundational knowledge for crafting elixirs. Mo Long and the others recognized the scroll's worth, their faces reflecting awe. Lin Yi carefully stowed the precious item away, determined to address it at a more opportune moment. This is a scroll of footwork, and its level is quite commendable. Jiang Qinshin cheerfully presented another scroll of beast hide. Upon inspecting it, Lin Yi's surprise morphed into delight as he nodded approvingly. Basic assassination technique, silent and swift, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Level, ordinary grade, 8th stage. The description left everyone momentarily speechless. Yet, considering that only one among them wielded dual daggers with unmatched speed and strength, this scroll seemed tailor-made for her. I have no need for this. You all may decide amongst yourselves. Lenny chuckled, opting to forego its use. The group exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. Wu Yong, grinning foolishly, said, I am merely a vanguard, wielding my axe for straightforward attacks. I have no need for assassination techniques. I shall also pass. This is ill-suited for me, as I am no assassin, Huang Jiuan added with a wry smile. Finally, Mo Long, somewhat exasperated, remarked, since you all feel this way, I can only assume that using it would transform me into something I am not. Would I dare to employ it? Wu Yong, Huang, you too must be reluctant to abandon the skills you previously learned, Liang Yu muttered with a hint of disdain. Haha. Laughter erupted among the group. The camaraderie evident as they dismissed the matter, acknowledging that Wu Yong's observation was indeed astute. Each was a vanguard, questioning the necessity of assassination techniques within their ranks. They are all valiant warriors standing at the forefront. While the notion of stealthy assassination may be feasible, it does not align with their character. Ultimately, this scroll of assassination techniques, as anticipated by all, naturally finds its way into the hands of Li Shuiying, sparking a flicker of excitement within her. Behold, what is this? Jiang Qinshin inquired, presenting another scroll crafted from animal hide. Lin Yi, filled with curiosity, took the scroll and upon inspecting it, was utterly astonished. Even Mo Long and the others, intrigued, gathered around to examine the beast's skin, their expressions reflecting sheer amazement, leaving them speechless. A recipe for blood wine? Lin Yi's expression was somewhat peculiar as he stared at the animal skin in his hand, upon which ancient characters were inscribed, detailing the method and craft of brewing a certain type of liquor. Moreover, the introduction of this so-called blood wine astonished and bewildered everyone present. The fact that such a substance could be derived from monsters left them utterly speechless. Let us put it away for now. Lin Yi let out a rueful smile, then carefully tidied up his belongings. After counting, he found nothing of particular value. However, a radiant young woman approached with a cheerful demeanor. It was Li Shuiying. Brother Lin. Everyone, the snake meat is ready. We can start our meal. Li Shuiying's smile was sweet, and her voice was melodious and enchanting. Even Mo Long and the others were taken aback, let alone Liang Yu, the vigorous young man. Strangely, Lin Yi remained calm, as if unaffected by the excitement. Well then, let us proceed to eat, Lin Yi said with a smile. Shortly after, the group swiftly settled by a colossal bonfire, ready to partake in the feast of the Titan Python. At that moment, Jiang Qinshin presented a dazzling orb of light, capturing everyone's attention. This was obtained from the corpse of the Titan Python. I haven't opened it yet. You decide what to do with it, Jiang Qinshin said with a smile. Lin Yi was taken aback. After receiving the praise, he shook his head and said, the Titan Python was not slain by me alone. It was a collective effort. Henceforth, let it be known as it is. Do not be modest. The Titan Python was indeed your victory, and we merely offered assistance, Mo Long remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, there's no need for humility. Everyone witnessed you vanquishing the Titan Python. Words are futile, Liang Yu added, somewhat disdainfully. Hurry up. Let us see what treasures await. I can hardly contain my excitement. Wu Yong exclaimed eagerly. Lin Yi smiled, displaying no hesitation as he directly activated the resplendent orb of light before him. This orb was far more radiant and captivating than any he had previously encountered, shimmering like a luminous pearl of the night. With a crack, the orb shattered, releasing a powerful yet gentle radiance that gradually dispersed into the atmosphere. As the brilliance faded, all eyes turned to Lin Yi's palm, where a singular object lay. A ring? The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could such a magnificent Titan python be contained within a mere trinket? Yet Lin Yi, though momentarily taken aback, swiftly began to examine it. His expression shifted from astonishment to overwhelming joy, prompting a flurry of speculations in his mind. What could it be? Mo Long inquired with curiosity. Jiang Qinqin's expression shifted, and she asked, could it be similar to your storage bracelet, a piece of storage equipment? Indeed, Lin Yi candidly admitted. A smile gracing his lips. This is a storage ring, and it surpasses my bracelet in sophistication, offering a significantly larger space. It is indeed a treasure. Are you kidding? You already possess one, and now you have another? Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of that enigmatic being? Mo Long remarked with a hint of peculiarity. That is quite a possibility. Huang Jiyuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions aligning as they fixed their gaze upon Lin Yi. The more they scrutinized him, the more convinced they became that he was indeed the illegitimate offspring of that mysterious entity. There could be no doubt. What nonsense! Lin Yi rolled his eyes, but chose to remain silent, contemplating how to deal with the ring. He already possessed a storage bracelet, and this ring seemed somewhat superfluous. Even if the others voiced no objections, it would still weigh on his conscience. After all, it was a lady's ring, and he had no use for it. A thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly broke into a smile. Upon closer inspection, the others realized that the ring indeed resembled a lady's accessory. Exquisitely carved as if shaped from precious gemstones, undeniably beautiful, the storage ring, crafted from spatial crystal powder and rare metals, contained a remarkable volume of 100,000 cubic meters, classified as a 9th-tier earthly treasure. This was a far superior item compared to Lin Yi's storage bracelet, boasting an astonishing capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. You two can decide who shall use it. Chapter 57. A minor misunderstanding. Lin Yi smiled gently, extending the ring towards Jiang Qinqin, indicating that she should decide for herself alongside Li Shuiying. This seemingly simple decision, however, left Mo Long and the others in a state of astonishment, their expressions turning peculiar as if they found the situation quite amusing. Jiang Qinqin's cheeks flushed slightly, hesitation clouding her thoughts. She was reluctant to accept it. After all, in the modern urban milieu, who does not understand the significance embodied by a ring? Is it customary to bestow a ring upon a woman so casually? Meanwhile, Li Shuiying's expression shifted dramatically, yet she ultimately refrained from accepting it. She cast a glance at Lin Yi before letting out a silent sigh and rising to her feet. This ring is of no use to me. It is better suited for someone else. I shall go and see Wenwen, she declared, turning away without further ado, leaving Lin Yi in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend her actions. Yet, while he remained perplexed, Mo Long and the others exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Since Shuiying does not want it, then this ring is yours. Lin Yi paid no mind, assuming that Li Shuiying did not desire the storage ring, and thus, he smiled as he handed it to Jiang Qinqin. However, the latter's face was tinged with a slight flush, appearing somewhat ethereal in the glow of the fire. Though she quickly regained her composure, with a complex expression, she shook her head and smiled, saying, Lin Yi, it is better for you to keep this ring for yourself. Giving it to me would be inappropriate. It would be best if you presented it to Shuiying. What does this mean? Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback, utterly unable to comprehend why one would refuse a precious storage ring. As he gazed at Jiang Qinqin's expression, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He finally understood the implication of gifting a ring to a woman. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he remarked, surely, you do not think it signifies that, do you? Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness. He had no such intention. He merely considered that possessing a storage bracelet rendered it somewhat inappropriate to also keep a storage ring. Furthermore, this item was acquired collectively after vanquishing the Titan Python. And strictly speaking, it did not belong solely to him, but was a treasure shared among all. It was with this contemplation that he sought to offer Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying a choice, aiming to elevate their potential status among the group. After all, in the midst of such chaotic calamities, women often find themselves in a vulnerable position. However, he had not anticipated their perspective, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. With a sigh, Lin Yi realized that he had indeed overlooked this aspect. To be precise, this ring is not solely mine. It belongs to all of us, a treasure of our team. Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he surveyed the group, stating, this ring is a storage ring, with a vast capacity. I believe it should serve as our team's mobile warehouse, entrusted to Jiang Qinqin for safekeeping. What do you all think? I am in agreement. Mo Long was the first to raise his hand in acquiescence, though he secretly wished for it himself. However, given that Lin Yi had made the most significant contribution, and since he proposed it as a shared resource, any lingering desires were rendered moot. Huang Jiuan nodded slightly, remarking, I have no objections. After all, women tend to be more meticulous and better at managing shared resources within the team. There is no reason to oppose this. I don't need this item, so I have no objections either. Wu Yong affirmed with a firm expression. The remaining Liang Yu's countenance shifted slightly, yet he ultimately nodded in resignation. He sighed. Since everyone agrees, how can I refuse? Moreover, to speak plainly, Lin Yi deserves this most, so it is better for it to be a communal asset. He rolled his eyes. The group voiced no dissent, which caused a subtle change in Jiang Qinqin's demeanor. It was disingenuous to claim that she was unaffected. In truth, she had initially believed that Lin Yi intended to gift it to her. Now, it appeared she had misread the situation. Collecting herself, Jiang Qinqin smiled and said, Thank you all for your trust. I will gladly take on this responsibility and ensure the safe keeping of these treasures and resources. Anyone in need may come to me. After she spoke, she accepted the exquisite ring from Lin Yi's hand, her cheeks flushing a charming shade of pink. Yet, Lin Yi's mood was less than joyous, as he sensed that Li Shuiying was harboring some unspoken concern, having outright declined the ring. Although it was a misunderstanding, it still left him somewhat disappointed. Lin Yi, I will go organize the equipment first, Jiang Qinqin said with a smile, rising to approach the pile of gear. The ring was indeed timely, promising to alleviate much hassle and waste. All right, let's eat first, then discuss tomorrow's plans, she added. Beside her, Li Shuiying remained silent, lost in thought as she gazed at an object in her hand. Her expression shifted subtly, leaving Jiang Qinqin to ponder her inner turmoil with a sigh. Shuiying, is this your boyfriend? Jiang Qinqin leaned closer, suddenly realizing that what Li Shuiying held was a photograph. In the image, one figure was clearly Li Shuiying, while the other was a striking young man. In the photograph, Li Shuiying wore a sweet smile, nestled in the young man's embrace, exuding an aura of happiness. Jiang Qinqin's understanding deepened. It was clear why Li Shuiying had refused the ring, not merely due to a misunderstanding, but because her heart belonged to someone else. Yes, initially, I had aspirations to join the military, but ultimately, I did not pursue that path. After graduation, I became a nurse. Li Shuiying quietly recounted her past, prompting a sigh from Jiang Qinqin as she felt the weight of her friend's inner conflict. However, there was a profound sense of helplessness as she gazed at the glistening ring on her finger, her thoughts momentarily in disarray. She lifted her eyes to the distance, where Lin Yi was engaged in earnest discussion with Mo Long and others around a fire. Jiang Qinqin suddenly realized that Lin Yi might indeed not harbor any particular intentions. Perhaps he merely wished to assist them. Throughout their journey, he had first helped them confront their fears and vanquish the insects, thereby granting them the opportunity for enhancement. This had resulted in their newfound strength, no less formidable than that of the men, and afforded them a voice, ensuring their survival and security. Thank you. Jiang Qinqin murmured softly, a sentiment only she could hear, as if expressing gratitude for something profound. In truth, she understood that her rapid empowerment was largely due to Lin Yi's support. Qinjie, my heart is in turmoil. What should I do? Li Shuiying suddenly felt the urge to weep. She glanced at Lin Yi in the distance, her heart in disarray. This young man had saved her life and had been a steadfast ally, making it disingenuous to claim she felt no affection for him. Yet, affection did not equate to love, and she could not dismiss the shadow of her boyfriend, which complicated her feelings further. Kiki, Jiang Qinqin smiled gently, wrapping her arm around Li Shuiying's shoulder. Shuiying, you are overthinking this. Lin Yi is not as we perceive him. Do not entertain such thoughts. Once we emerge from this forest, we shall surely find your boyfriend. With her comforting words, Li Shuiying felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, alleviating her worries. Indeed, while she harbored positive feelings towards Lin Yi, she did not experience any sense of romantic affection, nor did she wish for anything beyond her one true boyfriend. As night fell, the elderly and children had succumbed to slumber, each finding their rest. Most of the women had also retired, leaving a few scattered individuals by the fire, engaged in hushed conversation. After Lin Yi and the others had deliberated, they each arranged their schedules for the night watch, and the rest retired to rest. However, he found himself unable to sleep, his mind in disarray and unable to find peace. Rising, he approached the watchfire, standing there as he gazed up at the pitch-black sky. In the vastness above, not a single star twinkled, and the moon, which had only graced the daytime, was absent. Unable to find slumber? At that moment, a gentle voice floated toward him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, and Lin Yi recognized her presence immediately. Indeed, a graceful figure approached and stood beside him. It was Jiang Qinqin. She cast a glance at Lin Yi before speaking. Do not hold Snowing accountable. She merely misunderstood your intentions. He chuckled softly. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head, saying, Where are your thoughts wandering? I harbor no such intentions, nor do I consider the matter strange. In truth, Shuang already had a boyfriend, which caused Jiang Qinqin to hesitate before uttering a phrase. Unfortunately, Lin Yi promptly interrupted her, stating, There is no need for you to articulate that. Does it hold any significance to speak of such things? Indeed, Lin Yi could hardly claim to have affections for anyone, particularly in these perilous times, where the uncertainty of survival loomed over them all. Who had the heart to ponder such matters? Jiang Qinqin's expression grew complex, and she inwardly sighed, realizing she may have overthought the situation. She nodded and replied, In truth, you need not bestow this precious storage ring upon us. Lin Yi found the situation somewhat amusing, smiling gently as he remarked, I possess a storage bracelet, and acquiring a storage ring would undoubtedly provoke discontent among others. Though they may feign indifference, inwardly, it would create an unsettling atmosphere. However, for you and Li Shuiying, it would bestow upon you a degree of authority and help dissolve any barriers or feelings of dissatisfaction that may linger. After articulating his thoughts, he gazed upward into the vastness, exuding an indescribable aura. Jiang Qinqin, taken aback by his words, fell into a contemplative silence. Her gaze fixed intently upon the young man before her, feeling a sense of intrigue that eluded her comprehension. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated through the air, followed by a flash of lightning that rent the night sky, rousing all from their slumber. It's about to rain. Chapter 58, A Proposal. With a resounding boom, the heavens echoed, causing the very earth to tremble as bolts of lightning illuminated the night. The storm was upon them, and the urgency of the situation awakened the slumbering crowd, prompting a flurry of activity. They looked up to see streaks of lightning slicing through the sky, accompanied by the deep, resounding thunder. As the thunder grew increasingly intense, it became evident that a thunderstorm was imminent. Mo Long and his companions quickly rose to their feet, scanning the sky before promptly organizing the group to seek refuge within a nearby cave. Everyone, remain calm. The elderly, women, and children should enter the cave first. Mo Long directed the others with a sense of order, as each person gathered their belongings and retreated into the cave. Soon after everyone had taken shelter, a torrential downpour commenced from above. Another deluge. Is it the rainy season? Lin Yi stood at the cave's entrance, observing the unfolding scene, murmuring softly to himself. Beside him, Jiang Qinqin remained silent, quietly standing close by, her delicate features illuminated by the flashes of lightning, her thoughts a mystery. Damn it, not another torrential rain. When will it end? Wu Yong muttered in frustration, sharing the collective discontent felt by all, as the heavy rain posed a significant threat. The aftermath of such downpours often brought forth wild beasts from the forest, increasing the danger manifold. Mo Long sighed, stating, Let us refrain from complaints. We cannot halt the forces of nature. The rain will wash away the blood and its lingering scent. Indeed, I have always feared that the bloodshed would attract countless troubles. But now it seems we are spared, Huang Jiyuan concurred. However, Liang Yu expressed concern, saying, While that may be so, once the rain subsides, the forest will be teeming with wild beasts and venomous creatures, rendering our situation even more perilous. Let the soldiers confront the foes and the waters rise. We need not dwell on it. Lin Yi calmly remarked, gazing at the night sky as torrents of rain cascaded down, his mind becoming somewhat animated. Although he was aware that the forest would be most perilous after such heavy rain, there was little to be done about it. Indeed, had they not encountered numerous dangers along their journey? Jiang Qinqin wholeheartedly concurred, chuckling, yet, despite facing so many ferocious beasts, not even the countless massive pythons of earlier could deter us. Have we not persevered through it all? Indeed, there is little to fear. With our current strength, we can adequately confront most crises, so let us not worry excessively, Mo Long elucidated with a smile. Following this exchange, they chose not to dwell further on the subject and sequentially retired to rest. Now, in the latter half of the night, it was Lin Yi's turn to keep watch, lest he could not afford to rest. You haven't rested at all during the first half of the night. Perhaps I should take the watch while you rest? Jiang Qinshin suggested with concern. However, Lin glanced back into the cave, noticing that many had already succumbed to slumber around the several campfires. He declined her offer, stating, "My body is quite capable of enduring a night without rest. It will have no adverse effects." Indeed, given Lin Yi's current physical prowess, boasting a strength of 1400 Jin, he had evolved to a level that far surpassed his previous self. Skipping a night's rest posed no real issue. Nevertheless, Jiang Qinshin remained somewhat apprehensive and sighed. "Very well, then I shall stay here with you. You should rest. If a woman does not sleep well at night, it can lead to premature aging. We wouldn't want your future husband to think we are mistreating you." Lin Yi half-jokingly uttered a remark that left Jiang Qinshin momentarily astonished, yet she soon burst into a delicate laugh. With a flirtatious glance, she ultimately acquiesced and turned to seek rest. Thus, only Lin Yi remained, accompanied by a dozen night watch warriors. He stood there, gazing into the night sky, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Qinshin was nestled against a rock, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she observed his silhouette. "Qinjie, will Brother Lin be angry with me?" At that moment, a petite figure approached Jiang Qinshin, softly inquiring. The latter shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Regarding the anxiously Shui Ying, who had posed the question, "Do not worry, do not let your thoughts wander." Jiang Qinshin chuckled as she gently tapped her daughter's forehead, ensuring she was snug beneath a fur blanket, before finally closing her eyes to rest without uttering another word. In the deep of night, the air grew quite chilly, with a torrential rain falling outside, rendering the cave somewhat frigid and necessitating the warmth of animal pelts. By the cave's entrance, Lin Yi remained motionless, fixated on the flickering lightning illuminating the void above. A peculiar sensation washed over him as he felt an inexplicable affinity towards the dancing bolts of lightning. Why does the lightning feel so endearing? Lin Yi's expression was peculiar, even somewhat solemn, as he grappled with an unsettling sensation. Strangely, he found an inexplicable affinity for the terrifying thunder and lightning, a sentiment that was as bizarre as it was profound. After much contemplation, he remained unable to unravel this enigma, ultimately resigning himself to the notion that, if it were not a mere illusion, there must be something amiss that he had yet to perceive. He shook his head with a wry smile, choosing instead to sit at the cave's entrance and ponder other matters. He found himself reflecting on the state of the world, questioning how humanity would confront the future and how he should face it himself. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, and a tempest raged, as if the heavens themselves were expressing their wrath. The torrential rain fell throughout the night, showing no signs of abating by dawn, as if it intended to persist indefinitely. The deluge, accompanied by resounding thunder and flashes of lightning, struck towering trees, creating a terrifying spectacle of thunderfire that stirred something deep within Lin Yi. The rain continued unabated from the depths of night into the morning, intensifying rather than diminishing. This realization cast a pall over Mo Long and the others, who awoke to find themselves in a foul mood, acutely aware that the persistent rain hindered their journey. "Damn it, when will it stop?" Liang Yu fumed, glaring at the tempestuous sky, the incessant downpour fueling his agitation. In such conditions, traversing the forest was particularly vexatious for the group. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Mo Long expressed their collective frustration, stating, "If this rain doesn't cease, we could be delayed for quite some time." Moreover, navigating the forest under such torrential conditions poses significant challenges, and encountering ferocious beasts would surely complicate matters further. Huang Jiuan added with a wry smile. Sighs of discontent echoed among them, each feeling the weight of the oppressive environment. Yet, Lin Yi remained silent and motionless, his gaze fixed on a particular direction within the forest. After awakening, Jiang Qinshin stood beside him, noticing his silence and feeling an odd mixture of concern and curiosity. "Lin Yi, what is troubling you?" she ultimately inquired, unable to contain her worry any longer. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Do you think, in such torrential rain, those venomous bees can take flight?" Venomous bees? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the intensifying downpour outside. Eventually, a shared thought flickered through their minds, a mix of astonishment and disbelief directed at Lin Yi, who seemed utterly astonishing. "You can't possibly be suggesting we eradicate that million-strong swarm of venomous bees right now, can you?" Mo Long stammered, his voice trembling. "Hiss." The remaining individuals collectively inhaled sharply. Even Jiang Qinshin's complexion shifted. She found it utterly inconceivable that Lin Yi, who had remained so composed until now, would consider utilizing the rain to annihilate the bees. It is indeed plausible. Mo Long became animated, saying, generally, bees are averse to both water and fire. With such a deluge, even if these venomous bees are substantial in size, they would still struggle to take flight. So, should we not proceed to obliterate that enormous hive? Linny proposed the idea. Destroy them? Absolutely. Wu Yong affirmed decisively, stating, those venomous bees pursued us into the python's den, nearly sealing our fate. We must avenge ourselves by exterminating them. Otherwise, we would squander this monumental opportunity. Indeed, Huang Jiyuan nodded in agreement, adding, although our chances of defeating those venomous bees may have diminished, there are others who can grow stronger, like those 100 archers, who could seize this opportunity to rapidly enhance their prowess. Moreover, just imagine the wealth of equipment and treasures 1,000,000 venomous bees could yield. As this thought crossed their minds, excitement surged within them, igniting an insatiable desire. 1,000,000 venomous bees was merely a rough estimate. There could be even more. What treasures could be acquired by vanquishing such a horde? Let us do it. The more equipment, the better. Preparedness is key. Mo Long decisively waved his hand, resolved to undertake this grand endeavor to eliminate the 1,000,000 venomous bees. Subsequently, the others readily concurred, their faces alight with exhilaration as they envisioned the scene. What if those venomous bees can still fly? Jiang Qinqin expressed her concerns, as Lin Yi gazed at the intensifying downpour outside. An abrupt resolution surged within him. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. We must prepare immediately. The torrential rain presents us with the optimal chance to eradicate those venomous bees. Prepare at once. The faces of Mo Long and the others flushed with fervor, as they swiftly turned to make necessary arrangements. Their respective teams needed to be organized promptly. Moreover, there remained a considerable number of elderly individuals, women, and children who required a contingent of combat personnel to stay behind for their protection. In the end, a select group was chosen. Individuals incapable of augmenting their strength against the venomous bees to guard this location. Meanwhile, the remaining members would accompany Lin Yi and the others, hastening towards the colossal hive they had previously encountered. Amidst the torrential rain, Lin Yi and his companions moved swiftly, relying on their memories, until they finally arrived near the terrifying hive. Everyone, please take a moment to survey the area. We must ascertain the number of entrances and exits to this hive, leaving no detail overlooked. As Lin Yi's words resonated, Mo Long and his companions swiftly led the team forward through the torrential rain to inspect the colossal beehive. Chapter 59. Slaughter in the Rain. In the void above, thunder rumbled, and lightning streaked across the sky, the roar echoing powerfully in all directions. Amidst the deluge, a group of individuals was scrutinizing an immense beehive, measuring over 400 meters in length and more than 300 meters in width, a true behemoth. After their examination, they discovered that the beehive possessed 9 openings. Step back. I shall attempt to engage. Lin Yi made a decisive move, swiftly approaching the enormous beehive amidst the anxious and worried expressions of those around him. Without the slightest hesitation, he brandished his spear and struck fiercely forward, unleashing a dazzling cascade of white light. With a thunderous crash, the bone jade spear, wielding a formidable force of 1,400 pounds, descended with great might, causing a substantial portion of the massive beehive to collapse and shatter into pieces. However, Lin Yi's expression turned cold as he beheld a large cluster of venomous bees buzzing in one of the shattered corners. Yet, to his relief, these bees, disturbed from their rest, attempted to take flight, only to be thwarted by the relentless downpour of rain, rendering them incapable of soaring. This situation finally eased his mind, and a look of sheer delight crossed his face. He quickly retreated a few steps and commanded, everyone, divide into 9 teams and secure the 9 entrances. Let us break open a grand passage. Brothers, move out. Mo Long and the others, brimming with excitement, swiftly organized into 9 small teams, each guarding a designated entrance. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying promptly led 100 archers, also dividing into 9 teams, positioning themselves behind their respective groups. At this moment, Li Shuiying approached Lin Yi from behind, her expression wavering, her cheeks flushed. With a hint of trepidation, she lowered her head and said, Brother Lin, I'm so sorry about last night. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi erupted into hearty laughter, wiping the raindrops from his face, and declared, Do not stand there in a daze. Quickly organize the troops and commence the slaughter. Li Shuiying, her countenance brightened upon realizing that Lin Yi bore no anger from the events of the previous night, felt a wave of relief wash over her. After wiping the rain from her face, she swiftly rallied her team, preparing to draw their bows and knock their arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 9 squads launched a simultaneous assault on the hive, causing it to tremble violently. The hard earthen shell shattered, revealing countless venomous bees writhing within. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a scene of unspeakable horror, a perilous endeavor indeed. However, the torrential downpour rendered the bees unable to take flight, trapped beneath the overwhelming deluge. Buzzing. Many of the venomous bees frantically flapped their wings in a desperate attempt to ascend, but ultimately they could only plummet to the ground. In such a tempest, these bees were destined for tragedy. Brothers, let us slay them. A thunderous shout rang out amidst the rain, invigorating everyone as they swiftly wielded their blades, mercilessly dispatching the swarming bees. Release the arrows. A commanding voice pierced the air, unleashing waves of arrows that cascaded down, piercing the bodies of the bees and annihilating these once formidable foes on the spot. This was a massacre amidst the rain, an unrelenting slaughter where the exhilaration grew with each strike, for it was their first opportunity to engage in such a liberating extermination of these fearsome bees. Accelerate the pace. Kill. Mo Long and others refrained from joining the fray, instead directing the onslaught against the bees. Lin Yi too withheld his own hand, allowing those of lesser strength to take action, seeking to facilitate their evolution through this experience. The situation unfolded favorably, as Jiang Qinchin and her 100 archers, with their relentless hunting of the bees, experienced a remarkable enhancement, much to their delight. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens, followed by a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, crashing into a towering ancient tree in the distance with a resounding boom, igniting a terrifying blaze. This was the fire of thunder, and Lin Yi observed with clarity as the tempestuous rain could ignite such a fierce flame, a testament to the terrifying nature of this thunderous fire. Strange. At that moment, Lin Yi stood beneath the downpour, his gaze fixed upon the distant, fearsome flames, which soon extinguished. The ancient tree, now charred and blackened, had been cleaved by the lightning, reduced to a mere blackened trunk. However, what left him bewildered was the inexplicable warmth he felt towards this thunderous fire. He dared not delve deeper into such peculiar thoughts, dismissing them as absurdity. Meanwhile, the others had already engaged in a relentless onslaught, with teams rotating in and out, each taking their turn to eradicate the terrifying venomous bees. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The rain-soaked conditions provided the ideal moment for the extermination of these menacing creatures. The situation is quite delightful, as each respective team has experienced significant enhancement. In particular, the 100 female archers, each radiating unparalleled joy, bloom with smiles amidst the torrential rain, resembling exquisite lotus flowers thriving in a downpour. This is indeed a formidable opportunity. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable mood as he observed the crowd mercilessly slaying countless venomous bees. From the carcasses of these bees, he finally glimpsed numerous flickering orbs, the coveted luminous spheres. The sight of these treasures further invigorated the collective spirit, prompting even more fervent slaughter. The promise of reward served as the sole motivation for the group. Without the prospect of gain, who would willingly engage in such a perilous endeavor? 1,000,000 venomous bees is no trifling number, yet Lin Yi found himself questioning whether this hive, spanning over 300 meters in width, could truly accommodate such a vast number of formidable creatures. He harbored doubts, prompting him to survey the surroundings closely, ultimately speculating that the hive was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. This hive could not possibly house 1,000,000 venomous bees. Thus, where had the countless bees previously concealed themselves? After prolonged observation, Lin Yi arrived at this conclusion. Moreover, as the group continued to dismantle the hive, the enormous structure gradually began to vanish, slowly dissolving under the relentless downpour, until a substantial portion had disappeared. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the venomous bees, accumulating into small hills. Subsequently, Mo Long and others organized personnel to clear the area, slaying and cleaning simultaneously, while also gathering the fallen luminous spheres. These orbs were of utmost value. Without these mysterious spheres, the group would lack the means to enhance their weapons, equipment, and even their skills. This was the paramount objective, with the secondary benefit being the reinforcement gained through the slaughter of these venomous bees. Lin Yi felt a profound realization. The archers from earlier had launched arrows with limited force, yet subsequently, The strength of each individual increased progressively, becoming swifter and more formidable, an evident effect of enhancement. Long. I suspect that beneath this hive lies an even grander expanse. Otherwise, it could not possibly accommodate such a multitude of venomous bees. At this moment, Lin Yi approached Long and shared this conjecture. Upon hearing it, Long wiped the rain from his face and nodded in agreement, convinced of its likelihood. Otherwise, the entire hive would soon be entirely ravaged, and the number of slain bees could not possibly be in the millions. When they were being pursued earlier, the swarm had been overwhelming, densely packed, and roughly estimated to exceed 1 million. I truly believe it is possible. Long concurred, then shouted, "Brothers, there must be a vast space beneath the hive. Let us muster our strength and swiftly eradicate these venomous bees. Otherwise, once the rain ceases, we shall find ourselves in peril." With that declaration, everyone became invigorated, unleashing their fervor in a relentless slaughter. It was a harrowing massacre. As they sought to annihilate a colony of venomous bees, millions destined for extermination. Yet, no one felt compassion. The harsh laws of nature were acutely felt in this moment. The struggle between species dictated a stark reality. It was either their demise or that of the bees. To survive in such an environment, the extermination of these terrifying creatures was inevitable. Boom. After a considerable duration, the colossal hive finally collapsed, revealing a staggering underground space. To their horror, they beheld a vast chamber teeming with countless venomous bees swirling like a massive ball of insects, an alarming sight. Hiss. Someone gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spine at the sheer number of bees. However, as the space below was unveiled and rain poured in, the bees buzzed in disarray, attempting to take flight. Alas, what awaited them was the merciless slaughter at the hands of the crowd, devoid of any semblance of pity. Even the women among them were singularly focused on the thought of exterminating every last bee. The massacre persisted, more decisive than before. Countless bees, unable to fly, crawled forth only to be ruthlessly dispatched, one after another, with no respite. Eventually, the thunder above diminished significantly, gradually fading away. The fierce winds began to calm, and the torrential rain subsided, yet the slaughter continued unabated. The entire subterranean space was drenched by the rain, with innumerable bees emerging, only to be met with relentless annihilation. Yet, these bees surged forth without end, appearing inexhaustible, an incessant tide that could not be quelled. Long and his companions had joined the fray, but still could not keep pace with the emerging bees. Soon, the ground was densely covered with countless venomous creatures. Increase the pace. Lin Yi's expression shifted as the torrential rain began to subside. If this continued, countless venomous bees would surely take to the sky, resulting in a chaotic swarm. Realizing the dire consequences, everyone summoned their last reserves of strength, frantically wielding their weapons to obliterate the visible bees. After a considerable pause following the rain's cessation, Lin Yi and his companions were taken aback, collectively realizing that the downpour had indeed ceased, with not a single drop of rain remaining. The sky began to brighten, signaling the end of the thunderstorm. Chapter 60, A Century of Honeycomb. With the rain having stopped, a multitude of enormous, fearsome bees surged forth from the shattered hive ahead. These bees, unscathed by the rain, shook their wings in preparation for flight. However, Lin Yi and the others would not permit them to ascend. They swiftly and ruthlessly engaged in slaughter. This time, there was no room for mercy. They were determined to eradicate the entire nest of venomous bees, lest they invite trouble. Attack. Long and his companions were the first to act, leading their teams to encircle the massive pit, swinging their blades to slay the bees attempting to lift off. In that moment, Lin Yi did not linger but quickly joined the fray. Soon, the group was horrified to discover that the number of bees emerging from the cavernous pit was increasing, creating a terrifying situation. The bees buzzed menacingly, preparing to take flight. But they were met with the lethal onslaught from Lin Yi and his comrades. None managed to escape. All were swiftly dispatched. Bang! Lin Yi brandished his spear, delivering devastating strikes that annihilated a cluster of bees attempting to rise. His strength had reached a staggering 1,400 pounds, an overwhelming force that these bees could not withstand. Moreover, as the massacre continued, the strength of all those present surged dramatically, particularly the 100 archers. Each experienced a terrifying enhancement in their power, becoming even more formidable in their slaughter. Had they finished? Time seemed to elapse without their notice, and Lin Yi and the others were oblivious to the number they had slain, only recalling the relentless killing until the sky began to darken once more. At this moment, they suddenly realized that a mountain of countless bee carcasses had accumulated around them. The sheer density of the bodies rendered it impossible to discern the actual number. It was as though they had constructed a hill from the remains. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned, standing in silence, unable to comprehend the magnitude of their actions. Had they truly annihilated them all? Some wore uncertain expressions, gazing at the towering pile of bee corpses as if caught in a dream. During the slaughter, they had felt little, but now, with the chaos subsiding, an overwhelming fatigue washed over them. Mo Long and the others felt their bodies ache, as though they had endured a prolonged battle. Indeed, they had spent an entire day in combat, slaughtering over 1 million bees, a truly daunting figure. To eradicate 1 million bees was no trivial task. With only about 200 individuals against such a vast number, it was an arduous undertaking. Yet, against all odds, they had accomplished this formidable task, having genuinely eradicated 1 million venomous bees. 1 million venomous bees exterminated. Huang Jiuan's expression was tinged with uncertainty as he murmured to himself, grappling with disbelief. Despite the countless carcasses of the venomous bees surrounding them, he still could not fully accept that they had truly eradicated this vast swarm. We have triumphed. Suddenly, a young man erupted into ecstatic cheers, startling everyone present. Regardless of gender, whether among the men or the 100 female archers, not a single soul remained untouched by the exhilaration of this monumental victory. Had they truly annihilated them all? Jiang Qinqin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, her body devoid of strength, particularly due to an injury on her finger. Like her, the 100 archers had battled fiercely for an entire day. Their fingers now sore and battered, yet they had persevered, determined to see it through. Li Shuiying felt equally fatigued, yearning to collapse, her body damp from being drenched in a relentless downpour throughout the day. Engaging in combat amidst such torrential rain had proven to be an arduous task. At present, with no more bees emerging from the pit, a profound sense of fatigue enveloped the group, each member yearning to lie down and succumb to slumber. However, they all understood that now was not the time for rest. They needed to swiftly gather their belongings and collect the spoils of their hard-won battle. With a resounding shout, Lin Yi urged the crowd to eagerly search and gather, commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. Meanwhile, he approached a vast underground pit, a gaping chasm excavated by the venomous bees. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Beside him, Li Shuiying's expression shifted. Her delicate nose twitched as she detected a faint yet intriguing fragrance, her countenance transforming into one of astonishment mixed with confusion. How peculiar. Why is there a subtle scent in the air? She murmured with curiosity. Did you notice it too? Lin Yi's expression was one of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the faint yet enchanting aroma emanated from the vast pit before him, which struck him as quite peculiar. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that inhaling this delicate fragrance instigated a soothing sensation that enveloped his entire being. Gradually, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he pondered the possibility that emerged in his mind. Could it be that honeycomb existed in this place? He murmured this conjecture softly. Just then, Mo Long and the others approached, curiosity evident on their faces. They paused, startled, as they caught a whiff of the alluring scent. Their expressions shifted to one of incredulity as they too recognized the fragrance. Huang Jiuan, taken aback, remarked, could it be that there truly is honeycomb underground? Liang Yu, equally astonished, responded, I believe there's a possibility. I've sampled many varieties of honeycomb, and this aroma is strikingly similar, even more intense. Dig it out for me, he exclaimed. Lin Yi issued a direct order to commence excavation, prompting several individuals to summon additional workers. 100 people began to dig at the site. They started excavating from 30 meters outside the pit, but upon reaching a depth of 5 meters, they stumbled upon a colossal underground beehive. Furthermore, it became evident that some venomous bees inhabited the area, with countless milky white bee pupae visible. Witnessing this, the expressions of all present transformed into astonished delight. For these pupae were indeed valuable. Dig further. At this moment, recognizing the significance of their discovery, Lin Yi and his companions commanded the workers to excavate deeper. As the team continued to shift their efforts, they eventually found no traces of the beehive until they were 400 to 500 meters away. This indicated the existence of an enormous beehive sprawling over several hundred meters underground. Indeed, as the workers diligently continued to dig deeper, they progressed down to 10 meters. Then 19 meters, only to be astounded by the realization that the beehive remained unexposed at the bottom. Consequently, they had no choice but to persist in their excavation. After a day of strenuous effort, they finally unveiled the beehive as they approached a depth of nearly 20 meters. Towering over 20 meters high and extending over 500 meters in circumference, it presented itself as a perfectly circular beehive. Once some of the surface soil was cleared away, a multitude of densely packed bee pupae came into view. "Linny, come quickly. You must see this." Suddenly, Jiang Qinqin, her expression filled with excitement, called for Lin Yi's attention from a short distance away. Responding to her voice, he hurriedly approached her side and was greeted by the sight of a small opening in the beehive, from which trickled a stream of golden liquid. This liquid emitted a rich fragrance, and a single inhalation brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by intense exhilaration. "Isn't this bee paste?" he pondered. "There truly is bee paste." Mo Long and the others swiftly arrived, each discovering that this golden liquid was indeed bee paste. Moreover, given its resplendent hue, it was undoubtedly of the finest quality, a remarkable treasure. Lin Yi, with his finger poised to taste the substance, was suddenly struck dumb by a surge of information that left him utterly astonished. The message read, "Centennial honeydew, a precious spiritual elixir that can heal injuries, enhance physical prowess, promote regeneration, delay aging, and beautify the skin. It is a rare and exquisite liquid of the highest grade." This revelation, akin to the information associated with various pieces of equipment, rendered Lin Yi speechless, drawing the curiosity of those nearby. "Lin Yi, what is wrong?" Jiang Qinqin inquired, her voice laced with concern. Awakening from his stupor, Lin Yi exclaimed with unbridled joy, "This is a marvelous treasure. This is centennial honeydew. You all should take a taste to understand its true nature." "What?" Mo Long and the others gasped, their expressions shifting to one of shock. They promptly sampled the honeydew, and as before, their eyes widened in disbelief, leaving them utterly transfixed. They too beheld the astonishing information, a revelation that sent shivers of excitement through their hearts. The effects of centennial honeydew were undeniably extraordinary, and the designation of the highest grade served as a testament to its rarity, which explained their astonishment. Lin Yi quickly assessed the colossal underground hive, estimating that it must be brimming with this honeydew. However, a pressing question arose. Did a queen bee reside within this hive? The queen, the matriarch of the venomous swarm, had yet to make her appearance. Where was the queen? Lin Yi murmured to himself and began to wander around, eventually discovering something unusual in a corner of the beehive. Within the hive, a writhing motion was evident, as if a creature resided within. His expression shifted with surprise. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward, piercing through with a swift motion. A faint, piercing shriek echoed, but it soon fell silent. Indeed, it was the queen bee. At that moment, Lin Yi broke through the area, revealing a large, venomous bee. This bee, elongated and pristine white as snow, measured over 4 meters in length, yet tragically, it had already succumbed to death. After Lin Yi eliminated the queen bee, he addressed the approaching individuals, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this hive surely contains a plethora of century-old bee jelly. I shall first collect the entire hive, and, once we find a suitable place for storage, we can extract it later. What do you think?" "That sounds agreeable, but we must first retrieve all the bee pupae. I fear they might consume the bee jelly as they mature," proposed Mo Long directly. Subsequently, the group did not hesitate. They sprang into action, extracting all the bee pupae from the underground hive and placing them in a corner of Lin Yi's storage bracelet. "Brother Lin, the spoils have been collected." Chapter 61, Astonishing Gains. At this moment, an elder's face was alight with excitement as he held a young girl, Yi Wan, in his arms. The little girl, with keen eyes, immediately spotted Lin Yi and the nearby Jiang Qinqin, her face lighting up with joy. Soon after, Lin Yi and the others entered the stone forest and arranged for everyone to rest while assigning watch duties. They all finally exhaled in relief. "Mommy," Yuan exclaimed, racing towards Jiang Qinqin, who welcomed her into a warm embrace, the little girl's heart brimming with happiness. Though she had felt fear and anxiety, she refrained from crying. Now, all was well. Jiang Qinqin smiled affectionately and said, "Wenwen, be good. Mommy has some tasks to attend to. Why don't you go play with the other children for a while?" "Okay," the little girl cheerfully replied, turning and trotting off to join some other kids in play. Jiang Qinqin, feeling a sense of happiness, then busied herself with important matters, for the bounty from this venture lay with her. Notably, the 100 female archers, though somewhat disheveled, appeared exceedingly exhilarated. They had made remarkable strides, having vanquished numerous venomous beasts, resulting in astonishing evolution. How much stronger have you become? In front of a campfire, a young woman meticulously groomed her hair. Her inquiry prompted laughter from another young woman beside her, who replied, "My strength is now 500 pounds. Impressive, isn't it? Me too. Me too." A group of women, their faces alight with excitement, could not conceal their joy. They had once been frail, but now they brimmed with vigor. What would it mean for a woman to possess 500 pounds of strength? Moreover, Lin Yi soon discovered that the 100 female archers had, on average, achieved this remarkable strength of 500 pounds, a formidable force indeed. The notion of 100 women each possessing such power sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. In a bygone era, these women would have been regarded as rare treasures, subjects of study. Yet, in the present context, they seemed rather ordinary, even inferior to Lin Yi's close combat warriors. He further learned that after previously exterminating thousands of colossal pythons and now obliterating 1,000,000 venomous bees, the evolution he experienced, although seemingly minimal, was still fearsome in its growth. In Lin Yi's combat team, the lowest strength among them had already reached 600 pounds, a remarkable advancement. At that moment, Mo Long approached, his countenance radiant as he shared this exhilarating news. He inquired about everyone's gains, and upon receiving such delightful news, he appeared somewhat elated. Not only he, but also Huang Jiyuan and the others seemed quite excited, for the collective progress of the group equated to a stronger survival instinct. They all gathered around the campfire beside Lin Yi, preparing to tally their recent harvest. At that moment, two graceful figures approached swiftly. The newcomers were Jiang Qinqin and Li Shuiying. Their expressions radiated joy, their enchanting smiles captivating the attention of many gentlemen. After taking a seat next to them, Jiang Qinqin cheerfully announced, "Everyone, I bring forth some splendid news. Our 100 archers have matured, each possessing a strength of 500 pounds, enabling them to unleash even greater power." "Wonderful, splendid." Mo Long and the others erupted into hearty laughter, unable to contain their joy, as the 100 archers would provide them with formidable support. With a collective strength now averaging 500 pounds, it could be said that together they wielded a terrifying force. The combination of 100 archers and 100 warriors now promised a power that was indeed formidable. Lin Yi and the others were not only astonished, but filled with elation. With such progress, no obstacle could impede their path moving forward. Lin Yi swung his fist and proclaimed, "Excellent. Henceforth, no obstacle shall hinder our path forward. All adversaries shall be ruthlessly crushed." Indeed, the faces of Mo Long and the others grew solemn as they each raised their fists, as if taking an oath or perhaps narrating a tale. Yet, the one unchanging sentiment among them was an ever-strengthening unity in their quest for survival. "Now, my esteemed heroes," Jiang Qinqin stifled a light laugh before continuing, "let us see what rewards await us this time. I believe you shall be quite astonished." Her words were undeniably captivating, instantly seizing the hearts of all present. Mo Long and the others gazed on earnestly, eager to discover the extent of their newfound treasures. "Hee hee." Li Shuiying suddenly burst into laughter, playfully declaring, "Listen closely, dear brothers, and do try not to faint. This time, after exterminating the poisonous wasps, we have acquired a staggering total of 58,000 luminous orbs." As her words resonated, every heart tightened, then began to pound violently, as if on the brink of explosion, an exhilarating sensation indeed. "What?" Mo Long gasped, inhaling sharply, his voice trembling. "Did you just say 50,000 luminous orbs? Are you certain?" Huang Jiyuan and the others displayed expressions of sheer shock, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The magnitude of this discovery was simply overwhelming. 58,000 luminous orbs translated to over 50,000 items. Was this not an astonishingly vast sum? Lin Yi was equally astonished, nearly doubting his own hearing. However, upon reflection, he found it quite reasonable. After all, he recalled the staggering number of venomous bees they had slain, over 1,000,000. Thus, acquiring merely 50,000 light spheres seemed rather paltry. "It's rather surprising, yet I feel it could have been even fewer," Jiang Qinqin remarked with a hint of lamentation. "Considering we vanquished more than 1,000,000 venomous bees, 50,000 light spheres does seem a bit scant." Mo Long and the others exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that the bounty was indeed insufficient. Perhaps this was merely human greed. Lin Yi offered a wry smile, sharing the sentiment of scarcity, yet upon deeper contemplation, he realized the bounty was quite substantial. with only around 300 individuals in their ranks and merely over 200 capable of combat. The acquisition of these 50,000 light spheres was, without a doubt, an extraordinary haul. The spoils had been unveiled, revealing that the most abundant reward was weaponry, an astonishing total of 25,000 weapons. Jiang Qinchin articulated this figure with clarity. The group was momentarily rendered speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend the enormity of such a number. 25,000 weapons. What an overwhelming scenario. They collectively pondered the perplexing dilemma. How would they manage the distribution of these weapons among just 300 individuals? Lin furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling anomaly, though he could not quite pinpoint its source. After pondering for a moment without clarity, he chose to set aside his thoughts and listen attentively. Jiang Qinchin cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before continuing. Among these, there are 10,000 sets of bone bows and arrows, 5,000 bronze sabers, 5,000 bronze spears, and the remaining 5,000 consist of axes, short blades, bone swords, and wolf-toothed clubs, among other weaponry. Clang. Upon concluding her words, she tossed forth a collection of weapons, showcasing samples from the lot. Lin grasped a bronze spear, examining it meticulously, quickly gaining insight into its characteristics. The bronze spear, forged from bronze, boasted unparalleled sharpness and formidable lethality, classified as an 8th-tier common item. This spear, with its deep azure hue, felt rather weighty in his hand, signifying its substantial heft. The quality of these weapons was commendable, yet the sheer quantity left Lin somewhat astonished. The expressions of Mo Long and the others mirrored his surprise, their astonishment deepening until they fell into a contemplative silence. They all sensed that these items seemed too readily available, as if they were virtually costless, which felt rather peculiar. After organizing her thoughts, Jiang Qinchin continued. In addition to the weaponry, there are also 10,000 sets of armor, 10,000 various leather armors, and an equal number of boots, totaling 30,000. Lin and the others wore expressions of peculiar unease, rendered speechless by the overwhelming realization that they had acquired tens of thousands of sets of equipment, a figure that was indeed astonishing, leaving them with an unsettling feeling. Among their findings were several scrolls of skills, which I had perused. They contained only basic techniques, a mere handful, predominantly identical. Jiang Qinchin subsequently produced a collection of beast skin scrolls, and as the group examined them, their expressions transformed with intrigue, ultimately relinquishing any lingering doubts. After all, with such a bountiful harvest, what was there to ponder? They could simply enjoy their spoils, especially considering these rewards were rightfully earned from vanquishing 1,000,000 venomous bees. Lin, too, set aside his thoughts and delved into these scrolls, only to feel a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that while there were numerous combat techniques, none pertained to spears or polearms. This realization extinguished his desire to learn further. Moreover, there were no footwork or movement techniques present either. However, he did find one foundational boxing technique that piqued his interest: Killing Fist, divided into 9 tiers. With a single punch that precedes its arrival, the intent of murder crystallizes. Wielding immense power, the greater the killing intent, the stronger the impact. It can be upgraded through comprehension, classified as a mortal grade technique of the 9th tier. Lin gazed upon the scroll of martial arts with a countenance filled with joy and remarked, "This technique is quite remarkable. Does anyone wish to claim it? If not, I shall gladly take it." The others, including Mo Long, rolled their eyes, each inwardly scornful. Given his blatant declaration, how could they express interest? Moreover, it was Lin who had contributed the most to their recent triumph, as the idea and suggestion to eliminate the 1,000,000 venomous bees originated from him. Observing that no one desired the scroll, Lin chuckled and tucked it away, intending to find a suitable moment to study it. Meanwhile, the remaining items prompted the others to search for worthy pieces to don, ensuring nothing went to waste. "Haha, I am now fully equipped," Wu Yong exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement as he waved his arms. Clad in a suit of bronze armor, complete with bronze boots, he had chosen a formidable bronze battle axe, resembling a diminutive bronze warrior. Mo Long and the others similarly opted for these superior bronze weapons and armor, transforming into a legion of bronze warriors, which left Lin rolling his eyes in exasperation. "They've all become bronze warriors," he mumbled, amused by the sight. Chapter 62. Potent Effects. Lin wore an amused expression as he observed those around him, each person donning superior bronze armor, their faces radiant with excitement, resembling a swarm of bronze cockroaches. Over 100 warriors, clad in bronze armor and wielding bronze weapons, stood in unison, emanating an ominous aura. In that moment, the transformation was palpable. Individuals who were once ordinary now bore the semblance of warriors. Among the 300, the archery unit, composed of 100 women, was particularly striking. At that moment, Linny was thoroughly astonished, gazing at these women adorned in immaculate red leather armor, bows in hand, their faces aglow with exuberance, exuding a vibrant grace. Is this what change looks like? He pondered, acutely aware of the profound metamorphosis each individual had undergone. Their journey had traversed from initial fear, chaos, and helplessness to the present calm and resolute determination, embodying unwavering strength and resilience. These transformations were beyond his imagination. Humanity, faced with calamity, often appeared powerless. Yet once they regained their composure, they could unleash an unparalleled force. Come, let us toast to our victory. At that moment, Emil Long and others rose one by one, raising their wooden cups aloft, their expressions brimming with joy. Linny stood, smiling as he lifted his cup, filled with the century-old honeycomb syrup they had just acquired. This substance was a collective bounty, meant to be shared, rendering any thought of solitary consumption impossible. Even if Linny had entertained such an idea, he would not dare act on it, nor would Emil Long and the others. Cheers. Over 300 individuals gathered around the bonfires, faces illuminated with excitement, raising their wooden cups in celebration of their recent triumph and abundant harvest, toasting to the hopes of tomorrow. However, what astonished him most was the moment the syrup touched his lips. It transformed into a rich energy that swiftly enveloped him, merging with his being, nourishing him like a divine nectar. This warmth was gentle, devoid of the destructive ferocity of flames, instead soothingly nurturing his physical form. Linny distinctly felt his body undergoing a transformation, as if life itself was blossoming and flourishing within him. How wondrous! After a considerable time, Linny was the first to awaken, his expression lingering in tranquility. He felt profoundly at ease, as if immersed in a hot spring, yet also akin to a moth newly emerged from its cocoon, experiencing a miraculous rebirth. Name: Linny Race. Human lifespan: 110 years. Cultivation method: non-martial skills, basic spearmanship. Basic killing fist realm. First layer of strength refinement. Life potential: 1,500, capable of exerting 1,500 pounds of force. Linny's expression was one of astonishment as he examined his own data, utterly surprised by the significant changes. Among them, his lifespan had unexpectedly increased by 10 years. One should not underestimate this decade. It translates to an additional 10 years of life. Moreover, his original strength of 1,400 gene had surged by an astonishing 100 gene. This revelation left Linny profoundly shocked, elevating his evaluation of the century-old bee pollen manifold, for it was indeed a remarkable substance that enhanced strength and prolonged life. Suddenly, a cry echoed through the air, prompting Linny to look up and discover that Wu Yong, standing nearby, was exclaiming in disbelief. His muscles trembled, bones cracking audibly, as he grew 3 centimeters taller, appearing even more robust and powerful. Wu Yong's face quivered with joy as he exclaimed, "My strength has increased to an astounding 1,000 gene, and I've gained an additional 10 years of life, along with a new realm. What is the forging strength realm? I too have reached a strength of 1,000 gene." Emil Long declared, his face flushed with exhilaration. Huang Jiyuan and Liang Yu embraced each other, overflowing with excitement, seemingly sharing a bond of intense camaraderie. However, lost in their euphoric state, neither of them noticed the reactions around them, nor did the others pay heed. Here, whether young or old, everyone had consumed the century-old bee pollen, each face alight with joy, for they too had gained remarkable strength, each increasing their power by 100 gene and extending their lifespan by 10 years. This meant that anyone who partook of the bee pollen would enjoy an additional decade of life and 100 gene of strength. An astonishing effect indeed. What a terrifying effect. Jiang Qinqin's face displayed a mix of surprise and elation, for her strength had also reached 1,000 gene, her realm akin to Linny's, residing at the first level of the forging strength realm. "Sister Qin, I feel incredibly strong. I could strike down a bull with a single punch," Li Shuang exclaimed, waving her delicate fists, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her mischievous demeanor sent shivers down the spines of many young men, instilling a sense of fear within them. They couldn't help but contemplate a grim reality. If Li Shuang possessed a strength of 1,000 gene, her boyfriend, should he lack such power, might face a dire fate. The young men quickly averted their gazes, extinguishing the unsettling thought that had crossed their minds. A beauty so formidable was not to be trifled with. Old man, I feel an immense surge of strength. Could it be due to the bee pollen? An elderly woman remarked, her voice filled with wonder. Nearby, an old man went slightly, awkwardly responding, Indeed, I feel it too. It seems as though I have rejuvenated by 10 years. You appear to have grown more youthful and beautiful. Is that true? The elderly woman asked, her face glowing with delight and a hint of shyness. Remarkably, her once gray hair had transformed back to a stunning shade of black, as if she had been reborn. Mom, I broke the cup, suddenly cried a small figure, stumbling forward, tears streaming down her face. It was little Yiwen. And to Lin Yi's astonishment, her tiny hand had inexplicably crushed a small wooden cup, causing the expressions of Lin Yi and the others to shift dramatically. His expression shifted with surprise as he said, Jiang Qingqin, quickly gather the team members and instruct these children on how to control their strength, otherwise, during their play, an accident may inadvertently occur. Jiang Qingqin came to a realization, her face reflecting both astonishment and concern, as she was certain that her daughter possessed strength reaching 100 pounds. This might indeed be attributed to the century-old bee jelly. It remains unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse, but for now, it appears to be a fortuitous development. Without hesitation, she swiftly joined Li Shuiying in rallying a group of young women, each dedicating themselves to teaching the children how to harness their strength. Did they not notice how many children stumbled while walking and how effortlessly they could lift stones weighing several dozen pounds? Such is the terrifying power of the century-old bee jelly. Lin Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at the children who had all transformed into strong warriors. His expression bore a strange semblance as he pondered a question. Had these children possessed such strength in the past, it would surely have caused quite a stir. 1,000 pounds of power? A realm of tempered strength? At this moment, Emma Long and the others finally came to a realization, noticing the additional information regarding the realm. However, none of them fully comprehended the classification and grading of this realm. Without its display, they would remain oblivious. Lin Yi, have you discerned the information about this realm? Several individuals approached swiftly, inquiring about this matter, for Lin Yi was the first to attain the formidable threshold of 1,000 pounds. Now that they had reached this level, they discovered that the calculation of strength levels was far more intricate than they had initially presumed. Lin Yi shook his head gently, furrowing his brow as he remarked, I am uncertain. Indeed, I find myself perplexed. It seems that this is a matter of power reaching a certain threshold, a criterion for attaining this realm. In the future, there may well be even higher levels to discover. We simply need to await their revelation. I concur. Mo Long nodded, smiling as he added, contemplating these matters is futile. Currently, we few have all achieved a strength of 1,000 pounds, while the others generally possess a strength of 700 pounds. Additionally, the 100 archers have reached 600 pounds. One could say that our strength has surged explosively. This time, we can finally muster the courage to venture out of the forest, Huang Jiyuan asserted with confidence. If, previously, the group harbored some trepidation and concerns, those feelings have now dissipated. The strength of 200 individuals has culminated in a formidable combat capability, instilling us with the confidence to confront the impending challenges. Let us not be overly optimistic. Lin Yi emphatically stated, we must not allow ourselves to become arrogant due to this modest gain. Who among you can ascertain whether there are more fearsome and formidable creatures lurking within the forest? How many prehistoric beasts exist? Have you ever encountered a saber-toothed tiger? Have you ever witnessed a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Lin Yi's words pierced the hearts of those present like a sharp sword, shattering their fleeting sense of pride and complacency. In that moment, they were awakened to the realization that this primeval forest concealed countless prehistoric creatures, with even more terrifying entities yet to be encountered. How could they remain self-satisfied with their current abilities when faced with the prospect of confronting such formidable beings? Consequently, expressions of shame washed over Mo Long and the others, who lowered their heads as if in silent acknowledgement of their folly. This reaction was entirely natural. It is common for ordinary individuals to develop an inflated sense of pride upon acquiring formidable power. Lin Yi had experienced such emotions initially, yet he managed to suppress them resolutely, preventing them from surfacing. Moreover, since his encounter with the Titan Python, he had been certain that this world harbored even more fearsome beasts, merely waiting to be confronted. Jinhai, what level of power have you attained? At that moment, Lin Yi approached a middle-aged man, none other than He Jinhai, the one-armed warrior who had risked his life multiple times to save Lin Yi, earning his deep respect and gratitude. He Jinhai's face lit up with surprise as he attempted to rise, only to be gently restrained by Lin Yi's hand. They settled side by side, And it was then that Lin Yi noticed He Jinhai's daughter was with Yi Wan, receiving guidance from Jiang Qinqin on how to harness and control her surging strength. Captain, my strength is currently at 999 gene, and I am on the verge of breaking through the 1,000 gene mark, He Jinhai exclaimed with excitement. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at He Jinhai before him, his expression twitching in disbelief at the uncanny coincidence of encountering a force of 9,999 pounds, just a mere ounce shy of 1,000. Chapter 63. The Ferocity of the Raptors. In the early morning, the resplendent hues of dawn cascaded like scattered gold, enveloping the world in a warm embrace akin to a soothing hot spring. Within the ancient forest, the lush foliage shimmered with droplets of water, glistening under the sunlight. Yet, to one's astonishment, not only did the radiant sun hang high in the sky, but also a hazy full moon, an extraordinary and mystifying sight. In the distance, a magnificent rainbow arched across the heavens, a vibrant spectrum that appeared only after a torrential downpour, creating a dreamlike spectacle of unparalleled beauty. Regrettably, such enchanting vistas remained unseen by Lin Yi and his companions, who were traversing the dense thicket, navigating through muddy paths rife with puddles. The forest was saturated with moisture, forming numerous pools of water in various sizes. Following such a deluge, ferocious beasts and venomous creatures emerged, seeking sustenance. This reality heightened the dangers they faced, amplifying the pressure upon the group. However, Lin Yi and his companions displayed no fear. Each individual wore a grave expression as they moved in unison, exuding an aura of grim determination. Having fought their way through for survival, they were compelled to reveal their fierce sides. In the face of countless perils, unity was essential. They had to forge a formidable collective spirit to confront the looming threats. Lin Yi, have we been traveling in the right direction for half the day? Li Shuiying, a member of the vanguard, voiced her concern, anxious that they might have strayed from their path, which would lead to considerable complications. At that moment, Lin Yi halted. Setting down his bronze sword, the tool for clearing the way, he turned to survey the more than 300 individuals behind him and stated, "Let us pause for a moment. I will ascend to the treetops to observe the surroundings, hoping we haven't lost our way." Upon finishing his words, he instructed the group to cease their advance, allowing the main body of the team to rest. However, Mo Long and his subordinates remained vigilant, acutely aware that they had encountered numerous attacks along their journey. Yet, the current team was exponentially stronger than before, showing no fear of these sporadic assaults. Their greatest concern lay with the packs of beasts, which posed the most significant danger. Additionally, the forest teemed with venomous insects, such as centipedes, which were causes for great apprehension. The prospect of succumbing to their venom was indeed troubling. Fortunately, the group possessed a century-old bee nectar, which, while its enhancing effects were only potent upon the first consumption, also bore the delightful benefit of detoxification. Everyone, remain vigilant, Mo Long commanded, urging the team to heighten their alertness. Jiang Qinqin and the others were equally cautious, each on guard. The 100 archers, brimming with vigor, strung their bows, intensifying the atmosphere of impending confrontation. At this moment, numerous individuals gazed upwards, witnessing Lin Yi's figure swiftly ascend a tree exceeding 100 meters in height, where he cautiously perched at the summit, surveying his surroundings. Alas, Lin Yi stood atop the tree, gazing into the distance, and suddenly let out a sigh. He realized that the direction marked by the smoke of battle still felt distant, as if it were leagues away, which truly disheartened him. This vast expanse of forest would take at least several days to traverse, and what perils he might encounter along the way were beyond his anticipation. Although everyone was growing stronger, this trajectory remained perilous. Time was of the essence. At this moment, the group was merely holding together through a shared sense of cohesion. If they did not swiftly escape the confines of this forest, it was likely that morale would begin to wane. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the void, reverberating with such force that Lin Yi nearly lost his balance atop the tree. His face paled in an instant as he swiftly turned and looked up, sensing a dark shadow hurtling toward him, overwhelming and all-encompassing. The wind howled, and the trees swayed violently. He looked upward, astonished to see a colossal creature soaring through the sky, followed by a vast shadow sweeping across the treetops, as if a tremendous typhoon had swept through his very being. This was Lin Yi's countenance turned pale with astonishment as he beheld an enormous raptor. This majestic creature was colossal, its wings unfurling to obscure the sun, rendering its precise length indiscernible. It was unmistakably a behemoth. Cloaked in glossy black feathers that shimmered with a metallic sheen, the raptor's wings, when spread wide, stirred up a tempest that nearly swept Lin Yi off his feet. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a tree branch in time to steady himself, or he would have been lifted away. His expression reflected profound shock, his mind overwhelmed by an unprecedented visual impact. Such an immense raptor was beyond his experience, especially one that now circled directly above him, reminiscent of a colossal aircraft. With a piercing cry, the raptor's fierce presence reverberated through the forest, startling countless beasts into a frantic retreat. Lin Yi's heart sank as he witnessed the raptor plunge downward with ferocity. A thunderous crash resounded as a distant tree was uprooted. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the raptor ascended swiftly into the sky. At that moment, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed that the creature's talons grasped a massive beast. Was it an alligator? Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing that the formidable beast was, in fact, a crocodile, an enormous one at that. Its body stretched over 8 meters in length, encased in impenetrable armor. Yet it had been pierced through by the talons of a colossal bird of prey, meeting a fate from which there was no return. Such a massive and fearsome crocodile was effortlessly seized by the gigantic raptor, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the distance, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, his figure refusing to linger as he swiftly descended from the tree. He remained in a state of shock, even as he reached the forest floor, his complexion pale. Lin Yi, what is the matter? What was that sound earlier? Jiang Qinqin approached hurriedly, her expression laced with concern. Moments ago, the group had heard a thunderous cry, reminiscent of a bird's call, yet the entire forest trembled ominously, creating a profoundly unsettling atmosphere. Mo Long and the others, their faces grave, hurried over, casting worried glances at the ashen-faced Lin Yi, sensing something was amiss. Eventually, as Lin Yi regained his composure, he surveyed each person before lapsing into silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Just now, I witnessed a colossal bird of prey. I could not discern its exact size, but I saw it snatch an 8-meter-long crocodile and soar away. What? The collective shock was palpable, nearly causing their hearts to falter. His revelation was astonishing. Lin Yi's words were clear. An indeterminate giant raptor had carried off a crocodile of significant length, conjuring a terrifying image. Jiang Qinqin's face drained of color as she exclaimed, Lin Yi, are you certain? A crocodile of over 8 meters can weigh at least 3 tons. That is a truly massive creature. To think it could be so effortlessly seized and flown away. How immense and ferocious must this bird of prey be? The group exchanged glances, each drawing in a sharp breath, overwhelmed by fear. For a crocodile of such size was akin to the formidable prehistoric terror birds, notorious for their ruthless might. The implication that a raptor could overpower such a beast suggested the existence of something even more fearsome. They struggled to fathom what kind of avian creature could accomplish this. Could it be a giant eagle? Perhaps the legendary roc? Li Shuiying, her complexion pale, speculated with a hint of dread, acknowledging the possibility. Lin Yi, regaining his composure, contemplated the raptor he had glimpsed. Though uncertain if it had indeed been a roc, he recognized it as a mythical beast of terror. Silence fell among them, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on their hearts. The dangers lurking within the forest surpassed their wildest imaginings, presenting not only terrifying prehistoric predators, but possibly many other horrific entities previously unheard of. We must hasten our pace. We must escape this forest. Lin Yi experienced a sudden awakening, brandishing his spear and shattering the tendrils of fear within him, resolutely reinforcing his determination to venture forth. The group, invigorated by this shift, understood the delicate nature of their circumstances, compelling them to exercise caution while hastening their escape. The mere thought of the colossal raptor instilled a sense of helplessness in him. With a strength of over 1,000 pounds, he felt utterly insignificant. In the presence of such a formidable predator, he was reduced to nothingness, potentially destined to become mere sustenance. This encounter planted a formidable resolve in Lin Yi's heart, one that was even more steadfast and urgent than before. Everyone, increase your pace, echoed Lin Yi's voice ahead, devoid of the earlier hints of panic. At this moment, his singular thought was to grow stronger, to harness his utmost potential in preparation for the terrifying unknowns that lay ahead. After traversing the wilderness for the better part of a day, the party finally halted in an open area, ready to rest. Lin Yi, have a drink. At that moment, Jiang Qinqin approached briskly, a smile gracing her features as she offered him a cup of water. This gesture surprised Lin Yi, evoking a curious feeling within him. For such kindness was a rare occurrence. Lin Yi felt a sense of bewilderment as he gazed upon the smiling Jiang Qinqin before him. He did not dwell on it too much, for he understood that the thoughts and wisdom of this woman were far more complex than they appeared. It was inconceivable that she would hold any romantic interest in him. After all, she was a married woman. The sole reason for her demeanor was her profound gratitude towards him. Indeed, Jiang Qinqin felt an earnest appreciation for this young man, as without his timely assistance, her survival would have been in jeopardy. Suddenly, while sipping water, Lin Yi's expression shifted, his face betraying a hint of astonishment as he sensed a faint rumbling sound ahead, akin to a distant thunder. The forest reverberated with a tremor, reminiscent of countless horses galloping, capturing the attention of both Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. Chapter 64. The Rolling Torrent. A resounding rumble emanated from the woods ahead, as if an army of thousands were charging forth. Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin were taken aback by the vibrations, their eyes meeting in mutual astonishment. Let us investigate. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to uncover the truth and stepped into the thicket. Without hesitation, Jiang Qinqin cautiously followed in his wake. As they commenced their journey, their movement piqued the curiosity of Li Shuiying, who, with a deft misstep, transformed into a fleeting shadow and swiftly trailed behind them. Soon, the trio vanished into the dense underbrush, weaving their way forward. Boom! The thunderous sound emanating from ahead intensified, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly, while the trees quivered in response, an astonishing sight indeed. With each step Lin Yi took, his astonishment grew, as he felt the resonance of the sound becoming increasingly potent, spurring his mind to speculate on its source. As he navigated through the foliage, an enveloping humidity greeted him, the unmistakable scent of water wafted through the air. Could it be a waterfall, he pondered, for such a cacophony could only originate from such a majestic force? Both Lin Yi and Jiang Qinqin were equally taken aback, conjecturing whether they were indeed approaching a waterfall, as the immense noise was perplexing. Upon emerging from the thicket, they found themselves before a breathtaking scene that left them utterly speechless. Before them lay a colossal river, its waters surging and tumultuous as they cascaded forward. This was a great river, its murky waters resembling a mountain torrent, rushing downstream with unbridled vigor. A river? Came an astonished voice. It was Li Shuiying, who had just arrived, gazing in shock at the flowing waters. The murky river surged past like a mountain flood, producing a terrifying roar that echoed through the air. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he surveyed the tumultuous river before him, which appeared to span at least 100 meters in width. The water surged violently, reminiscent of a mountain torrent, leaving him to ponder how such a magnificent river could exist within the forest. This is troublesome. Jiang Qinqin furrowed her brows and remarked. This great river measures over 100 meters. Its waters churn like a flood. How are we, over 300 souls, to cross? Li Shuiying gazed at it for a long while, her concern evident as she said, Brother Lin, how can we possibly cross this river? Surely we cannot construct a bridge to traverse it? You should summon Mo Long and a few others. Lin Yi issued a command, and without hesitation, the other person swiftly vanished into the thicket. Her speed was unparalleled, making her the ideal choice to inform Mo Long and the others of their arrival, as they needed to deliberate on the forthcoming matters. Indeed, it was not long before Mo Long and his companions hurriedly arrived, each of them rendered speechless by the sight before them. They had encountered rivers spanning 100 meters in width, yet the turbulent river before them was a rarity. Alas! Upon his arrival, Mo Long's expression darkened as he beheld the surging waters. He could easily surmise that there were no bridges in this vicinity, prompting the pressing question, how would they cross the river? How shall we traverse this river? Huang Jiyuan inquired swiftly, his gaze fixed on the murky, churning waters, suddenly at a loss for ideas. Despite their formidable strength, they lacked the confidence to swim across the tempestuous river. For a moment, the group exchanged wry smiles, staring blankly at the roaring river, devoid of any viable plan. Meanwhile, Lin Yi scrutinized the waters, speculating that the situation might be linked to the recent deluge. It seemed likely that the river's ferocity had been exacerbated by the previous torrential rain. Lin Yi articulated a conjecture, continuing, At present, there is undoubtedly no bridge here. The only means for us to cross is to construct a boat, build a bridge, or circumvent this river. The expressions of Mo Long and the others turned to astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They pondered that the craft of boat building is not one that just anyone can master. Furthermore, if the vessel they created could not withstand the tumultuous currents of the river, the outcome would be dire. As for constructing a bridge, This too requires a certain expertise. And among the group, there was not a soul capable of designing one. The notion of erecting a log bridge crossed their minds. Yet upon surveying the surrounding trees and examining the breadth of the river, they ultimately abandoned this idea. The trees here towered over 100 meters, with some possibly even taller, while the river itself, upon closer inspection, measured at least 200 meters wide. Such a distance is formidable. To take a detour might consume an inordinate amount of time, perhaps even rendering the journey impossible, Jiang Qinxin remarked with a grave expression. Indeed, the group acknowledged the possibility of circumventing the river, but the question remained, in what direction does the river flow, and would it be possible to navigate around it? If they failed to do so, their efforts would prove futile, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Do you think we could glide across? Li Shuiying suddenly suggested, capturing everyone's attention. Upon further contemplation, they recognized it as a potential solution. Gliding is feasible, but what about the elderly and children? Huang Jiyuan expressed his concerns. Our physical strength is considerable, and I believe we can make it, but the elderly and children possess the least strength. Moreover, none of us have undergone professional training, and they might succumb to fear and fall. Indeed, we lack any gliding equipment, which makes it perilously dangerous, Mo Long concurred. Following this, a somber silence enveloped the group as each person pondered possible solutions. Lin Yi, surveying the distance to the opposite bank, continually calculated various possibilities, ultimately concluding that gliding and boat building were the only viable options. The idea of constructing a log bridge was fraught with difficulties, particularly given the height of the trees and the challenge of elevating them. Additionally, the location was quite low, merely over a meter above the riverbed, raising questions about whether such a bridge could withstand the ferocious scouring of floodwaters. Mo Long and the others exchanged glances, resigned yet aware of the arduous journey ahead. Boat building, Lin Yi mused. Should we construct a raft from tied logs or carve a canoe from massive trees? Throughout the journey, Jiang Qinxin inquired about this matter, and the group approached it with utmost caution, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The stakes were high, as the lives of all depended on their decisions. Frivolity could lead to fatal consequences. The prospect of boat building to cross the river caused a shift in the demeanor of the youth, who began to grasp the severity of the situation. A single misstep could leave them stranded here. Nonetheless, many sensed the considerable risk involved, especially after assessing the river's conditions, and concluded that crossing might be insurmountable. An elderly gentleman proposed, stating, I believe that given the current circumstances, attempting to cross the river is exceedingly perilous. It would be wiser to wait until the floodwaters recede somewhat before making the crossing. Indeed, the torrential downpour yesterday caused the river to swell and overflow, rendering it undoubtedly hazardous. I deem it prudent to exercise caution. A group of over 300 individuals engaged in fervent discussions, contemplating whether to wait for the waters to subside before attempting to cross. This situation left Lin Yi and his companions feeling somewhat helpless. They too were reluctant to cross at this moment, yet who could ascertain when the river would recede? Should another bout of heavy rain occur, the river's ferocity could multiply significantly, rendering any attempt to cross impossible. Although the waters are currently fierce, there remains a 50% chance of safe passage. Waiting offers no certainty. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Lin Yi stepped forward and waved his hand to silence the crowd. Instantly, all discussions ceased and everyone quieted down. At that moment, a palpable sense of unity had formed within the group, with the source of this cohesion being the young man before them. His expression was somewhat grave as he surveyed the crowd before speaking. I understand your concerns, but we are still uncertain whether more torrential rains will come. If we are to face additional downpours, crossing the river would become an insurmountable challenge. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. Indeed, it was difficult to ascertain the weather's intentions. Having already encountered 2 storms, the possibility of another loomed ominously, leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty. Who can dictate the whims of nature? Noticing the silence, Lin Yi nodded slightly and smiled. There is no need for alarm. We have 2 plans. One involves weaving a massive rope from vines to facilitate our crossing. For now, let us engage in dual efforts. We shall construct several large rafts, and once a portion of our warriors has crossed to assess the situation on the other side, we will determine whether it is feasible to traverse the river using the rafts. With this proposal, no one voiced any dissent. Consequently, under the collective effort of the group, they began chopping down trees to create the rafts while also seeking vines to weave into ropes and baskets. Crash! In the forest, colossal ancient trees were felled, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. At this moment, hundreds were busily engaged in their tasks, moving with both urgency and order. Some were chopping trees while the women wove vines, and the elders tended to the children. Everyone hastened their efforts, striving to complete the crossing before nightfall. Wu Yong bellowed commands, wielding his bronze battle axe as he struck at a towering tree that reached 100 meters in height. His formidable strength allowed him to swing the hefty axe with ease, and within a few blows, he brought the massive tree crashing down. Before long, through the diligent efforts of Lin, Yi, and others, they succeeded in binding numerous large logs together, forming several immense rafts, along with an abundance of thick ropes woven from vines. Clear the path ahead. After considerable toil, the group finished constructing 4 gigantic rafts and began clearing the way, intending to roll the massive rafts down to the riverbank. Chapter 65. The Prehistoric Crocodile. The mighty river flowed relentlessly eastward. By the riverbank, a group was diligently working to maneuver the 4 colossal rafts into position. At this moment, everyone turned to face a young man, eagerly awaiting his next instructions. Lenny observed the surging river before him, then glanced at the towering ancient tree beside him, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Bring me the rope. Suddenly, he grasped a thick rope handed to him from the side and retrieved a massive bronze spear from his storage bracelet. He deftly secured the vine-woven rope to the spear, swiftly completing his preparations. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze across the expanse before him, then stepping back a few paces. The onlookers held their breath, their anticipation palpable as they fixed their attention on his next move. Suddenly, he sprang forward with 2 swift strides, hurling the spear in his grasp with a piercing whoosh. The spear soared through the air, striking the opposite riverbank with a resounding thud, embedding itself deeply into a colossal ancient tree. Attached to the spear was a long rope, which Lin Yi tugged a few times, testing its strength and sturdiness. Lin Yi, how does it look? Is it secure? Mo Long and the others inquired with a mixture of tension and hope, their eyes fixed on him, anxious for any sign of error. The stakes were high, as the safety of their crossing depended on this moment. After a prolonged pause, Lin Yi finally nodded in approval and declared, "It is secure. Bind the rope to the trunk, and we shall glide across." He then issued a direct command to Mo Long. "You lead a team over first to assess the situation on the other side." "Understood. Just watch me," Mo Long replied, swiftly sheathing his bronze dagger and rallying his team to ascend the tree trunk. He deftly secured the rope before producing a vine rope to grip tightly. In no time, Mo Long completed this task and nodded towards Lin Yi and the others. His expression was grave as he focused intently on the far bank. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, "Everyone, I shall go first," he suddenly proclaimed, before launching himself down the rope with a rush, gliding swiftly across the river. His speed was remarkable, propelling him rapidly towards the opposite shore. As Lin Yi and his companions felt a surge of anxiety, their gazes were fixed upon the gliding figure. After a breath, Mo Long finally reached the opposite bank, executing a nimble somersault before landing steadily and safely. Success! In an instant, a wave of exuberant joy erupted from the crowd, their cheers echoing through the air. The earlier tension dissipated as Mo Long's safe passage allowed them to exhale in relief. Subsequently, Mo Long's team took turns ascending the tree trunk, one after another gliding across. Before long, the entire team had successfully crossed without incident, the last member even bringing a safety rope along. "Lin Yi, we are safe here." At that moment, Mo Long on the far bank waved his arms and shouted loudly. He had led the team to thoroughly inspect the surroundings within 1,000 meters, confirming there were no dangers, making it safe to proceed. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi finally felt reassured and prepared for the next attempt. The reason they were constructing these massive rafts was twofold. The elderly and children could not glide across on their own, and the team comprised individuals who were attempting gliding for the first time, lacking any experience or professional equipment. Moreover, if they were to bring along an elderly person or a child, it could potentially heighten the risk. With such considerations in mind, Lin Yi decided to test whether the raft could safely cross the river, believing it to be a more secure option. "Push the raft into the water," Lin Yi commanded, and everyone sprang into action, propelling a colossal raft into the river. With a thunderous roar, the river surged tumultuously, creating massive waves as the enormous raft entered the water. However, in the next moment, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The river's current had swiftly swept the raft downstream by 10 meters. "Pull it back quickly." The faces of Mo Long and the others across the bank turned pale as they frantically tugged on a massive rope tied to the raft, attempting to secure it and even pull it back to their side. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companions wore serious expressions, observing the rapidly drifting raft, which was unoccupied. This cautious approach stemmed from his decision not to have anyone board the raft initially, opting instead to use an empty one for the trial. Indeed, the river roared and churned like a mountain torrent, flipping the enormous raft in the blink of an eye. Boom! The raft tumbled violently, sending up a tremendous wave that startled everyone on shore. If anyone had been on the raft, they would surely have been thrown into the river. Could they even survive such a fate? Pull. For heaven's sake, pull harder. Have you forgotten to eat? Use all your strength. How can you not hold on to a raft? At that moment, Mo Long's face flushed with anger, his voice rising in a roar. He summoned every ounce of his strength. A formidable force of 1,000 pounds, yet even with a group of strong individuals, they found it impossible to halt the raft, which was instead propelled forward by the strength of the current, an astonishing sight. The expressions of Mo Long and his companions darkened as they exerted their utmost effort. But they were still swept along by the powerful surge of the floodwaters. Their bodies were dragged for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop, not because they had managed to hold the raft, but because one end of the rope was already secured to a sturdy tree. Boom! In the river, the torrents surged violently, and suddenly a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal wooden raft was unexpectedly lifted over a meter high. Moments later, the rope snapped with a loud crack, and the entire structure was swept away over 100 meters, vanishing from sight in an instant. The sheer force of the impact was terrifying. At this moment, even Lin Yi, on the opposite bank, could feel the dreadful power of the rushing waters. The combined strength of Mo Long and the others was insufficient to hold the raft in place. It seemed that attempting to cross via the raft would prove quite challenging. Lin Yi, the raft has been upended by the river's current. Should we board it? The danger would only escalate. I suggest we glide across instead, Jiang Qinqin proposed solemnly. Her expression serious, as the fate of the raft was evident to all. Their faces turned pale as they contemplated the dire outcome that would have awaited them had they been on the raft. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Li Shuiying exclaimed in alarm, pointing towards the water, causing everyone to become alert. Lin Yi and the others turned their gazes to the tumultuous river, where dark shadows were swiftly rising and falling, as if something lurked beneath the surface. Lin Yi's expression shifted in astonishment as a sudden realization struck him, causing him to lose his composure. He inwardly chastised himself for having forgotten the terrifying avian predator he had previously encountered, particularly the beast it had ensnared. Everyone, retreat. Quickly retreat, he shouted urgently, finally recalling the most crucial detail. The bird of prey had captured a crocodile measuring around 8 meters in length, a ferocious prehistoric creature. Lin Yi's sudden shout jolted everyone, prompting Jiang Qinqin and the others to respond quickly, hastily retreating with their team. Be careful. A cry of alarm rang out as Li Shuiying's face turned pale, her wide eyes filled with terror as she gazed at Lin Yi, who was left at the back. The others turned around, only to witness a horrifying scene by the riverbank. The water erupted violently, and a dark shadow surged forth with alarming speed. Boom! A massive figure lunged at them, sending splashes of water flying. It was a crocodile. Emerging suddenly from the river, it launched a ferocious assault on Lin Yi, its gaping jaws snapping shut in an instant. In the face of this imminent danger, Lin Yi remained composed, channeling a surge of power throughout his body. He swiftly turned and aimed his spear, which soared through the air like a dragon breaking the surface of the sea, targeting the crocodile's mouth. With a sharp sound, a glint of cold light flashed as the spear struck, blood gushing forth and splattering across his face. However, Lin Yi paid little heed to this, as a sudden force struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. He deftly flipped mid-flight, landing firmly on his feet, finally affording himself a moment to observe the colossal creature before him. A prehistoric terror crocodile? Lin Yi's expression tightened. His mind stirred as he beheld the prehistoric crocodile before him. Its colossal form stretched an impressive 8 meters in length, its body encased in formidable, thick scales. The creature possessed an enormous, elongated jaw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted ahead, as dirt was thrown into the air and dust swirled about. Lifted by the massive prehistoric reptile, it had launched a sudden assault, but Lin Yi responded with astonishing swiftness, piercing its throat with a spear, causing blood to erupt and inflicting a grievous wound. At this moment, Lin Yi did not hesitate. Instead, he dashed towards the writhing crocodile. In an instant, the others jolted into awareness, eager to assist, But alas, before they could act, Lin Yi had already reached the creature. Huh! With a thunderous shout, Lin Yi stomped forward, his battle spear cleaving downward towards the enormous crocodile. A resounding crash echoed as the earth erupted in a cloud of mud and gravel. The colossal creature being forcefully driven into the ground, half of its massive body ensnared and thrashing violently. However, after a few desperate struggles, the gargantuan crocodile became still. Its life extinguished. This prehistoric behemoth, measuring nearly 8 meters in length, was a sight unparalleled, far surpassing any modern crocodile. Gasping in realization, the onlookers were drenched in cold sweat, the chilling thought striking them that had anyone been on the raft just moments ago, they would have been torn to shreds by these terrifying beasts, even if the river hadn't claimed them. Is this the prehistoric crocodile? Jiang Qinshin approached swiftly, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon the lifeless creature before her, clearly deceased. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation, confirming the crocodile's demise. From its carcass, he felt an overwhelming surge of crimson energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that the mere act of slaying this crocodile had bestowed upon him a formidable strength, an increase of 100 pounds. Upon reviewing his own data, he was astonished to find his strength had risen to an impressive 1,500 pounds. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the river. The water exploded violently, revealing a procession of colossal creatures surfacing. Fearful eyes stared at the crowd, and it became evident that a multitude of crocodiles had emerged. These massive prehistoric predators, one after another, were drawing closer to the riverbank, some even boldly advancing onto land, striding menacingly towards the onlookers. Retreat. Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly retreated alongside Jiang Qinshin and the others, all of their faces paling in fear. Chapter 66. Gliding across the river. With a thunderous roar, the river churned violently, and a series of dark figures surged forth from the depths, creating massive splashes. These were crocodiles. What was even more astonishing was that these creatures measured an astounding 8 meters in length, their robust bodies and menacing fangs exuding a palpable scent of blood. This was the prehistoric terror crocodile, a beast whose legendary bite force was said to reach an astonishing 6,000 pounds. Retreat. Lin Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment as he observed an increasing number of crocodiles ascending towards them. He promptly commanded a retreat. The group, though initially taken aback, responded with remarkable composure, retreating in an orderly fashion. This was a testament to their growth, having endured numerous trials along their journey. It would be absurd to claim they had not evolved. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinshin led 100 archers on guard, each with serious expressions, their bows drawn taut, ready to unleash their sharp bone arrows at a moment's notice. Lin Yi, these are prehistoric terror crocodiles, the smallest measuring 8 meters in length, possessing tremendous strength. What shall we do? Jiang Qinshin inquired, her face grave. As she retreated, she maintained her aim at the colossal crocodiles that continued to climb towards them. The smallest among them measured at least 8 meters, while even larger specimens lingered in the river, swimming menacingly. Lin Yi's expression was solemn as he fixed his gaze on the approaching crocodiles. Prepare for battle. If these creatures come any closer, we will strike. Understood, came the response. Jiang Qinshin remained silent, merely nodding to indicate her comprehension. The time for preparation was at hand. At that moment, an air of tension enveloped everyone, and even the expressions of Mo Long and his companions across the river turned grim. This was dire. Crocodiles were indeed present. On the opposite bank, Mo Long's countenance darkened as he observed the relentless stream of crocodiles emerging from the water, poised for an assault. The suddenness of this situation caught everyone off guard. None anticipated such a multitude of prehistoric predators lurking beneath the surface. Mo Long felt a heavy weight in his heart, his eyes flickering with anxiety. They were utterly unprepared. And if a battle ensued, there would be no means of support. Captain, what should we do? A team member inquired. Worry etched on their face as they watched the escalating tension of the impending clash between man and beast. The other members mirrored this anxiety, their gazes fixed on Mo Long, yet he found himself equally powerless. With a deep sigh, he realized there was little they could do. Even if they were to weave a new rope, it would not provide a solution. Moreover, the ground across the river was swarming with crocodiles. Any attempt to glide over would likely land them right in the midst of those ferocious creatures. Attack! Suddenly, Lin Yi roared, his figure darting forward to initiate the assault. In a mere 3 strides, he propelled himself into the air, brandishing his spear. As he descended, Lin Yi unleashed a fierce strike, the bone spear crashing down upon a massive crocodile, raising a cloud of dust. Boom. The colossal creature, struck with such ferocity, rolled violently, its powerful limbs gouging deep furrows into the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi sidestepped to evade the sweeping tail of the crocodile. His spear vibrated with a deadly hum, twisting through the air like a serpent, producing a sharp whistle. Thrust. Blood erupted as the massive crocodile was pierced through the throat, its body convulsing before falling lifelessly to the ground. However, before Lin Yi could catch his breath, a swarm of crocodiles lunged towards him, jaws snapping. Fight! At this critical moment, Wu Yong and the others finally surged forward, unleashing their full strength as they charged into the fray against the horde of crocodiles. This marked yet another confrontation between humanity and these ancient beasts, and the outcome remained uncertain. Bang! Wu Yong, the fastest among them, reached Lin Yi and struck down with an axe just in time to fend off a massive crocodile that nearly toppled over. Meanwhile, Huang Jiyuan and others quickly joined the fray, a battalion of warriors wielding their blades in a coordinated effort to hunt these prehistoric terrors. Roar! A horrific growl echoed as one crocodile was cleaved at the neck, blood gushing forth as its body tumbled into the river, creating a tremendous wave. The once murky river water is now stained crimson, and beneath its surface, a tumultuous stirring ensues, revealing terrifying silhouettes rising ominously. A colossal maw, lined with chilling fangs, is voraciously tearing into the lifeless body of a deceased crocodile. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He thrust his spear into the carcass of the crocodile before him, exerting all his strength to lift it with a decisive motion. With a resounding crash, it plunged into the river, creating a tremendous splash. The crocodile retreated. Li Shuiying, who had been standing a short distance behind Lin Yi, did not engage in the attack but was the first to notice the crocodile's retreat. The crowd's expression shifted, and they turned their gazes toward the scene. Indeed, discovering that the crocodile had retreated into the river, competing with countless other crocodiles for the lifeless bodies that floated therein. Witnessing the unfolding scenario, Lin Yi immediately shouted, "Cast the crocodile carcasses into the water, everyone retreat." Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, Lin Yi and his companions were astounded to observe the river's waters churning violently, as if some dreadful entity were stirring beneath the surface, even conjuring a colossal wave that crashed against the riverbank. Most astonishingly, the discarded crocodile bodies were being savagely torn apart by swarms of terrifying shadows engaged in a frenzied competition for sustenance. How horrifying! Jiang Qinshin's complexion turned somewhat pale as she gazed at the tumultuous waters, where massive, indistinct shadows could be discerned, prehistoric crocodiles of a fearsome nature. Intriguingly, these crocodiles had exhibited no aggression towards their kin while alive, yet upon the demise of their brethren, they descended into a frenzy of tearing and devouring, embodying a brutal and terrifying beastly clan. What shall we do now? Li Shuiying cautiously inquired, and Huang Jiyuan and others turned their hopeful gazes towards Lin Yi, seeking a solution. However, the latter's brow furrowed deeply, sensing an immense pressure. It was impossible to navigate the raft through such peril. No one wished to embark upon the raft, placing themselves above the gaping jaws of countless crocodiles, a truly chilling prospect. Even Lin Yi was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. Ultimately, the only feasible option was to glide across. "Prepare yourselves. Let us weave more ropes first, and then we shall glide over," he instructed. Lin Yi made his decision, and the others ceased their speculations, swiftly preparing for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, the elderly onlookers bore pallid expressions. It was inevitable, for the sight of such an abundance of prehistoric crocodiles could unsettle even the most composed. Lin Yi and others were busy on this side, while Mo Long and his companions on the opposite bank finally breathed a sigh of relief, each one of them anxious and tense. At this moment, none dared to let their guard down, and they moved away from the riverbank, wary of a sudden crocodile attack. "Jiang Qinshin, do you have the capability to care for a child?" Lin Yi inquired seriously as a group prepared. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded affirmatively, confident that it posed no issue. After all, although Jiang Qinshin and her companions were women, they had evolved their strength to 1,000 pounds. With most averaging between 500 to 600 pounds, it would indeed be laughable if they could not manage to carry a child. "Rest assured, we are capable." Naturally, this task fell upon Lin Yi and the other men, given their superior strength. Before Lin Yi could ask, Huang Jiyuan and others stepped forward. expressing their willingness to assist the elderly. "I'll take one. Count me in." Huang Jiuyuan and Wu Yong eagerly declared their intentions to carry one elder each. Liang Yu also did not hesitate, and soon, each warrior took on the responsibility of carrying an elder, successfully organizing the arrangements. Lin observed the meticulously arranged scene and then glanced at the river, where dark shapes churned restlessly. He issued a direct command to glide over. "Prepare, come in teams, and remain calm." At that moment, every heart raced with anticipation as they approached the shore, cautiously climbing up the trees. To glide, one must attain sufficient height, otherwise, the endeavor would be futile. Jiang Qinchin was the first to ascend, cradling a little girl in her arms, who, surprisingly, was not her daughter. Lin and the others were taken aback, realizing she chose to carry He Zhenhai's daughter instead of her own. This situation deeply touched He Zhenhai, evoking a profound sense of acknowledgement among all present. Indeed, Lin sensed a growing recognition of Jiang Qinchin within the group, particularly among the 100 female archers, who, at that moment, genuinely embraced her leadership. "The intricacies of human sentiment are remarkable," Lin murmured softly, not giving it much thought. For Jiang Qinchin had already glided halfway across, swiftly racing towards the opposite shore, landing in the blink of an eye. Next, as individuals continued to soar past, 100 female archers were the first to cross, some accompanied by children. The process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any mishaps. Next, it was the turn of Huang Jiuyuan and his companions, who faced a slightly more perilous situation due to their heavier builds. Yet, they encountered no issues whatsoever. Indeed, before long, Huang Jiuyuan and his group had also glided safely to the other side, leaving only Lin Yi's team remaining. His group, moving with even greater speed, experienced no unforeseen events as each member glided across the expanse, leaving only him behind. A thunderous roar echoed, just as Lin was about to ascend the towering tree. He was abruptly startled by a resounding boom emanating from the riverbed. A colossal wave surged skyward, reaching heights exceeding 10 meters, crashing down with a deafening roar. Suddenly, a shadowy figure erupted from the depths of the water, its immense, obsidian body glistening with thick scales. Its gaping maw, capable of devouring an adult whole, was lined with razor-sharp fangs, invoking doubt about the resilience of steel against such formidable jaws. "Lin, come quickly," a voice urgently called out, jolting the dazed Lin from his stupor. Without hesitation, he pivoted and scaled the tree, grasping a sturdy vine, and swiftly glided across to the opposite bank.